Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Magic Spotlight Modern in Utrecht, the Netherlands. My name is Lisa Korpshoek.
My name is Martin Yuzo.
And today is going to be an exciting day. Yesterday we went from 1,567 people to 554 today. And we're going to find out what is going to be the top 8 that's going to qualify for the Pro Tours in Las Vegas, which is going to happen at the end of June. So the prizes today are going to be pretty great. There's a prize pool of like $50,000. First prize is going home with $10,000. Finalist is going to go home with $5,000. Semi-finalists are going to go home with $2,500. It's just a lot of money, and that's not it. No. There's going to be a really fun promo that's only going to be available here. It's freaking awesome. Call draw complete. There's 128 of them.
So everybody who participates in the event, you can just play day 1. You don't even have to make day 2. You get a promo card. That's the call draw complete. Everybody gets one. But if you make the top 128, you get a foil version. And this promo is exclusive just to this event. You can get it anywhere else. So that's going to be a pretty cool card to have. It's going to be, pretty sought after by collectors, and that's going to be a really, really sweet promo to have.
So even if you don't win, you're sort of winning because you're going home with a really, really cool card. So what happened yesterday, Martin?
Yesterday was great. We had a great variety of decks on the stream. Shout out to Frank Karsten, who's picking the feature matches.
Yep.
We showed a lot of cool decks. This is the metagame breakdown of day 1. Breach, actually, obviously the deck to beat, only made up 12% of the field. So Breach and Orzhov Blink was actually roughly the same portion of the metagame. Eldrazi Ram, Boros Energy, the usual suspects.
Mm-hmm.
For me, the most memorable match was the last round where Niels Porat played out of his mind. There was this crazy game where he needs to bluff having a counter spell. It needs to work. Then later on, there's this crazy comeback. Last round, he goes for the win.
Oh, yeah.
Is he gonna mill the Breach? Then he has a Shifting Woodlands one-off in his deck, and it just kind of works out perfectly. And that was a really cool match. And I was saying, hey, can we give Niels like the trophy already? That was a really, really well played match. So
Player of the year.
well deserved. I'm gonna be rooting for him today because that was a very well played match.
And what was also remarkable is the 38.9% of other decks. And we've seen a lot of those yesterday on stream. Shout out again to Frank Karsten. So is there someone you're rooting for?
Great question. At every event, we do this fantasy draft with all the casters and the coverage team. Let's take a look at that, if we can put that up on the screen. Those are going to be the players I'm going to be personally rooting for today because they're on my fantasy team.
Yeah.
But I'm just rooting for, people that play well, practice makes perfect. I like to see that rewarded. This is the fantasy draft. This is, you can see Arne and Philippa. We're not, great at picking.
I'm actually doing not that bad.
These are the players. These are the players that made day 2. So you can see that Simon picked 5 players. All of them made day 2.
Oh wow!
Pretty good choices. Me and Frank have 4 people in day 2. We'll see how it all plays out today.
This is also new information for me. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. Yay! Today is an open decklist event, so if you want to check out anything like the decks, if you want to learn about the evolution of decks, check out melee.gg. And I think we're going to head over back to the booth.
We have some exciting moments today. We have
it's true. Yep.
We have some exciting announcements before the top 8. We're going to announce the location of the next European RC. And before the finals, we're going to announce the location of the next European Spotlight Series event. So make sure you stay tuned for that.
Okay, well, I'm very excited about today. We're going to see who's going to qualify, who's going to be in the top 8. And we're going to head over to the booth, back to Simon and Philippa.
Thank you, Lisa. Exciting day for sure. And about the fantasy draft, can we just skip that part? I'm not doing so well, but...
That's what I said last time. Remember
True.
in Prague?
We
Yeah.
went with a similar strategy. We are rooting for our hometown people. So I have 3 Portuguese represented in my list. Only one made it to day 2. I also chose Philip because I know he's like a caster that casted with me before. I know he's very good at Temur Bridge, but didn't quite make day 2. And Lucas One also didn't make day 2. So I only have one player from my 5 picks for the fantasy draft that made it into day 2. Hopefully Miguel will push through and put me above of Arne, because now I'm fighting to not get the last spot. But you, Simon.
Yeah. So I went with the power of friendship, honestly, and I believe in a deck that I said last time in Prague that I would have played in this tournament. This is the Samwise combo deck. So Jakob Haug, Lauke de Plas, and Thomas Munk, the inventor of the deck, all 3 of these players played Samwise, and they're 8-1, 7-2, 6-3 today. So I really believe in this deck, and I'm just so happy to see it bear fruit.
Simon, I would love to see more about that deck. Can it be our feature match for round 1?
Let me make a call. Hello? Yes? Yes? Okay, yeah, we can do that? Yes, we can have it a feature match.
Okay, then let's go ahead for the feature match, because we work super fast and we already have our feature match. It's going to be Jacob in Samwise Gamgee combo versus Dominic playing Domain Zoo. Zoo, a deck that has been I feel like performing very steadily. We see a lot of above 50% win rates, not doing too hot, but not doing too bad. And here, Dominic managing to make it with a great result in the weekend. Tell us about this list, and I also want to know more why players are now including 2 copies of Doorbell Troll in the main deck list.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, like, this barely looks like a zoo deck anymore. Like, there's no, like, it's come a long way since, like, Wild and Cattle days. But the Doorkeeper Thrall is interesting both as a metagame call against Grinding Station, shutting off that combo, but also if you're curving that into Flage, your Flage just sticks. The deck also plays main deck Consign to Memory to do a similar thing, where you, for 4 mana, play Flage and then counter the trigger that would sacrifice it. So this deck is very much a Flage deck now. It also has 2 copies of Arena of Glory. Here we see Jakob Haug, though, who is one of the Danes, has already had some PT experience and is looking for even more, playing this Samwise combo deck. So, what's going on here? It's trying to combo the Lord of the Rings card, Samwise Gamgee, which says whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you get a food token, with Cauldron Familiar, where you can sacrifice a food to bring it into play. And then, obviously, make a food as you do so. If you combine that with a sacrifice outlet, like specifically Reserasir, you get to just sack the cat, bring it back like a food, and then you just get to drain the opponent over and over again, sacrificing the cat each time.
So exactly what pieces does Jacob need to have to enable the full combo? So you said the Samwise, the Cauldron Familiar, and a sack outlet.
Yeah, exactly, and the Reserasir. And importantly, a food token. So if Samwise is the last card you play of this combo, you need something else. But this is why also Gilded Goose is really good in this deck, just having the extra food to work. Usually in Prague, the deck was playing the Amalia combo. No longer, they instead replaced that with a single Yawgmoth and 3 copies of Young Wolf for that combo. And I actually think that makes a lot of sense because of the interaction with Birthing Ritual, one of the more powerful cards in the deck, where Young Wolf is just giving you card advantage when you combine it with Birthing Ritual.
Very exciting day. As a reminder, we are in day 2 of the Magic Spotlight Modern series here in Utrecht. Yesterday, players played 9 rounds. 18 points or more made it into day 2. We are now in the first round of day 2. Round 10 in total. And today we have 6 rounds of Swiss and a cut to top 8. Top 8 qualifies for the Pro Tour. I know players are looking for that invite a lot, and we are starting here with Dominic having that Leyline of the Guild Pack. That's the perfect way to start, Simon.
It truly is. Into a Ragavan, and I even spotted Scion of Draco in the hand. So this is quite exciting. Quite exciting of a start for our German player here. Jacob, though, has to actually use his fetch lands to sacrifice and find actual lands that can tap for mana. Doesn't just get to do like Dominic and tap the fetch lands for mana due to his Leyline of the Guild Pact.
That works quite well in this deck, and we already see a Draco as well in Dominic's end, so that's a great way to follow up. Let's draw here. Leyline Binding, that's a great way, especially when combined with Leyline of the Guild Pact, just for 1 mana being able to deal with anything and immediately dropping that.
Yeah, so getting to take care of the Cauldron Familiar there. That's what that card is. Yeah, okay. And clearing the way for the Ragavan to get in. Hitting a Gilded Goose, which I guess you technically could play off the top, but you could also just slam a Sign of Draco, which actually he does not have the untapped land. So doesn't even get to play that out yet. Of course, Sign of Draco being incredible with Leyline of the Guild Pact, as Scion says all your blue creatures have hexproof, and Leyline says all your creatures are all colors. So you give all your creatures hexproof as well as vigilance and lifelink and first strike and trample.
That's insane. So, I mean, if you cannot get rid of the Draco, you are in trouble. And we saw already that Ragavan deal damage, Dominic having that treasure up, Gilded Goose creating a very shiny food token and passing the turn here.
That is not at all what Jacob wanted to have happen. I actually, like, his hand is quite clunky with 2 copies of Birthing Ritual and Samwise, as well as like a Ranger Captain. The fact that he can't, like, this deck is full of 1-drops and 2-drops, and so the fact that he couldn't efficiently spend all his mana on this turn is kind of not a great sign. He could have played, of course, a 2-drop like Birthing Ritual or Samwise, but deciding that he would rather make sure that if he draws a land next turn, he can play 2 2-drops off this Gilded Goose, and saying that this is going to be more mana efficient.
And here we saw the attack with Ragavan, and then quickly Dominic Knight. No, it's untapped because it actually has Vigilance, Trample, First Strike,
right, yeah.
Hexproof, all of that. So Thoughtseize there, so interesting.
Yeah,
Card reveal off the top.
Thoughtseize is a nice hit where you can spend these treasures to play it, or just like one of your lands, of course, because they tap for all colors. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much this Domain Zoo deck goes off when it has the Leyline of the Guild Pact. It's a completely different deck. And
tell us about revealing a lot of interesting cards. We see there the Samwise, we see 2 Burning Rituals, the Captain as well. What do you think?
Yes, so I think that you're supposed to take away the Samwise here, because what Jacob can do next turn is play the Birthing Ritual and hopefully find another Cauldron Familiar off the top, sacrificing the Goose. And then next turn, play the Samwise and then do the Birthing Ritual again, sacrificing the Cauldron Familiar and hopefully getting a Viserys here. Of course, Birthing Ritual is not a tutor. You only get to look at the top 7, so you just gotta hope that the creature you need is there. But the way that this deck works is it just has so many creatures, so you're always going to hit something, and it doesn't take that long. Like, if you have 2 turns to look for a combo piece, it's 14 cards. Of course, he has to, like, also not die in the meantime, and so the pressure here from this Cabo alongside the Scion and Ragavan is kind of a lot of pressure.
Especially knowing that a card like Tribal Flames might come up, deal a bunch of damage.
Oh, so what we saw here is a Underground Mortuary trying to surveil, but Jacob accidentally grabbed the top 2 card of his deck. So what usually happens here is, like, basically Jacob just made a dexterity error. But the issue is that he now gained information that is, of course, going to be important. I think in this specific turn doesn't actually change anything because of the Birthing Ritual, but regardless, we have to apply the rules the same elsewhere. So every time. So the way it works is that we give Jacob a warning. Warnings aren't like that scary. It only matters if he gets 3 warnings for the same type of infraction. So if he does this like 2 more times today, then that would be upgraded to a game loss. But otherwise, we just make sure that there's no other cards that are known on the bottom. We shuffle the deck, and then we just continue playing here.
And looks like that's exactly what happened. So we have here the card revealed, and Jacob is looking for 1 piece of the combo. I do see Cauldron Familiar.
I see a Viserys here, actually, I think. Yeah. So that would be a combo piece. And then the way the Birthing Ritual works is that, like, you can look at the card first, and now you get to decide which of your creatures you're sacrificing. And actually, this 7 Safekeeper is a really nice piece as well, protecting now your combo piece. So next turn, you can play the Samwise, And if you can keep around the Sylvan Safekeeper, you can sacrifice that one to the Birthing Ritual trigger and hopefully hit a Cauldron Familiar. And that actually will end the game in Jacob's end step. The beautiful thing about this combo is that none of your pieces need to be in play at the start of your turn for the combo to work, and it wins at instant speed, so you also don't have to be in your main phase. It gives a lot of flexibility to this combo, which, despite being a 3-card combo, also involves just like relatively cheap creatures that have interesting effects that you could utilize.
And Dominic here attacking all the creatures have vigilance because of that leyline of the guild pack.
Yes, so there is something. Oh, I think maybe Dominic announced the attack. Obviously can't in typing the creatures, as we mentioned, but didn't mention the trigger from the Kavu immediately. And since Jacob hasn't moved to blocks yet, it's kind of unclear whether it's kind of unclear whether like the timing for the trigger has been missed or not. This attack is also interesting. It's an attack for 11 on the board, and Jacob being at 14 is. He's kind of getting like into a lot of burn range if he takes all the damage. He would be in range of Flage and of course the Tribal Flames, as you also mentioned before. So Jacob has to make a really tough choice because he can like block with his Sylvan Safekeeper. I guess everything has trample anyways.
It does have trample because all the cards are red, green, all the
exactly,
colors.
Yeah. So yeah, you could block with your Sylvan Safekeeper, prevent 1 damage and go to 4, so you don't die to Flage. But, well, the issue is then you might just like die to a whole lot of other things.
Oh, that is a Tribal Flames 5 damage. This is game, and we saw here a good display on how Zoo can be very powerful, especially when having that leyline of the guild pack in the opening. I want to ask you, Simon, how do you take the mulligan decision? Like, if you don't see that leyline of the guild pack in your opening end, it's also a card that you don't want to draw later on the game.
It is, yeah.
Because you have to pay 4 mana for it. So how do you really go about this? Do you just try to keep mulliganing until you find it? Or if you don't find it, but at a decent end, you keep it?
Yeah, so the way I would use it is you can kind of have it as a tiebreaker. So when you're mulliganing towards a card, it doesn't mean that you have to like mulligan every hand that doesn't contain the card. But it's a good thing to remember that if you have a hand that is kind of iffy, you can always hit Leyline plus Scion. And even if you're on 5 cards, that's still a good draw. So if your hand is like, it kind of has lands and spells, but doesn't seem to have a really clear game plan of winning the matchup. Let's say you have like a Ragavan and a bunch of Tribal Flames, and it's like, that's not necessary, and maybe a Doorkeeper Thrall in a matchup where it doesn't work. And like that hand doesn't really come together. It might be worthwhile to mulligan towards more power level because you know your deck can deliver. It also means that if you have an iffy hand that does contain the leyline, you should probably consider keeping that hand more just because it has the cards that makes your deck better. So I'm not sure how often this deck keeps 1-landers, but that's the type of thing where if you have a powerful hand with leyline and Scion, but it only has 1 land, well, maybe you could fetch a Surveyor land, and that could actually be a reasonable keep.
We are looking now at Dominic's sideboard. We see 2 Pyroclasms. We see 2 more Doorkeeper Troll. What do you think might enter here against this combo?
Yeah, so there's also the Rest in Peace, which does stop the combo. The Pyroclasms for sure are going to come in. They seem great in the matchup. And the Wrath of the Skies probably as well, just extra sweepers. And then I'm not sure about the Doorkeeper Thralls. You might just want all 4, because they do stop the combo, and maybe that's just enough. I think it actually is, yeah. I think I like the Doorkeeper Thralls. And then, of course, also the interaction with Flage. Like, getting to put a Flage into play on against this deck is like quite powerful. You can even do it with Arena of Glory, actually, just on turn 3.
Oh, wow.
Attacking with the Flage and killing something. So that's like quite a big swing, especially since the Doorkeeper Thrall having Flash. You just pass with 2 mana up, and the opponent is like, oh, I'm not under pressure. And then next turn they take 10 damage.
Yes, and I'm wondering as well, Simon, so we see here the player sideboarding, and we see a lot of cards that you said are good in this matchup. How much can Dominic afford to take from his own deck in order to bring these cards that are good to stopping the combo? How do you manage not compromising the efficiencies of your deck just to stop what your opponent is doing?
Yeah, so for a deck like Domain Zoo, it's actually not that difficult because you will have cards that line up poorly. He's definitely going to cut all the copies of Consign to Oblivion, might even cut the Stubborn Denials. They do counter like some of the tutor effects, but there's also going to be a lot of creature-heavy draws from Jacob. And it's very possible he's just going to cut all 4 copies of Ragavan because he's on the draw, and Jacob has just so many blockers for it, especially Young Wolf being the best card against Ragavan that we've seen in the format.
And also now with the Samwise player on the play, things are going to look a bit different. Maybe trying to get that combo before getting that threat of taking a lot of damage. And it's going to be a very interesting match. I want to thank our sponsors of the day, Ultimate Guard and Beckett, for making this event possible. And I also want to say good morning, good afternoon, good night for everyone watching at home. I hope everyone is having a great weekend as we are here in Utrecht. And hopefully you will join one of these events later or just watch from home. It's a lot of fun, and we see players really joining, being here, trying to qualify for a Pro Tour. And I think, Simon, we were missing a bit of this direct qualification to the Pro Tour through paper events.
Yes, absolutely. We've, before you had to go to your RCQs, which are still like great events, but maybe you don't have that many in your area. Maybe you have busy weekends, so you can't play too many. And that's the only way you could qualify for the regionals, outside of going there and playing last chance qualifiers. But here, you can show up and you know that you can play day 1. And even if you're like a busy person and don't have that much time for Magic, but you can set off this one weekend. Like, we've had people coming from all over the world. The Brazilian regional champion, the Chinese regional champion, they showed up here. Americans showed up here, like Christian Calcano. We have some Japanese YouTubers coming in. Actually, both of them finished 7 and 2 on day 1.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's so great to see.
Making worth the trip.
And people from the Netherlands who have not played Magic in years are also coming out for this event because it's just such a big celebration, and this is what has been missing from Magic. So absolutely, the next Spotlight Series, if it's anywhere near your area, come and check it out. This is the life of Magic.
We will announce the next Spotlight Series in Europe before the finals, and we will announce the next RC location before the top 8. So stay tuned for that. We have here a start. So Jacob didn't manage to play anything turn 1. We see here a Fatal Push, a Wire Might, a Birding Ritual, and looks like that's the card here played for turn 2 for Jacob.
Ooh, so Dominic has Wear Tear in hand. That was not a card on my radar or things he could bring in, but having an answer to Birthing Ritual is actually quite important here. It also serves as an answer for a really annoying sideboard card that Jacob has. Remember, now this is open deck list, and so you have all this information. Jacob has 1 copy of Crystal Barricade in his sideboard, which says you have hexproof and prevent all non-combat damage to the rest of your creatures. That card will stop Flage from doing anything and will stop Pyroclasm. And so that's a lot of, as well as Tribal Flames. So that's a lot of tools from Dominic that get shut off by that card. So having that extra answer to it in the form of Wear and Tear is kind of nice.
Lightning Bolt is the pickup here for Dominic that has now 2 Lightning Bolts in hand, so a lot of burn. We see that Wear and Tear, we see the Draco as well, and passing the turn.
Right, so Dominic here could fetch up the corresponding land here. Remember that when you're playing Domain, you can fetch a Tri-land on turn 1, and then, so in this case, the Absan land here, and then a Steam Vents on turn 2, you would be able to just play the Scion of Draco out on turn 2 here. But deciding instead to not let Jacob get a trigger from Birthing Ritual, passing, and keeping up Wear Tear as well as Lightning Bolt. Of course, Dominic will have to spend this Wear Tear in the main phase before Jacob moves on to trigger the Birthing Ritual. And so that presses priority back to Jacob, and he can play something else if he wants to. I actually see an interesting play here from Jacob. So a really cute play in this deck you can make is that your fetch lands can get Dryad Arbor, and then you can feed those to the Birthing Ritual. But ideally, what you might want to do is not fetch in your main phase like Jacob did here, but wait until your end step, and then with the trigger on the stack, you can fetch a Dryad Arbor. It is very possible, though, that I'm missing something about that interaction, but that's a way you guarantee that your Birthing Ritual is going to survive. Because this current situation leaves Jacob really weak to Pyroclasm.
And can we see something like a Lightning Bolt here on one of the creatures?
Very possible. It's always so juicy when your opponent has Dryad Arbor to just try and kill it, because
Yes.
you just take a land drop away from your opponent. It's like a 1-mana Stone Rain.
That's true. And do you remember when there was like this infamous tournament where the land, before you had to put it on the front, you had to use it as a land?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, where Yeah, where like the card is just hiding in the left pile is what you mean? Yes. Yeah, now you have to put it up among your creatures so that it's clear that there's a Dryad Arbor.
So reading here the AWire map.
Yeah, just making sure that it can't kill Scion of Draco, because it does say non-creature. And yeah, with Scion in play, also having a Tribal Flames in hand now, that's 5 damage to face, and Lightning Bolt is like another 3 damage, right? So it's 8 points of burn already presented here from Dominic eventually. So the Scion of Draco doesn't take that much time to win the game.
Another Birding Ritual. And here, getting a land, we might see again maybe another Lightning Bolt on the AWire Might.
Yeah, just you can kind of leave Jacob with the rituals as long as you have enough removal spells to kill the rest of Jacob's cards.
And here, Dominic looking for the best land to play.
And so these games where Jacob hasn't drawn the like Gilded Goose plus Cauldron Familiar, the Young Wolf type things, his Birthing Rituals are much more weak to this type of interaction. Where he has drawn, you know, the kind of a land heavy draw with double Boseiju, with the Dryad Arbor, and of course the Haywire Might, which just is not that impressive of a card if you're just. It could just die to 1/1 removal. And then Jacob drew the Fatal Push, which is a very good card for dealing with Doorkeeper Thrall. It's a quite necessary card in the matchup. But it doesn't do anything against Scion of Draco.
Yeah, and 4 damage coming through. Jacob did gain 2 life from that AWire Might dying, but still, now at 17, and this Scion of Draco is going to start dealing damage quite fast.
Yes, indeed it is. So he does actually have this Boseiju in hand, which is an answer to Scion of Draco. And might want to just use that. Though it is awkward now with the Birthing Ritual. Yeah, so what happened here is that the Birthing Ritual trigger is on the stack. Dominic has to respond with Doorkeeper Thrall, because it has to be in, like, once Jacob reveals what he gets from the Birthing Ritual, it's already too late. That card will be in play. I'm actually wondering if there was also, like, similarly, Jacob should have put a minus counter on the Wall of Roots to create the mana, so that if he wanted to sacrifice the wall, he could still Boseiju on the Scion of Draco. But instead, because he killed the Doorkeeper Thrall anyways, that doesn't actually make that much of a difference. So
getting a familiar here.
Yes. Getting a Cauldron Familiar, draining a little bit, that's not super important, but the big part of this is that another like advantage of the Samwise combo deck is that it doesn't need all of its pieces in play. The Cauldron Familiar can be in the graveyard, so it's one of the best things to get off Birthing Ritual, because then you can sacrifice that to try and look for more combo pieces. And if Jacob draws the right card, it's possible he could win next turn. I guess he doesn't have white mana. The perfect card would be Samwise, and then he could hit a Viserys off the top to just like present the combo next turn already. But this kind of highlights how easily the deck can win. Of course, he doesn't have that much time. Again, we still have the Tribal Flames in hand for Dominic. Jacob gaining a little bit more life here, so you know he can take a few hits there, but yeah, that's a
Look
Flage.
at that Flage, and it's just so great when you surveil away a Flage.
You see the reaction as well, and here's an Arena of Glory to go with it. So Dominic's draw was kind of flooding out, quite reliant on that Scion, but now just getting a Flage out with haste.
Oh wow.
And yeah,
players are laughing like, I mean.
I mean, honestly, at this point in the game, it's the same thing as just top decking a good card, right?
Yes.
But that's the advantage of the Surveyor lands, is that then your good card, like your good top deck, is just super incredibly good when combined with
And how much damage is going to be this turn? A lot, right?
Yeah, so it's going to, Flace is going to kill the Cauldron Familiar, and then it's going to be an attack for 13, putting Jacob down to 5, which is Tribal Flames Rage.
Yes, but 1 mana short, so Jacob still has 1 turn to try to find an answer and hopefully combo out.
He has to find, he doesn't have to find an answer. He has to like produce a kill here, because he has to both deal with the board and gain life. Oh, also Flage, of course, is going to have Vigilance. Actually, since it's also going to get Trample, right, from the... or maybe it's First Strike. Yeah, it's going to get First Strike and Vigilance from the Scion. No Trample to Flage.
No, not
and
That's game. Wow, and we saw here that Fletch coming through. Very good here for Dominic. Starting the day well, and it's like, I mean, when it happens, it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's like the real power of putting like fetch lands, surveillance, and Fletch in your deck. It's just like any game can just tip on its moment when you have this. Like this is an Eldrazi level top deck, right? Like just the ability for your deck to as the game goes along, obviously the chances of this happening, it's like maybe 5%, but it's 5% every time you do it, and it just adds up over the course of the tournament, and you will have happen during your tournament that you surveil a Fletch into the graveyard in a spot like this. And
Simon, what a great way to start the day.
Yes.
Starting here with very interesting matches, and I have to say, give a big shout out to Frank Karsten, because Frank has been analyzing the data, see the decks that are doing well. So that's the reason why we've been able yesterday and today to bring you decks that are very diverse and showcase how the meta can be still very open and interesting. And we see a lot of different decks doing well in the top tables. We will have the meta breakdown for the day and the conversion, win rates, everything later on today. But do you have any predictions of decks that you think might have done well from the things that you saw so far?
Well, so we have seen a couple of the Eldrazi Metalcraft decks. There was definitely a couple of those making day 2. We saw some yesterday in the feature match area as well. Obviously, we've seen the Breach players like do quite well, but also the Boros Energy is kind of like showing up in this tournament.
Yeah, our undefeated player and actually backup that we will show a bit later is going to be the player that is undefeated with Boros Energy. And you know that this player actually started playing Modern like 6 months ago?
Yeah, wait, what?
Yes. So this player is an Italian player. And apparently started playing Modern like 6 or 7 months ago, and now he's undefeated here. Or it was at least before round 10. We are going to see the match soon. But before that, what I'm really curious is about hearing more about Dominic and this Domain Zoo deck. So let's go for an interview with Dominic and Lisa.
Nice.
So we're here with Dominic Bremer. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Domain Zoo did really well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling relieved. That was a super decisive match. But I'm glad to keep my win streak going.
Yeah. So how was it to be on stage and do the game?
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Was it different?
Yeah. It was a very different experience. I was so nervous, I forgot a couple of triggers.
Yeah.
That didn't happen yesterday. So I'm not. I hope I get to play on stream again in the top 8, but rather not before that.
No. And how did playtesting the deck go?
Honestly, I prepared with a completely different deck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wanted to play Days Undoing Control, and on Friday a tournament, I practiced with it in paper for the first time, and realized I couldn't get through the games, so I had to submit a completely different deck, and Zoo was the choice.
Last minute, good choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what would it mean for you to be in the top 8?
It would mean the world to me.
Yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. It was one of my goals to reach the Pro Tour for the first time. So that's what we're working on as a team, my team in Frankfurt. So shout out to all my guys from Frankfurt. Hi.
How is the team doing?
Emil is still in the run. He's 7-2, so I hope he wins his match with Titan. And the other ones are unfortunately out, but there are more tournaments to come.
Yeah. But you're having a really good time with
Absolutely.
all of them.
I mean, the players, all the opponents are super nice, the judges are helpful, the tournament is well organized. So I'm just excited to be here.
Yeah, it just almost seemed like you were friends with the guy you were just
I
playing
didn't know him
against.
before, but I mean, like we as a Magic community are just so close and friendly with each other. It feels like home, right?
Yeah, that's so good there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I hope you have a great tournament.
Appreciate it.
Okay, back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Love to see the Magic community coming together. Dominic seeming like such a great guy, and I'm really happy that he won here the first round of the day. But we have more Magic to come, so still in round 10, first round of day 2, we are going to have our backup feature match, of course, with the undefeated player that is currently playing Boros, and that started playing not Magic, but Modern like 6 or 7 months ago. That's going to be Ricardo versus Stefan Schutz, well-known player of here, the competitive scene, playing Temur Breach. So we have Boros Energy, which you said it's doing quite well, and also Temur Breach, which is the deck to beat from the weekend. Let's take a look here first at Stefan Schu's list, this Temur Breach. Anything that catches your attention or a pretty stock list for you?
I mean, I just want to add, first of all, that Stefan is kind of the opposite of someone who's played Modern for only 6 months. Stefan is a mainstay at the Pro Tour and Magic Online grinder. People call him the Pros Pro because all the pros are fan of Stefan Schütz, but no one else really knows much about him. So still hasn't like put up a Pro Tour Top 8 level results, but it's just consistently grinding. And here he's also grinding with his grinding station, playing a very similar list to what Niels Porat actually played, with just one copy of Malevolent Rumble and playing Flame of Anor in the main deck. As well as having 2 different win conditions, both the Jace, Will of Mysteries, and the Grape Shot, making sure to insinuate himself from random things getting exiled by, let's say, a Relic of Progenitus.
And can we take a look at our Boros player deck list? Ricardo here that started playing very recently Modern and already doing so well. First of all, tell us about this list, Simon, and how do you feel about a player that started so recently, doing so well at this tournament? It's lovely to see new young talent.
Yes.
I mean, we did have Alex Rohan, very young player, win the last RC. Do you think Magic is getting refreshed with this new wave of players and they are here to take the competitive scene?
Yes, absolutely. Like, you know, as the Magic mainstays get older and older, which is the thing that's happening, of course, we also are bringing in new talent and, you know, young people who find this game and just fall in love with it the same way that we fell in love with it when we started, like 10 years ago. And it's just quite nice to see, and a great success story so far for Ricardo. Hopefully he can keep up this energy here. And speaking of energy, that was actually literally unintended. Just a very stock list here. Playing the Ranger Captains of Eos, which is the newish innovation that has happened since Prague, as the 3-drop of choice to fetch out these powerful 1-drops. And running here just like the 1 copy of March of Otherworldly Light, also not always seen. The 1 main deck Blood Moon, definitely going to be relevant against the Ursa Saga. But remember now it is open deck list, and this Blood Moon is not going to give as many free wins as it might have on day 1, where it was a surprise that this card was main deck. Stefan is going to know and make the decisions when it's suitable for him to fetch basic lands.
I'm really excited to see how this game plays out. I know that Andrea Mengucci, fellow Italian player, was reading here for Ricardo, and excited to see how this plays off. Both players ready to start round 10.
Right, so we see
Preordain.
So I mentioned the Blood Moon, and Stefan does not have a draw currently that can really play around it. I see Ursa Saga and Breeding Pool. But starting by just looking for, the cards he needs.
And I have to ask you, Simon, in this matchup, how important it is to be on the play? I know that usually it is, but I feel like with Boros Energy, it's extra good to be on the play, which Ricardo didn't manage to get here.
I think, yes, for game 1, the play draw matters quite a bit. I think for games 2 and 3, when there's more interaction on both sides, it ends up mattering a lot less. So I would say it's quite decisive that like Stefan just starts out as the favorite to win this game just because he was on the play. But Ricardo might start with really looking to curve out in this game against Breach. Like, there's not that much interaction in the Boros deck. The most common interaction you have is the 2 copies of Thraben Charm and the 1 March of Otherworldly Light to deal with the Breach. But even like those tools, because they're quite expensive to keep up, it requires that you start with a curve and pressure.
And we saw Ricardo play that Guide of Souls, but Stefan Schu's already kicking things off with that Urza Saga, Mox Amber, and Emery.
Yes, and now, starting to get explosive. Of course, the turn 1 there was like not very impressive, but seeing now a box opal with this Preordain, which could be quite relevant for potentially making your Saga tokens better. Actually, he has a second Saga, so if Ricardo does slam a turn 3 Blood Moon, that is lights out for Stefan, killing both Sagas and leaving him with a mountain.
Oh, wow. Let's see here if Ricardo does manage to pull that off. And looks like Stefan here drawing the card.
Yeah, so just drawing one of the cards. I'm not sure if he did keep Mox Opal on top. I think it would make sense if he was looking for something else. But I am not nearly as experienced with Breach as Stefan is. Looked like he did keep the Mox Opal. Okay. So what the Mox Opal lets him do, actually, is next turn he can play the second Saga, and he can play a Malevolent Rumble. He can make a token, and then he will have Metrocraft, and can then play a Malevolent Rumble off the 2 Moxen. So that's possibly what he's saying is that I get to take advantage of this extra mana and potentially make a lot of constructs. The turn after that, if he gets a land, he could actually make 2 more constructs on that turn. So I can definitely see what the plan is here, and it's lining up to just Stefan trying to not win with a combo this game, but potentially just win with the constructs.
Ocelot Pride entering the battlefield. That card does work pretty well with the Guide of Souls already making that energy. And we're going to start making some cats.
Yeah, potentially. I wonder if Ricardo has an answer for this Emery. That would be quite strong to have here. Emery, of course, able to rebuy those Mishra's Baubles over and over again, essentially drawing a card each turn, but also just building your artifact count if you need to. So that's a card that often just has to die. It also just blocks that Ocelot Pride, and that's quite annoying for, getting life. So
He's removing that immediately and making some energy in the process with that Galvanic Discharge.
Yeah, so this is the strong draw of the Boros Energy deck. This is the core of the strategy. Combining these white 1-drops that, these two together just creates a board state by themselves. This is an army like in a can, or I guess in 2 cans. It's like, this is the canned sweet corn and the canned tuna coming together to form a meal, and I guess attracting the cats of the area.
And do you think Stefan Schutz, being aware that there's a Blood Moon on Ricardo's deck, might not drop that Urza Saga here, or going for it?
Yeah, you basically have to. I think his game plan is so priced in on playing these sagas. Of course, Emery dying means that the Mox Amber is turned off, but luckily Stefan drew another Emery. So quite rewarded for scrying 1 card to the top and 1 to the bottom with that Preordain. Milling over quite a lot of artifacts there, including
Jace as well.
A Jace and a Haywire Might, so some optionality now. And now the Mox Amber is live, so Stefan can tap that to create a construct token here. And then next turn, again, if drawing a land, or just if he decides to find another Mox, which is very possible, could just make 2 more constructs next turn. So these are going to be huge. Once again, though, taking out the Emery means taking out the Mox Amber, and that is quite important here. So yeah, just floats the mana, lets Emery die, and essentially Stefan is going to have to spend that mana before we move on. So floating the mana doesn't matter too much. You're not really going to surprise Ricardo with this construct.
So we have the construct here that Emery was fletched away.
Yes, but this actually, of course, because Ricardo has all this extra energy, can send an Ocelot Pride flying and gain some extra life that way. And is inching towards that City's Blessing trigger, which is where you actually you want to be to really develop the sport state completely out of control. Right now, it's going to be at 7 permanents at end of turn.
So looks like Ricardo attacking here with the Ocelot Pride.
Ooh, that is confusing. So the 2 dice on the cat token
means that you have 2 cats.
Is 2 cat tokens, and the 2 dice on the Ocelot Pride means it's 2 counters and flying.
Yes.
That is an angel. All right, so let's see what Stefan drew here and if he has any options. So that's another Mox Opal. All right, so you can actually still continue to do the game plan I mentioned, but you would have to tap the Mox Opal now, along with the breeding pool to make a construct here. Urza Saga gets sacrificed. You search up another Mox Opal, tap that for mana, play the other Mox Opal from hand, and then you can activate your Saga. So it's quite a costly thing compared to, let's say, getting an extra card from Mishra's Bauble. But there's another issue here, is that these constructs are probably not going to be enough to win the game. Ricardo's life total is really high, and he's going to generate a lot of chump blockers while having flying attackers. And that's just not a winning strategy for beating this board state. So instead, Stefan says, I'm going to go for the Ether Spellbomb, forgo that extra construct, and try to just bounce away this Ocelot Pride and take a little bit of less flying damage. And hopefully that is enough. Hopefully that gives him enough a better ability to win the race rather than having an extra construct.
And looks like he goes exactly for that, getting that spell bomb out of the Urza Saga, and having 1 mana floating in the process.
Yeah, so this lets him do just make another construct and spell bomb, but he could also just try and develop with this Malevolent Rumble. Might say now, actually, I should probably just try and get a breach, and there it is.
Oh, the breach is there.
But interestingly, oh yeah, because of the Mox Opal in hand, yeah, I think he actually has enough to win the game. Yeah, so Stefan just said here, I mean, going to get the Spell Bomb as a backup, but probably not going to win with Construct. I'm just going to try and find a breach. Did hit it. And so now what he can do is play the Mox Opal from hand to make sure he has another red mana, and play the breach, play the Mox Opal again from the graveyard, and every time he can play 3 cards from graveyard to generate a mana, and then with the Grinding Station that is in the graveyard, oh, also could just play it off the spawn, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, with the Grinding Station in the graveyard, could also just escape that one, and now he has the full combo.
Very well played here by Stefan Schutz, getting that combo as early as possible before Boros Energy can take down the game. And yeah, showing why this deck is a deck to beat.
Yeah, because it doesn't need all of its combo pieces in play, all it really needs is just to find that breach. And the one of Malevolent Rumble there in his deck, getting to find that. But I do want to point out that there's something really interesting about the way this game developed, is the balance of playing towards the combo line versus playing towards the construct line. And you always have to make sure that whenever possible to leave as many game plans open to you and available as you can with this deck that has multiple avenues of winning.
Yeah,
but
and I feel like that's really important because players are prepared to play against this deck, especially post-sideboard. So it's important for you to have not only I can win with my combo, but also be prepared, or if they are disrupting my combo, I have another win con. And do you think here we see Stefan Schutz sideboard, what can bring against Boros Energy?
So you're going to want some more removal spells here to contend with the 1-drops of Boros. And if you had sweeper effects, I guess he does not. Yeah, so it's just that the Unholy Heat and the Lightning Bolt for sure. Then the Flame of a Norse might come in depending on the hate cards that the Boros Energy player plays. Or if there's Stony Silences, yeah, we see 3 copies of Stony Silence in the Boros sideboard. So you're also going to want to bring in the Nature's Claims and potentially the Boseiju to deal with that. Maybe even the Swan Song.
What I'm even more curious to see is Ricardo's sideboard, because I'm sure when Ricardo submitted Boros Energy, he was expecting to face some grinding breach. So what is going to be here the sideboard plan for Ricardo? We will see the sideboard in a while. And in the meantime, some people from chat keep asking, when is the next RC location going to be announced? When is the next Spotlight location going to be announced? So RC location is going to announce before top 8, and the Spotlight Europe next location will be announced before the finals, so make sure to stay tuned. We have the sideboard. Simon, how can Ricardo disrupt the Temur Breach deck?
The 3 Stony Silences, as I mentioned before, definitely the most important card here. Shutting down all artifact-activated abilities. So all these Moxen and Mistress Bubbles are not going to work, as well as the Grinding Station, just the combo is also going to be shut off. On top of that, you have the Wrath of the Skies, which could come in to clear up a board of artifacts and the Ursa Saga. And you're definitely going to bring in the Wear Tears, again, targeting the Sagas or the Breach itself, and the Surgical Extraction. Could be quite an important tool. You also see the Ghost Vacuum in the sideboard, but I would actually advise against bringing that in against Breach. It is graveyard hate, but it's at such a slow rate that it's probably worse than whatever you're cutting for it. Remember that Ricardo still has to sideboard out some cards, and if he cuts too many threats, he might not have the pressure to really punish Stefan for... if you give the Breach player enough time, it will grind through your interaction.
And I want to remind players and people watching at home that yesterday it was an open decklist tournament because it was competitive play, right? And today, in terms of the rules, today it's professional rule enforcement. And because of that, it's also open decklist. Now, what decks have the most to win about going from a closed decklist to an open decklist scenario? And which decks have the most to lose? Maybe it's even the better question.
I think Breach certainly gets better from it. Essentially these combo decks that have a lot of like very specific one-offs. In game one, it matters that you know if you should keep a hand because it has Haywire Might, or if you should mulligan because it has Haywire Might, depending on the matchup. And that's like very unclear to know in just a closed decklist environment. And secondly, you also know exactly which sideboard cards are there, and so you know how many Stoli Silencers you're going to prepare for, how much enchantment destruction you're going to bring in. Do they have surgical extraction? How many blood moons? Like all of these things matter quite a bit. So you see Stefan here start off with the Tamio into Mishra's Bubble interaction. And these two cards work really well together because Tamio cares about you drawing 3 cards in a single turn. And because of Mishra's Bubble delayed trigger that draws in the next upkeep, you can crack Mishra's Bubble on the opponent's turn and then draw a card on your own upkeep. And then attack with Tamio, make a clue, sacrifice that to draw another card, and just flip the Tamio immediately.
Oh, wow. That's a very powerful play to make, and let's see what Ricardo can do against that.
Yeah, Flip Tamio is extremely good against Boros Energy because it's a deck that tries to go wide and have a bunch of one ones.
Because
and so the +2 of Tamio is actually reliably keeping it alive and threatening an ultimate.
that is indeed very good against all those cats with 1 power. So let's see here what Ricardo can do in response, starting with a Guide of Souls. We saw that card before, and
so this is if I'm Stefan here, I'm getting a little suspect. Like, did you just draw that Guide of Souls? Did you purposely not play it turn 1? Or do you have interaction? And it's most likely that there is some interaction here. So Stefan is asking, do I even get to attack with the Tamio here? Do you want to let me get a clue? And Ricardo probably has to just... I see what the interaction is. A March of Otherworldly Light is the card, where if Stefan went for an early Ursa Saga, you can just march that one. But Ricardo says, no, you can make a clue. I want you to spend the mana cracking the clue, and then I'll kill the Tamio so it does not flip.
so playing the land here. Let's see if Stefan Shoes goes for that.
Yeah, he could also...
Clue.
He could also just play a Preordain here, so it doesn't necessarily need to just crack the clue. If he wants to spend the point of mana on something else. I actually think he has a second Tamio in hand. So that's kind of a neat line, is play the Preordain, and if your Tamio dies, you just play a second one, and then play another Bubble, and you threaten to do the same thing again next turn. It also might be that Stefan just says, I think it's like, I don't really want to like go for this Tamio line, it's so unlikely to work, but yeah, just, I guess it doesn't actually cost him very much, just play a Preordain.
Getting a Breach and a land on top.
Also, Stefan is doing something important here, is he was fetching before playing the Preordain. In case you want to leave 2 cards on top, let's imagine Stefan didn't fetch yet. Now he would have to shuffle away that Breach that was on top. But because fetching first allows you to keep all the cards you scry.
Showing the major experience with the deck, and again, as you said, Stefan Schutz being a well-known of the professional community and competitive play community.
So this is quite interesting. So Ricardo did, of course, have this March to deal with Tamio, but like now that it is flipped, you can no longer target it with March since it says artifact, creature, or enchantment. And so might have a different avenue to try and deal with this threat. Of course, his Guide of Souls is also now under the -1 power, and so even if he brings it to the air, it only attacks as a 2-power creature and can get blocked by Stefan's other Tamio here.
So Ricardo here now considering what to do in the face of these 2 Tamios. Not an easy spot to be in.
Yeah, we also see the Orim's Chant in Ricardo's hand, and just how poorly it lines up versus this Tamio Plan C. Like
And again, showing the different plans of this deck.
Yeah, absolutely at stake. And Ricardo now stuck with a bunch of cards that don't actually just line up well against what you wanted to do, deciding just to untap. So I think there's an Ajani in hand, and instead of trying to like deal with this Tamio directly, you could just try to build your energy and your board, and try to see if you can break through the Tamio that way. It's going to like be a bit of a headache and take a lot of attention, which Stefan can then use to try and look for the combo. I see he has Grinding Station in hand and the Breach on top. So he's actually, with the Mishra's Bubble, he's actually also representing the combo right now. So if Ricardo just taps out, as well here to try and like develop a board to deal with Tamio, well then he's liable to die to the breach combo. I guess not right now because there's only 3 mana and you would need 4. There's no mocks or anything at the moment. So yeah, like Ricardo's not dead right now, but it is getting quite close. And if he has to tap out for multiple turns repeatedly,
Trying to use the March here on the Tamio, but Stefan shoots is like, no, because now it's not a creature. It's a planeswalker. And as you said, it says artifact, creature, or enchantment, mana value X or less.
So now this makes Ricardo's line make a lot more sense. Because that was actually the decision there, right? Do you go with the March on the end of, like, if you like always think that you can use it after the Tamio flips,
Yeah.
there's the decision, do you spend the mana end of turn? But then you have to spend a card from hand, or do you just spend your next turn and save all your cards? And that's an interesting decision to make, where Ricardo like did make a decision, but of course the decision was based on false premises, and that's something that can be really costly. So instead, of course, what happens is that since the Tamio was an illegal target, we just rewind the play. Ricardo is going to get a warning for trying to do something he can't do. Again, warnings are not that bad by themselves.
Only if you have 3 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it was obviously very clearly like non-intentional, but if you keep doing these things like over and over in the same day, you know, that's why like the judges are there to like track with the warnings, so yeah, the play is reminded he's not forced to like target a legal target in play. Like that's just not how it works. You just put it back in hand and then you play on a Johnny out and continue the play. But obviously in a much worse spot now that your plan was disrupted so brutally by this like misunderstanding.
And this Tamio +2 starts fastly threatening a Tamio ultimate.
Tamio Ultimate is super real. Like, it draws half your deck. It just wins the game. And because it takes up 2 at a time, and the Planeswalker flips so fast, like, it's on turn 2. We saw Tamio flip here.
Yep.
And because of the -1 to all opposing attackers makes it quite easy to defend. It's just... the Tamio is just an incredible card, and the Breach deck really making use of it, both as a cheap legend for Mox Amber and an artifact generated with the clues and a win con in itself. It's just like an amazing card for the deck. We even saw it in both Lantern Control and in Affinity as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. We saw that yesterday.
Like this package of like Mox Amber, Mox Opal, Emery, and Tamio, we're gonna keep seeing this in Modern.
Yes.
Like, even if the Breach deck isn't going to be available at some point, like that's still going to be quite good.
Yeah,
What's also going to be quite good is the Stony Silence. Well, I guess not in this specific spot, but because it doesn't really interact with Tamio.
Is so good, right?
Yeah. And also, like, crucially, the Stony Silence doesn't develop energy, so you can't even try to fly over. However, in this specific board state, Stefan does have the Flame of Anor, so like trying to win that way doesn't even work. You can attack with his cat, but Stefan can just block with his own Tamio. They also work really well together.
Yeah, the trait toughness is actually pretty good in this case.
It's like it's like I kind of like the idea of like Tamio's former self protecting her future potential. Yes. There's something there. I feel like it's like some quite.
What I also like is that Tamio is a wizard.
Yes. So that's why she can create this 2 timelines at once mirage that is happening at the moment. Yeah. Quite a, just like Stefan showcasing an excellent example of self-development through his Tamios here. Like this is a beautiful story.
Yes, and I mean, Breach now entering the battlefield.
I think Stefan is missing a land, so he could have comboed off as well as I guess actually not with the Stony Silence, of course.
Are we going to see a Tamio ultimate next turn?
Not if Ricardo has any say about it. So he does have a Lightning Bolt, I think, which you can just hit the Tamio directly and delay the ultimate. Trying to instead go for the Ragavan, which... so what's happening here is Ricardo's dashing in the Ragavan with haste and trying to give it flying and attacking with Ragavan and the cat token, putting the counters on... maybe the Guide of Souls, actually. Yeah, that's the only way you could. Then you can attack everything at Tamio, and Stefan could just chump like the Guide of Souls, and Tamio would take 2, go to 6, and preventing the ultimate that way.
But let's see, because Stefan still has 1 mana open.
Yes, and I wonder if he has a piece of interaction. I think he has a swan song, which doesn't actually do anything. Oh, he might also have a lightning bolt himself, actually. Yeah, he does. Stefan has a lightning bolt here. So the question is, like, what do you bolt and when? So...
Wait.
Yeah, so what...
Stefan's like, wait a second, before you put those counters, I'm thinking.
Yes. So attacking with everything, and...
everything at Tamio.
Mm-hmm.
Choosing the energy.
Choosing the target, and then Stefan says
like
in
before,
response to the trigger, because it's a targeted thing. And so, yeah, the block of the Ragavan here, and Tamio taking 1 damage. Yeah, so I think actually the misunderstanding is just that Ricardo had no problems with the lightning, that the lightning bolt could kill the Gyarados, even though it physically had 2 counters on it. Just using the 2 counters to mark it as a target. Whereas Stefan, who's used to playing. Trying to be extremely precise about everything that's happening, thought that Ricardo was just going through and letting the trigger resolve without letting Stefan respond.
And look at that, the Tamio ultimate.
Yeah, that lightning bolt was enough to save the Tamio to be ultimated there. It's only -7.
And does the other Tamio also flip then?
Oh, I yes, it would actually, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I love this way of counting half your deck. You just count the cards you can see and then subtract that from 60. And then you can draw the remaining. And I assume it's an odd number of cards in deck now, because Stefan had to check if it's round up or round down. And it is rounded up, so you even get a bonus card out of this.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure at this point it's very likely that Stefan will find multiple Moxes, so ways to get free mana.
Yeah, how many cards is this? So he had 6 cards in hand, so that's 10, so that's 15, so it's 45. So he draws 23 cards here.
Is it like the meme, win the game or draw 20 cards?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
it's like
But
draw
it's
20 cards and win the game.
And win the game, yes. Yeah, it's that Uno meme, yeah.
Yes. Stefan living the dream here. And I mean, at this point, things are not looking great for Ricardo. Stefan up a game, so that means if Stefan does manage to win this game, we will have no players left undefeated. I mean, undefeated in the sense that they might have a draw, but we don't have players that are X00.
Yes, that's true. That would actually, knock down the, knock down Ricardo from the pedestal, meaning that there's nobody undefeated in this tournament. So yeah, obviously drawing the entire deck means that you're going to find an answer to Stony Silence, you're going to find enough Mox Opals to have enough mana to win the game with Swan Song for backup against Surgical Extraction, and yeah, Stefan taking this game with a turn 2 Tamio flip and just being able to protect it.
Yeah, and ultimating for the win, showcasing that this deck does have multiple ways to win, as we were mentioning before the game and you were mentioning. I mean, there's the Tamio, you have the Breach combo, you have the Construct game plan, so showcasing a lot of different things that work well in this deck, and Tamio being a wizard to then help your Flame of Honor. So this deck is just so consistent and it does so well, and Stefan showing that when you actually master this deck, how it can be so powerful.
Yeah, that's something we've seen over and over again. The Breach players who are good at playing Breach, they're scary. They are so scary. Also, props to Ricardo. This is the first time we've seen him on camera all weekend, but managed to go undefeated yesterday.
Yeah.
This incredible run, still 9-1 in a tournament, excellent position. Needs to just finish out with the last few rounds here without too many more losses, and could then see himself accelerating from new to modern into a top 8 here at the Spotlight Series in Utrecht.
Exactly, as you said, new to modern. Ricardo started playing 6 months ago the format, so quite fresh into the format, and a big contrast between Stefan, that has a lot of experience not only with modern but Magic in general, a well-known name of the public, and love to see here the players doing well in the tournament and seeing new faces and old faces as well that we've been seeing for so long, and they are now dear to the public. I want to hear more about Stefan and why did he decide to bring this deck for the tournament. So let's have an interview with Stefan and Liz.
Okay, Stefan Schutz, you won. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Yeah, I'm pretty relaxed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can you tell us why you are relaxed?
Mostly because, I'm playing this tournament for fun, I would say, because I'm qualified already for the next Pro Tour. The top 8 makes the next PT. So I'm just playing for the, for glory, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a very strong deck in Modern right now, which might or might not stay legal
Yes.
later. So I'm like giving it the last hooray, I guess.
Did you play it before?
I did play it before, online to some success. I played it in other formats before. The card Underworld Breach is banned in Pioneer and in Legacy, so maybe Modern will follow.
Yeah, well, we'll never know. Or we'll find out. We will know.
We'll not know yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet, but we'll find out. And
We'll find out soon.
with what deck did you qualify?
For the PT,
Yeah.
actually qualified at the last PT for this PT with adjusted match points. It's like when you play on the Pro Tour, you get points for every win. And I played in standard. I played Convoke, Jeskai Convoke.
Jeskai Convoke, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like play a qualifier or something.
Right.
It was just the PT.
PT. So how is it for you to have like this big event again in Europe?
Oh, I love it.
Right?
I used to play the Grand Prix back in the day and like the Magic Fest and whatever they called it later. Like before COVID and also like a bunch of years before that actually. I think I played my first Grand Prix in 2013 when I was probably like 18 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, tiny.
Now I'm 29 and still doing the same stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love those tournaments. And at some point I kind of lost hope that they would like come back, but eventually time heals wounds, you know.
Time heals wounds, and here we are again.
No, I like it. I'm very happy that those are back, and I might like go to like the next one too this year. I'm not sure. I'm quite busy with other stuff, but I'll probably find time for this.
Yeah.
Also, like Utrecht is a nice place to have tournaments.
Yeah. Well, you're in quite a comfortable spot.
Yeah.
What would it mean if you would get to the top 8 today?
Oh, actually, it would be really cool because back in the days when I played a lot of the Grand Prix, I was losing a lot of the win things for top 8. Like I would make like top 16, the next turn top 16 again, top 16.
Yeah, very frustrating.
And at some point, I managed to get to the top 8, but kind of like I'm like, okay, now I'm good enough that I should be able to like top 8 more often than back then. I was definitely worse back then. Like,
yeah, well,
it's like I've gotten a lot better over the last 5 years.
That's usually how it works.
Yeah,
Do it more and you get better.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, have a great time. Hope to see you
Thank you
later
so much.
today again.
Yep.
And take care. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. Back.
Lovely to hear, and I also have the sentiment that Stefan has. After COVID for a while, I was like, are the events coming back? And it's lovely to see events coming back in full force. A lot of people wanting to play Magic in person, because in the end of the day, this is about the gathering. This is a social game, and the best part is to be here, see our familiar faces, be able to play a competitive game. So love to see that, and love to see how Stefan has evolved to be here now.
I mean, it's also like Stefan is my teammate on team like Handshake Moxfield, and I've also gotten to like watch him over these last 5 years, just improving and improving, and just like he's like such an excellent, steady, like thoughtful player. Just always has like all these lines going on in his head, and yeah, just great to see him like succeed here.
What a way to wrap up the first round of the day, round 10 overall in the tournament. We will be back after a short break with a segment about the meta breakdown for day 2. So you will know everything with Frank and Lizzie about what players are bringing and playing and what decks did well yesterday. So stay tuned for that, and let's go for a short break.
So I'm sitting here with Leon Tucker, and you're an artist. So something you might not know when you're watching this is not only an event where people play games. No, there's also a lot of other stuff going on. Like you can go to Artist, and tell me, what can you do when you visit Artist here?
So yeah, so artists, they will have a booth, and at that booth they will sell all kinds of goodies. So for example, play mats, they will sell prints, they will sell signatures, because signatures are always a very exciting thing to have.
On your cards.
Exactly. And also artist proofs. So for the people who don't know what an artist proof is, whenever you finish a card, you get 50 copies of it. I think about 50 copies.
Yeah.
It's very limited, but they have a white background like this. And what artists do is they sometimes they paint or sketch on the back, and then they give that to players and sell that to players.
Yeah.
And there's a whole lot of collectors out there that look for very specific cards. So for example, a friend of mine, he has a whole binder full of artist proofs only featuring Kermit the Frog.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun to see.
So he asks an artist to draw
Yes.
Kermit the Frog
Yeah.
in the card, like
Exactly.
it's in a way whatever.
Yeah, in my case, it was I had a card Cityscape Leveler. It's like a big machine smashing a
yeah,
city,
I
and
know the
he
card.
wanted it to be a Kermit the Frog smashing the city. It was very funny to do. Yeah.
What other stuff have you done?
So what I have with me?
You know,
Or-
as an artist, as an MTG artist.
Oh yeah. So for me, I'm also part of the world building team. So whenever there's a new set coming out, we create a world guide with like a whole bunch of designs and concept art for the artists to reference. When they're creating
Yes.
cards. So for example, I was part of the Brothers War design team.
Duskmorn House.
Duskmorn, Aether as well, and a whole bunch of sets coming up. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's very exciting to work behind the screens. Yeah.
And you have a very special way of working.
Yeah, that's right. You're mentioning the VR stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's funny because every artist, card artists are so different in the way they approach. For example, my friend Iris Compete, she works solely in watercolors, but for me, I use a lot of 3D. And what is really exciting is that I use a VR headset, an Oculus Rift, and I basically sculpt my worlds in there.
So you're dancing in your living room.
Exactly. Honestly,
making something.
I wish it was as exciting as that, but usually I just do it lying in my bed.
Well, you did tell me that your cat sometimes just jumps on you because
Sneak attack.
because
For sure.
you see stuff dangling
Yeah, because
around.
when you're wearing a headset, you're in VR space, so you
Yeah.
can't see your cat sneaking
Yeah.
up on you.
So if I'm a visitor, what should I do? How do I do this? Like when I come here, how do I get stuff signed? Like what's the drill?
Yeah, so here the artists, they have a designated area. So you can see all the tables with nice banners with all the names on there. There are some fantastic artists here. Rob Alexander's here, Jesper Ising, Domenico Cava. And it's basically just walking up to them and maybe ask them kindly, oh, can you maybe sign this card for me? Yeah.
And they also sign playmats and
yeah.
they sign artist prints also.
Yeah, for sure. So depending on what you're looking for, there's probably something to find for everyone.
If you want a Kermit the Frog, you can get a Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, so for example, I have a card with me that's the Ornithopter of Paradise. I want to give it to you, by the way.
Thanks! It's Ornithopter
yeah.
Paradise, the new one.
And there's a nice signature on it.
Yeah, it's with rainbow colors. I love it.
Yeah, it really suited the card. Normally, I find the rainbow one a bit distracting, but because since this card features so many colors, since it's Thopter of Paradise.
No, this works really
yeah.
well. I mean, you
Thank
can't really see it, but I'm really happy with it. Well, thanks, Leon.
Yo, no worries.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, have a fun time.
And yeah, you too. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks. So we're back here with our number man, Frank Karsten. He knows it all. We're going to look at the meta game breakdown of day 2 as opposed to what happened on day 1. What changed?
Well, some things change, some things stayed the same. Let's take a look at the graphic where we have all the details. Because going into this event, many people were wondering, well, Temur Breach almost surely going to be the most played deck, but how will it perform? Well, here in this graphic you see for the 9 most played decks from day 1, what their percentage was of the metagame on day 1. For Temur Breach that was 12.2%. And also now for day 2, 354 players made day 2, what percentage of the field they are represented by now. And Temur Breach grew from 12% to 17.5%.
Yep.
And that growth indicates that it had an excellent performance. In fact, they also ran the win rate of non-mirror matches yesterday was 56%. So Temur Breach was crushing it as many people expected.
Okay, so you were looking at win rates also. Were there any important archetypes that did even better than the Temur Breach win rate wise?
Yeah, there were definitely some standouts from the other category, basically. I noticed that Samwise Combo actually did super well, 61% win rate on day 1. Also Monogreen Brute Scale, 57%. And there were 5 copies of each of those 2 decks in day 2. We'll definitely keep an eye on that, because that might be a new emerging strong deck.
Yeah, so were there any answers to Temur Breach that did really well? Do you have an insight in that for us?
Yeah, I also looked at indeed the matchup versus matchup win rates. And some decks like Eldrazi Metalcraft and Orzhov Necro had a favorable matchup against Temur Breach on day 1. So those seem to be good answers to the most played deck in the field. But also somewhat surprisingly, Burn had a great matchup against Temur Breach. Yeah, I mean, the sample size wasn't huge, but still, flinging your lava spikes at the opponent puts down a fast clock. Eidolon of the Great Revel punishes them for playing lots of spells in one turn. Yep. So, we're seeing some new approaches at trying to defeat the menace.
Yeah, well, that's really cool. Maybe we can go back to the graphic and look at what else stands out.
There were a couple decks like Boros Energy and Domain Zoo that also increased their metagame share in the conversion to day 2, and both of them had solid win rates, 55, 54%. So relatively good news for the aggro players in the room. For most of the other decks, the representation stayed roughly the same. So the day 2 field, percentage-wise, isn't all that different from day 1.
Frank, I have a really important question. What happened to Dimmer Mill?
Okay, that's the exception. Yeah, it went from 3.0% on day 1 to 0.8% on day 2, so it really fell down a lot.
Can you explain what happened there?
Yeah, I looked at it, and Dimmer Mill, I mean, it did well against Temur Breach, but didn't fare so well against the rest of the field. Many people kind of viewed it as an answer to the menace of the format, but the field was way more diverse than many people expected. And then coming prepared to only beat one main deck, but not being great against the rest, didn't really work out for the lovers of Ruin and Hedron Crab. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for all your work. We'll see you again later.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to seeing what comes out of day 2. It's going to be great.
It's going to be great. Okay, back to the studio.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to live coverage of Magic Spotlight Modern here in Utrecht. This is round 11. And we have some more spice for you guys in this round. My name is Martin Hughes. I'm sitting here with Arne Huschenbed, fresh off of his top 16 finish at Pro Tour Either Drift in Chicago. Arne, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited for some day 2 Magic. We have high-stakes games here playing for a Pro Tour slot, 8 of them in total. And we have a sweet one coming up. What do we have here, Martin?
So I believe the first feature match is between a deck that we haven't seen yet. It's Grixis Shadow. That's a deck that was tier 1 5-10 years ago. I remember that deck being super popular at one point, playing against Mardu Energy. So let's take a look at the shadow list first. Lorenzo Bellatini, Arne, walk me through this.
Yeah, so Expressive Iteration, still a very powerful card, especially with cheap pressure backed by counterspells. Death Shadow, Ragavan as the early threats, Psychic Frog, one of the best creatures in Modern, and we have Thoughtseize on a lot of counterspells, Fatal Push, a couple Dismembers to take down our life total to make the Shadow even faster, even bigger, and 2 copies of Molten Collapse, interestingly as well, which can be used to destroy, for example, a Mox Opal and a Tamio if you crack a fetch land in the same turn as casting it.
Look at the mana value of the cards. Everything costs 1 mana.
Yeah, it's very cheap, it's very good. It would love to have Lura still.
Yeah.
That one's gone though, unfortunately, for the deck. But yeah, it's a blast from the past and super excited to see it in action here at 8-2, playing for top 8. Not playing for top 8, but top 8 still on the verge. And here we see an interesting take of Mardu Energy.
Okay.
Utilizing Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, and even Dismember as well. Both players on 2 Dismembers. And yeah, the rest of the deck is, it's a normal Boros shell. We don't have the Ranger Captain of Eos here that we usually see in these modern, the latest versions of the deck. But Thoughtseize is sort of replacing that anti-combo card. Just, very, very good against combo decks. Of course, very good against something like Eldrazi Ramp 2. And yeah, the rest of the deck, the good old Boros recipe that's been doing very well in this tournament so far.
Yeah, seems like adding the black cards and the black removal spells, Thoughtseize, the interactive cards also help you fill the graveyard quicker, so you can escape Flage, that part of your game plan. Who do you like in this matchup? The Death Shadow decks, they typically like to play against aggressive decks, right? Like if you help me lower my life total, that means I can play the Death Shadow faster, although years ago, there were cards like Temur Battle Rage that helped you, trample over the smaller blockers. Do you have any insights in how this matchup goes these days?
Yeah, that's a good point. There's no Temur Battle Rage, so there's just the 2 copies of Dress Down that can make the Death Shadow into a 13-13. So Theon has to be a little bit worried about that. Like if he lets like a 5/5 Death Shadow get through, thinking he's at 12 life,
yeah, no problem.
Dress Down could hit for 13, but otherwise it's more of a fair build. And yeah, honestly, the Boros deck, as you said, having Goblin Bombardment, having Ajani, having all that reach makes it really dangerous for the Grixis Shadow player to go low on life. And considering there's Fatal Push instead of Galvanic Discharge here, that is also really good news for Theon, having a clean removal spell instead of a damage-based removal against giant Death Shadows.
Yeah, Theon on the play here. Turn 1 Sacred Foundry. Looks like his hand is full of 1-drop, so a pretty good opening hand for him. I see a Spell Snare in Lorenzo's hand. There's been a lot of Spell Snares lately. I feel like the card is making a comeback. I guess Breach costing 2 mana is one of the prime targets.
Yeah, and also the Boros deck has some high power 2-drops, Goblin Bombardment and Ajani, of course.
Notably, I don't see a Street Wraith in the Grixis Shadow list. That's a card that, I would expect to be in a Death Shadow deck.
Yeah, I think it stems from these decks just becoming a little bit more fair, a little bit more controlling, a little bit less aggressive almost, just more mid-rangey.
Second Guide of Souls for Toon. Pretty good start. Does he have a second land though? So the attacks come through. Lorenzo shocked himself, represents a Spell Snare, could possibly also have a Fatal Push, something like a Dismember. And there's a second land. We're gonna Surveil. Thoughtseize to the graveyard, so 1 card closer to escaping Flage in the future. End of turn, Lorenzo looks like he's gonna kill one of the creatures, so uses Dismember. So that life total is going down pretty quickly. Lorenzo finds himself at 13 before he even untaps for the second turn.
Fatal Push, great draw, and he does have actually a Spell Snare he was keeping up there, sort of waiting, and luckily he also had a removal, so he couldn't. He didn't just lose out on his mana holding up the counterspell. He was able to cast the removal spell.
So he does have a Blood Crypt. So one of the plays available is Shock Myself down to 11, and at that point you can already cast the Shadow on turn 2.
Yeah, I think he has a Thoughtseize, a Fatal Push, and a Spell Snare. I really, like, he has a couple threats as well, Ragavan, Frog. I like the Thoughtseize here. Keep up the Spell Snare, the Fatal Push.
Protect the Frog.
Really play this control game right now, interact with your opponent, and wow, that's a loaded hand.
Wow.
Lorenzo can't be happy to see that.
Yeah, so if you're Lorenzo, what's your game plan? Are you trying to protect the Frog? You know, are you hoping you're going to draw a Death Shadow, just put up a big blocker, you know, take some removal from your hand, hope that I don't die from Flage?
Yeah, it's sort of like, okay, so he has to see, look, she has Fatal Push for Guide of Souls, he has Spell Snare for the Ajani in hand, so he's not going to take that. So it's probably the Thoughtseize, because you don't really want to pick the Flage either and have it be in the graveyard. Yeah, he takes the Thoughtseize to avoid Theon sort of knowing what's up, maybe taking
Double spelling, yeah.
Double spelling, as you said. I like that play, but yeah, his game plan has to be sort of stem the early bleeding. He's already at 9, and then somehow take over before this Flage is going to get him.
That's going to be hard.
He has 1 Cling to Dust in his deck. So if he draws that, he can get rid of the Flage. Otherwise, it's really just Counterspell on the stack.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, he doesn't have yet, and he doesn't have the second blue either.
Okay, so he runs the Ajani into the Spell Snare that I think was pretty well represented. Lorenzo shocking himself on the first turn, not using the removal spell right away. They kind of gave it away, but yeah, no third land, just an attack for 1, puts Lorenzo to 8. And now he could maybe play the Frog and try to see if he can, you know, turn the game around.
Yeah, I like Frog plus, I think Fatal Push and Frog here.
Fatal Push, yeah.
Yeah. He has exactly enough cards in hand to then also protect the Frog from the Flage, which he's probably thinking about, like, what's going to happen if my opponent draws a land and then tries to maybe Flage a creature here. I don't think you want to go with Ragavan. You could, I guess, you could make a Treasure here and play that type of game, but I think you really have to, like, get on the board here with the Frog and start drawing cards and get ahead on cards again.
Another shock land for Lorenzo, who has to be pretty careful. He knows about the Flage. Do I want to put myself to 6 and sit on that Fatal Push, or would I rather preserve my life total a little bit knowing you have a Flage coming?
Yeah, that is...
This is dangerous.
This is definitely dangerous. I feel like, how much damage has Theon actually dealt? Like 3 damage or something? And the rest came off.
Yeah. Shock myself, Thoughtseize, you know, Promise of Power, Dark Confidant go. That is how the Grixis Death Shadow plays.
Yeah, I'm counting it now. It's 6 in the graveyard and 6 in place. That's 12. So he just took 2 damage from actual attacks. It's 12 damage taken by himself. That is... Well, Shadow would be good here. I mean, it would be a 7/7 already.
Let me actually check how many Lightning Bolts are there in the Mardulus. There's 0 Lightning Bolts, actually.
Yeah, but there's 2 Goblin Bombardments, so there's a couple, and the Ajani can also shoot to the face if there's a red permanent in play other than the Ajani. I don't like the block personal. Okay, maybe. Oh no, he has a Fatal Push. Oh wow, what a play.
Wow.
What a play by Theon. That was so good. So what Lorenzo was thinking, that he would just... wow, he just got a card. He stole a card out of his hand there. That was sick. Because Lorenzo was thinking he's just trying to Flage me and basically have an extra damage on the Frog, so I can just like discard my entire hand, make a 4/5, that the Flage and the Guide of Souls is just 4 damage. And then he got him with the Fatal Push. That was so good. Yeah. Like, he could have just cast Fatal Push and then attacked. That would be the obvious play.
Right.
Like, get the block out of the way. But he kind of anticipated that his opponent might do a mistake. And that exactly, Lorenzo fell for it.
Yeah, that worked pretty well. Murktide off the top of the deck, though, that's a pretty good draw from Lorenzo. That's a 6/6 flyer, a 7/7 flyer.
Oh,
and he also Death Shadow. What? Where did that come from?
Off the top. That was definitely not in the hand before. What a sick turn. Wow, that is...
Okay, yeah. We got pretty excited about that extra card that Toon was able to get out of Lorenzo's hand, but this is a pretty big turnaround.
Yeah.
The players are asking, can we use dice to sort of represent how big Death Shadow is? But that's a little awkward, you know, next to the Murktide that's using dice to represent counters. So let's just kind of keep track of our life total and make sure that we know how big it is. So right now it is a 7/7 Death Shadow. We also have a 7/7 Flying Murktide. Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, this is a really interesting game. Now we're sort of in this interesting racing situation. Theon is still at 18, facing 14 power right now. I believe he's keeping his cards close to the chest, but we do know that he has a Flage, and I think he just drew in a Ajani. I believe he still is looking for that third land, but he can deploy a Ajani, go up to free energy, and the 2-1 blocker on the ground is kind of annoying for the Death Shadows as well, if I'm not mistaken. And he actually...
Second Guide of Souls?
Yeah.
Trigger.
I mean, Guide of Souls certainly good in a racing situation.
Let's see what the follow-up is. Still no third land. Wow, that is unfortunate. Back to Lorenzo, and now he's in the driver's seat. Wow, just decides to swing with both. So what about dress down here? Would that be lethal? That's 13. That would actually be lethal, right? Because you have a 7/7 Regent.
Yeah.
Wow. So if you're doing here, do you think this is a bluff? Are you blocking? Are you thinking, okay, well, my only chance is if I take it, you don't have the dress down. My only chance is I have to attack. Maybe draw a land, play Flage, play the Ajani, draw a removal spell. Something.
I think you're kind of forced into a block, because otherwise the Murktide will get you next turn if you don't draw like a static prison.
Yeah, this is the type of situation where what you have to decide is, how do I play to win? I don't want to just keep chump blocking and eventually lose. I have to formulate a game plan where I have to play to my outs. What is the line where I win the game? And that's how I have to sequence everything.
You have to sort of hope that Lorenzo at this point has hopefully just a land in hand. You have 2 energy already in the disposal. I don't know. I saw an Ajani. Maybe I missaw it. But like, if you have a creature here, you could just play the creature, attack for free.
Wow.
And then block another turn. But it looks like he doesn't have anything. I don't know. Maybe
there's a fatal push.
Yeah, that's lethal. Is there something here? There's no Orcish Bowmasters. He needs a fatal push to survive.
Wow, what a turnaround. It looked like Lorenzo was dead. 6 life, bunch of shock lands, nothing relevant in hand. Ragavan wasn't really going to do much. Then Death Shadow, how about a 1-mana 7/7? 2-mana 7/7 Murktide Regent, your turn.
Yeah, that was was quite the game.
Let's take a look at the sideboard here. If you are the Death Shadow player, playing against Boros Energy.
So we have 4 consigned, they're certainly not good. Break the Ice, no. Nihil Spellbomb is probably going to come in, because, Flage is, one of the most important cards, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that one. Turak, Dread Cantor, more of a anti-control, anti-combo card. It does have protection from white.
Okay.
But, Fatal Push gets it. So that one probably not. And then 2 copies of Toxic Deluge. They're definitely for this matchup. That's what you want to bring in to wipe away the cat, exploding to the board. He could cut the Force of Negation potentially. That one's not great, especially considering that Maru list is not running. It's running like 2 Fables. It's actually running. So now looking at the Boros deck, it's running 2 Showdown of the Skulls. So that's something you could Force of Negation theoretically. You could trim a little bit on the Ragavan, to be honest. Ragavan on the draw is not very good in this matchup. So I assume he's going to take out the 4 Ragavans, bring in the Deluge and the 2 Spellbombs. That's probably what he's going to do.
Not even on the play, having Ragavan?
Yeah, on the play, you might want to switch.
Oh, wait, yeah, we have the Marty player on the play. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly. And then on the play, you can maybe keep the Force of put the Force of Negation in the sideboard and keep the Ragavan. All right, the Boros player has Showdown twice. I think that one's going to come in, especially on the play. Just this sort of the replacement for the One Ring, the big card advantage spell, very good in these attrition mid-rangey matchups. Okay. Sure, in that situation it would have been too slow, but like I feel like 60-70% of the games are going to be grindy, are going to be about removal, and not as racy as that was. The copy of Celestial Purge is definitely coming in as well, and that seems to be about it from my perspective. The Nihil Spellbomb on his side doesn't do a whole lot against the Shadow opponent.
Yeah, the more removal you expect your opponent to have, the longer you think the game's going to go, the more powerful cards like Showdown of the Skulls are. The game's going to be more scrappy, the game's going to be more grindy. You just play this 4-mana card that almost draws you 4 cards, and that just gives you a huge advantage. So I like the showdown quite a bit as well, if this is how you expect the game plan to go. Molten Rain, yeah, probably more against the Tron decks and the Eldrazi's and whatnot.
Yeah. And then taking out, he doesn't really have any particularly bad card in the main deck. The Fraben Charm is a bit, it's just okay. So I wouldn't even honestly know what to take out here. Like, you could shave a could shave like a Goblin Bombardment, Thoughtseize, maybe a Galvanic Discharge, something like that, for those 3 cards to bring in.
How good is Fable of the Mirror Breaker? I guess if you're bringing in Showdown, then you probably want to have a card like Fable. That's another card that's good in these longer grindy games. You did some lands, draw more gas.
Absolutely.
Value cards. Quick reminder, this is day 2. Yesterday we had 9 rounds of Swiss. Everybody with 18 points or more made it into day 2. So we narrowed down the field from roughly 1,576 players down to 354 today. And the top 128 players are going to get a foil version of the promo card for the event, which is Kaldra Complete. Unique and exclusive only to this event. So that's going to be a pretty cool piece to have. But the thing that most of the players, have an eye for is the top 8 players get qualified for the Pro Tour. Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Las Vegas in June. No pass down, just the top 8. 8 players get qualified. You go to Vegas, you have a slot at the PT.
Yeah.
Today we're playing six more rounds of Swiss. This is round number 11, so 3 more rounds after this one. 4 more rounds after this one.
Absolutely.
And yeah, if my math is correct, the top 8 cutoff should be roughly 13-2, maybe some players with 12 wins and a draw. But we'll see how the tiebreakers work out.
That sounds about right. Yeah, and Pro Tour Las Vegas, we already know it's going to be standard. It's going to be draft. Final Fantasy coming out, I think, a week and a half before. So it's a little bit of a...
That's cool.
Pre-release Pro Tour almost. Not quite, but almost. And in between, we have Taki Dragonstorm.
Yeah.
And talking about Taki Dragonstorm, we actually have the next big Spotlight Series event coming up. The Spotlight is on Dragons. It's right after the release of Taki Dragonstorm, April 11 to 13 in Denver. A limited, sealed on day 1 for 9 rounds, and then draft on day 2. I see Martin is already excited just thinking about it. Are you going to get the flight?
Man, I wish I could.
Thinking about it?
I wish I could play that. It just, it just sounds so good. These big limited events, draft on day 2. I mean, Denver is on the other side of the world for us in Europe, but I'm thinking about it. It sounds great. 8 slots for the PT. You don't get to play a lot of big limited competitive events anymore. So yeah, that sounds very appealing to me.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I do like being here in the booth with you and doing coverage, but I also do like playing. So
yeah, you have the itch, right? You're like,
a little bit.
Well, I wish I was sitting there, playing myself.
So mulligan to 6 here on Theon's side. Looks like Lorenzo's keeping. Danny is asking, when will we get the announcement for the next Spotlight Series? It's coming. It's coming.
So before the top 8 begins, we're going to announce the next RC in Europe, the one after Bologna. Bologna, I believe, is in either April or May. That's the next European RC. And the one after that, that's when we announce before the top 8 starts. And then before the finals, we're going to have an announcement about the next European Spotlight event.
Yeah.
Which... it's a pretty cool one.
A little bit more patience. A little bit more patience.
I'm just gonna do a quick spoiler. We've been there before with a big event. I mean, that doesn't really narrow it down, but I think people are gonna be excited.
Yeah, we're announcing the announcements.
Yeah, well, yeah, in a classic Wizards fashion, announcement of an announcement.
Looks like Theon is keeping his 6. That's good.
And I do hope that Wizards are watching this event, seeing that hey, almost 1,600 people showed up. There certainly is a big desire for these competitive events, and especially Modern. One of the most popular formats. Players just kind of want to get out there, play with their decks, have a big competitive event to play, and just have more chances to qualify for the Pro Tour. The Pro Tour, that's the ultimate dream of most of the competitive Magic players, and Yeah, that's why most players, love to play the game.
Yeah.
Turn 1 Ocelot Pride for Tune. Passes the turn Lorenzo. Exactly the same opener as in game 1. Untap Watery Grave, go to 18, pass the turn, sit on a Fatal Push. This time he's gonna kill the Ocelot Pride right away. So that probably gives away, some information. Last game he was demonstrating he would rather take the damage, sit on the Spell Snare, and value holding up the mana. So this time maybe Tune could make the read that, okay, I probably don't have the Spell Snare now.
Yep.
Follows up with another Ocelot Pride and passes the turn. So let's see here. Yep, another another Shock Myself, take 2.
I think I see a Molten Collapse. I see a Dress Down. Oh, he takes the damage. Maybe he has a Toxic Deluge and he just is fine with the board accumulating a little bit.
Yeah, this Shadow deck always looks like you're just losing really badly. You're not really doing much. You're taking a bunch of damage, kill something here, kill something there, and then you're like down to 5. Your opponent almost feels like they have already won, and then bam, you just turn the game around with 2 7/7s in one turn. End of turn Dress Down, so that's just going to be a...
That's going to be able to prevent, I assume that's going to be cast here in the second main phase actually, not in the end step, to prevent the trigger from the Pride going on the sack. Every creature loses all abilities, they become blank vanillas, just leave them with their stats, and you get to draw a card, and at the end step you have to sacrifice. A very unique effect that caused a lot of confusion for sure.
Yeah, we love the how does my Magus of the Moon work with Dress Down plus Humility on the battlefield? Judge, can we please have somebody explain to me how the layers work?
It's very good against Urza Saga because the construct tokens are actually 0/0s with the ability that 1/1 for each artifact in play, which gives them 1/1, 1/1 but they lose everything. They lose the types, they lose the abilities, so they just turn into nothing.
Yeah, every once in a while when I look at vintage deck lists, I'm like, wait, Dress Down main deck? Why do people play that? And then I'm like, oh wait, there was a Saga in every deck. That makes a lot of sense. Just kills all the constructs.
Oh, is there a little bit of a when this card was played?
Yeah, I think both players are just clarifying. Okay, when exactly are you playing the Dress Down to make sure does this go in the stack? Does it not?
Oh wow. I just saw a sweet one. A Duskmourn limited last pick. Untimely Malfunction has been picked up by Lorenzo. That is a 2-mana destroy either an artifact or change the target of a spell or ability with a single target. So it can redirect removal, or 1 or 2 target creatures can't block this turn. So it could actually help a Death Shadow punch through, or change the direction of a Fatal Push to one of your creatures.
One of their creatures. Not too bad.
Interesting.
Molten Collapse is the play from Lorenzo.
Oh yeah, the cat should actually not be untapped right now. It should be tapped. It's not going to matter here, but yeah.
Bloodstained Mire pass is the play for Lorenzo. So far, we've seen a lot of 1/1s attacking, and Lorenzo shocking himself with the land. Not the, not the most aggressive opener for the Mardu deck. But that's just what happens when you play against a deck with 14 removal spells. Tune wants something, some value card. At least give me an Ajani 2/1. Give me a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Maybe the Showdown.
Well, I think there's your value. That's 2 extra cats.
Yeah.
And that's the Ocelot Pride right there. If it gets to connect, things get out of hand a little quickly.
Yeah, going wide is certainly a good strategy against a deck full of 1/1 removal. We do know that Lorenzo does have a couple copies of Toxic Deluge, so that would be a good way to deal with the board. And both players actually do know each other's deck list now. It is an open deck list tournament now. If you are looking for deck lists, you can go to MTG Melee, look up the Spotlight Series Utrecht event, and I believe all the deck lists should be available to public today as well. If you're wondering about the metagame in general, what the latest technology is, the evolution of all these decks, make sure you head out to magic.gg, check out the Metagame Mentor series of articles from Frank Karsten, where he posts all of the latest tech and all the deck lists, and just kind of gives you some advice on how to build your deck moving forward, what could be the right sideboard deck for the upcoming tournaments, and if you're trying to crush your next FNM, that would be the first article that I would probably read to get a leg up on my competition.
Absolutely, they're great. And Frank is a pillar of this coverage team here. He's doing so much work behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
With the breakdowns, the statistics, picking out the very best feature matches for us.
Lorenzo follows up with a Murktide Regent. 5/5 flyer for 3 mana, not too bad. Pretty good against the 1/1s. Does Toon have a way to deal with that? Fatal Push wouldn't be of any good. Static Prison. How many copies of Static Prison? There's 2 in his list. Bombardment doesn't deal with that. There's not actually that many ways for the Mardu deck to deal with a big flyer.
He does have the 2 Dismembers. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's actually very interesting. He can actually attack now and then sacrifice stuff to kill them.
The entire board, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get a cat end of turn, but looks like Force of Negation is going to just stop any of that. I like that. Goblin Bombardment is really problematic for these Grixis blue-black decks. I've played the matchup from the blue-black side a lot. Blue-black Murktide, and the Goblin Bombardment is a problem. Every creature turning into a ping is going to drain down your life total over time.
Especially if your game plan is go down to 5 and make a big Death Shadow. That is a problematic card to have on the other side of the battlefield. So Lorenzo starts the turn by fetching.
Yeah, there's the bombardment should be exiled. I'll try to. I think we're a little bit on a delay, but
yeah,
I'll try to contact the judge.
So once again, Lorenzo is working on his own life total, and yeah, no fear swing with the Regent, so that puts Toon to 15. And wow.
That is a Torak.
Yeah, well, that's a discard 2 cards plus a protection white creature.
That's looking really good here, actually.
Both players are laughing. Oh, I didn't expect this to, see play against me this weekend. How do we figure out which card I'm discarding? Let's roll, let's roll some die, or. So it looks like Tuna has 3 cards left in hand. Still hasn't found his 3rd land drop. That is quite unfortunate, though. This is the 2nd game in a row where he's stuck on 2 lands. Doesn't he actually even have black mana? Energy has been doing pretty well this weekend. I think Frank had a segment on the conversion rates from day 1 to day 2, what the metagame looked like yesterday compared to today. I think Breach was the most successful deck in terms of conversion rates. But also we had both Boros and I think Eldrazi were 2 of the best performing decks. I think the deck that performed the worst was I think Dimir Mill. Dimir Mill was 3% of the metagame actually on day 1, but it's only 0.2, 3, 4, 5 today. So yeah, didn't quite have the best day 1.
Yeah, I was just talking to production. We're on a slight delay, so it might not be fixable with the Goblin Bombardment, but we're trying.
So the discard is Flage and a Fatal Push. I believe that leaves Toon with just a Showdown, but not quite enough mana to cast it. So yeah, once again, Lorenzo quickly turning the game around with a big flying creature, Toon just down to a bunch of 1/1s. Yeah, he's gonna need some help.
Yeah. There's multiple problems right now. I mean, he needs to find something for the Murktide. He does have some life to work with. It's certainly unfortunate that he's, again, just like in game 1, stuck on 2 mana.
Yeah.
I believe one of his cards in hand is a Showdown, which he would love to cast, of course, but missing the precious mana for that one.
I mean, you can't really say that the energy deck had like a bad draw or anything. You drew your combo, right? You drew your Guide of Souls plus Ocelot Pride. This is what you want to do every game. You drew multiple copies of both of the cards, but it just didn't work out. If the creatures get removed, Lorenzo is kind of showing us how do you play against Mardu energy or Boros energy. Just deal with the value creatures, and then your opponent is basically down to like a Flage / showdown game plan, and yeah, sometimes they just don't have the fourth land.
Yeah, and Lorenzo showing the power of Murktide Regent, which, especially in the face of Fatal Push, is a great fight.
Yeah. Okay, so Toon attacks with everything. Turek blocks one of the prides. Lorenzo takes 3. There's a cat made at the end of the turn, but yeah, don't think that's quite fast enough. There is an expressive iteration. I almost forgot that card existed. When that card came out in Kaladesh, I believe? No.
No, it was...
what is the set called?
Strixhaven.
Strixhaven, yeah, it was kind of like, wait, what is this in common? This card is so broken.
Yeah.
Is that card like banned in Legacy or banned in Vintage or something?
It's banned in Pioneer. I think it's banned in Legacy, yes.
In Legacy, yeah. It's just so powerful.
Yeah.
I guess modern Horizons just kind of keep introducing more and more powerful cards to the format, but at some point Expressive was just like, this is the next best thing in Magic. 2 mana, 3 cards.
All right, how does Toyn get back into this? Looking at the life total, Toyn at 16, has still some time to work with, and Lorenzo down to 6. 1 Goblin Bombardment is already dealt with, but there's another one in the list, and Toyn has 4 creatures in play. So maybe if Lorenzo makes a bit of a too much attack, keeps only 1 blocker back, the cats get in there, and the bombardment finish.
Yeah.
I think that's certainly what Toyn is drawing towards. Lorenzo has an untimely malfunction, so that's the sort of counter spell for a removal, and a Psychic Frog. So he's like, what do I do here? Do I want to deploy more to the board? Oh, you're actually staying back to the Murktide, playing it a little safe, yeah.
This is a good insight into the thought process, of a competitive player. What Arne is doing here is he's thinking, okay, what does the game look like when I win? How do I formulate a winning game plan? It's not like he can really block the protection creature or the flying creature, but let's say one of those creatures is a Death Shadow. So the thought process here is, do I chump block? Do I rather go on a lower life total, but I keep an extra creature around? What are my outs? Okay, you're at 6, just like you said. I can attack with everything. Maybe you over-attack a little bit. I attack with everything. 3 creatures get through. I draw a Goblin Bombardment. That's my out to win the game. So this is a good insight of the thought process of, how do we play to win? How does the game look like when we still turn this around?
Yeah, Lorenzo was kind of hoping that Toyn would perhaps play a removal here, but didn't choose to, or didn't have one, obviously. Could be either thing. And then this puts him down to 3 life, actually.
He has a Flage in hand, but no 3rd land. This entire match, Toon has not found a 3rd land. That is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like...
I mean, he's not dead yet.
Yeah, I think maybe Lorenzo was meant to attack with both creatures last turn and just force lethal this turn.
Just put your opponent on a 1-turn clock.
Yeah, because
I'm just gonna give you 1 more turn. Either you find the bombardment, win next turn, or you find the 3rd land for the Flage, and if you don't, then you're just dead next turn.
Remember, the Turek does have protection from white, so these cats on the ground, there's no chump blocking to be done. Yeah, he's a bit in a tricky spot now because he's doing fine right now. And actually, wait a minute, the untimely malfunction says, let me read that card again. Can it redirect the free damage from the Flage? It can. It can. Okay, that's huge. So he's fine against the Flage.
Can redirect the damage from the Flage?
It's an ability.
Oh, it's an ability, not just a spell?
Yep.
That could be.
That is big.
That could be a really
That's-
fun way to finish this game. Oh, you're 3. I got a Flage. Well, I got bad news for you, my friend.
Yeah, he's fine against the Flage. Okay, now I feel like the way he played makes more sense. Yeah, he's attacking for 5 now.
Yeah, put you
And
to
then-
8.
Then he has next turn he has lethal with the 2 with the Turok. Even the Frog can get flying and attack for a little bit in the air, so he should be able to get there. Noteworthy, there's a lot of combo here between Murktide, Regen, and Frog. For each instant and sorcery you exile with the Frog ability to give flying, the Murktide will grow. So there's 2 spots in the
Oh,
graveyard, and
That's a good point.
Murktide turns into a 7/7 at that point.
I just want to see the Flage malfunction finish. Can we please somehow give Toon the 3rd land?
I mean,
Little does he know that is actually not going to work out.
yeah, it seems like he has to play with 2 lands this entire match.
2 lands and a bunch of 1/1s.
It's yeah. Certainly rough.
Was there anything cast other than a 1/1 out of the
And
market? deck?
there was a Guide of Souls being cast, but and a Goblin Bombardment that got countered. But only 1-drops hit the play.
It was only 1/1s. Right?
He
It was
cast-
only 1/1s, Fatal Push, and a Bombard.
And think about that. The game got really close still. He cast 4 cats and a Guide of Souls, and the game was still really close. I mean, to be fair, Lorenzo dealt himself again a lot of damage
that's
here.
true. That's true.
But yeah, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, Lorenzo did like 90% of the work. So Nihil Spellbomb, get sacrifice, end of turn.
You can also use the Spellbomb yourself, theoretically, if you didn't have the Frog, to then also exile the cards to grow the Murktide. I've heard about a story yesterday where someone grew his Murktide by like 10-10 against a Demir Mill player with his own Spellbomb and just killed him in 1 turn.
Yeah, that's
Just like had a big graveyard because of the mill.
not bad. So discarding 1 card to the Frog. That is now a 2/3. That is now a 3/4. Toon says no effects. Do your worst. 3/4, and that resolves. Okay, let's exile 3 instant / sorcery, so that Murktide's gonna grow. Yeah, it looks like this is gonna be the final attack.
Yeah, Grixis Shadow. Grixis Shadow, huh? I mean, to be fair, Toyn was certainly very unlucky this match, not getting more than the 3rd land. He did fight. Both games got somewhat close to life total-wise.
Wow.
But yeah, that's it.
Congratulations to Lorenzo Bellatini, who moves to 9-2. So after 11 rounds, there's going to be 4 more. So he needs what? He needs a 3-0 and a draw in the last round if his tiebreakers are good enough. That's not too bad. No, I just need to win an 8-man.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
Just need to win an FNM draft.
Yeah, a little Magic Online League 5-0.
Yeah, League 3-0, not too bad. Congratulations to Lorenzo. Commiserations to Toon. The deck didn't really work out, but there's still 4 more rounds to play, and even if the top 8 doesn't work out, there's still the foil promo Cauldron Complete for the top 128 players.
That's something worth playing for. Top 64 gets money as well.
Yep. Let's hear from Lorenzo what he can tell us about the Grixis Death Shadow deck. So let's toss it back to the interview.
So we're here with Lorenzo Bellatini from Italy. You just won. How do you feel?
I feel good. Every time I win with this deck, basically the best win.
Yeah, Grixis Shadow, you don't see that a lot.
Yeah, usually I play blue tempo decks. That's my favorite archetype, but in this meta I don't like just Dimir because it's not. I don't think it's so good. Then I add the red and see Ketramos in the meta. I think okay, I place this member and I put all together and. Okay, that shadow is
working.
Good.
Yeah, it's working for you.
At the moment, it's working. I don't know if for the next games, but
yeah. Next, it was just announced. I don't know if you heard, but the next regional qualifier is in Bologna.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Will you be there?
Unfortunately, no.
No!
I have, yes. I do not play standard well,
Okay.
but it's because I have other things to do.
Okay.
The same day, yeah, unfortunate. But if I do not have some busy things, I probably go.
Yeah, just for fun maybe also. So did you come here with a big group of people?
Sorry?
Did you come here with a lot of friends?
We are 5 guys. At least 6 guys. One guy lives here.
Oh, really?
I don't know where, but here. And yeah, we come here with my brother and his friends, his magic friends. And
Yeah.
they do not qualify for the second day, but
You were the only one that qualified?
Yeah.
So they're rooting for you today?
yeah.
They're happy for you? Yeah. Yeah. So what would it mean for you if we see you in the top 8 today?
I don't know how to feel about that.
You're going to run around the venue, be really happy?
Yeah, probably yes.
Yes. Well,
It will be the achievement of today.
it would be your achievement of today, yeah.
It's
Well,
okay to win, but
but are you like more like focused on winning or like more focused on like the game? What's your like objective?
well, when I sit and play games, I always play to win, obviously, but also have fun. I could play some tier meta decks also today, but I do not have fun, for example, with Breach. That is a very good deck, but it's not for me.
Not for you.
Also, I test with a guy that, hi,
Shout out to
Nicolo,
you.
hi. And yeah, the deck is very good, but I do not feel mine.
No, you have to feel some sort of emotional connection with the deck and have fun.
It's yeah, something like this.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Have a
thank you.
great day, Lorenzo, and maybe see you later.
Yeah, I hope so.
I hope so too. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Back to the booth.
Good stuff, and we do have more spice coming up for you guys. We have a backup feature match with another deck that I'm not quite sure if we even saw yesterday, Mono Black Necro. That was a deck that saw a lot of play, Pro Tour, Lord of the Rings. That was one of the most popular decks, right?
Yes.
But we kind of stopped seeing as much play in the last year or so. What happened?
Well, certainly the banning of Grief in last summer together with Nadu really put the deck, a step back. This list is actually a little bit more spicy. It does splash. It has a splash for Catramos, the new Dawn, our new toy.
New deck.
Which is very neat with Necro Dominance. Necro Dominance having the extra text of if a card or a token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. So together with Catramos, you make your Catramos online very, very quickly without effect, drawing a lot of cards, discarding them, and then your Catramos is online to gain you back that life that you lost with Necrodominance. And to support that, we have the 4 Soul Spikes, which you can use to pitch. The Relic combo, of course, Sickening Shoal as well.
Wow,
A cool one to pitch black cards. Shieldred with Necrodominance, that little combo. Delphi Voidwalker, just that really strong creature against Breach, and also against Eldrazi decks, which, now saying that, this opponent is going to be on Eldrazi, and the Thoughtseize, taking the big Eldrazi when you have the Delphi in play, that's one of the best ways, especially in game 1.
To cheese out the victory.
To cheese out a victory, exactly.
Yeah. I saw 2 copies of Pest Control in the main deck of the Orzhov deck. What is that for?
It's really good against all the Mox Opals out of Breach. It's really good against Boros Energy. If you can cycle it in a bad matchup, great card in Modern right now.
Okay.
Conrad Sherp playing Eldrazi Ramp with a bit of a blue touch. We have some Null Drifters in there, so this is not like the normal red-green version we used to seeing. This is a little bit of a blue touch. Kozak's Return, of course. I mean, a pretty stockish list, utilizing 4 Khans to fight the Breach matchup. We see 1 copy of Sanctum of Ugin, we see 1 copy of Bojuka Borg, 1 copy of Ghost Quarter, 1 copy of Cavern of Souls. All of those are one-offs. Why? Because of Microspawn, can fetch them up when needed. In this matchup specifically, none of them are like extra good, but Bojuka Borg, of course, important against graveyard decks. Ghost Quarter good in the mirror match potentially.
All right, let's see who's on the play.
Yeah, I would definitely give the edge to the Eldrazi player in game 1.
Okay.
Necro deck is doing a little bit of more of a fair plan. It's doing like unfair things, but kind of fairly. And the Eldrazi deck just goes a little bit more over the top. It has the ability to, Emrakul, and then Emrakul against Necro Dominance is a bit of a rough one.
Yeah.
I'll pay all the life you have and you die. So I would give the edge to Conrad in game 1, but there's 4 copies of Break the Ice, which is incredibly good.
Okay.
Against Eldrazi in the sideboard of Anno, so he has that for the postboard games.
It is funny when the Necro deck is the more fair deck in the matchup. that's something I haven't thought I would see. But Devourer of Destiny, one of the key cards in the Eldrazi deck, allowing you to sort of keep a wider range of opening hands. Conrad starts on that, sets up his future draws. And looks like he's going to get himself a mountain with a wooded foothills on turn 1 after Arnaud started with just a tap line turn 1, no discard spell.
I guess another route to victory for Arnaud is that he can actually chain together Soul Spikes to deal potentially a total of 16 damage to the opponent if he has some chip damage from a Delphi Voidwalker.
Fetch lands,
yeah. Then that could be enough.
There it is, exactly what you mentioned. Turn 1 fetch land, go to 19. There's a Voidwalker.
Yeah, he's certainly happy to see that. The best draw would now be a Thoughtseize and take, I don't know, some crazy like Emrakul. That would be incredible. Emrakul turn 3, then that is
no big deal.
A possibility. Conrad, all the way from, is that the Australian flag? Was that New Zealand?
I think, I was chatting to Bensek yesterday, and we were watching one of the feature matches, and I was like, oh, wait, there's somebody from Australia or from New Zealand? Let me go talk to these guys. Yeah,
that's cool.
Ugin's Labyrinth. So Conrad up to 4 mana on turn 2. This is, one of the most powerful things about this Eldrazi deck is that they are often able to cast Karn on turn 2, which is how they sometimes get an upper hand over the deck to beat of the format over Breach, and Karn just completely stops that deck from working. Here we have Arnaud just attacking with the Voidwalker, and that is going to get answered by one of the best cards in the Eldrazi deck, Kozilek's Command.
Yeah, this is like the Eldrazi deck is firing on all cylinders right now. This is turn number 2, and next turn we have 7 mana. Or if we have a dual land, we have 8 mana. Like another ramp.
Yeah, so Conrad can just cast the Devourer here on turn 3, no problem. That is actually crazy.
It is crazy.
He even gets to keep one of the spawns. Has another 2 mana land. Devour, exile your Ketromouse. What is this?
Yep.
That is crazy.
If that Ketromouse gets exiled in your own turn by anything, you actually do get to draw a card, but it only is during your turn, so don't confuse that. 2 more Ketromouse in hand, so got more where that's coming from. Yeah, Arnaud is probably hoping to potentially draw a Necro Dominance here.
Yeah.
That is really the card he's looking for, I think.
I think he needed a Necro on turn 3, just refuel his hand.
Yeah.
But now, staring down a Devourer with a 4/4 that currently cannot attack or block. Not ideal.
Yeah, he has the Devourer is actually neat. It does help Ketromouse get online with that triggered ability. So there's 4 cards in exile right now. It's not nothing. Another Boggart Trawler dealing 3 damage by playing the land and killing the spawn.
Okay.
Sort of respecting another 7 drop from the opponent potentially, or like an Emrakul. Emrakul costs 10 mana, taking mana away. A Fetid Push doesn't do much else either, so getting rid of spawns is pretty valid.
I like what Conrad is doing here, using the dice to represent the mana that he's still floating. I'm gonna tap my forest with the Utopia Sprawl. There's blue floating. I get 2 colorless from this. Make sure I'm very clear about what I'm doing. Malevolent Rumble is the play. There's another Kozilek's Command, 2 lands, and a Talisman. So not exactly what he was looking for. It looks like he's getting a little bit flooded. 2 more lands in hand.
He does still have that Null Drifter, which he can get back and play next turn. So he's still looking great.
So 2 mana left in the pool. Unfortunately, that Null Drifter is still under the tapped Labyrinth, so still kind of far away from playing that. Although next turn he can put it back to his hand, double Temple, Land with Sprawl, and a Spawn. So yeah, I think next turn Conrad can easily play the Null Drifter and start looking for more gas. Back to Arnaud.
I think, is that a Necro Dominance? I think it might be. I cannot quite glimpse it, but I think I saw like an alternate artwork, old frame. Yep, it is.
Is it too late though?
He's at 7. Well, he can find Soul Spike to gain back some life, and okay, so what can he do here?
He's gonna need to do some math.
Yes. So there's 4 cards in exile. If he casts Necro, draws 6, he would go up to 8 cards. Oh, he's going with the Trawler. Interesting. So this way he enables the Catchmos and draws a card. That's also a pretty safe line.
Now you have a lifelinking blocker.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a safe way of doing it, right? I'm gonna save the Necro for next turn. I just want to have the Catchmos first. Make sure I can block. I'm not gonna die next turn.
Do you attack or block? That's the interesting question here. I think Conrad should attack, to be honest. I kind of like the Trawler as a jump block here. He just needs to gain as much life as possible to have the best Necro possible next turn. To draw as most cards, Soul Spike being sort of the big one to find, to gain then more life, and maybe, you know, win from an impossible situation.
Yeah, I think my read as Arnaud would be, you don't really have anything left, right? Like last turn you had so much mana, you could have used Ugin's Labyrinth for 2, double Temple is 6, 2 more. So yeah, if you had something big to play, you would have casted last turn. Instead, you played the Rumble, which didn't really find more gas. So I'm gonna put you on a bunch of lands, plus the Null Drifter you can get back from the Labyrinth. So I think I'm gonna attack here. I can even chump block with the Trawler if I need to. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. Conrad follows up with a Null Drifter. Draws himself 2 cards. That is another land. And a Utopia Sprawl. Yeah, so getting quite flooded here.
Yep. He's looking for Emrakul or Kozilek's Command. Those are the big ones at this point in the game.
Another Devourer would be okay.
Yep. Just a tap Stomping Ground and attack. No, has to feel, you know, maybe I have a chance for a comeback here.
Yeah.
I think he's certainly priced into jump blocking. Then he can go up to 14 life potentially with the Catchmos and draw 13 cards.
And then see where Necro can take him,
Yeah. It's always an interesting play with the Necro. How many cards do you draw? How much damage do you want to take to yourself?
Wow, decides to take the damage, goes down to 4. So perhaps he has a way of dealing with the Null Drifter, attacking back, sort of going for a, you know, very quick damage raise. Relic of the Progenitus is the draw. That doesn't seem to change all that much. I mean, you can draw an extra card with Catchmos, but as far as the damage raise goes, that doesn't seem to change that much. So Relic is a play. Arnaud activates it right away. Exiles one of the card from his graveyard. Draws a, that looks like a Dothy Voidwalker. Also doesn't change all that much. Now he has a decision. Does he cast the Necro? Does he cast the Voidwalker? You know, what's the damage raise going to look like? If I attack with the Catchmos, I put myself back to 7 life. You certainly do need to leave some blockers behind to make sure I don't die.
He does have the Delphi Voidwalker, so that's another free power unblockable.
Okay, so values that over the Necro. Interesting, and passes the turn.
I mean, we have Soul Spike as an out. We certainly have enough black cards in hand to pitch. So, you know, and Catchmos is in play. Relic Progenitus can be technically draw an extra 3 cards on the next turn. So lots of options, and this game is by no means over. But you know, Conrad also has some incredible top decks.
Oh wow. Okay, swing Microspawn. So that's something. I'm gonna get rid of your land. Oh, Arna has a Fatal Push as well.
Oh, well, the Microspawn is not in play yet. The trigger resolves and then he Fatal Push. That makes some sense. Yeah,
okay, I'm gonna float mana.
Yeah,
that comes into play. We're shortcutting a little bit. Looks like both players were able to communicate exactly what's gonna happen. So, Microspawn deals with the Shadowy Backstreet. Conrad's gonna get himself one more land, but that's not exactly what he's looking for here. Are there any lands that kind of produce, you know, more value or any?
He has the one. When I was looking for his lands, I was like, he has only one that's like kind of interesting, and that's already in play. It's the Sanctum.
Okay.
So maybe he has a Surveil land he can get here. That would probably be the best, but all the other lands. Yeah, he has a Hedge Maze, if that's not already in the graveyard. But maybe he has milled that over.
Bajukabok, that's another card. That can potentially stop the opponent from drawing an extra card with the Relic. I think that's what Conrad might do.
Oh, good point.
Remember, Ketramos only works on your own turn, so...
Yep, that's a good point.
Yeah, there it is. Bajukabok, exile your 2 cards. That does not seem particularly relevant to the damage raise here, but it does stop you from drawing an extra card, so in that's something.
Yep.
That is value. Or rather, you're preventing your opponent from getting the extra value.
Yeah, I mean, I count 11 life on Conrad's side, and if he swings with both creatures, which he's kind of forced into,
yeah,
that is 7 damage coming from Unknown. That puts Conrad to 4, making Soul Spike an out to actually win this turn. Yeah. And I think Conrad just has Utopia Sprawl and 2 more lands in hand, just flooding out a bit and catch.
Okay. Trawler takes 1 for the team. Arnaud goes down to 3. And Conrad passes the turn. So let's see if Arnaud can find lethal here.
He has a couple lines to him. He could just attack with the Ketramos and then get a Microspawn with the Dalfi to block on the ground again. Same thing as last turn. And then play another Dalfi from his hand. And then that would present lethal next turn. So that would essentially say like, hey, if you draw another blank and you have 3 blanks in hand, I win the game next turn.
Okay.
The other option would be to attack with both creatures, put Conrad to 4.
Okay, that's exactly what's happening.
And then play Necrodominance, draw 6 cards, and hope for the Soul Spike.
Oh, for the Soul Spike, is there anything else he can draw other than a Soul Spike that would buy him an extra turn?
Sickening Shoal, well,
okay.
But he wouldn't need to find it in like the top, because he's gonna take 4 damage anyways, so he wouldn't need to find it like, he's probably gonna draw 6, realistically. He's gonna draw 6 and hope for the Soul Spike.
Draw 6 it is. Let's see if he finds the Soul Spike. There's a Sickening Shoal. There's a Soul Spike. Wow. Always had it. Always had it.
Playing to his outs.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, he needed to get Conrad to get a little unlucky there. But yeah, I mean, he found his out, and game 1 is tough. So he's got to be feeling great.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling great. Conrad had a great start. 4 mana on turn 2. That's exactly what you want to do with the Eldrazi deck. But then he kind of ran out of gas. Even the Rumble just didn't find anything else.
Yeah.
Take a look at the deck list here.
Yeah, but certainly the Fatal Pushes, they can go. They're not great in this matchup. The Pest Control is going to come out. Sickening Shoal potentially as well. And then, again, as I said, we have Break the Ice 4 times in the sideboard.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah. Like a lot of these decks, the blue decks, they have 4 Consign. The red decks, they have 4 Molten Rain. The black-white deck has 4 of the Night Orchid Phantom that destroys a land. Like, everybody's prepared in some way. Every color pair has, like, something. The 2 Vindicates, they're great, too. You have 6 Molten Rains. Are you happy, Martin?
That
6 Molten Rains in the sideboard?
Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah. I'm not keeping a one-lander, if I'm the Eldrazi person on the draw after sideboard.
Yeah, there's certainly also a little minigame from Conrad, because Break the Ice has the requirement, it has to hit a colorless land. So you could start with like fetch land and forest and like play around a little bit.
Fair enough.
Yeah. For Conrad, He's probably going to take out these Kozilek's returns. They're great against Boros. They're great against these creature-based decks. They're not very good here. That's certainly one of the weakest cards he has. And then, you know, he doesn't have much to work with actually in his sideboard, because most of his sideboard is made up of consigned to memory, which is not very effective in this matchup. It can counter a Necro draw trigger. So
yeah, remember the new Necro is not like the old one. It's not pay 1 life.
Yes.
Double draw a card. It is a trigger where you may pay any amount of life to draw X cards. So
yeah,
that could come in, but that's kind of a weird way of doing that, right? Like your opponent already has that card in play, and you're just stopping them from using it for 1 turn. They're just going to be able to do it next turn anyway. So
yeah, it
doesn't seem like a winning play.
No, no, for sure not. That would be a little bit. But he has the 2 Dismember. They're going to be coming in. They're going to be good against the Catcher Mouse. So he likely has very little to sideboard. Just takes out the returns. Maybe even keeps in a return. I mean, it's reasonable against the Delphi Voidwalker, Orcish Bowmaster, even Boggart Trawler if that's being cast like last game.
Okay. I like how the Break the Ice lines up exactly into Necro on turn 3.
Yeah.
You know, turn 1 Thoughtseize, just take a look at your hand. Turn 2, I'm going to destroy one of those lands. And turn 3, I have an Necro. I also like how Arnaud has the matching sleeves for the Necro deck. Just, you know, perfect style, extra tile points. So it looks like game 2 is underway. Arnaud up a game, which means that Conrad is going to play first. Turn 1, Ugin's Labyrinth, exiling Emrakul, and passes the turn. So there's a Bloodstained Mire and Inquisition of Kozilek. That doesn't actually have that many hits in the Eldrazi deck, right? Oh no, there's a Kozilek Cement. Wait, that was a lot of...
It's a mulligan to
wow,
six. It's a mulligan to 6 because the Emrakul's under the Labyrinth.
There's still only 5 cards total, right?
1, 2, 3, 4,
return
5.
gets discarded. There's,
oh, you're right.
2 cards left.
Oh, you're
There's
right.
a land and a dismember. Wow, that is unlucky for Conrad. I think the right seat is just unlucky for today. We've had the energy player just stuck on 2 lands the entire match.
Yeah. Oh, now it drew a 7-drop. Poof.
Yeah, not looking great for Conrad. Let's see if Arnaud can take advantage of the fact that Conrad is going to be a little slower in this game. There's a Doughty Voidwalker. That's a good follow-up. Looks like he's going to go with Shadowy Backstreet. Let's get a Surveil Trigger.
Get a little bit more information before casting the Thoughtseize to help make your decision.
Right, so with the Thoughtseize, you know that your opponent has still a Dismember and 1 unknown card, right? Okay, so there's a Thoughtseize before playing the creature. That makes sense. I know you have a Dismember left. What did you draw? The draw was a Devourer.
Yeah, this is not pretty. He needs to draw like a forest into a Myco spawn to maybe get back into this. Okay.
Or maybe like a card, or some kind of value card.
Yeah.
Certainly need something that gives him value. Perhaps a Malevolent Rumble would be okay.
He needed that green land though. Like that now enables a lot of draws, right? Like so that was exactly what he needed, and now he can actually use a Surveil land to dig himself towards one of those high impact cards that could get him back into the game. But as I'm saying this, I think what's happening here, there's a Delphi Voidwalker. Okay. Oh, and I see what's happening. The combo.
Oh my God, there it is. Okay, so explain to the viewers how this works. Why is this such a backbreaking play?
Yeah, so Delphi Voidwalker says whenever any card that your opponent has goes to the graveyard, it would go into exile and get a Void Counter instead, and then you can sacrifice the Delphi, which right now it's summoning sick. So you can't do it right now, but next turn to cast that card. So you can cast an Emrakul, which gives you the cast trigger.
Without paying the mana.
Without paying any mana at all. There was the famous situation in the Proto Barcelona, Lord of the Rings Proto finals, where there was a Delphi and then the Thoughtseize happened and Calcano playing Tron just threw the Ulamog at his opponent.
Yeah,
like chipped it on the table, and that ended the game immediately, of course, casting Ulamog on turn 3.
Yeah, no big deal out of my mono black deck. So does Conrad draw the Myco Spawn or a Rumble or anything that can get him some value? 1 floating, that's a Rumble. Okay, that's a start.
Yep, certainly a start. The Devourer of Destiny is actually not that threatening here. the Rumble will be in exile as well, and those 3 cards also go to exile.
Right.
Yes, I believe.
Yeah. Quick reminder by Arnaud that, hey, these are getting exiled with a...
Yeah, and those all should be in exile as well, because he cracked the footholds, you know. Yeah. But yeah, there's only the Devourer, which is just a 6/6, so it's not that powerful, actually.
Just a 6/6, you know. No big deal. World Breaker is the Voidwalker. World Breaker is the draw for Conrad, or rather the pickup from the Rumble. So how much mana does he have? 2, 4, 5, and the spawn. Yeah, he could gas it next turn. So this game is certainly not over.
Yep, by no means. I do see... okay, there's another foot. Oh my god, that is brutal.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
That is much better than just a 6/6. That's gonna take out this Emrakul. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Swings with the Voidwalker and passes the turn to Conrad. Back to Arnaud.
Yeah, I do feel the need to point out here that he could have got the World Breaker to exile the Ugin's Labyrinth with the Voidwalker there. You know, it's a feature match. It's a lot of pressure. Maybe overlooking that fact.
Things are certainly not going very well for Conrad. You know, we went from bad to worse, and it is not getting any better. Passes the turn back to Arnaud, who just keeps attacking with the Voidwalker, looking for some more gas. Getting a little flooded in the process as well. 5th land for him, and now he's trying to do the math. Do I want to keep attacking? Do I want to take one of the cards with the Void counter? What's my game plan? Oh, I think he drew a Necro.
Yeah, I do believe he had that in his hand already for a couple of turns. He must have, I don't know what exactly his plan is. He maybe has some other play he wants to keep open. He's been holding up 3 mana, 4 mana.
Yeah, there's a Necro. And exactly what you pointed out, there is actually a consign to memory stifling the Necro trigger at the end of turn. So no draw for Arnaud just yet, but I mean, this type of play is great when you're ahead. You know, I'm going to slow you down by a turn and press my advantage. Unfortunately for Conrad, it just means, yeah, I'm just going to play another land and pass the turn. So not the best. Voidwalker keeps attacking. Puts Conrad to 7, and now the Necro triggers again at the end of Arnaud's turn. How many cards are we going to draw?
I mean, there's no direct damage, so you can go for a bit here.
I miss the old days of the Eldrazi decks running the Haze creatures. Reality Smasher. There was another red 3-drop that you could steal one of your opponent's creatures. Like those were the days where, like, I'm at 5. You know, not that safe. You can still draw a Haze guy and just finish the game that way.
So what you're saying? You want
the red-green Eldrazi back.
You want Eye of Ugin when you want that back, yeah? That's what you want back.
Sure, that made it. That also made the deck a little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
You remember when Ben White won the... I think it was a standard GP with Eldrazi, and he played a Satyr's Cunning, like just some random, like, draft uncommon, 1 mana, you know, make a 1/1 with flashback or something. And that was an interesting deck choice.
He played that in what deck?
Red-green Eldrazi.
Wow. And what was the purpose of that card? Just...
I don't really remember, honestly.
That's wild. Just
what's the Satyr's Cutting?
Yeah, make some 1/1s for a grindy matchup, maybe. Make some 1/1s.
I'm not even sure. If we have anybody in the chat...
Maybe against Liliana of the Veil?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe Liliana was a big part of Standard. It probably was, honestly. Null Drifter, okay, finally something for Conrad where he's gonna get some value. So draw 2 cards. Has to tap down in the process though, so...
Oh, I think he found the Dismember.
Oh, no more lands though. End of turn, fell the Profane.
Yeah, Dismember being awkward when you're below 6 life.
Yeah.
Not the greatest card at that point. Also, Emrakul is not an out here because, you know, he's far away from the graveyard being relevant. He needs like Kozilek's Command. I think he has a Devourer in hand, but he only has 6 mana, so he needs 1 more land off the top to stay alive.
Yeah, I think this game is over. I'm not sure what the combination of cards, is where Conrad still turns the game around with Necro in play, with the Voidwalker in play. Arnaud just drawing extra cards here. Break the Ice is the draw. Destroy your Ugin's Labyrinth. Oof.
Oh, he could have cast an Emerald. Oh, no. That Emerald could actually stays in exile. Yeah, Arnaud is doing everything correct in terms of the triggers here. Nope, that one I do not get, unfortunately.
That was exile with the land, yeah. And well, poor Conrad, that was really unfortunate for him, getting flooded game 1, multi-5 game 2. But congratulations to Arnaud, moving to 9-2 with his Orzhov Necro deck. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I do like to see Necro Dominance back in the feature match area here playing. Still live for the top 8. Certainly a very cool and unique deck. And the Ketramos might be the sort of extra inclusion it needed to get back to tier 1? Question mark.
And I like that. I really like that, we're able to showcase a lot of these different decks. I know a lot of players were, afraid of Breach being the deck to beat, and like, hey, how many Breach players are going to show up? The deck's really powerful, obviously. But 12%, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
It's almost the same as Orzhov Bling, and the third deck was Eldrazi with 11%. So I think the metagame is actually fairly diverse.
Yeah, going in, you could have maybe, it wouldn't have been surprising to me if someone would have said like, hey, the meta on day 2 is going to be 40% Breach, but it's just 17%. Yeah. So the meta is still wide. We have a lot of cool decks in the running for the top 8 we're going to showcase today, and I'm excited for the rest.
Yeah. Let's hear from Arnaud what he can tell us about, why he chose the Mono Black Necro deck, or the Orzhov Necro deck, rather.
We're here with Arnaud Koenig, and you just won with your deck. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. I came into this tournament without any expectation, ended up going 7-2 yesterday, and now I won the first round today, and now they put me on the feature table today, so quite surprising for me, but yeah, that's how it goes. So.
Have you been on a feature table before?
No, never. So.
No, how was that?
I was thinking I'm going to be very stressed. It turned out I was just playing normally, and yeah.
It's also quite comfortable, right?
Yeah. I've got the same chair at home, so that's good. And yeah, I think I got a few pretty lucky draws especially in the second game. So matchup felt easy, but yeah, that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, have you been playing this deck for a long time?
Yeah. Basically, since Necro was printed last year, I bought into the deck, and I've been playing it on and off. Then Griff was banned, so I got a bit sad. I tried Yawgmoth a little bit, but now Yawgmoth is not so good anymore in the current meta. So I've been back to the Orzhov, or the Necro deck, and now with Ketramos, splashing white, and it makes the sideboard much stronger.
Yeah, so black is like your favorite color.
Yeah, usually. So I have the black sleeves. So
Yeah. So what about Necro Dominance spoke to you?
Because it has 3 black mana symbols. That's probably the thing that spoke to me the most. But yeah, I usually like playing black decks, hand disruption. That's how I roll usually. Yeah.
So did you test the deck a lot before the event?
Yeah, I play almost every week at the LGS where I live in Finland. And yeah, I've been practicing a bit with my friend, and I've been following the Necro Discord. So shout out to everybody out there.
So one short question before we go: what would it mean to you if you get to the top 8?
Well, that means I would go to Las Vegas. So it would be something very good for me, I guess. So, I don't have any expectation, but of course I'm going to play to win, and if it happens, I'll be more than happy.
Yeah, thank you so much for the interview, Arnaud, and good luck.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, back to you guys.
Good stuff. Good showing by the Necro deck. I'm kind of rooting for Arnaud. Seems like a great guy. And these are the stories we want to see, right? Like I'm playing to qualify for my first Pro Tour. I'm here with a bunch of friends. I just want to go and play the Pro Tour. That's been my lifetime dream. That's why I'm here. 3 more rounds, maybe I can join to top 8. These are the stories that I love.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to take a look at the standings real quick here. We are in round number 11, has just concluded. This is the standings after round 11. who do we have in first? None other than my teammate.
Ooh.
From Team Handshake, Stefan Schütz, an absolute breach master. Still hasn't lost yet, just a draw. He on table 1 playing soon.
Okay, but we were discussing standings before this round, and you said there was a lot of people from Berlin.
Yeah,
Talk to me about that.
Yeah, we have in third here, which is also going to be our feature match for the upcoming round.
Okay.
Katharina Bernstiel against the 6th place Artur Broxko. And Katharina is, has been grinding a lot of these regional championships, these legacy, on all of that. And she's really been trying to get on the Pro Tour. I think she's very talented. She's been showing a lot of effort. She's a great judge in the community, so it's awesome to see her here at 10-1. And yeah, it's not only her. There's Raul Porian, a good friend of mine, who is 9-1-1.
Okay.
Also lives in Berlin, and then 2 other players also from Berlin are 9-2. So Berlin is staying strong so far in the tournament.
Katharina, I think he's running Blue-Black Murktide, right?
Yes.
That's a deck we haven't seen too much of, and that just kind of goes with the whole story, right? We've seen so many different decks do well, and I hope that continues, moving to the top. Obviously, we do have, Stefan first place, the perfect
Breach Master.
the Breach Master, doing well, and that's also how it should be, right? Practice makes perfect. He plays Magic 24 hours a day. And it's nice to see him do well. Shout out to our sponsors. Shout out to Beckett and Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the show. Shout out to all of you at home for watching the broadcast. Thanks for being here. We're going to take a very quick break, and after that, we're going to have Simon and Felipe back in the booth for round number 12. So don't go anywhere.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome back to round 12 of the Magic series here in Utrecht. I'm Felipe, joined by Simon, and we are ready for one more round of Magic. So we are already in round 12. That means that we have 3 more rounds of Swiss after this, and then a cut to top 8. The players really want to make top 8 because that will qualify them for the Pro Tour, and I know that's the goal for a lot of them, including the players that we have here today. So Arne was just mentioning that Katarina has been grinding a lot, trying to qualify for the Pro Tour. It didn't happen yet, but it feels like it's getting closer and closer as we are going to watch her feature match now. She's playing Murktide against a player that we saw here yesterday, Arthur, playing the Amulet Titan. Starting here with Katarina's deck, what do you think of these Murktide lists, Simon?
Yes, so we have seen Katarina in feature match a few times already. She's like one of the Berlin grinders. Coming out of that hub, there's like a lot of people there who are like, you know, trying to like, people who are like not quite at the Pro Tour level yet, but trying to get to that level. And Katarina, one of the very notable players out of that scene, playing with this like classic Dimir Frog deck, one that has kind of fallen out of favor, but very recently had quite a good win rate last weekend at the RCs, and is maybe just prime for a comeback here. Notably about this list, it has 2 copies of Tamio. We've seen how good that card is. 1 copy of Kaito is Bane of Nightmares. Such a standard stable that is, you know, now making its way into older formats just due to its sheer power level. And 3 copies of Subtlety main deck, which is going to be huge in this matchup against Amulet Titan. When they try to extend their entire hand to play a 6-drop Titan while you're tapped out, and you can just interact with that with a Subtlety, it can be so brutal.
As you said, a lot of interaction in his deck. I'm excited to see it into play, playing against Arthur. So let's take a look at the list here. We already saw Arthur play very well yesterday, showcasing how Amulet Titan can be a great deck to play here in the tournament. A deck that does require a skill set to master. And what do you think of this list? I mean, we saw yesterday how Aftermath Analyst works so well in this deck as well.
Yes, the notable thing about Arthur's list is the 4 copies of Explorer. That's not usually stock. Sometimes you would see Malevolent Rumble instead. But otherwise, the main game plan of this deck is you try to have either Amulet of Vigor or Spelunking, one of these effects that make your tap lands come into play untapped. Then you have lands that tap for a lot of mana but come into play tapped and have like debilitating effects that reduce the other lands you have, like Lotus Field and Growth Chamber. But if these come into play untapped, it kind of like ramps you really forward really quickly. Then you can play a Primeval Titan and it will fetch untapped lands. It can give itself haste immediately by fetching Handwear Battlements, and you can kind of go off from there. There is also an infinite combo in the deck featuring the 1 copy of Aftermath Analyst and repeatedly using Shifting Woodland to copy it in the graveyard, repeatedly bringing back all the lands from your graveyard and generating infinite mana and eventually attacking with an infinite number of 6/6 Primeval Titans. So a very cool deck, a lot of angles to win with this deck. You even have Scapeshift to set up that infinite combo. But against the interaction of Katarina, she actually played against Canister, Piotr Kogovsky, last round in the 7-1 bracket.
Yes, yesterday.
Right? Yes. The last round yesterday. And that was also like against Amulet Titan, against the master of that archetype. And Katarina ended up defeating Piotr there. So let's see if she can do it again with her deck that looks pretty well tuned for the Amulet matchup.
It does, and it's a deck that it's not easy to play against since it has so much interaction, as you said. Today, Katarina might face a bit tougher opponents as we are in day 2, and I'm curious to see how she manages to navigate this. Starting here with a land, we see a Consider in hand, Force as well.
So Arthur did not have an Amulet in his opening hand, but drew it on his second draw step here, or second turn draw step.
But Katarina doesn't let that happen, pitching that Tamio for the Force and fetching now that Polluted Delta. Getting a survey land. So we've seen these a lot this weekend, where when you don't need the land right away, you can just fetch, go for the survey land, get some extra information. But this is particularly good as well in Katarina's deck, right? Where you have Frog that you want to exile cards to give it flying, be able to deal damage, draw cards.
Yes, exactly. Like in this deck, there's like this deck doesn't actually have the Oculus that we've often seen from this blue-black deck, just completely eschewing that like apparent Oculus and Unearthed game plan. But still, enabling your Murktide regions to come down faster is quite important, and even just like fixing your draw can be great.
And we have the Frog there. On the other side, Arthur just got the Explorer.
Yeah, so the plan from Arthur, usually when you're playing against a deck like this that has subtlety and has force and negation, you can't go like your game plan can't be just going like fully fast, trying to spend all your lands in hand to just try and get a lot of mana for one turn and kill the opponent in one shot. Instead, you're trying to be just more of a solid ramp deck that just makes sure to make land drops, slowly just develop your board state. And if they have subtlety, that's fine. You just put the Titan on top and just redraw it and play it again next turn. So that's going to be Arthur's game plan. Like, the fact that Amulet got countered, of course that is a blow, but it's not devastating. And it's not, the Amulet is like not crucial for his game plan in the matchup. Oh, here we see something very interesting. Just blocking with the Aftermath Analyst, denying a card draw from the Psychic Frog and forcing Katarina to discard 2 cards and grow the Frog. So it could kill the Analyst in combat.
Respecting that Analyst as well. And yeah, how scary is Analyst's ability? Right now we saw one Boseiju.
And there's already a Boseiju in play. So the Analyst ability is like useless here, so it makes a lot of sense for Arthur to make that block right there. Of course, like the Analyst is part of the infinite combo, but doesn't really need to be in play for that to work. And again, that's just not Arthur's game plan. He's not trying to do anything fancy. He's just going to try and just be a ramp deck against the mid-range deck. Just lean on the power of Primeval Titan.
And Katarina here really needing this Frog to stay alive and draw cards, because I think there's only 1 card left in her hand.
Something that's pretty big about this interaction is, it's counterspelling Katarina's hand, deciding to counter the Expedition map rather than saving it for a Primeval Titan. And so I wonder exactly what she is afraid of. It's very possible that the Ursa Saga making constructs could be an issue. It's also possible that if there is a Cavern of Souls in Arthur's list, I don't think I saw any, but that's the type of thing where you might be rewarded for playing out your counterspell early. Also, Arthur's mana base, he doesn't have double green for Primeval Titan here. So as we see the Frog hit, another card drawn for Katarina after discarding Fatal Push, I think he drew a Crumbling Vestige for turn. So that one comes into play and makes a mana of any color. So you could play that and make green mana. The issue is if Katarina has another counterspell, of course, like you run out of your last threat, or it's very possible he doesn't even have the Primeval Titan in hand and actually has a Cultivator Colossus instead.
And what would that mean if Arthur is able to get that Colossus on the battlefield?
Oh, he has Scapeshift in hand.
Ooh.
That makes sense why the decision is so difficult. Because what do you do with the Scapeshift right now? So you can tap all your lands to make sure you have 2 mana floating as you cast your Scapeshift. I can actually have 2 green floating, yeah. So you sacrifice as many lands as you want, and you go search for more lands. So the thing you mainly want to find is... the thing you mainly want to find is Tolaria West and Simic Growth Chamber. This would allow you to return to Tolaria West, and then the Tolaria West can be transmuted for Summoner's Pact, and you can use the Summoner's Pact to get to a Titan. It's quite a long shot of a strategy to even work here. I guess you can... If you also get a Crumbling Vestige, because of the mana you have floating, you can actually transmute the Tolaria West right now. So yeah, I think that's going to be the game plan. You can even get maybe another bounce land to go along with it, just to have like essentially more land drops to make in the future. The issue is that just playing a Titan right here, or maybe hasting it up, it's not that effective at beating Psychic Frog. Psychic Frog is going to get flying, it's going to draw more cards, it's going to be this big clock. So I wonder if Arthur has a line where he can set up some other kill. But yeah, we do see him get here the Crumbling Vestige, the Tolaria West, and the Simic Growth Chamber, as well as an Echoing Depths, which is the card that is surprising me here. Seems to copy. I don't know what he targeted or what he chose in the graveyard, but Echoing Depths let you copy a card in the graveyard, and I think he chose Ursa's Cave. Yeah, so there might be... the Ursa's Cave is the card in the deck that I will admit I do not understand like what it's for, and I'm really excited to see what the plan is with this card.
I'm sure there's a plan, and we saw the Urza Saga there as well.
Notably as well, Arthur fetched in a way where he no longer has access to double green.
That's
so
true.
Again, there must be a plan with that. But yeah, we did see the Terraria West being transmuted, found Summoner's Pact. Of course, Arthur can't play Summoner's Pact this turn, because he would have to play 4 mana next turn, and that doesn't work. And Katarina is just all in on this Frog. This is really how you have to play with Psychic Frog in matchups like these. You have to think about the clock and how quickly it can kill the opponent, and making sure that you throw away anything excess. In this case, it's a pretty big decision to discard the Otavera, because what if you draw Force of Negation? You no longer are able to counter the Summoner's Pact. But the payoff you get is that the Frog will kill Arthur 1 turn faster.
Yeah, I also really like how Katarina is being aggressive with the Frog and not being shy on discarding cards to making it bigger.
I see the idea here. So, yes. So the reason you get Ursa's Cave here is so that you can use that to fetch a Vesuva and copy the Valakut. So the plan was not to go for Primeval Titan all along. That explains why there was no double green being fetched. The plan is to get Dryad of the Elysian Grove. This card interacts with Valakut. Valakut, the Mountain Pinnacle, you can see it, the red land hiding there, says whenever a mountain comes into play, or a land comes into play, no, it is whenever a mountain comes into play, if you control 6 or more mountains, you deal 3 damage to something.
Everything is a mountain now.
And everything is a mountain because of the Dryad. So this combination is really strong. And with the Ursa's Cave, fetching a Vesuva to copy the Valakut, it's like such a brilliant play. You get to trigger the Valakut twice now, and you still have a land drop to make from the Dryad. So this combination can take out the Psychic Frog, which is exactly what you need to do in this situation. Arthur just knowing his deck so well, knowing how the Scapeshift can turn into an answer to Psychic Frog through this convoluted line. The biggest issue now is, if he loses his Dryad, he will lose the game due to not having double green. And Katarina actually being punished for discarding that Fatal Push.
Yes.
Not something that you would expect to be relevant in the matchup, but in this specific scenario, it was really important to be able to kill a Dryad instead of doing more damage. And that's the advantage of playing a deck like Amulet Titan too, is that if you're so good with your deck and you know all your lines, your opponent might not necessarily know what you're going for, and Katarina might have assumed that she was looking down at Primeval Titan next turn and just wanted to put as much pressure as possible, where in fact Arthur had a completely different game plan.
I think both players really played very well. We saw Katarina with a clear game plan going for it, Arthur as well, showcasing again a lot of knowledge with this deck. And I have to say, Simon, I really like when we get to this day 2 and we see like players that are doing well, they are playing very good Magic, and that's like, we love to see how they are approaching these matchups. And yeah, so far lovely to see. But I want to take a look at the sideboards as well, see what the players might have post sideboard now that Arthur is 1 game ahead, and would be lovely to be able to see that. What do you think of this Katarina's deck now on game 2? Do you think there's a good chance to overcome this Amulet Titan?
Well, so her main deck already has a lot of tools, and she does get to support that with even more cards. Like the most important ones being the 2 copies of Harbinger of the Seas. So this card, making every land into an island, will completely stop the Amulet Titan deck from functioning. All of the bounce lands will just tap for a single blue. They will come back into play untapped, not even trigger Amulet. The Ursa Sagas will just die. And the Amulet Titan really struggles to have answers for it, because it doesn't play, like, it can't just like play red mana for a Lightning Bolt, because it just doesn't have access to that. So we see 3 copies of Dismember in the Amulet Titan sideboard, and that is to answer, partly to answer Psychic Frog, and partly to answer this Harbinger of the Seas. So that interaction is going to be quite important for the matchup. On top of that, we also see the 4 copies of Consigned to Memory, where Katarina might bring in some, but not all copies. Notably, you can counter the Enter the Battlefield trigger of a Primeval Titan, which can save your life in certain positions. You could counter the ability from Ursa Saga that searches out a artifact, and the Saga will still go to the graveyard as you do so. Or even countering an untapped trigger from the Amulet can be quite devastating.
We see here now Arthur's sideboard. with Timeless Tracker 6, not Renan 6, just 6. Collector Oath. What cards here? Like, we have a Force of Vigor as well, Dismember, the most recent unbanned card, Green Sun Zenith, Otawara, Forest, and Bajuka. And explain us as well, why is Arthur playing with lands in the sideboard?
Right, that's a really good question because of this. So even though this Amulet deck is playing 32 lands in the main deck, it still doesn't quite have enough space for all the toolbox lands it wants. It has a lot of ways to search up lands, but it needs to like have enough green sources, have enough bounce lands, have like the combo package in there as well, and also needs to have stuff like the Valakut, Ursa's Cave, Vesuva that we saw come up here. And so if you also want to have access to Bajuka Bog as a graveyard hate piece, or a second copy of Otavara to interact with certain permanents, then like, you can't just like shove all of those in the main deck. There's just simply not enough land slots. So you take up some sideboard space. This also allows you to, in certain matchups, to board out your Ursa Sagas, and you can bring in like the extra forest into Otavara and like not suffer too much. The Amulet deck very frequently will board out lands that don't fit your game plan, like either where it's not a relevant toolbox card to get. For instance, in this matchup, that could be Boseiju. It's not as impressive. And you can bring your land, because you don't need 32 lands for like making your land drops. That's like kind of excessive. It's mostly for fitting all these lands, and everything that's not necessary you can kind of shave down. And whenever the opponent is targeting your lands very specifically, you can board out an Ursa Saga. I don't expect him to do it in this matchup. I think Ursa Saga is quite good against blue-black traditionally, though it's possible the Harbinger of the Seas makes you want to not go this direction.
We are seeing now the Katarina sideboard. We already went a bit through it. Consign to Memory being the card that was the most played card of the tournament. Did you know that, Simon?
I did know that.
Does it surprise you?
I think not really, but that's mostly because I've been keeping up with Frank Carson's content. You can find on magic.gg, going over the meta games each and every week after these regional championships. And I've been talking about this card yesterday as well, in how it's just such a good like play design decision to include that in Modern Horizons 3 as an answer to all these great Eldrazi cards they also printed. And the fact that it's so versatile, both like just the best hate piece against one of the best decks in the format, and also has utility in a lot of other spots with its ability to counter triggered abilities, or just counter an amulet. That's another thing that can come up whenever you're on the play. It's very possible we actually see Katarina have some number of consigns when she's on the play and board them out on the draw, so that she can do like line them up against an Amulet of Vigor on turn 1.
I'm really curious to see how she decides to sideboard for this matchup. And players are getting ready. Again, we are in round 12 of the Magic Spotlight Series Utrecht. There's a total of 15 rounds, followed by a top 8. The top 8 is, I think, where the most players want to be. That's when you qualify for the Pro Tour, but there's $50,000 in prizes, plus a lot of nice promo cards as well, booster box for the win, a lot of booster box actually for the winner. I think it's like 24 booster boxes, 12 of Modern Horizons 2 and
yes, it is.
12 of Modern Horizons 3, so...
That's so much Modern Horizons product. I mean, can you imagine doing so many drafts? I mean, I certainly can. That's a nice weekend, just going through 24 boxes worth of drafts.
I think that would be a very fun time indeed. And I love the Modern Horizons set, so I feel like it's a fitting price here for the Modern series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool that these Spotlight series, on top of everything else they give out in terms of prizes and just having these like big, well-organized events to play at, they also have a fun gimmick as the first place prize to play for. We saw the previous one in January, Spotlight series Foundations, where which was in Standard, and the winner got a playset of every Standard card.
Oh wow, that's great! Alongside also the Pro Tour invite and money on top of that.
And $10,000.
Exactly.
That's so much money. That's even more drafts.
Yes, exactly. And this is an open tournament, so anyone can join this tournament. It's not like the RC that you have to qualify to RCQs. And I think that's very lovely. I see a lot of groups of friends coming together because, you know, sometimes when it's the RC, it's very nice, but in a group of friends. Some qualify, others don't. Some of them come for the RCQs, but there's a lot of them that also just stay home. And here I feel like everyone has a reason to come together. And we see a lot of these friend groups coming. And
you can like fill up a car and just go for a road trip, or
there's
take
also
a train
a lot
ride.
of like cool side events, Simon. There's like Mystery Booster 2 sealed. There's a lot of RCQs in standard, modern, and limited as well. A lot of Commander as well.
I was walking through some tables where I saw a lot of players like discussing in pairs, and I'm like, wait, is that two-headed giant? And yeah, indeed, there was just a ton of players enjoying two-headed giant sealed.
And there's also D&D. Actually, the casters played a bit of D&D on Friday.
We did, yeah.
And it was really fun.
It was quite silly. That was Martin User's first game of Dungeons & Dragons ever. And
let's say he burned a lot.
let's say he cast a lot of fireballs.
Yes.
On innocent farmers. So I think this might be a mulligan to 5 from Arthur. There was a lot of shuffling going on. Yeah, I see 2 cards going to the bottom. An Amulet mainstay, honestly, mulliganing to 5. This deck is, you don't have that much card selection, so you really have to rely on the strength of your opening hand, and that means mulliganing aggressively to a hand that's even functional.
Look at these Thoughtseize, though.
Yeah, this set was like not very good, but it's functional in the way that it actually is going to be able to make a lot of land drops. If Arthur has time, you have 4 cards in hand and you have 6 mana for Primeval Titan. Yes, on turn 6. Like, yes, it is not rampy, it is slow. The Explorer would have been great in this hand. But you're not going to get stuck on not having enough lands, even though you mulligan to 5. So that's one of the other secrets of the Amulet deck, is every time you play a bounce land, you essentially draw a card. Right, you play 1 land that produces 2 mana, so that is card advantage. And it didn't cost you anything because the other land just returns to your hand. And so, because his hand has 2 bounce lands, like he's essentially making up for that card disadvantage by just playing these lands. Of course, you know, just having essentially 6 lands as your mulligan to 5 in your hand is not like that good.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that like Arthur is in a great position here. I just want to highlight this this kind of like secret of the Amulet deck, is that in matchups that are slow enough, you can play this way. So it's Katarina's job to make sure the matchup is not slow enough. It's her job to make sure that there is pressure on the board at some point.
And now she has all the information, or add all the information that Arthur does only have the lands. So
yeah,
let's see what's the fastest way that Katarina might have to finish the game.
Yeah. Arthur even playing out the mirror pool here, so now there's only 1 unknown card in Arthur's hand at the moment.
I feel like on the other side, Katarina just has a lot of interactions.
Yeah.
But nothing to interact with.
Yes, that's the power of lands. You can't interact with the lands. I mean, you can. You can. Oh, what is this? Is this just a Murktide? Yeah, this is the exact play I love. Just get the pressure down right now and start threatening Arthur's life total. I don't know if there's any way she could have gotten it to a 6/6. That's like the ideal spot, because then it dodges Dismember.
Yeah.
But since her hand was so reactive, and there's nothing to play your reactive spells on, she had to just waste her mana on turn 3 and then play the Murktide out on this turn.
And
instead of
Arthur got a Fatal Push, but that doesn't work against Murktide.
It's a Dismember.
Oh, it's a Dismember.
Yeah,
oh,
so
yeah,
actually like this
Never
exact
mind.
scenario coming up.
Oh.
And I think Katarina has a Force of Negation. Yeah, so she's going to protect this Murktide, and it makes a lot more sense to just jam it right here when you have the Force in hand. And are able to... And in this way, you're able to kind of protect your threat, and now put Arthur on a, not quite a 3-turn clock, but almost, attacking for 5, 5, and 5. If you can find some way to exile a instant or sorcery from your graveyard at some point in the next 3 turns, you can actually present lethal. Arthur, however, is now at 6 mana with that Explorer. Like, it really doesn't take that long.
Yeah, this deck ramps through it. Grazer as well to ramp a bit more, but no Titan inside yet.
Yeah, that's the other part of it. Of course, like, you know, you did step 1, you got to 6 mana, but what are you going to do with this? You can play a Grazer, you can try and copy it with Mirror Pool. I mean,
it does have reach, so that's actually relevant.
Grazer's just great. I mean, you know, I don't think I've ever seen a creature as good as this one. You know, it's got the right amount of toughness. It's got the only keyword you really need, and then it's just got like this nice face as if it's surprised at what's going on in the other part of the tree outside of the frame.
Arthur here taking the damage, going down to 6, and there's a frog. So things like Katarina is threatening a lot of damage next turn.
Yeah, the frog is huge. The frog is the way to exile an instant sorcery from your graveyard by using its ability, and that will grow the Murktide. So now this is threatening lethal next turn, and Arthur actually has to block the Murktide, letting the frog go through. Otherwise, Katarina can just discard a card to frog, exile 3 cards from her graveyard, and... Oh, so Arthur, I wonder if he's bluffing. Yeah, he's probably bluffing in Otavera, but he has no...
I think it's Busejo and another land.
Yeah, he doesn't have blue mana, so he can't even bluff Otavera. So now Katarina's just thinking, is there any reason for me to play around stuff? But since she has Counterspell in hand, she's pretty safe to just try and go for this line. So, yeah, sure. I mean, if you're gonna block this way, I'm just gonna discard to Psychic Frog, exile the cards, and yeah, Arthur says pack it up. And
that's a game, wow.
Yeah, for all of it talking up the Amulet deck, like, you know, this is a thing that can happen, right? There is some strength in mulliganing and just playing land drops, but you also just need to have the payoff, and you have so little card selection that you have to rely on your top decks, and sometimes the top decks are just more lands.
And Simon, I have to ask you, because usually you are very good at this stuff. I think this are the rounds that we start looking at the scores and what players might fit into top 8. We cannot certainly know ever, but would you say that maybe like after a second loss would be difficult for a player to make it in the top 8? Yeah,
there's a lot of people who had draws. Actually, going into the day 2, we had 37 players. 37 players who were 6-2-1.
Oh, wow.
And also people who were, like, we saw a bunch of, like, 801s, etc. So all of these draws make it so much more difficult to make it into top 8 with a 12-3 record. So people are looking for the 12-2-1 is like what we're trying to look for, and that doesn't necessarily guarantee the top 8. We don't know how many people will be there. If there's 10 people who is at 12-2-1 or better, well, some of them have to like not make the top 8, and we have tiebreakers to decide for that. So these players here, they're at X1 here. They can take 1 more loss and still make it, but there's 4 rounds left, and they need to essentially go 3-1 in those 4 rounds. So any loss you take is really dangerous because the matches are so tough at this point. So yeah, 13-2 is what you're really looking for. That what puts you into top 8 safely.
I'm always get excited when it comes closer to the top 8 to see what players are making it, especially in this tournament, since it's really the breaking point where players qualify for the Pro Tours. The main goal here. So it's going to be really exciting to see also the reactions, because we announce it usually live. There's the judge with the microphone making the announcement, and the players are like, will I make it? Especially when it's not a clean cut. That's like a really exciting. We were talking about this yesterday. I know, Simon, that before you break through, let's say, in Magic and starting winning a lot of tournaments, you also had a lot of 9th places.
In local PTQs and such, I got a 9th place 4 times before I top 8'd anything. I've actually never won a PTQ in my life, for instance.
But it's okay because you won the Pro Tour, so...
Yeah, I won a Pro Tour instead.
Oh, poor Simon, never won a PTQ. So next time there's a Pro Tour qualifier, you go to your local game store, if those exist again, and then you're like...
I just want to win one.
Yes, you're finished. Then it's like, Simon, you're qualified for everything. Give us something. You're like, no, this is still on my goal.
This is for me.
So we are back here for this game 3. I love to have game 3s, by the way. Now with Arthur on the play, since he did lose game 2, and let's see how this plays off. If players
this looks like
a or not.
Keep from Arthur and a thinking for Katarina. We actually see engineered explosives in her hand. That might be her answer to amulets. Now when she's on the draw and can't rely on consign to memory to counter it on turn 1.
Yeah. So it looks like a mulligan here. And it's really difficult to make mulligan decisions. I think that, especially with this new mulligan that has been like this for 5 years now, but I always call it the new mulligan, or 6 even. It was in 2019 GP London.
Yes.
That's why they call it the London mulligan. And 6 years have passed, and I still call it the new mulligan. I think that means I'm old.
It's kind of like the new kid, right? Like, it's, you know, you could be a fully fledged adult and still be the new kid. Like, it's just, there's nothing to do about it. If nothing else is newer, then Yeah, you're just stuck.
I feel like before it was much more punishing for players to mull, and now like there's actually like a lot of decision going through it because it's a step back, but not as much as before.
I think mulliganing is like one of the areas where you can get the biggest advantage in a competition, especially at a high-level competition. There's a lot of like, there's exactly a lot of like decisions, judgment calls. Like even after you mulligan, what you put on bottom, there's like planning for the rest of the game, and also the hands where you like have to take a chance. Like, either way, like sometimes you have a hands where it's either a gamble to keep the hand, or like you have to take a chance to like. It's also like a gamble to mulligan it.
Yeah.
Because like you could obviously get an even worse hand or have to mulligan to 5. That's the risk you take on by mulliganing. But also if you keep a hand that's like maybe needs a third land to function, that's also a risk. And so this like risk assessments of 2 different types of risky downsides is really interesting. And something else that's really interesting is a Boreal Grazer.
Yeah, getting that bounce land and bouncing the forest. But one thing is that Katarina was really debating whether to mull again or not.
Yes.
In the end, decided to keep these mull to 6. So let's see what it is. Starting here with the Totsi. So a good way to start. We do see some relevant cards. We see those Explorers there.
Yeah, 2 Explorers and a Green Sun Zenith. So part of Arthur's game plan here in the post-board games is in order to get around the subtleties and the like counter spells on Primeval Titan and such, Katarina is pretty good at dealing with very expensive spells. And so he's much more interested in relying on his cheap cards, the Childless Tracker and the 6. We've seen them like work well for him in the past. And then also the Green Sun Zenith to find these cards. But now it's going to be a very explosive turn here. So Explore, and if he can play 2 untapped lands, he can then play a second Explore and ramp another time.
Oh, wow.
Putting him up to actually 6 mana on turn 3 here by playing a bounce land now, returning a forest or an Urza's Cave. Yeah, returning a forest. And next turn, he can just play Titan. So Katarina has to leave up the a counterspell right now, which is really awkward because this is the turn that she wanted to play her Psychic Frog.
And that's the thing, like last time Arthur did have the ramp, but not quite the payoff. This time Arthur has both.
Yeah, so Katarina still had to take the Green Sun Zenith because that is also a payoff. It can get to Titan. But it's just hope that like Arthur didn't have a Titan in the top 4 cards essentially from those Explorers. But yeah, that all worked out to his advantage. Now he can play the Titan. Let's see if there is a subtlety. There is no subtlety.
Oof.
So the Titan coming down here and the Boreal Grazer able to block the Psychic Frog for a turn is actually quite important. So Katarina doesn't have that many answers for a Primeval Titan in her deck. She has one pretty funny answer. The Primeval Titan, you know, it's lived a good life. It's like it looks like brutal and such, but it's actually very law-abiding. It is not a sheriff, and you cannot you can actually kill it with shoot the sheriff.
So not an outlaw, a good behaved Titan.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and that's why you get to kill it.
And
also thank you to whoever's working the card viewer for getting my reference so fast. So what we see the Titan getting here was a second forest and a Altavera. So the reason why you would want to get a second forest now is because of Harbinger of the Seas. So this is it doesn't look like a very impressive thing with like all the like weird toolboxy things you can get, but just guaranteeing that you have 2 forests now means that next turn when you go for Summoner's Pact for Titan, you don't die if Katarina then has a Harbinger, because you do have the 2 forests guaranteed to produce green mana. So this is just playing very passively. Next turn, if you get to attack with the Titan, you can return that Otavera to hand and bounce whatever like Psychic Frog or Murktide, or whatever the big creature is. And
consider on top it's Shoot the Sheriff.
Oh, that is huge!
That is huge.
Massive. Of course, again, Arthur does have a Summoner's Pact in hand, so he has a backup Titan. But this does buy Katarina quite a bit of time, especially if she also has a Force of Negation for that Summoner's Pact. Then Arthur is actually getting really punished for just searching up an Otavera here instead of a Taldaria West, for instance.
So let's Shoot the Sheriff. That Titan is gone. Attacking with the frog. I mean, Grazer does have reach.
Yeah, so just forcing Katarina to spend 2 cards in her hand, but kind of like pausing to realize, do I actually even want to discard this? But yeah, you just gotta get rid of the Grazer before your Psychic Frog can actually do anything. And now I think just left with 1 card in hand, so can't even force some negation. Oh yeah, just drawing another Otavera as well. It's kind of a nice answer to this Psychic Frog.
Somebody asking how did the stream display shoot the Sheriff before she drew it, and that's because Simon is always 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, so it is not an automated card viewer that is just showing the cards that are in people's hands. We actually have one of the casters, I presume Arne, working that, and as soon as I started talking about the Primeval Titan being a good citizen, Arne immediately got that I was hinting at the shoot the Sheriff and put it up on screen. But yeah, it was obviously also a pretty lucky sequence that that like it happened to be drawn right as we talk about it. I always love whenever that happens.
Yep.
It feels like we're like
Consider, surveil. Oops, it's shoot the Sheriff. I want that.
So now the question is, are you actually going for a Primeval Titan, or is there a better plan? Especially now you have the Otavera to try and interact with the Psychic Frog. With Katarina only having 1 card in hand, oh, you could also do Cultivator Colossus. I think Arthur, yeah, so Arthur actually has 2 lands in hand. So.
And Katarina taking a look there at the Cultivator Colossus. That's a big creature.
It is. So essentially, this is going to draw at least 2 cards. So you get to put the 2 lands you have, you get to put those in play. And potentially, every time you do put a land into play, you draw another card. If you draw another land, that you just put that into play as well. So it actually draws 2 spells specifically, because it only stops once it hits spells. So what Arthur doesn't want to see here is a Boreal Grazer. Like now, that is the worst draw he can find.
Wow,
that kind of like breaks the chain. Yeah, and the deck plays 32 lands. So this is like very common. And then now we hit the 2 spells here. You have the triggers from the Crumbling Vestige. You can choose to make black mana with them and just dismember the Psychic Frog without even having to pay life. And now you have this huge Cultivator Colossus that can't. You no longer can be killed because the Shoot the Sheriff is already gone. And I don't believe there's another way to deal with this.
Maybe
except for like ways to bounce it or Kaito.
Oh, Kaito.
Kaito could actually come in huge here. If it's like, the issue is Katarina doesn't have 4 lands yet, but that would be a way to lock down the Cultivator Colossus with 2 stun counters and actually buy yourself some time. So now, yeah, Dismember with the 2 black mana, as we said, killing off that Psychic Frog. And yeah, now Arthur definitely have to remember to pay for the Pact here. We also see the Vesuva coming in there, copying the Simic Growth Chamber and bouncing that Otavera to hand. So Arthur has, actually, even if Katarina had a way to kill the Cultivator Colossus, Arthur could bounce it with his Otavera.
Oh, wow.
And just replay it.
Explore, so let's see what Arthur draws here. I think it's a 6. Yeah,
that's pretty big as well. That means every land can just turn into an Explorer if you need to, or it can turn into the Screen Sun Zenith, which normally doesn't sit in the graveyard. But since it got discarded by Thoughtseize, that is an actual play you can make. So 6 is a huge threat here. And speaking of huge threats, that's a 10/10 Cultivator Colossus.
And Katarina is at
with Trample. Yeah, that's just a 2-turn clock. I mean, I love Cultivator Colossus. It's one of the most fun cards to resolve. Just sitting there, just like playing lands off the top and going completely nuts.
Just attacking here for a casual 10 damage.
So trying to play a 6. Maybe Katarina has an answer to this one. Also making the Otavera a little bit cheaper since it is a legend.
Oh yeah, that's
right.
right.
Katarina just has to draw from the top of her deck, and it's going to extend the hand.
Arthur taking the game here 2-1 against Katarina, now advancing at 11-1. That's a great spot to be.
That's 2 wins from a guaranteed top 8.
That's insane.
4 rounds left to go.
We saw Arthur play yesterday this deck, today again, and really showcasing a lot of experience with it. So really rewarding for knowing the deck. And did you think Amulet was a good choice here for this weekend?
I mean, you have to be like, you have to be quite knowledgeable with the deck. You can't just pick it up like 2 weeks before. But if you have put in the time and studied the deck and played it quite a bit, then yeah, I think Amulet is a really good deck in the current Modern format. It's been showing up, doing well. It won at regionals just a few weekends ago, or in February. I guess that's, you know, a while ago.
Time flies by.
Time flies by when you're casting Primeval Titans. But time flies by when you're resolving Cultivator Colossus, because it just takes a while for you to put all these lands into play.
Also, Katarina being able to still be at 11 and 2, right?
Absolutely still in it. She does need to try and win the last 3 rounds at 10 and 2, but it's absolutely possible. I mean, of course, like, you know, she also knows her deck really well. It seems to love playing these blue interactive decks, and yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out for if Katarina can clinch those last 3 rounds.
So yesterday we were able to learn a bit more about Arthur, but since he also won again here, we want to hear more. So let's take a quick interview with our winner here, Arthur and Lise.
So we're back here with Arthur Broxo, and we meet again.
Again.
You're doing really good.
Today, and we meet again.
We meet again.
Yes,
you promised me, and now you're here. So for people who didn't watch yesterday, can you tell us about, like, is this your first time?
Well, it's not my first time playing on a day.
Of course, or playing Magic.
It's my first time being so close to making it to the next step. So it's quite a good news for now.
Yeah, and how did the match go?
It went well. Well, my opponent made a mistake in the first game. That's what helped me win it, because normally it's a really bad matchup for me. So I was lucky, I'm gonna say. Then in the second game, I couldn't do anything. I had bad hand and nothing. And then in the third game, I did what I'm supposed to do in the matchup, and it went better. So I can only be happy about it.
Yeah, that's like a good way to win the third match.
That's
like your deck does what you wanted to do.
It is.
So top 8 coming closer.
We'll see. I'll take every game step by step, every match step by step, and we'll see how it goes. But
just stay centered.
Yeah. I'll
breathe,
stay focused about it.
Eat the food.
It's important.
Yeah, it's important.
It's
okay.
really important.
I hope to see you again soon.
Hope to.
Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you.
Back to Philippa and Simon.
Thank you so much. It was great to see Arthur again. Maybe we'll see him a third time, hopefully.
Yeah.
So I love to keep seeing players do well and well again here in the feature match.
If he keeps playing like this, then yeah, I mean, he could be the one holding the trophy at the end of the day.
I have a very exciting backup feature match, though, for everyone. So we are actually jumping right into game 3. So they already played.
Into the thick of the action.
Yes. One of the decks is Domain, which we've seen here before, but another one is Mono Green Brute Scale. So can you explain us a bit about what does this deck do? We covered this deck in Prague, I remember, but in this event, not yet.
We actually also covered it yesterday. Yeah, not us, but Martin and Anne did, with Sebastian Sachse, also of the Berlin Grinder community. Playing this deck, it was like one of the fastest rounds we ever saw. It was like, you know, a 3-game set over in 25 minutes because both players just played blisteringly fast. And Sebastian seems to have playtested this deck quite a bit and knows the in and outs of combining this draft common, Basking Brute Scale. Whenever it gets a plus counter, you make a spawn that can sacrifice itself. And Blade of the Blood Chief, in a cheap equipment that says whenever a creature dies, put a plus counter on the equipped creature. So, whenever you sack a spawn, you get a counter and a new spawn, and then you sack that. So you make an infinitely big Basking Brute Scale and get as much mana as you please to, for instance, play a Walking Ballista to finish the game.
Oh, wow. I'm excited to see that. I mean, we are going to see the deck list very soon, and I love to see more and more decks showcased here during the weekend. I feel like the main zoo did pretty well as well. I know that Frank covered a bit how the meta for day 2 went, and I feel like the main had a pretty...
Yeah, it's like been doing pretty well, I would say. Just like we've seen, like, you know, a couple people like X1 and like in these X2s, like the domain players still showing up and doing their thing, and it's like quite a scary deck. Like we saw it play against Samai's combo, just like how quickly it can just dominate, just turn a game around and present lethal damage.
How do you think this matchup is going to go? Like, obviously each player already won a game. Do you think it's a balanced matchup, or do you think one of the players might have an edge? So
a pretty big thing in this matchup is like some of the domain players' typical sideboard cards might not necessarily be that effective. Like, you know, the mostly like the Doorkeeper Thrall, but actually not present in this deck. And since it's post-board and the domain player getting to board in 4 copies of the Consign to Memory, that is quite threatening. For a deck like the Brute Scale combo, which is mostly consisting of colorless cards, because it also has the Glaring Fleshraker and the Cosmic's Command that we've seen before. So it really is just like a mono-green Eldrazi deck that also plays a combo, and quite weak to the Consign to Memory. So it's not that good at interacting with the opposing creatures, and if Martin can line up his interaction right, I think the pressure from the Zoo deck probably is favored in the matchup. But it might be, I think it's quite close.
I love close matchups, so that's what we are going to see as our players are getting ready here for this third game of round 12. Again, this is an important game for them. They are 9-2 currently, which means that from what you told me, losing the game means that they are out of the top 8.
Yes. It would be. So this is a lot of pressure. I really like to watch these matches specifically because the players know it's very, very possible to get a PT invite, but you cannot lose. You cannot lose at this point. And so we see Sebastian Saxe here with the Brute Scale deck playing the one-off Emrakul, just like we saw Theodore Cummings Eliasson do, like my fellow Danish player in the top 8 of our RC in Prague. One Emrakul, just giving the deck a lot more dimensions with the one traverse the Ulvenwald to find it. We also see the Agatha Soul Cauldron, kind of a confusing card in the deck list, but just the ability to work with Walking Ballista and like all these counters that get spread out. And if the opponent wants to interact with your Brute Scale with removal, it doesn't really work when you have a Soul Cauldron. You can just restart the combo. So yeah, we see Sebastian like really know these lines. He grew an Eldrazi spawn up to like a 5/6 size, and even though his Brute Scale was killed, he just was able to win with the Cauldron Ballista combo yesterday.
Wow.
So yeah, I think this deck is really exciting. You also got the Glaring Fleshraker plus Cossack's Command. Sometimes that just wins a game. And you're also an Urza Saga deck on top of everything else. Trying either like getting a combo piece with the Blade of the Blood Chief, or just doing Urza Saga things, winning with constructs.
And you have to tell me what's the secret, because I feel like every tournament that we come and cast together, the Danish players are doing super well. So what is the secret?
The secret is oatmeal.
Oatmeal.
Yes, and rye bread.
Okay.
This is all the Danish person eats.
And that's all that you need.
That's all we need.
We have Simon Nielsen here winning a lot of games. We have all these other Danish players doing very well.
Honestly, the answer is we have really good camaraderie. The Danes always like try to get big Airbnbs, go together, play test together. It's like quite a competitive community, and they help each other out. We see the 3 players playing Samwise that I mentioned on my fantasy draft, all making day 2. We have like a lot of the other Copenhagen players, like Oscar Christensen, still in the running, playing Black White Blink, for instance. It's just, yeah, like, these players are doing a thing, and so is Martin A, playing Wild the Cattle. This is Zoo. This is real Zoo. Playing Wild the Cattle, playing Nishoba Brawler, like this is actual cats and monkeys, just going off. Not doing anything super cute with the main deck Consign to Memories and Doorkeeper Thralls, but just being more a lean machine with more threats that can just pressure the opponent, and even playing Psychic Frog on top of it.
We have the sideboard here as well. One card that I really haven't seen much this weekend, but I feel like it might be well positioned in the meta overall, is Itsugu Consumes All. That card seems really strong against some of the archetypes that we've been seeing here all week.
Yeah, destroy all permanents with mana value 1 or less. Quite impressive.
Exiling the graveyard as well after, so very solid sideboard card. But we are ready here for the game 3, starting with Martin.
Yeah, this is, again, remember that this is game 3 here. The loser of this game cannot make top 8 anymore, most likely. The winner of the game is still in the running. Like, there's a lot on the line on the stake, and either of these players are going to be most likely having their chances at top 8ing the tournament being eliminated here. So Martin is on the play here, suggesting he lost the last game, and now gets to start. That's obviously a huge advantage, getting to be on the play with a deck like Zoo.
We see a Kavu in hand. Is that possible to be played? now.
Yes, I mean, Cabo is easy to play. It doesn't actually require full domain, but we see the classic combination of the Absan Triumph plus Steam Vents. It lets you play all your multicolor cards. You can play Psychic Frog with that combination, or you can play Cabo, and of course you also have all 5 colors, so you could play a Scion of Draco as well, should you need that.
So there it is, the Cabo enters the battlefield, but immediately there's a Dismember to deal with it.
All right, so if you want to like flip the play draw dynamic, what you really want to do is trade up on mana as much as possible. So this way where Sebastian got to spend his turn 1 to interact with Martin's turn 2 is quite impressive. And now Sebastian gets to develop his own game plan here. And it's not much, it's just making a spawn and drawing a card. But like, this extra little guy will help just help the mana development of Sebastian, and also doing a little bit of card selection there, putting a card on bottom and trying to find the pieces that he really needs. I think he might be trying to go for a turn 4 combo with the Ursa Saga fetching a Blade of the Blood Chief.
Pick your poison.
Ooh.
Getting rid of their Saga.
The players are throwing left and right here, but actually Martin's hand is just all burn spells. He has it's a Meltdown, a Wear and Tear, and a Tribal Flames and Lightning Bolt. So it's a very reactive hand, and that's exactly what Sebastian wants to see, because that means that since Martin's threat is dead, he can no longer capitalize on on being on the play anymore with all this reaction. So Sebastian playing super quickly here, just Springleaf Drum, using that to make these spawn. Finally tap for colored mana. Like it doesn't know what colors is. I assume all Eldrazi are colorblind, but it's enriched with this new ability. Plays the drum, creates new music, and plays Malevolent Rumble.
Time to rumble, and we have all these Eldrazi friends spawn tokens starting to emerge. So Martin needs to do something fast, and as you said, a bit of a reactive hand, not applying much pressure, and this Sebastian's deck just goes off out of nowhere.
Sebastian has so much mana available right now because the spawns can don't have to tap to sacrifice, so you could tap them to the drum and then also sacrifice them afterwards. Sounds like, you know, some really ritualistic show being put on for us there, but with the Eldrazi Temple, you got like what 4/7 mana here on turn 4, even after having a land destroyed. Like it's quite impressive how much mana this deck can generate. And again, remember the one Emrakul in the deck. Like there's an Ursa Saga, there's a Kozilek's Command, there's Sorcery. That's like 5 types already in the graveyard, as well as a Basking Brute Scale that was not picked up by that Malevolent Rumble last turn. So yeah, Emrakul is only a 7 mana card right now.
Oh wow, that's a very discounted Emrakul.
Yes, Ursa Saga and Kozilek's Command are just great at discarding Emrakul because that's 2 cards that are 4 types combined. And Martin really needs to find some sort of threat. Now debating if Ragavan is that threat he needs. And probably, I think he just has to go for something like a Scion of Draco, or the Cavo, like something that is just bigger and can actually pressure Sebastian's life total. Or alternatively, look for more burn spells, because you do have 8 points of burn already, and that's half Sebastian's life total. So if you can find, let's say, a Flage and another Tribal Flames, well, that's all lethal, but Temple Garden does not really provide the pressure that you need.
Also, if Sebastian manages to get that Emrakul and control Martin's turn, we can start trying to burn. I mean, Martin will burn in response, but if he draws like a burn spell or something...
Yeah, because of all this time that Sebastian is getting here, he can just sit here and just like, you know, he played Rumble, next turn played Stirrings, next turn played another Rumble. He can just sit here and set up, make land drops, develop his mana. He had a Kozilek's Command in hand he didn't even cast because he didn't need to. There's so much time. Now you can get the this Agatha's Soul Cauldron, and there is a Ballista in Sebastian's hand, so that combo is kind of set up now, where, you know, eventually you could try to do some fun things with that interaction, starting to put counters on your Eldrazi spawns.
So we have a land here, Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Of course, like, Martin has answers. Like, you know, all of these things I'm mentioning that Sebastian can do, yes, Martin can answer them, but because he's not pressuring, Sebastian will just draw more things, and eventually Martin will run out of answers.
Passing the turn here. And what is Martin considering to do here? Taking care of that Agatha's Soul Cauldron on Wear and Tear.
using the wear part of Wear Tear to get rid of the Cauldron. Sebastian just trading that in for a single counter on a spawn. Of course not like mattering super much here, but could in the future. And there's another answer, a Leyline Binding. Yeah, I mean, Martin is not dying anytime soon, unless he's dying to an Emrakul. But again, like, look at the size of Sebastian's hand, just out grinding here.
And starting to attack, slowly but surely.
I really want to highlight, like, the winning card of the situation right now for Sebastian is the Dismember. Like, that's the card that has put him in this position. If there was a Cabo attacking him for 5 every turn for the last, like, what, like 8 turns, this would not be the same. But yeah, now we see this interaction here. So Glaring Fleshraker making a bunch of spawns.
Dealing a bunch of damage.
The Blade of the Blood Chief says whenever a creature dies, you get a plus counter. So if you, for instance, equip that to a Walking Ballista, that is very threatening with all these spawns that can just turn into plus counters at a moment's notice. So you see Sebastian here just, sure, I mean, you're obviously passing, you must have a ton of interaction in your hand. I don't need to like commit my good cards. I just have this army of tokens and this equipment, and this is already threatening.
Yep.
You're essentially making your spawns into Writhing Chrysalis.
Things are not looking good here for Martin, deploying that Sign of Draco.
There it is. That is a big important piece here. The Sign of Draco like, coming down now can actually pressure Sebastian. Of course, it's quite late, and Sebastian still has a few more turns. But at least like he doesn't have, you know, like 10 more turns. Now he has 3 more turns before he dies.
So let's see here what Sebastian manages to do against it. Tapping some mana.
Just even more card selection. So again, like he just needs a Basking Brood Scale to have the combo set up. So that's what he's trying to look for.
Oh, but getting a Busejo.
That's actually an answer to the Scion.
Yes,
and again,
it's an artifact.
if you can get rid of the threats, then yeah, you just have more time to do whatever it is your deck is doing with these spawns.
So an answer for the Draco was found.
Oh, and there's the Brood Scale. Okay, so there was in hand already. So I think Sebastian is just trying to say, yeah, let's just try and go for it here. If Martin lets this equip resolve, that's really bad news, because then Sebastian can just sacrifice a spawn, and even if you try to interact, you can just sacrifice another spawn and restart the combo.
Yeah.
So Martin has to react to this and just kill the Brood Scale right now, and the equipment will just stay on the spawn, and even it will get a counter from the spawn dying. So yeah, or I guess it's not dying because it's not Lightning Bolt, it is Leyline Binding. But actually this Buseju is huge here. You just Buseju the Leyline Binding in response, and that way the Brood Scale will not get exiled, and I don't think Martin has any more instant speed removal. So he has 2 sorceries in hand, declined to use the Meltdown just to kill a Blade of the Blood Chief, which, to be fair, is fine. Like, how are you gonna beat Sebastian if you just 1-for-1 every turn?
But this is going to be game.
But this is going to be game. Now the equipment ability will resolve onto the Basking Brood Scale. So again, the equipment says, whenever a creature dies, put a plus counter on equipped creature.
Yep.
And the Basking Brood Scale says whenever it gets a counter, you make a spawn. And okay, so I guess the game ended. Slight technical issues there, but essentially
too many counters on the stack, too many spawns.
Yeah, we see our winner here, Sebastian Saxe. We saw him actually lose yesterday in the match, but still has been winning a ton, and is now making his way up until the 10-2 record.
That's a very good record to be at, and you know, very well played here by Sebastian, doing really well with this deck, and again, showcasing that playing different decks in Modern can still give you the win, and showcasing that we've seen a lot of decks doing well, like different decks. We have been having a very diverse meta here for day 2, which I'm actually impressed with. Were you expecting to see these many different kinds of decks doing well as we've been seeing here this weekend?
I think I'm definitely taking a bit more surprised by exactly the amount, but I was expecting like a pretty good amount of interesting decks. I mean, this is an open tournament, so you know, everyone can, you know, come and bring what they like. You know, I talked to Adrian Tasted yesterday, who was playing the Breach deck, one of my former teammates, and he lost twice to Infect.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's just people showing up who just like to play Infect. And so, of course, like when you have a bunch of different decks like this, some of them are going to push through and make it to the top tables. So we also see there were a couple Burn players at X and 1 going into the day. There's a lot of spice among the people with draws. We still see that Domain Living End deck still in the running for top 8, which is quite interesting, and hopefully we can get Asker onto the feature match at some point.
I'm very excited for that, and I hope that will happen. But for now, Simon, we will take a quick break, and we'll be back very soon.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
So I'm here with May, aka Ashok. How are you doing?
I'm doing exceptionally fine.
So you look amazing.
You?
I haven't seen a lot of cosplayers walk around today, but here you are. How is it going? Do you have a lot of people walking up to you?
Surprisingly, like, people are being a little bit shy, but also I guess they're focused on the main events. I mean, like, I usually go around very slowly. I try to notice if people are interested, because sometimes it's just like being shy, right? I know they want to take pictures. I see them lifting, like raising their cell phones, and it's totally fine. Like, people, you can come forth.
Listen to me.
You can come forth and ask the cosplay. It's always nice to ask, like, can I take a picture? And we will gladly do that. Don't be afraid, even though I'm Ashok, don't be afraid.
Yeah, even though...
I will not make you have nightmares. I for a picture, I promise.
Oh, no about that.
But yeah, I think people are just warming up, and also maybe because I'm the only cosplayer around, it's not the kind of event that you would imagine cosplayers like.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe because it's more focused on the competition, right? The qualifiers.
Well, also there's a lot of like side events going on, so I'm really happy that you're here because it adds such like fun flair.
That's nice to hear.
Yeah, so you do this more often, right? This is not the first time, well, obviously because of the quality, but you've done MagicCon Amsterdam.
Yes, so I've been to officially MagicCon Amsterdam, MagicCon Barcelona and Las Vegas from 23, and my very first official event here, at least in the Netherlands, was I think when we still had the Grand Prix.
Yeah,
it was like Grand Prix Utrecht. It was right here, so I think it's a full circle right now.
So you just like travel around with your cosplay?
Yes, it's a hobby. I had a job. Like, if I have some time to spend, I just like to focus on making those costumes because it is just fun, and also to see other people also trying out cosplay for the first time and getting inspired by it.
Right. So how do you decide what you're going to dress up as? Like what character you're going to choose?
It is a mix of like personal favorite and also a little bit of a technical challenge for me, because as a cosplayer, I need to improve my techniques. Like, I need to know...
I'm saying yep, but I don't know. Of course you do.
It's like, how can you translate that character that you love so much into reality. Because one thing is to see the character as a card, the other thing is to imagine it's like a puzzle, right?
But look at you, you're so creative. You made it with like a voile. I don't know how you call it otherwise. It's very beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes.
But also, this is like the challenge of costume is like, how I'm going to wear this? Because I think people might be wondering, like, how can I see? And I can, not very well.
You can. She's looking at me. I've seen it.
Like, I can see, but I think this is also part of, at least for me, it's part of the fun, right?
Of course.
Just to translate that into an actual wearable costume, right? Like you can walk around, you can talk, you can eat and drink.
Yeah, also important.
Sometimes.
Maybe go to the bathroom.
That's very important.
That's also important. So I guess what we can take away from this interview is that when we see people like you walking around, go to them, take the picture, because that's like the fun part, right? You make people happy with your outfit.
Yes, that's one of my main goals, is just to inspire people and just to bring a little bit of joy, you know, like seeing your character come to life. I think we still have a little bit of that childlike wonder inside of us still. So yeah, if I can do that, I'm very happy to just be around here.
So now you know. Thank you so much, May.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
You
Bye.
too. Bye.
Welcome back to live coverage of Magic Spotlight Modern. We're here in Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name is Martin Hughes. I'm sitting here with Arne Huschenbed. And this is going to be round number 13. I just quickly looked at the standings. We only have one last undefeated player. Yep. It is Nuno Valle playing Eldrazi Ram. So that is our last undefeated player with the 11-0 0-1 record, so 1 draw. We were looking at the numbers and roughly how it's going to look like to make the top 8. 13-2, that should be pretty much guaranteed. 12-1, you're gonna have to hope the tiebreakers are going to work out in your favor. But looking at the top tables, we have a good variety of decks. Eldrazi Ramp, Amulet Titan. There's Burn 11-1.
Yep, and that's going to be in the feature match this round.
Burn is back. Teamer Breach, Orzhov Bling, Mono Green Brute Scale, Boros Energy, Dimmer Murktide, Domain Zoo, Mono Black Necro. Those are the top 12 decks. Samwise Genji combo, number 13. Grixis Shadow 14. That's a really good variety of decks. Hole 1 in 17th. That is like 12 different archetypes. So as far as I'm concerned, this has been a pretty fun tournament.
Modern is doomed. It's terrible. Breach is gonna win this. Everybody was very doomsaying about this event, but no, we have Modern here. Very exciting, very diverse metagame, surprisingly diverse, and still a lot of cool decks to showcase. And Burn making a comeback.
Burn, yeah. I saw somebody on Twitter posting that, hey, I built this Burn deck. Maybe it can make a comeback. I think they played last week at the US tournament, and yeah, I think they had a really good record. And somebody just figured out, like, okay, Burn is still there. Why don't we just play Eidolon of the Great Revel? That's a good card if your opponent's casting a lot of these 0 mana artifacts, bringing them from the graveyard with Breach, things like that. So let's see who we have in the feature match area. This is going to be the first and main feature match. And who do we have here?
Yeah, we have Juan on Burn on I believe the left, and on the other side we have Eldrazi Ramp, the last undefeated player, Nuno Vale. Looking at this list, this looks pretty stockish. We have a couple Chrysalis in the main deck, and then we have 4 Carnage Great Creator. He was just able to defeat Stefan Schütz in sort of the last undefeated matchup, and taking a Tron to be the last undefeated in the room, beat one of the best Team of Breach player in the room with the 4 Khans, presumably. And the rest of this, 2 Ancient Stirrings, pretty standard stuff, a copy of All Is Dust. In this matchup, yeah, I mean, he wants to just be fast, so like Chrysalis, Micro Spawn early, Kozak's Command to ramp himself out, and then hopefully get down the Eldrazi's quickly. But honestly, this might actually be a good matchup for Burn, if I would have to guess.
Let's take a look at the Burn deck. I want to see that. Is it mono red? Is it splashing something? It used to play green for like Ancient Grudge, or like black for some of the black cards. I want to see what the Burn deck looks like. Is it mono red Burn?
It is.
Are we back?
I do have the list here. It is mono red actually.
Wow.
Completely mono. No, not exactly. It's running mono red in the main deck.
Okay.
So no Boros Charm at all, but it's running some white sideboard cards we're going to address later. It's running 2 copies of Rolling Vertex and 4 copies of Eidolon. Those are going to be fantastic against specifically Breach. Rolling Vortex saying whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast that spell, so Mox Opal, Mox Amber, Mishra's Bauble.
That's a lot of damage.
How much should take? 5. Yeah. And then the rest of, just the classic Burn creatures. Swiftsphere Goblin Guide, nothing's changed. We have a new one, a new edition from Foundations there, the Bolt Wave. Lots of 1 mana deal freeze, hoping that the opponent deals himself some damage with those Shocklands, maybe a Thoughtseize, and then 15 damage, 5 times free, 5 of those burn spells to finish a job.
I can imagine that this deck was especially good yesterday with closed deck list, where a lot of the players go like, fetch land, turn 1, shock myself, Thoughtseize, I'm at 15, what do you have? Oh, that's 5 lightning bolts, that's not great.
Yeah. So yeah, now they have open deck lists, so they know that they are up against who they're up against. So Nuno is probably looking to mulligan into a fast hand.
What is that team?
CABJ.
Oh, Boca Juniors from Argentina. Thanks for our production team. Wow, that's great catch, great catch. So some football fans here, good to see that. We're in Utrecht. I don't know if Utrecht is super well known for playing football, but I mean, in Europe, there's certainly a very popular sport. We call it football because you play with a ball, you kick it with your feet, not like not like in some other parts of the world. But anyways, the round already started. Nuno seems to be on the play, which is going to be a huge advantage in this matchup, which I can only imagine is going to be a huge race.
Yeah, and that's a good start. Utopia Sprawl on turn 1. And I do see an Ancient Stirring and 2 Chrysalis and a Kozak's Return. So that's actually very mid-rangey, very fast, low to the ground hand. Kozak's Return to deal with some of the burn creatures. So pretty good. He just needs to find a land with Stirrings, and then I suppose Yeah, he's off to the races on turn 3 at least. But his turn 2 is looking not that exciting.
Something that is very different in this Eldrazi list from the Eldrazi Metalcraft list that Frank highlighted as one of the better answers for Breach was that the Metalcraft list runs 4 copies of Chalice of the Void. That would be an insane card to have against Burn, which runs basically, 40 one-mana lightning bolts, right? So Nuno's not going to have access to that, but he does have a really good start with that Utopia Scroll on turn 1. Let's see if he has a follow-up.
Oh, he has a bit of a decision there. He could have cast Ancient Stirrings to find, I don't know, a talisman or some other land to play. Instead, he passes with Kozilek's Return up against the Prowess creature.
Yeah, and there was like pass, I got nothing.
Yeah.
But here, day 2 is open deck list, so Juan is going to know what's up. And let's see if he runs his creatures into the Kozilek's Return.
Bit of a pimped out burn deck
that
here,
looks
huh?
Cool. Oh yeah.
Everything in foil, even the basic lands.
I love the unhinged lands. Those are my favorite lands. Unhinged, unglued.
They do look nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what do you? This is awkward. Sure, if your opponent goes Eidolon, you're like really happy you can just kill both creatures. But what do you do now? Like if you go, it's just
you can't really respawn because if they have a lightning bolt, you kind of wasted your card. You're taking even more damage. But it looks like Juan
play out well for Nuno. He made a bit of a judgment call, which was totally reasonable, but
didn't work out for now.
And actually, I see a Swift Spear in Juan's hand, so he could have gone Swift Spear Shock, but he did.
Well played.
Played around the Kozilek's Return there. Not Shock, Lightning Bolt. We're not playing Standard.
So that was an attack for how much?
3.
3 from the Bolt Wave, skewered the critics. 2 Prowess triggers, so that was an attack for 9. So Nuno down to half.
Yeah, this was not good. He's kind of skipped this entire turn. Turn number 2.
But I mean, sometimes that's just how it is, right? Okay, my hand's not great. Maybe I have to hope that you play into my card. I get some value. I buy myself a little bit of extra time. Didn't work out. Here's the Kozilek's Return on his next main phase. Deals with the Swift Spear and passes the turn at 10 life.
Expedition map, Wooded Foothills. And there goes the Swift Spear. Just an attack for 1, but now Nuno down to 9 life. That doesn't feel great. That's just a couple bolts. Not a couple, 3 of them in total, but 9 being dividable by 3. Certainly not where you want to be. Oh,
Limited All-Star.
Interesting. What's happening here though? Wait a minute. You do get the spawns before the Chrysalis enters play. He does have a Searing Blaze in hand. So this does not work at all. Yeah, and Nuno points that out. Juan might not be aware of the interaction, but the spawns enter before the Chrysalis even enters play. So there's no way to, like, this is an illegal line of play.
So yeah, there are cards like Kozilek's Predator, I think, is the old one.
Yeah.
That's the one where it's a 4-mana 3/3 comes into play, makes 2 spawns. I think this one's different. Yeah, we have the card on the screen. When you cast the spell, create 2 spawns. So you first have the spawns on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And it just kind of works differently than the card from the past.
A little bit of confusion there. It would have been nice, of course, to kill the Chrysalis before it can grow against the Searing Blaze. Juan got excited about that, played a little fast, maybe didn't know about the interaction. Exactly. I mean,
it is kind of strange that you make the tokens before that, but I guess that's kind of like how Eldrazi work now.
Right.
It always has a cast trigger.
Yeah, sort of the insurance against counter spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, River Chrysalis. Did you ever think that card would also see playing constructed?
No. I also got baited into thinking, this is going to be a different format. But then, like, the first time I play with it, I'm like, wait, this is basically a 4-mana 4/5, but it also goes wide. So I have 3 blockers. It has Secret Reach. That also took me a while to get used to that. I suicided with a bunch of my flyers a few times before I, finally learned the hard way. But yeah, that was a cool format.
And also ramps you for 2, by the way.
Yeah.
I think a common had never such a incredibly high win rate in any limited format ever. Maybe was there a common in a? Would you think back to some common that was as good as Chrysalis?
That's a great question. Like, we keep talking about what the most busted rare cards are of all time, but yeah, this is a good question. But let's keep it for another time. Looks like the tokens are going to enter play before the Chrysalis. Then it comes into play One goes end of turn, Searing Blaze, but now Nuno is able to keep the Chrysalis alive. But hey, still that puts him down to
6. Yeah, and sometimes you're just happy to have a target with a Searing Blaze. He's at 6 life now, yeah?
Okay, there we go.
A Barbarian Ring, a somewhat recent addition to the deck with Modern Horizons 3.
Yeah, 6 cards in the graveyard. 1, 2, 3, no, 7 actually, maybe.
I think it is actually 7, yeah.
We have the full threshold.
And yeah, the Eldrazi deck, let me take a look. Is there something Khan can get that can gain life?
Good question. Something that gives you hexproof, maybe, like Witchbane Orb, something along those lines.
There's a Chalice of the Void. He could find that.
This is good.
But there's no life gain, no Shadow Spear, no Warm Coil Engine, nothing like that.
No hexproof. Yeah, I guess most people probably didn't expect to play against Burn.
Yeah.
When you're building your Karn Wish board, Burn is probably not in your list of decks that you expect to get paired against these days, but maybe more after this event. Chrysalis attacks for 3.
I'm actually wrong. There's one card that gains life. It's the Haywire Might.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, not the best life gain payoff.
Attack for 3. Would you like to block?
Yeah, Nuno is really just... Oh, he probably didn't block. Okay, 4 damage. Put him to 13. He really wants to turn this into a 2-turn clock if possible.
Yeah, and sometimes, your best line is, I'm going to have to hope that you draw 3 lands in a row, you don't have anything, and I just want to shorten the clock as much as possible to not give you additional draw steps. 1 draws. That was a red card. Can he put 4 damage together?
Might be a Goblin Guide. Looks like a Goblin Guide.
Goblin Guide.
Yeah, that's not that good against the Chrysalis.
How many cards does one have that deal 4?
0, I believe, actually. He's not running Bonus Charm, he's just running a bunch of 3 damage spells.
Skullcrack is 3, Searing Blaze, Lightning Bolt, Rift Bolts, Cure the Critics, Lava Spike, Bolt Wave. Yeah, so unless his last card is something like a Lightning Bolt, he's going to have to draw 2 more burn spells.
Oh, that was... I just saw a Kozilek's Return. Do we have a kill here? 2 spawns is extra 2 counters. That goes up to... Okay, he's first going with the Rumble, but he just drew a Kozilek's Return.
There's a red floating. Yeah, I think this could be lethal.
Yeah.
If one doesn't have a spell, I think that would be exactly lethal.
He's taking a Talisman.
So yeah, 1 more token. So that would be 3 counters on the first Chrysalis. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 6. That would be 13. Does Nuno have that?
Yeah, Nuno has it, but does Juan have a spell? Or is it a land? But if he had a spell, he could at least survive with a switch
with a
jumping.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The Kozilek's Return, just like you said. Do you have a spell to stay alive? Yep. What's my life total? Okay, that looks like this might resolve. Oh my god. Did Nuno just win out of nowhere? Well, let me double check my hand. Nope, still not a Lightning Bolt. Attack for 13. Oh my god.
Oh,
wow,
he was slow rolling the Barbarian Ring. He had the Barbarian Ring, so he was just short of a red burn spell. Crazy. The Chrysalis, the mythic common.
The mythic common.
Taking it down.
Wow, I think Nuno probably didn't expect it himself.
Yeah, I mean...
How did I win this game?
I mean, when I saw his opener, I was like, okay, 2 Chrysalis, this could be a plan. You have early blockers, and then you have a big creature to... Yeah, it was... And
he basically skipped his 3rd turn. And he untapped and he was at 10 life.
Yeah.
Or no, his 2nd turn. He basically skipped his second turn. Untapped for his 3rd turn, and he was down to 10 life.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a game I certainly did not expect him to win. Let's take a look at the sideboards. Here we have Juan's deck.
What do we got? I'm looking to find any Molten Rain. I cannot see any. What is this Tunnel Ignis card? Let me just read that. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under opponent's control, if that player had another land enter the battlefield under his or her control, this turn Tunnel Ignis deals 3 damage to the player. Okay, that's more or less an anti-Amulet Titan card, so it's not good here.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't like any of these cards, to be honest with you.
How many targets do we have for Smash the Smithereens?
Just the talismans, I believe.
Talismans?
So that's four targets.
It's good against the Metalcraft version, not so much here, maybe?
Yeah, it's not.
Reflecting Palm?
Oh, to be fair, I guess the Smash the Smithereens is going to be good enough because of the counter-grade creator. So that's a good point. He's going to bring those in to maybe destroy a Chalice of the Void fetched by a Khan. But yeah, that's...
Alpine Moon?
Alpine Moon is not very good against the Eldrazi deck.
That's not the fight you want to fight, right?
No. You turn like a temple into a 5-color land, or
that's one less lightning bolt you have also to fix.
Exactly. That's a great point. Yeah, he's probably happy taking out some Searing Blazes, but yeah, let's take a look at the Eldrazi sideboard. Well, there's not much either.
What about that Chalice of the Void? Do you think that Karn is fast enough to play Karn, grab it with Karn, wait one more turn, then play the Chalice? Or do you just say like, hey, this is probably going to be too slow, I'm just going to shuffle the Chalice into my deck and maybe hope to get lucky that I draw it?
Yeah, I think you're dead on there. I think that's a good play. Same with the Haywire Might, just having a cheap creature that gains life and can kill an Eidolon.
Explosives maybe?
Explosives too is not a bad one, agree. Could also bring in the fourth return. Then he has a couple things to bring in. The Stone Rains are certainly not good here. And yeah, he's probably taking out some of his high end, maybe Emrakul, All Is Dust, Counter-Great Creator is not at its finest, especially if you side in the artifacts you're gonna get, you can just side out the Khan.
I think for me, maybe like on the play, I could see maybe keeping the Karn, go for those like turn 2 I have a Karn kind of plays, but on the draw, I think it would maybe be a little bit too slow. I'm wondering, looking at the burn list, not seeing a lot of cards in the sideboard like Molten Rain, perhaps the burn players think that this is a good matchup. I don't really need extra help, I just need a way to kill Chalice. That's the one way I can lose. But other than that, I mean, your deck has a bunch of 6-drops, 7-drops, Emrakul, all these expensive cards. It's going to be pretty hard for you to play those. I'm just going to make sure my deck is, as consistent as possible, and I'm just not even going to really bring in too many cards for the second game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is favored for burn, and I think that's sort of the reason why you see not many sideboard cards. He drew 6 lands in that game, so I mean, 2 of them were Barbarian Rings, so those were an extra 4 damage. But yeah, again, also like the Chrysalis package in game 1 there was, I think, very important. Like if the Eldrazi Ramp player would have just played Myco Spawn and a Devourer of Destiny that cost 7 mana, it would have been just so much slower, and would have likely been the end of it, because he couldn't have turned the corner. But instead he had a 7/8 attacking and a 6/7 attacking, turning the corner in a matter of 2 turns.
If you board out Karn, do you bring in Haywire Might? It dies, you gain 2 life. You can chum block with it. You can sack it to exile a non-creature enchantment, so it doesn't deal with Eidolon.
It does not. I'm sorry about that. I always missed it. I always think it kills anything, but
sure, right. But like, do you bring it in just for the purpose of like, I'm willing to sacrifice a card this game just to chum block and gain 2 life? That's usually not a great strategy in constructed Magic, especially in a format as powerful in Modern.
Yeah.
But this deck being so fast that maybe you're happy to sacrifice a card just to gain 2 life. You block something, so let's say you gain 4.
Nah, I think that's extreme, because actually these expensive creatures, like even Emrakul, they have the purpose of enabling Ugin's Labyrinth. So even that card plays a bigger role than something like Haywire Might. So I probably would not side it in at that point when it doesn't hit the Eidolon.
I like that thinking. I like thinking that, I have to play to win. I'm not here just to throw my cards away to gain some life and then lose a turn later. I also have to think about my synergies. I have to think about how my deck works. Exactly what you're saying. If I don't have that expensive card to exile to against Labyrinth, it might not be a 2-mana land. That might slow me down already.
Yeah, in the last feature covered by Simon and Philippa, we saw the Domain Zoo player playing its Brute Scale combo, and he had like Meltdown, Leyline Binding, Lightning Bolt, Wear Tear, all these interactive cards, and just no pressure. And then the combo play out all the time to sort of develop a different kind of game plan, and then it's just you want to have a good game plan between threats and answers, of course.
Looks like Honey's happy with his opening hand. Nuna is going to send his back for a quick mulligan. The mulligan not nearly as painful as back in the days with the London mulligan. Don't be afraid to send, you know, one hand back, try to find a better curve. Some cards for the matchup you're playing after sideboard. The fact that you get to look at 7, put one on the bottom, that makes it a lot less hurtful now.
Yeah, aggressively mulligan is part of playing Eldrazi ramp. That's part of playing the deck.
Exactly.
You have to find those fast Utopia Sprawl hands, those Talisman on turn 1 with Yugin's Labyrinth, Eldrazi Temple. Those are your best cards early. And you really need those. If you don't have the ramp, if you're playing like a Microspawn on turn 3 or turn 4, I mean, turn 3 is fine, I guess. Turn 4 is really not fine.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it in Constructed. Your deck is a lot more focused. In Limited, perhaps you want to mulligan a little bit less because you need all the resources. But Constructed is certainly different. Turn 1, Lava Spike. You're at 17, go, and a tapped land for Nuno. So none of those turn 2 4 mana opening hands for him just yet. Wooded Foothills.
Maybe we see an Eidolon coming down.
Yeah.
Lava Spike on turn 1 is certainly not where the burn player wants to be. They usually want to drop that Goblin Guide or the Swift Spear, of course.
Yeah, that is either a no, that looks like an Eidolon. The text is so long that this has to be Eidolon of the Great Revel.
I think you're correct. There we see Uin's Labyrinth.
Okay.
Enabled by Dust. And again, we see a pass here.
We see a hesitant pass.
What could I have?
What could that be?
In the past, that actually was kind of risky against Burn because Boros Charm gives indestructible.
Right.
But, you know, Boros Charm not in Juan's list.
So Kozilek's Return takes care of the Eidolon there. And wow, just a pass from Juan. So yeah, this is the type of deck that just needs to put 7 cards together, right? 7 times 3 is 21. I just need to find 7 lightning bolt effects and hope that I don't flat out, like what happened to Juan in game 1. So it looks like he's sitting on a bunch of those instant speed burn spells.
Another noteworthy thing is that the Eldrazi ramp deck, it doesn't deal itself much damage to the mana base.
That's true. Yeah.
It's like 1 Stomping Ground, a couple fetch lands. Usually they fetch Forest, turn 1 for the Sprawl. So that's like an extra 4-ish life. You know, that won't be dealt to yourself. That's another card that the burn player has to have.
All right, end of turn fetch. Elegant Parlor. And I really love the addition of the Survey lands into Modern. They just make basically every deck better, right? Survey 1 is like half of drawing a card, maybe. You know, it really helps you in those situations where you're looking for something, you want to fill an extra card in the graveyard for your Flage, you know, get that threshold for a Barbarian Ring. Looks like the ring was the card that got put in the graveyard. There's another land for Juan. And another one. So he already has 5 lands at least. So kind of flatting out.
Yep.
Once again.
Nuno's sitting at pretty 15 life. It's a lot. And he is going for a Kozilek's Command, make some spawn and make scry 2 draw a card. So set himself up for a good, hopefully like a big Eldrazi next turn.
Mm-hmm. That's the downside of running a deck with, you know, no card selection, like Moderate. Sometimes you're gonna have these busted opening draws, but sometimes you're gonna have to draw a couple extra lands. Searing Blaze. Well,
yep.
That's 3 more damage.
It's a good use of Blaze. He did play land this turn, so landfill was on. And I saw Nuno taking, with that Kozilek's Command, an Emrakul to hand. I can't quite see his graveyard, but he's got to have at least 4 types. So he's already at 6 mana in play. Maybe next turn we're going to see an Emrakul, which is also a very fast clock. That's certainly what Nuno is playing towards here. Grabs a Microspawn, ramps even further. And he's got to be feeling pretty good. There's a Cavern on Eldrazi. He could crack the spawn to exile land from the opponent. But I mean, the burn play doesn't really need the difference between 3 and 4 mana isn't really. So he rather keeps the spawn around to have that extra mana or jump blocker in the future. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Burn is the type of deck where you kind of want to draw, 3 lands, rest spells.
Yeah, for sure.
So filter the deck one more time at the end of turn.
He only has 1 Parlor, so no more scrying to be done. So
yeah, you certainly don't want to draw the tapped land in your opening hand. Yeah. That is a disaster.
He does have 4 Sunbaked Canyon. So that's also a nice flood insurance, which he hasn't unfortunately drawn in these last 2 games that, where he was flooding a little bit. So he, fetches a mountain. Oh, because he only has 1 Sacred Foundry, and I believe he drew that one. Again, he's a mono-red deck.
He is flooding out.
He only has 2 white cards in his entire 75. So.
And you certainly do want to find that white source, because you do want to give your opponent a little bit of a scare of, okay, he might have the deflecting palm, do I want to play around it?
That is true, that is true. But yeah, the Emrakul is going to take a look at the hand, so, and that's going to come down this turn. I believe so. Are we going to see an Emrakul the Promised End? Oh yeah.
Wow.
With an Ugin Sanctum as well, so we get 2 triggers here. Just counting the types.
How is Nuno casting an Emrakul against Burn still on 12 life?
Yeah. So we have Emrakul costing 9, is that correct?
1, 2, 3, 4.
And that's 4, 6, 9 mana, yeah. Is he triggering the Sanctum? Doesn't want to, okay.
All right, Lightning Bolt your face, you're at 9. What else do you have? Nothing. Okay, untap with smash, smash, land, and a Lightning Bolt off the top. I think you're gonna target yourself. Thank you very much.
And then shoot 2 damage with the Sacred Foundry. Put him to 12. That's exactly. Okay. Well, he's facing 16 power.
Yeah, this is not looking good. He needs 3 more Lightning Bolts. He doesn't have a single one. Nuno's certainly not going to play an artifact now. He saw the 2 smashes.
You know what would be an incredible draw? Deflecting Palm. Oh, it doesn't work against Emrakul. Protection from instants. Oh wait, what is the wording on Deflecting Palm?
Yeah. Like what does it target, or like do you just does it say prevent damage?
Oh, it doesn't target.
It doesn't target, right? Okay.
Wow, it would work. Oh, he has a redraw, but it's a skewer the critics he drew. Ah, that would have been crazy.
Next time, a source of your choice. So it doesn't say target creature or target something. A source of your choice would deal damage to you.
Yeah.
Prevent their damage and redirect it to.
Oh my God! But he does get another draw. He does get another draw. He's going to 1 here because Nuno decided not to deal him 2 damage with the Foundry.
Okay.
Maybe regretting that play there. Can he draw Deflecting Palm? That's the question.
All right, last draw. Is this a deflecting?
Did he even board it in? We don't even know.
Yeah.
I think it's a Barbarian Ring, or it looks like a land, at least. Yeah, it's a Barbarian Ring. All right.
Wow, so a little bit of a flood here for our Burn player who did draw double smash, but congratulations to Nuno. Yeah, 12-1, that's...
Gotta feel pretty good. I mean,
prime position to make the top 8, right?
I think at this point with his breakers, I presume that he's kind of almost alone.
Yeah, you just gotta find somebody who's gonna draw with you.
Right, 1 draw is
tiebreakers.
Yeah, you can lose the next round and draw next round, and then you're gonna be in.
Wow, good stuff. So congratulations. That was a bit of a. I didn't really expect the match to go that way.
Right.
I thought, Goblin Guide, attack, Eidolon, triple Lightning Bolt, GG, maybe you're dead on turn 3 or 4. But yeah, a little bit of a flood, kind of unfortunate, but that's what happens. You play a deck with no card selection. Sometimes that will happen.
And yeah, we saw the power of Eldrazi putting out an Emrakul on turn 5. No big deal.
Yeah, I certainly did not expect the game to end with an Emrakul. Let's see if we have an interview coming up. Okay. They are setting up for it right now. So before we do that, we had 2 feature matches, right? We're going to have 1 more feature match
We're gonna have Teemo Breach against Azorius Control next up.
Yeah, and it's not just Azorius Control.
It is a variation of Azorius that's, let me see, Nazet, part of Veils, and 4 Orms chant in the main deck. So you try to chain those chants, and you have Days Undoing and Nazet combo, and that's sitting at 10-2 here in the tournament.
If you're playing Orms chant in the main deck, what is the deck you're kind of targeting with that?
Well, maybe someone that could be casting Underworld Breach.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of excited for that because 4 Orms and that's not typical, right?
Yeah. But sounds like our interview is ready, so let's hold it down there.
Yes, so we're here with the winner of the last match, Nuno Phil. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm really happy because I won probably against the worst matchup I have.
Really?
So, oh yeah. I got really lucky. I mean, I've been lucky throughout. I mean, normally, but these were two very, very uncharacteristic games that I got to win. You know, I need to count my stars here and just be happy about it.
Yeah, be happy. But maybe it's like a premonition of what's about to happen even more so.
I don't know. It's once again, it's Magic. I do my best. We'll go through it.
Of course.
But in this case, this was, really, really bad matchup that swung my way. So, that's just happy about it.
Yeah, you should be. So why did you choose Eldrazi Ramp?
Well, I had a couple options, but this seemed like the most stable deck. So the deck that I could rely on a tournament that's going to have a lot of rounds. And I felt comfortable enough, but that's the thing. Even I wouldn't expect something like this, not even close. If I had made day 2 6-3, I would be happy about it. Making top 8, probably. I'm assuming that's really good.
Yeah, well, I'm really happy for you, Nuno. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
I love the mentality of Nuno, just saying, I don't want to celebrate too soon. Obviously I'm excited. But I'll take it one round at a time. If I get there, I get there. Obviously, getting qualified for Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Las Vegas in June, that'd be the dream. But we'll see how it works out in the next couple rounds. We have a second backup feature match, just like you mentioned, between 2 players, and one of them on the left side is Matthias Iersted. I remember when I started playing Magic, one of my first Pro Tours, I think Matthias was like one of the top players in the rating system. Back then we had this DCI rating, and Matthias is one of the best players in Europe. He chained a bunch of Pro Tour top 8s, finished a bunch of top 16s. So it is really cool seeing him come back and, grind here in Utrecht. What is he playing?
Breaching into day 2. He's playing, what is this? Teemo Breach. Never seen this before. No, of course. Very stock list, One Song Lightning, but this looks almost like some list I've already seen yesterday. Maybe he worked together with another Breach player. Very stock, nothing special. The usual. Flame of Honor, we're trying to combo with Grinding Station and Underworld Breach to win the game via casting either Jace Will of Mysteries when you've milled your entire library, or Grape Shroud, storming off, shooting 20 at your opponent's face.
So the deck to beat, nothing out of the ordinary. He's going to be just trying to combo off. But, okay.
His opponent, Eric Zhu, is playing a sweet one. Blue-white control, dear to my heart, with Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, making a showing, which is super awesome. Long, like a dominated standard, great card. And yeah, really excited for this one. We see Orms Chant being utilized as a 4-off here to help protect those Planeswalkers and to just stop Underworld Breach from happening. Days Undoing and Nazet is the combo that this blue-white control deck is playing itself. It's usually game-winning. You draw 7, your opponent draws 1. It's pretty back-breaking in a lot of spots. And yeah, surrounding by Solitude, Raft to the Skies as sort of the premier interaction pieces. We have Tune the Narrative to help with the Raft to the Skies against those Mox Opals, Underworld Breach, or Boros Energy. Counterspell, Spell Snare, Prismatic Ending, usual suspects, blue-white control. There you go.
I have to say I'm a bit disappointed. Where is Isochron Scepter? I was expecting some players to show up with four Orium's Chants with Scepters. It'd be like, turn 2 Scepter, you have 1 turn. After that, you're never going to cast anything again.
Yeah, I just took a glimpse at the sideboard.
Oh.
And he does have 2 in the sideboard, actually.
Nice. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
so
that's what I want to see this round.
Yeah, Isochron Scepter and Orium's Chant, or Counterspell. That's also a good combo. Yeah, maybe we can show the card on the screen real quick. Isochron Scepter being able to imprint a spell, and then it's a 2-mana artifact, and then tap 2 mana to cast that spell every turn. You can cast a counterspell on Orium's Chant every single turn.
Pretty good. That's what I played my first Pro Tour. I showed up to Pro Tour New Orleans with a Psychotalk deck with Isochron Scepter, and I would frequently play Scepter on turn 2, imprinting, Counterspell, Diabolic Edict, Accumulated Knowledge, and that's when my opponent would untap, play a Stroke of Genius with Tinkers and things, draw 20 cards, and I would just be dead. So that was not my best event.
That sounds crazy.
But anyway, speaking of Pro Tours, I think Matthias Jerstedt has, I believe, 3 Pro Tour top 8s. He representing Sweden, and Eric all the way from China. So cool to see a lot of international players here at the Spotlight Series. And look at this opener. Turn 1, Tameo, Mox Opal, Mishra's Babel. Pass the turn. Not bad.
Yep.
Eric cracks a fetch land in his own main phase on the first turn. What does that tell you?
Prismatic Ending, likely.
Okay.
For the Tameo, which is exactly what you want to do there. I saw a Wrath to the Skies also in his hand already, so that's going to be very good against Breach later down the line. Wrath to the Skies, generally speaking, if I would have spent some time working on Modern, I would have probably tried to figure out a way to utilize that card in like maybe a Jeska control deck, or a blue-white control deck like this one, because it does look very well positioned. Not only is it great against Breach, it's also very good against the Boros Energy deck, of course.
All right, Mishra's Bubble gets cracked. I think that was an Orium's Chant on top of Eric's deck. Matthias remembers his trigger, draws an extra card from the bubble, plays a Wooded Foothills, and passes the turn with a Lightning Bolt up. Not the most exciting card in the matchup. Breeding Pool Go is the play from Eric. So I think we're going to see a lot of that. You know, a little bit of draw and go, draw and go, draw and go. At some point, Eric's probably going to untap, play Teferi. We might be here for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that this is not traditional draw-go control. He's playing 8 Planeswalkers. He's going to tap out. He has those Days in Doing. This is, I'm gonna say this is somewhat similar to like a Splinter Twin deck of the past. It has controlling elements. It has counterspells. It has removal. But it does have that Nazet, Days Undoing. That's sort of the main pillar of combo that you're working towards, and it's surrounded by interaction. So it's kind of a combo control deck. Yeah, these games might actually end fast. Maybe if he plays Nazet here, and on the next turn he's got Days Undoing, game's done.
Yeah, more of a tap-out control deck.
Yes, yes. Combo control, you can say.
Combo control, yeah.
The Nazet, the problem of the Nazet, of course, well, Matthias is thinking on a Surveil here, I believe. The problem with the Nazet is it's very easily attackable. Like you play against a deck like Boros Energy, Hollow 1, they just attack it down. That makes it somewhat unreliable as a combo piece.
So it's going to be a battle of Planeswalkers. I just want to see the Scepter. Give me a Scepter enchant. How many answers does Breach even have?
It does have a few.
Yeah, I guess you're going to bring in like some Nature's Claims. You have a Boseiju. Yeah, Boseiju is just, that's kind of the biggest one, right? It's
Flame of Anor.
Hiding in your mana base is like a clean answer to that. Where's the Saga? That is one of the better draws here for Matthias.
I absolutely agree. That's a good one here, I think. It's a little slow to get going. He has 2 more lands in hand and a Breach and a Lightning Bolt, so his hand is really not doing much. But the Saga will start his engines. The question is, can Eric punish him? And he can. He does have the Wrath. So he can just go Wrath and blow up the Saga if he wants to. Or he could play a Planeswalker. Would also be pretty decent here.
Yeah, not under any pressure right now. The Saga cannot make a token just yet.
Certainly, he has to be feeling pretty good about this situation so far.
Yeah. Have you had a try to try the matchup at all? Have you had a chance, or have you just been exclusively playing Blue-White in Standard to grind for the Pro Tour?
Pretty much. That's pretty much it. I haven't had the chance to play it in Modern, no.
Wrath of the Skies, there we go. Yeah, Matthias says that resolves. Not great. 2 for 1. And he only gets to run. I think there's only 2. Yeah, there's only 2 copies in Matthias's list. He only has 2 Ors of Saga. So that was one of his 2 probably most impactful cards in the matchup.
Yep. He drew a Swan Song. That's a little too late. Would have been better a turn earlier. And now he's surveilling again and thinking about it, keeping it.
Pass the turn.
He's looking for Malevolent Rumble, I think is one of his best draws at this point. He does have the Breach, right? And he could go for a value Breach, theoretically, at some point. You don't need the combo. You can just, draw some cards from Mishra's Bauble, theoretically.
Geyer Reach Sanitarium. Talk to me about that land. Why is this land in the deck? It looks so off, right? But does it perhaps have some, special utility?
Yeah, it does. It's quite good with Nazet. So Geyer Reach Sanitarium makes both players draw a card and then discard a card. And if you do that in your opponent's turn, with a Nazet in play, they can only draw 1 card. So they draw step, and then so they have to discard Sanitarium. So you can actually Sanitarium lock people.
Okay, so you wait for their draw step, they draw the cards for the turn, you activate the Sanitarium, they cannot draw the other one, but they have to discard the card they just drew, and then they don't have anything to work with. That is a pretty cool combo.
Here we see a Solitude, pitch an Orim's Chant. Eric realizing that Orim's Chant is not really at its best in this current game situation, even though it's good in the matchup, and getting rid of the Tamio, realizing that this is going to be about resources, about grinding, an extra clue I really cannot give you. Then we see Matthias reading the Geyer Reach Sanitarium. Probably hasn't seen that in a while either.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if Urza Saga is one of the best cards Matthias has for the matchup, Tamio has to be, in there as well. One of the top 2 cards that he has. Like, start with the Tamio, that could kind of get out of hand really quickly, give you some extra cards, make extra land drops, then flip into a Planeswalker.
Ooh, do we have Kahira, by the way? Let me just double check. Huh. So there could have been Kahira, but chose not to.
Has a turn?
Eric decided to not run Kahira.
Yeah. End of turn, Matthias has a Flame of Anor. Do you remember that moment from the first Lord of the Rings movies? When Gandalf is on the bridge, and he's like, hey, I'm the servant of Flame of Honor. He makes that big lightning thing around him to protect himself from the Balrog sword or whatever.
And it still falls. I cried at that scene.
That was cool. That was so cool.
I saw that. I was like a little kid. I was like, no, Gandalf.
Yeah, what happened, right?
And then he came back, and I was the happiest kid in the world.
That was so cool. Man, the Lord of the Rings set was so well done. The design of that set was so crazy well done.
And there we see Sanitarium just being activated to fix your draw step a little bit, but it does help both players. I mean, we see a Mox Amber here, which is pretty, whatever. Eric does have a Solitude in hand, so he would kind of want to hard cast it. Oh, he does. He lets him get a clue. I mean, that's not great for Eric. So I see what Eric is doing, though. He has the Solitude. He wants to hold up counter magic for any shenanigans. And then end of turn, he's hoping to cast the Solitude. Yeah. All right. Rumble resolves. And another Flame goes to the graveyard. That was also one of the better draws at this point. And he has the choice between a land. Woodland is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Woodland is pretty strong down the line with a Breach. Makes Counterspell look kind of poor against Breach. That was a good pickup.
Well, there's a Pithing Needle for Matthias.
Yeah, you can name Nazad or Teferi. It's not too bad.
Wow, end of turn Solitude is the play for Eric. That's pretty strong. Yeah, Tamio gets exiled.
Matthias is looking kind of good. I mean, the Woodland, he has a Swan Song in hand, he already has the Breach, he's just missing Station.
That's the cool thing about Breach. It kind of like looks like you're not doing much.
Yeah.
Yeah, just playing some lands. I have these lightning bolts in my hand, you know, nothing going on. At some point, you can just drop the Breach and combo off.
Yeah, it doesn't need much.
End of turn. Lightning Bolt of Solitude, all right. Crack the Clue. And back to Matthias. We go. Otawara, okay. Another utility land. There's a Jace as well. You just run out the Jace out there. What's the worst that can happen, right? Just gets countered. Sure. If you don't have a counter spell, maybe I can start getting some value.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you want to combine it with another powerful spell in the same turn to overcharge Eric's counterspells. Eric's sitting on 4 cards. He hasn't played a land drop for a couple turns. Now he's played the Misty. So he's probably sitting on maybe 1 or 2 counterspells. You got to be thinking as Matthias. So he's thinking now, how do I best maneuver this? He also has the Woodland, so he could just run out a Breach. If it gets spell snared or counterspelled, he just activates Woodland and he has a Breach.
Okay.
And then Eric would need some way to instant speed remove the Breach, but I don't think he plays something that does that. He doesn't have a March of Otherworldly Light. Yeah, he doesn't have anything to blow up a Breach at instant speed. So theoretically, he has with the Woodland. I think he has Breach for days, theoretically, as far as I can tell.
Talk to me about this thought process of, you know, trying to make the best of a situation where a control deck has a bunch of counterspells in hand, presumably. You know, what's the best way to press their mana? You know, what are you thinking usually? Do I just cast 1 spell every turn, hope something sticks, or am I preparing for this one big turn where I try to cast multiple spells, hope that they don't have enough mana to deal with that? I think you kind of touched on that a little bit.
Yeah, it's so a control player. The best thing you can be doing against a control player is to make their answers line up awkwardly. For example, play Cossacks command end of turn, and then they have to do I counter that or do I counter the Eldrazi they might be playing on the next turn, right? But it looks like the Jace is resolving.
Wow.
That's huge. I see a spell snare in Eric's hand. He might just not have a counterspell. And there you go. I mean, that's just the control player's life. He just doesn't have the answer. I've been there plenty of times, I can tell you that much. It's
make them have it, you know? Sometimes they just don't.
I've lost to so many Planeswalkers resolving. Or Gideon, ally of Zendikar. The first time we faced off against each other, you had 4 of those in your deck, and it resolved against me on Esper Dragons, and you beat the living hell out of me in the quarterfinals of a GP.
Yeah, that was good.
It burned into my memory. You might have forgotten about that. It's been a long time ago.
Peter Sakureg won the
Yes.
And I think Ben Stark was in the finals with him. Yeah,
it was a cool top 8 for sure. All right. Well, Metaculus Ica, I'm looking through his list. He doesn't even have an answer to this. He can, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, tuck it back into the library is his best answer as far as I can tell. Prismatic Ending only is able to exile 3 because he only has a breeding pool. He doesn't have, a red or black land.
Yeah, there it is. Prismatic Ending, but yeah.
It's too short. He does have the breeding pool, but it's not enough. I saw what Dazan doing. If he finds a Nazet, he can really swing. But we know about the one Swan Song that's sitting there.
Yeah.
He's having it in front of his hand. The Thundering Fault's untapped. He's sitting pretty, Matthias.
I'm sure Matthias is thinking, Jace, resolves? Man, control players these days, they don't even have an answer for my Planeswalker. What is this?
Yeah, I mean, imagine Eric has 2 Orange Chant in hand. They're not very good against this Jace. The Jace is just the Jace can ultimate, draw 7 cards at some point.
Yeah.
Matthias is chilling.
Yeah, plays another land, draws a card with the Jace, mills a grinding station, so I think his graveyard has all the tools necessary to combo off with Breach at some point.
Yeah, and he does have the Woodland, so he could theoretically, I mean, it's open deck lists. I think Matthias could just win the game here. I don't think there's much that Eric can do. because of the shifting woodland. There's a force of negation Eric could have to exile the breach. That would work around the woodland.
Okay.
It's a one-off. So I feel like Matthias is maybe playing a little bit too conservatively. I suppose like Orange Chant will buy Eric time, but you know, Woodland can just be activated on the next turn, and then he needs another Orange Chant. So
Woodland is huge. This is exactly the reason why you have that in your deck, right? For exactly these scenarios.
Yeah, that's the best Woodland I've ever seen, maybe, because it's just so threatening. And there's no counterplay. You know, some controllers in the past played like Field of Ruin or something like that. Eric doesn't have that.
Looks like Matthias might be running out of lands to fetch with the fetch lands and gets himself a stomping ground. That puts him to 6-7 mana in play.
I think this is the most lands I've seen a Breach player have in play in a long time.
Draws a second copy of Breach. That's interesting. So, yeah, is Matthias, you know, starting to think at some point we're going to start going off?
I mean, he has like...
At some point, you need to start getting the Orim's Chance out of your opponent's hand, right?
Yeah, I mean, all roads lead to Rome here. He can just sit on this Jace, like knowing the deck list, he knows this. To be fair, I mean, no, actually, he should make a move. I'll take that back. He needs to make a move. Because if Eric draws a Nazet and has the Days Undoing, which we already know, which he, you know, could easily have... If you're Matthias, you could be thinking like, oh, I have to be aware of that Nazet Days Undoing combo that could really set me back here. So he actually has to make a move. Days Undoing is also, in a way, graveyard hate because it shuffles back both graveyards. That makes the Delirium for the... Okay, he does it. He goes for it. And there's the Spell Snare, as expected. But now, is the Woodland going to be activated?
Yeah, Matthias also has a second copy of Breach, I think.
True. But I think he would be better off just activating the Woodland. There's no Surgical, there's nothing that can be done.
It does leave you with a bunch of untapped mana, though. And maybe Matthias might be valuing holding on to the Swan Song.
It doesn't... Yeah, well, he has 5 mana, so you can have Swan Song up plus Woodland, and he doesn't need any mana for the combo. You can just start casting Mox Ambers.
Oh, right, he had 5 mana. Yeah, right, he would still have 1 mana.
Full graveyard, he could have... Yeah. It picks up another Breach. Maybe I'm missing something with the Woodland, but I don't think I am. You know, nonetheless, Matthias is looking at a prime position. He has a Jace going. He has multiple Breaches in hand. He has the Swan Song. There's another Spell Snare on another Breach. Again, I mean, if Eric draws Nazet here, though, the game could turn around big time.
End of turn Subtlety. Oh, no. Yeah, end of turn Subtlety. So that's going to make sure that the Jace stays in, you know, reasonable numbers for the time being. Or just, oh, okay.
He misread the card. That would be a good subtlety. Come into play, put a creature or a Planeswalker on the bottom of the library, Ultra Shriekmaw. You know, subtlety doesn't see that much play. Matthias probably has just not played against it before. The Hall of Storm Giants is getting trumped.
Yeah, we're getting close. Yeah.
Well, it's getting trumped by that spawn, though. Yeah. Otherwise, I would be able to take out the Jace.
Does Eric have a way to just deal with the spawn and attack? And he use a Prismatic Ending plus make the Hall attack? Deal with the Jace that way? Or perhaps just put Matthias on a clock?
Yeah, he doesn't have much else to do, and he does have to. He drew a Chant for the turn, and this last card has his Days Undoing. So if he plays Chant, and then next turn he draws the Nazet, he still has a good shot at winning.
Hall of the Storm Giants gets activated. No Prismatic Ending though. So attack. Where do you attack? Does something attack the Planeswalker? Do you go face? Looks like he does go face. So that puts Matthias to 9 after jumping with the spawn.
Yeah, Jace ultimate is -8, so he has like
one more turn.
One more turn to worry about the Jace. And now we see a cracked fetch land and an Orim's Chant in the upkeep, which will be answered by Swan Song, and then Matthias will just win the game.
Yeah.
Calling it.
That one copy of Swansong looks really, really good. Same with the one copy of Shifting Woodlands.
Yeah, one-offs are big.
How about no? Who's the control deck now?
Yeah, and he shows him the Woodlands, and then...
I'm going to copy the Breach. My graveyard has all the cards necessary to pull off the combo, and Matthias takes game 1. Well done.
Yeah, we just kind of saw the control player not drawing any of those proactive planeswalkers. At any time of the at any point in the game, if like a Nasa would have hit or a Teferi, that would have certainly gotten things going. Yeah.
Let's take a look at the sideboard here. Matthias with his Teamer Breach deck. There's a Ren and 6 on the sideboard. That's an interesting card. So what do you think might be coming here?
Yeah, I think Ren 6 actually pretty decent here. Nice value Planeswalker. The ultimate threatens the blue-white player. Stock Up is certainly going to come in here. Nice value card. This Nature's Claims going to come in for those Stony Silences, and potentially Rest in Peace he's going to face. Swan Song is going to come in, of course, and then Brain Surge, Flavor Armor, maybe even a second copy of Haywire Might. I mean, there's a lot of potential cards here to bring in. Just the games are going to go longer. He wants those free mana draw spells, the Stock Up, the Brain Surge, the Flame. He's happy with those. And he's probably going to trim down on like Mox Amber, Mox Opal. Those cards are pretty bad in multiples. And because there's so much interaction on the other side, he really needs to load up on 2-for-1 type cards and go down on the combo aspect of his deck.
Okay. Talk to me about these 3-mana card draw spells. It might look really strange that like, oh, you have a Stock Up in your sideboard, a Brain Surge. You know, what's the logic behind that? You have so many one-offs that you just want to kind of improve your odds of drawing that, or that's what's going on?
I mean, the split between Brain Surge and Stock Up might have just been out of. I'm not really sure which one's better. They both have their spots. I do like them with the fast mana. You know, Mox Opal and Mox Ember, cheap spells, 0-mana spells are very good with card draw. So those work very hand in hand with each other. And just having, you know, those cards can also find you your anti-hate pieces, which is important, like a Stock Up, digging 5 deeper, and so on and so on. All right, here we see the sideboard. We have Rest in Peace and Stony Silence as options. We have a Mystical Dispute, which is definitely good on the play. Can also hit the Tamio when you're on the play. Less good on the draw. The Purge is actually not crazy. It can hit the Underworld Breach in play. It can also hit the Ren and 6, so maybe like one copy I could see bringing in. And then there's also the Isochron Scepter.
Yeah,
we're going to see that one.
I think the key thing here is, what does Eric want to take out, right? You first want to take a look at your main deck and figure out how many death cards do I have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the subtlety can definitely go. Maybe you shave a Teferi Hero of Dominaria. Maybe you shave a Teferi Time Raveler. I don't know. It doesn't seem that impressive here. You definitely want to have the endings, I think, for the Tamios. And you also do want to have the Wrath of the Skies. And the Solitude, you know, you're not facing that many creatures, but you do want to kill an Emry on site. Yeah, just a little bit of an awkward spot, because you don't want to 2-for-1 yourself with Solitude. And
it's like a card you want to have, but you don't really want to draw two copies of it. At the same time, you really need it, because both Tamio and Emry are creatures that if they just be in play for a couple turns, your opponent's just going to get so much advantage.
And while I'm a big control fan, I do have to be frank here that it's just a lot of narrow answers. Prismatic Ending is good against Tamio, but doesn't interact with the combo. Orange Chat is bad against Tamio and Ursa Saga. And so on and so on and so on. And that's just these narrow answers. If they line up, deck looks fantastic. If they don't line up,
looks like game 2 is underway. Eric with a land go, and Matthias has a Tamio for turn 1. There's also Haywire Might. I think I see 2 copies of Flame of Anor.
I mean, Matthias not knowing subtlety and you saying like he's been an old school pro, he maybe just came back a couple months ago to like playing Magic, or like decided to just go here to Utrecht, picking up this Breach deck, maybe told by a friend, oh, this is a new broken thing. And he's 9-2-1.
Yeah, pretty good.
Just still got it.
Love to see it.
It's certainly, in a way, it's like almost like a brag move to not know like what subtlety does. It's like, you know, I'm like crushing in the tournament, not knowing with someone. Like someone just gave him the Breach deck. Maybe he has like one game on Friday with it, and he just like.
I could definitely see it, just coming out of sort of Magic retirement. to come back and just crush the next tournament easily. I remember one of my favorite players is Camille Cornelissen, and he also showed up to play a pro tour in Dublin, for which I think he met with Frank Carson at the pre-release, and Camille was like, hey, there's this, all these devotion cards. I think there's a deck that could work. They kind of like scribble it on a piece of paper, and then we go test with the Channel Fireball team for like the next 2 or 3 weeks, come up with a deck that's basically very similar to what Camille built at the pre-release, and then Camille is the one who ends up top 8ing the PT with the deck that he basically built at the pre-release tournament.
Wow.
I think he was the only one top 8ing with mono red devotion in a field of all mono blues and mono reds. Everybody was playing Master of Waves, protection from red. So that was not an easy deck to beat, and yeah, still Camille easily crushed it. So yeah, Matthias, I think, is one of those players from that era that just kind of showed up and just crushed every tournament. But back to the game. Looks like we had a Mystical Dispute counter Tameo, so exactly what you highlighted during sideboarding. And I see an Orim's Chant and also a Days Undoing for Eric, but no Narset just yet.
Yeah, he really needs those proactive Planeswalkers. He doesn't have much card advantage. He really needs to draw one of those. Otherwise, it's just a trading back and forth. And then at some point, Breach being, low on lands, also having now a lot of 2-for-1s in their deck, will just be able to graft a game plan around the interaction of Eric. And yeah.
Some Surveil action out of turn for Matthias, who is either looking for a third land, or there might be a Steam Vents in his hand already for the 2 copies of Flame of Anor. That's certainly what he would like to do next turn, play a land, pass a turn. And he picks up a copy of Swan Song. So once again, setting up for the future, for that 1 combo turn where having a 1-mana counter spell could certainly help you force everything through.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. He has 2 different artworks, but he actually has 2 Swan Songs now in hand.
Oh, okay.
So he's kind of turning into an almost control deck now, and that's the nice part about this deck with the Flame of Anor, with counter spells, Consigned to Memory, not in this matchup, but like the Breach deck can just turn around and just play this mid-rangey controlling game themselves.
I think Urza Saga is a card that Matthias would probably love to draw at this point in the game.
Absolutely.
Sit on the counters a little bit, make some free constructs, start pressuring you, also make the Planeswalkers a little less threatening. Eric with another land and pass, so nothing proactive going on just yet. And he decides to counter the...
Drawing out a counter spell.
Wow.
That's...
And he did it really fast, right? Like, does this tell you something?
Yeah, I think if I'm Matthias here, that's a good point, Martin. I would... he's thinking... There's probably more counter spells.
Yeah, right. If you only have one, you're gonna spend a little bit thinking about that. Like, can I afford to really counter a divination here? And yeah, wow, it just slams another counter spell here on the Malevolent Rumble. So no card selection or card draw for you. Matthias keeps attacking with the Might in the process.
I wonder if Matthias... It was a close decision to keep the second Swan Song. I mean, maybe he should have put that in the way. I was certainly thinking about that during the spot. We'll see how the game develops. Looks like Eric is sitting on a Days Undoing again, but no Nazet, so Days Undoing is just... I mean, wait a minute, he could actually use it. He's on 2. Oh, he does! He's on 2 cards against 4, so he technically is then drawing an extra card and also getting rid of the graveyards. He's going to counter that. That would have been interesting to resolve. I mean,
I think Matthias is like, hey, this just has too much text. Let me just Swan Song that. That sounds like that could be too good. And Eric is going to force that through with a counterspell of his own. So, all right, we're going to resolve this. What's going to happen now?
Yes, it's what do you call that? Time Twister. Time Twister resolving.
I have a judge question. Do you get to look at the cards your opponent is shuffling into their deck from their hand?
I don't think so. I don't.
Why would you, right? It sounds weird, right? But I would still ask, like, hey, is there some extra information I can get out of this?
I don't think so. I feel like... I mean, I guess I see what you're saying, but I don't think that works like that. But yeah, it would have been interesting if that would work like that. But yeah, I mean, the big thing here, Matthias is going to untap first.
Yeah.
7 cards.
Might
in
just
hand.
win the game next turn. And I think Eric already played a land, right?
Yep. Eric has Solitude and Force of Negation. Only 1 force though, so not much 0-mana interaction. And there's a Breach, a Kappa Emry, a Mox Ember, 3 Emrys.
That's funny.
But he does have a Rumble to maybe set him up a little bit.
Yeah. And Mox Amber, yeah, Matthias, there's a Breach as well. So Matthias is certainly going to try to do his best to try to win on his turn if possible, but I'm not sure if this hand quite gets there.
If he finds a station in the graveyard, no. Well, yes, I think he could get there with the Malevolent Rumble. If he finds a station,
mills a station, gets himself a land.
He's a little short on mana, I think. I think he's a little short on mana. It's close though. Oh, yeah, even better. Now he has more looks. Yeah, I think he could win because he has the second Mox, giving him another blue. And the Eldrazi spawn is another mana, so the Rumble essentially costs only 1, and he needs 4 mana in total. So he can go tap Breeding Pool for the Rumble, get a spawn essentially, and then he needs to find a land, play the land. Then he hasn't made a land drop yet, and then with the Mox Hammer he has exactly 4 mana. So if this Rumble finds him Breach station, he wins the game here, I believe.
And a land, right? He needs a
untapped land and a station. Yeah, it's maybe a bit much to ask for, but yeah, that would be a way.
You're still gonna go for it, right? Like your control opponent is tapped out. The situation is not gonna get better than that. So
yeah, for sure.
Might as well try it.
But he should tap the Mox Ember instead of the Thundering Faults.
Okay.
Because
if something happens to the Emery.
Yeah, the red mana. If he finds an island or a Boseiju or a woodland.
Oh yeah.
Then he couldn't cast the Breach.
I keep thinking that Mox is just any color, but it's the color of Emery, right? So it just produces blue.
Yeah.
So there we go. Actually, Matthias goes for a Breach first. He does have more Moxes in hand.
Well, this technically works. He now has to play the Mox though to cast the Rumble. But if he finds land plus station, he would get there. I don't know what he was maybe playing around the Force of Negation. Wanted to see if the Breach resolves. Now he knows that the way is clear.
Let's see here. Certainly, if he wants to play the Rumble, he's going to need to play another Mox.
Again, Eric only has 1 force in his entire deck, so, and he doesn't have it in his hand. Yeah. If he casts Emery here, that also kind of works because he can recast the Mox Embers. He can generate mana. Yeah, so he can use the Emerys. Yeah, actually he can dig very deep. I was not. He can dig very deep here. He has a lot of mana.
Oh, because he can also recast the Moxes, right?
Oh no, there's one problem though. Now he can't cast the Rumble any longer. I think he did missequence this a little bit. He could have cast the Rumble first and have 4 more looks.
There's a Mox.
Well, with the Mox Opal, you can cast the Rumble, so then he can go. So he can cast Mox Opal, exiling 3, cast the Mox Ember from his hand, Legendary Rule out, then he can cast Rumble and look 4 deeper.
So Matthias thinking about what to exile. With the Breach, looks like he's going to escape the Mox Opal.
This is not a win, by the way. He needs to find station. But I see what he can do. He can dig deeper with the Emery and then win that way. Yeah. So
you keep looping Emerys and Moxes.
It costs you 2 cards per doing so. So it's not infinite, but it digs you very deep into your deck. So the odds of him winning this turn are very high.
Yeah, Eric had to go for, I have to draw some action cards. I'm just going to play Days Undoing. But the downside of that is you're going to untap first. And I'm tapped out, so let's see if you can win on your own turn. Looks like Matthias might be able to. He's going to play the Rumble from the graveyard, gets himself an Eldrazi spawn. It's a land, another land, Flame of Anor. There's a breach, so no grinding station just yet.
He still hasn't made a land drop, so you can take a land here.
Yeah, there we have it, grinding station on the screen. That is the card we are looking for. For somebody who might not know how exactly does this combo work, can you quickly explain what the finish is?
Yeah, so grinding station, you need grinding station, Underworld Breach, and a Mox that generates mana, essentially. And then you can play the Mox, make a mana, sacrifice the Mox, mill yourself for free, and then you can escape the Mox back into play with the Underworld Breach, costing you 3 cards to escape. So that's infinite Moxes. You can just repeat that, make and tap the Mox every single time for mana. And you either need a sacrifice outlet or no, you don't need a sacrifice. Never mind. And then the way you win is with the Jace you see in the graveyard right there, which you can just mill over and then cast for Breach. You mill yourself until you have 0 cards in the library, play Jace, draw on yourself, and Jace says you win the game if you would draw and you don't have a library.
Sometimes there is a Thassa's Oracle. Some players play a Grape Shot.
Yeah, Grape Shot. Usually people have two of those ways to win the game.
There is a grinding station. Is this going to be enough? Does Matthias have enough mana, enough cards in the graveyard to escape the Moxes?
Yeah, I think he's going to be fine.
Yeah, I see a Mox Opal and a Mox Ember in the graveyard. There goes the Rumble. There's also the Spawn in play.
Yeah, it turns out if you cast Time Twister against a combo deck, you might die on the next turn.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? I'm not saying he did something wrong. It was
just kind of how it plays out.
Yeah, it's certainly somewhat.
You gotta take the risk sometimes, you know?
Yeah, you gotta take the risk sometimes in Magic.
High risk, high reward.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like Matthias is gonna escape the Mox Opal.
Now you could play it extra safe by trying to have an extra blue mana up when you cast a Breach to have the Swan Song up, just in case. I don't know. Maybe your opponent randomly decided to keep the force.
Yeah.
No, of course not. You could do that if you want to be like getting out the extra 0.1% or something. Not really that he has to at this point. It's very clear that there's no Force of Negation in hand. Yeah.
That's impressive because the hand didn't look like an obvious kill right away.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Matthias had to really sequence this properly and perfectly to get as many mills as possible to try to find that grinding station before he would eventually have to pass the turn back to Eric. Yeah, and like good on Matthias for recognizing that, hey, you know, if I pass the turn back, chances are I might never have this opportunity, right?
Slick sequence being revealed in a card viewer. Card viewer having some fun. Yeah, there's the Breach. The grinding station, and
yeah, Matthias is
a combo now, and Eric would like to see it.
Yeah, might as well, right?
Yeah, I mean we're playing for a lot of money. Proto invites. This is okay. All right.
Yeah, what Eric was saying there was, hey, tell me what you're doing. How does the loop work, right? Matthias just kind of quickly explains what he's going to do. And Eric says, all right, you have it all. I can see it. Clearly, this is not your first time executing the combo. So congratulations to Matthias Jørsted. 15 years ago, one of the best players in the world. I don't know if he played any Magic since then, but clearly he still got it. Moves on to 10-2-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so possibly 3 more wins and 2 more wins, and he's going to find himself in the top 8 if he has good enough tiebreakers. We'll see about that.
Yeah, for sure. Good stuff. Congrats to him.
How about we talk to him and ask him himself? I think we have an interview ready, so let's see it.
So we're here with Matthias Jørsted. I tried. So congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
You won. How are you feeling?
Oh, I mean, it's very. It takes a lot of energy to play these games. They are very tight, and you have to think a lot. So you're sort of drained after. You have to fill up with Coke and chocolate. Drinking Coke.
Yeah, of course, drinking, hello. So backstage, people were really excited to see you. Frank Karsten especially was like, oh my God, it's Matthias. Because he said you won in 2002, 2003, the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was just curious to know what happened afterwards. Where did you go?
I had a great year. I made 3 top 8s and won 1 Pro Tour, but still wasn't enough to make Player of the Year because there was Kai Budde. Yeah, that guy.
You hate him?
No, I love him. He's a fantastic player. We've been on the same team.
I'm kidding.
No, what happened is basically. After my win, most of the guys that I played with in Gothenburg sort of stopped playing for different reasons, and it's really hard to stay on top of your game if you're not surrounded by world-class players. So I sort of lost that and sort of lost interest, and just slowly faded.
But you're back. You're back at it.
Yeah, I was actually tricked here, but
tell me about that.
A friend of mine last autumn was like, oh, they're having a Magic, sort of like a Grand Prix in Utrecht next year. How does that sound? I was like, sounds interesting. A few hours later, he had booked hotel and flights.
Sounds interesting.
I was like, what format? Modern. It's like, oh, okay. I don't have any cars, but okay.
And you just dove in there, and now you're here.
Yeah.
You're happy though?
Yeah. I love the game. It's, but I'm a family man now. I have 2 kids, so you don't really have that much time. I would pour hours into the game if I had the time. So.
Well, you have a life ahead of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you so much, Matthias.
You're welcome.
Have a good tournament.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Nobody ever quits Magic, right? Even if you played 20 years ago and then, I kind of stopped playing, but my friend was just like, hey, you want to go to the Spotlight Series tournament?
Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
I think we can take a quick look at the standings before we send it to the next round. So let's see what we have at the top of the standings before round 14 starts. I think this is after after 13 rounds. So Nuno Valle was the person who was in the feature match for the previous round. We saw him win. I think that was the Eldrazi player, right?
Yeah, Eldrazi ramp. We have in second place also a 12-1. Pretty much, in a prime position to make a top 8 as well. The Amulet Titan player from Australia, Arthur Brosco. And then we have Timo Breach in the hand of Alberto and Alessandro. Monogreen Brunscale from Berlin, Sebastian at 11-2. And the Burn is still in there, sixth place.
Burn, 6th place. Only one more undefeated player, and just the first 3 players have a better record than 2 or less losses. So we're gonna see how it all shakes out in the last couple of rounds. We're gonna take a quick break before we send Philippa and Simon back in the booth for the 14th round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists. Dominic Mayer.
Welcome back to the Magic Spotlight Series Modern here in Utrecht. I'm Philippa, joined by Simon Nielsen for the 14th round, the last one for the Swiss rounds here. So we have a total of 15 rounds of Swiss and then a top 8. And it's already round 14. The day has been flying by, Simon.
Really has. It's such a, like, this tournament is just a well-oiled machine. Like, so the rounds just go so fast.
That's true. Everything is going on pretty smoothly. I love to see a lot of different decks taking action here this weekend. We just saw a burn deck, which is very interesting, doing pretty well, even though it did lose the game.
Yeah.
But we are seeing a lot of fun decks here, and we are going to see more fun decks. But before that, I feel like when we get to these kind of rounds, like we're already at 13 rounds, players start to do the math, like, can I draw into the top 8? What do I need to the top 8? How are things looking up for our players?
Yeah, so we're looking at the top 10 tables right now. Those are the ones who are still in contention for top 8. It looks like it's likely to be a clean cut at 12-1 as the final score needed for top 8, which would be exciting if it works out like that. We had on table 1, Nuno Vale of Portugal.
Yes, he's my friend, actually.
Undefeated at 12-01, we just saw that. Was paired against Arthur Bruxko on Amulet Titan, also saw Arthur. And Arthur is the only X and 1. So these two players are able to draw here on table 1, and I think they should have locked up a position in the top 8. Now we have a handful of players on 11 and 2. We have, and they're going to be paired into each other. And depending on what happens, it seems like after this round, there'll be 5 players with a 12 and 2 record, and 2 of them are going to get paired up into the 2 first seeds I just mentioned, and they're going to get to shake hands. So 2 of the 5 players who win this round at X and 2 will get to draw in. The rest of them will have to battle it out. And I think we will have then 4 win-and-ins next round. That is my prediction for what will happen.
I love that. So a lot of exciting things. Players here playing for the win-and-in for that top 8. And
yeah, it's like right now we're watching the X and 2 players, people at 11 and 2, and they're playing for the chance to either lock up the top 8 or at least play the win-and-in next round. So that's one on stake for them.
So it's like a lose and out.
And if they lose, they're out. Yes. So the pressure is immense. It is lovely to be witnessing to, less lovely to be in, but I'm sure the players are having a lot of fun.
And we are ready to start our feature match here. We have a Tamur Bridge by Alexander Paris versus Hollowed One. So that's a very interesting deck that Vladimir decided to bring here this weekend. Can you tell us about this Hollowed One deck? What's the goal of the deck, Simon?
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Hollowed One, a little bit of yesterday, but this is a different build from Vladimir. Normally we've seen the Nethergoyf version, etc. This deck is just straight mono red. And it has a lot higher ceiling because it plays Vengevine and enabling that with Blazing Rootweiler.
Oh.
So a play that this deck can make is, let's say you go turn 1, you cycle Street Wraith, then you play a Faithless Looting, you discard a Vengevine and a Rootweiler, play the Rootweiler for free, and then you play a Hollow One costing 0 mana and bring back your Vengevine. And all of a sudden you have 9 power in play on turn 1. 4 of them attacking with haste. So like this deck is really enabled by Marauding Mako we see out of Aether Drift. That's the missing piece for these decks. Just of course the unbanning of Faithless Looting, but then also having this extra aggressive 1-drop in addition to Flameblade Adept to really make sure that your deck can do powerful things even when it doesn't draw its namesake card.
Glad to see decks revitalize. The word there escaped me, and this one is one of them. And Martin Yuza actually chose the deck of the weekend to be these Alo 1/1. So a great deck to see here this weekend. And we have now the Temur Breach by Alexandro. And anything here that you see that it's different from the lists that we have seen? I see a Pitting Needle main.
Yeah. Like when it comes to Breach list, the amount of innovation is quite limited at this point. The deck has really been through the moods. We've seen the Jace plus Grapeshot, both win conditions main deck. That's been fairly common. We've seen the different sort of artifacts you can tutor for. The one Pitting Needle is sometimes there, sometimes not. There's no Flame of Anor. There is a Spell Snare and the Lightning Bolt, and then the 2 copies of Preordain kind of rounding out the list. This looks like just a straight up solid Breach list. And honestly, when you play a deck like this, that's all you need. Just a good solid list.
And Simon, I just want to say that Alexandro here, I believe we saw him here before in the regional championships, and I think he's a well-known Italian player, played a lot online, started really young playing Magic, and with a lot of great results on Magic Online as well. So excited to see now doing so well at Magic tournaments in paper as well.
It's always interesting to see when the online grinders kind of they've really honed their craft in the Magic Online queues and then get to go out into the tournament series and then show what they've learned.
So we are starting here with Vladimir. Being on the play.
And yeah, so you won't be seeing much fetch shock action from Vladimir. He does just run. He's all mountains and some stomping grounds for sideboard cards only. So here in game 1, you'll just see him fetch mountains and play his mono red deck like this. And it seems like there is a a Mako to start the game. This is the ideal 1-drop for him. This is going to grow very quickly into a very problematic size. And Alessandro's deck does not have much removal.
New card from Aether Drift. So lovely to see the new cards from the most recent set making impact in Modern as well.
Yeah, it's quite nice to see. And I see a double Faithless Looting now from
that's
Vladimir.
A lot of draw this card.
Yeah, so that means this could potentially be a 5/5 attacking Mako. And it could get even wilder with that double Vengevine.
Oh, wow. So
if he discards... So the question is now, what do you discard to this? Because you don't have a second... You don't have a way to play 2 creatures unless you maybe have a... unless you have a Blazing Rootwaller. So you might want to discard just 1 Vengevine and then discard the Rootwaller, play that, then play a 1-drop and bring back the Vengevine.
Oh, wow. What a turn here for Vladimir, showing why this deck is doing so well here this weekend.
Oh, actually just playing a second Faithless Looting. So if he hits a Hollow One or a Rootwaller here, you can get back both Vengevines. But it seems like it is not there unless, there is some thought process here from Vladimir. So I assume he doesn't have exactly second Vengevine and second Rootwaller. That would have been brutal, just attacking for, 13 damage on turn 2?
Yes, that would be brutal, but
it is a
still
Detective
a lot
Phoenix
of damage.
Yeah, so what Vladimir really wants is next turn, I think he has a Marauding Mako in hand, and he wants to play have another creature that he can play. So that's what he's looking to top deck now. If he gets to play 2 creatures, he gets to bring back both Vengevines and just do 8 hasty damage. And actually, it really is quite close to that just being good enough for him to finish the game right now, next turn.
Very aggressive deck, and we are seeing here how fast it can be. So Alexander here on a more slow approach, starting with a Surveil land, tapped land, and let's see how much Vladimir can do next turn.
Yeah, it's actually, if he gets back both Vengevines, it is exactly 14 damage now with that fetch from Alessandro. So if he just does nothing but draw cards and plays things that don't block, yeah, he could be facing down lethal. Alessandro is of course aware of this. The Vengevines are very face up. He's going to do the calculations on that. And even something like a Malevolent Rumble will be enough for him to survive, just with the Eldrazi spawn blocking.
So let's hear what Vladimir can do this turn. Surveilling Alexandro. holding on a bit. So do I keep these on top? Do I want it on my graveyard? Drawing card from the bubble.
So there's also an Aether Spellbomb I see in Alessandro's hand, and that's another tool he could use to buy time. I actually think his hand is quite land heavy, and then with 2 breaches, not really accomplishing very much by themselves at this point in the game. So I think Alessandro's really looking to just see if he can extend the game, maybe just fetch an island here, preserve his life total, or just hope and pray that there's no second creature in the hand of Vladimir.
And let's see if that's the case or not.
Yeah, it was not. There was an Arena of Glory drawn. So I think Vladimir is priced into playing a Goblin Lore. Or no, he's using...
Oh, another
so he's
one.
hasting out the Marauder, right? Making 2 mana from the Arena of Glory. And that means that the Hollow Marauder is going to have haste. And he can spend that other mana just on the Goblin Lore here. So that's going to discard 3 cards and make sure that this...
that's going to be a lot of
Mako,
damage.
yeah, it's going to be huge, right? It's going to be 4 from that one, 5, 10, so it's 13 damage is what I count here. So if Alessandro had just like fetched and done nothing, he would still have died. But there's still a chance. Like Goblin Lord draws 4 cards and discards 3. If Vladimir has drawn a hollow one and gets to keep it in hand, he can play it for free and bring back both Vengevines, because he's already played a creature, remember? Or if he draws and discards one of the Root Dwellers. So that didn't happen, just discarded the second Phoenix. But now it's time for Vladimir, who has not looked at his cards, remember, that he drew, to look at his hand and see if there is indeed a hollow one in the hand now.
Oh, that is! Right, the first card that we see.
This is crazy, turn 3. It is so much damage. It is actually, Alessandro is just dead here. He can fetch down to 13 and bounce the big Mako, but 4 from Vengevine, 4 from Vengevine, 4 from Mako, and 1 from the Root Dweller is exactly 13.
That was such a
3
turn.
kill through interaction.
Wow.
That was so sick.
Simon, I have to say, I understand now why Martin decided to choose this deck as the deck of the weekend. I think he's on to something. All I want to be...
Look at the excitement of someone who just knows that, oh yeah, that was like really good. Let's try and keep it
Is this
together.
something like that the deck does consistently?
No. Of course, like it doesn't draw, it can't draw like double Mako, double Vengevine consistently, but I do think it can. Like it at least can present a turn 4 kill, I think, quite often. It has a lot of ways to create scary boards in different ways quite early. And so, yeah, it doesn't like always combine in this exact way where it's like super duper lethal, but it can, but it's probably like, I don't know, my estimate would be like 30 to 40% of the time against an opponent who does nothing, you present a turn 3 kill.
And sideboard here, we are seeing Vladimir with 2 surgical extractions and 4 Leyline of the Void. What do you think might enter here from this sideboard? And a very well-oiled sideboard as well against, for example, the Eldrazi decks, Ramp decks.
Yeah, this is, of course, again, Vladimir's deck is mono-red, so doesn't have that many options. Is playing some Stomping Ground to be able to flashback that Ancient Stirrings. Or Ancient Grudge, I mean. And also just to be able to hardcast the Vengevines, of course. That's another thing that can happen with these decks. So I really love this like well-built machine, but it's a lot of cards that you can bring in versus Breach potentially. 4 Leyline of the Void, 2 Magebane Lizard, 2 Ancient Grudge, and 2 Surgical Extraction. And I would be surprised if he brings in all 10 cards.
Because then you also are depleting your strategy, and we saw how good it was when it works and when you are able to have these super consistent turns.
Absolutely. Though I do also think that these red-based aggressive decks with Disruption, like those have in the previous weekend lined up well against Breach, and that is because of the combination of good interaction and good clock. So his interaction is also what makes the matchup good for him. So it's quite the balance. He still needs to bring in enough so that he can utilize it to support his clock.
We are now seeing Alexandro's sideboard, and I have to make you a question. What is that mountain for on the sideboard?
That is against Harbinger of the Tides. So that's a card that will turn all lands into islands, and then you're not able to get rid of it, even with your lightning bolts and such, unless you have a mountain to fetch.
Perfect. And we see here 4 Consigned to Memories, 2 Flame of Honor, Lightning Bolt, Nature's Claim, Spell Pierce, and Only Eat. Swan Song. What do you think is going to enter here? Fire Sprout, Busejo?
Yeah, so the issue is, of course, with this deck that the small ball sweepers, such as Fire Spout, might actually not work in the matchup because the creatures very quickly outgrow that sizing. You saw the Makos, they're just becoming huge. The hollow ones are, of course, X4s, 4/4s, and even the Vengevines, while they can get killed by Fire Spout, they might just come back. So I actually think that's not a good card for for his strategy. I think he wants to bring in Nature's Claim, both to answer Hollow One, as well as Detective Phoenix and Leyline of the Void. And then I think he wants to bring in some of the cheap removal spells like Lightning Bolt and Unholy Heat. Especially Unholy Heat I think is quite good because it can take care of a Hollow One.
And we have here the full deck list for everyone at home to see. I'm excited to see who takes the win here. Again, as a reminder, we are in the Magic Spotlight Modern in Utrecht. We have a total of 15 rounds and then a cut to top 8. Right now, currently, we are in round 14. So things are getting very close to that top 8. And they really want it because top 8 gets an invitation for the Pro Tour. This is an open event. That means that everyone can come to this Magic Spotlight series. And yeah, we are excited to announce the next one's location. We are going to have some announcements also about when the next RC, where the next RC is going to be. So stay tuned during this stream. We are going to announce all that information. And I'm curious to know where these events are going to be. And I think it's a very good event to join. After you see this first Spotlight series in Europe, Simon, are you excited for the next ones?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honest. You might not find me in the caster booth of the next ones. I mean, I might just want to go out and play. It looks so fun.
We need you, Simon.
Oh, no. Maybe I can do both. Just run back and forth from the feature match in the coverage area.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we could follow your game.
That's another thing, like the GP Reed Duke.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's super fun and a lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces, which I love to see. A lot of faces that usually we see at the RCs, but also other faces, because a lot of times people that go to RC are only people that are qualified. And here we see people that, like we saw last round, that may have fallen out of Magic for a while. But I feel like Magic players take breaks, but they never quit.
You can never quit.
And we are starting here now with Alessandro on the play and surveilling a way that Emery mocks Opal here.
So that is a Street Wraith drawn from turn from Vladimir. No Leyline of the Void, but does get to play out a Mako. And Mako plus Street Wraith is like already, like that's a good combination, right? That you just have a 2/2. Of course, that's like not quite modern power level, but it really doesn't take much for it to become much more than a 2/2. And as we see Vladimir fan through his deck, we saw some of those sideboard cards. Surgical Extraction, definitely in here at the moment.
It's a lot of things to consider. And what do you think it says by Alexandro putting that Emery in the graveyard? What signal does that?
Since you also have a Mux, I assume it just means you have a second Emery already.
That makes sense.
And actually, you also see Alessandro playing out the Mux Opal. This is a quite interesting thing when playing against Hollow One, is that because of the card Burning Inquiry, which lets both players draw 3 and discard 3 at random, you don't know like if a card is safe in your hand or not. So by playing out the Mux Opal, Alessandro said, yeah, I'd rather have this than risk discarding it and having a random card instead.
So we do have the Mako here.
And I think in hand is a Street Wraith and a Goblin Lore. So Vladimir can cycle this and then play the Goblin Lore and make the Mako go up to a 5/5 already. And I think he actually doesn't really have any other option. Oh, wait, no, there's another card in hand there. There's one more card hiding, but yeah, he is just going to go for the Goblin Lore. So that's draw 4 cards. And discard 3 at random.
I like the random part where Alexander was just like rolling the die there.
Yeah. It's definitely a fan of discarding random cards. That's it's just like such an exciting feeling that you just don't know what's going to happen. And also, of course, you cannot look at the 4 cards you draw. Like you look at the way Vladimir was doing it, just putting him in the stack. Oh, discarding the Hollow One.
But also Detective Phoenix, so.
Yeah, that's an advantage. And of course, like, also just growing your Mako, you know, super large. Did you find another Hollow One? No, you found a Magebane Lizard and a Leyline of the Void. So. Yeah, would have been nice to have discarded the Leyline and kept the Hollow One. That would have been the perfect scenario here. But still, the Detective Phoenix is actually quite threatening. Jumping this Mako into the air and doing 7 damage a turn means Alessandro is like basically dead in 2 turns if he just fetches once. And there's a Magebane Lizard on top of that he needs to deal with if he wants to combo.
So things looking very good here for Vladimir. But on the other side, Alexander is also starting to build the engine. Another Urza Saga now entering the battlefield.
Yeah, I think actually Alessandro has an Unholy Heat in hand, but has no access to red mana because he can't make Metalcraft quite yet for that Mox Opal. No artifacts in Graveyard for the Emeries to work with.
Let's see if Vladimir also has more ways to keep growing this Mako.
Yeah, he didn't have anything when the turn started. He could potentially... I think he's just going to Magebane Lizard and then use the Phoenix to jump something into the air. He can gain 1 more point of damage by putting the Phoenix onto the Magebane Lizard. And given it, like, utilizing the haste part. But I think you might actually rather put it on the Mako because of the chump blockers that are available. You just would rather just have a flyer. Of course, Alessandro has an Ursa Saga that can go and fetch the other spell bomb. So it doesn't actually line up quite in the way you want. Like, you're not going to be able to attack for 7 in the air and then 7 again. And maybe with that in mind, it's actually better to just, send the Magebane Lizard to the air.
And let's see here what Vladimir decides to do. So getting that bestow, collecting evidence 6. So exiling 2 cards here in order to pay that, collect evidence, and now choosing to put it on, looks like on the Mako.
Yeah, on the Mako indeed. So yeah, just pointing in for 7 damage. And even if this is not actually going to be lethal very soon, it's still even if the other spell bomb is going to prevent lethal next turn, still the 7 damage is quite remarkable because of the Magebane Lizard that is going to start dealing Alessandro damage whenever he basically whenever he blinks. It's whenever you play a non-creature spell, he's going to take damage.
And I have to be honest, if I was just seeing Vladimir's side of the board without having any context, I would assume it's like some sort of limited deck.
Yeah, the Lizard and the Mako, it's like, oh, it's just like a standard Chaos
Yeah,
craft.
all in basic lands, you know?
Take the Phoenix is also recently came out, yeah.
But the deck works really, really well, and we have seen that before. Game 1 being an impressive one. Now let's see if Alexander manages to take game 2. And again, I just want to remind the people at home that this is not a win and in, but it's lose and out.
Yes.
So if the player loses here, they cannot make it into the top 8.
And it might be a win and in. Again, some of the winner of this has, I would estimate, about a 30 to 40% chance to be able to draw in next round.
Yeah, so it might actually be a win and in as well.
Yeah. So that's obviously quite a lot of pressure, and we can definitely see Alessandro here just really trying his best to figure out a way of these super awkward and difficult situations that Vladimir is putting him in.
And I have to say, a lot of young Italian players doing well. We are seeing Alexandro here. We saw as well players like Lorenzo before in the RCs.
Yeah.
We also saw Ricardo, that was the undefeated player on round
yeah, exactly.
10 here. So a lot of great Italian talent.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of Magic being played in Italy. They're quite big fans of the game.
They do giant propaganda.
So I wonder if Alessandro is just going to try and combo off here instead. Ah, right. With the Emery, you can actually do the spell bomb twice. And so now you have the construct and it's enabling Metalcraft. So you can really contain this situation just fine at the moment. You also, the spell bomb was being played by the 1 mana floating from the Ursa Saga. Noteworthy. When you want to do this spell bomb, you want to bounce the Mako after it has attacked, because the Phoenix has bestow, which means that when the Mako leaves the battlefield, the Phoenix will stay in play. So if you bounce,
you can attack with a
yeah,
Phoenix.
exactly.
Mm-hmm. So very well played there by Alexandro, timing things perfectly.
Yeah, potentially. If this is also one of those funny spots where if Vladimir has a way to interact with the spell bomb, it might actually be fine to do it, just because that then the Phoenix would get to attack. Ooh, there's a surgical extraction. Okay, that might change things. Maybe you don't need to go so fast anymore.
Surgical extraction definitely kills some of the plans from Alexander's side, but there's still the construct kind of game plan.
Yeah, and the construct is definitely not nothing. Of course, Vladimir has to threaten lethal in the first point, and that will enable that other spell bomb to be popped here. So there's no chance for Alessandro to make a second construct. but the Saga could potentially make another construct before leaving play, and can fetch up even another thing. Might just be a Mox Amber, for instance, creating even more mana for Alessandro, who I think has Breach in hand, but does not have the Grinding Station part of the combo.
At least not yet.
So yeah, the question is how much the Surgical is going to disrupt the plans, or if Vladimir's plan is to just try to use it when Emery is going to recast the other Spell Bomb once more. Oh, picked the wrong card.
Lizard is back now.
Yeah, to grab the wrong lizard. The Blazing Rootwala is also, I believe, a lizard. I don't know if it is or not, because that was a Spanish copy I was just looking at, but but it says Lagarto, which might be a lizard.
I think so.
All right, so again, Vladimir went to combat, that has attacked, and now the Phoenix is in play, but of course we are already past the chance for it to attack, so yeah, it just gets to sit there and look pretty with its big bright wings. And here's the fail case mode of the Blazing Woodwaller. Vladimir only drawing one looting effect, and specifically the one that wasn't random. So specifically the one that is random in Goblin lore, and so like some parts of his deck are not really functioning here. Like he has the Leyline of the Void in hand that doesn't do anything. He had to play the Rootwala out, and so Alessandro here dealing with the Magebane Lizard with that Unholy Heat kind of like has a space now to be able to go for a combo.
But there's the surgical extraction on the other side.
There is a surgical extraction, and it is checking if it does indeed have Delirium. And it's, yeah, with Ursa Saga in the graveyard, it's really easy to have Delirium. So I see Nature's Claim and two breaches in hand. So I wonder if Alessandro is just going for like a value breach right here, going to get Flame of Anor maybe, and then like draw some cards and kill a creature with that, and just try to set up for the next breach to be lethal. If he does do that, it could be catastrophic, because then Vladimir can use the surgical extraction on that breach that will go to the graveyard.
And then all bridges will be gone forever.
Yeah. So, like, Alessandro has most of the combo here, but is really missing that Grinding Station. And I actually has a second Emery in the graveyard, I believe, right? That was the Surveil on turn 1.
Yes.
So you asked, like, why would you do that? Of course, like, you already have a second Emery, but even then, it actually matters to have it in the graveyard, because now you can pay a single mana to mill yourself for 4, sacrifice the other Emery, and you can keep doing this.
See more and more information.
Exactly, yeah. If you find a second Mox, you can also generate mana that way, sacrificing a few cards in your graveyard just to gain that mana back. So it's essentially like those two things combined is you can remove 2 cards in your graveyard to mill yourself for 4, or to look 4 cards deeper towards that Grinding Station. And it's quite a powerful combination when your deck is already set up. So yeah, Vladimir lets this resolve, does not give away that he has Surgical in hand, and just lets the Emery resolve here, get sacrificed to the legendary rule, yes, and mills 4. The issue for Vladimir is that he doesn't actually have a window. Once the Emery trigger is finished resolving and has milled cards and put Grinding Station in the graveyard, Alessandro is the one who has priority again, and he can start by just playing out the Grinding Station. So
what's the best way to sequence things then to like optimize the surgical extraction?
So you could either hope that Alessandro makes some sort of mistake, or like spends too many cards in his graveyard to make this play. It's possible that you can catch Alessandro by exiling the artifact he's trying to sacrifice and surgicaling those. But I'm actually wondering if the best play for him here is to surgical the Emery instead and kind of stop the breach from continuing to go off. The issue with that play is that Alessandro still has a backup breach in hand and still has the 1 breach in play and can get more value from that even. So while you are stopping this loop that lets Alessandro dig deeper 4 cards at a time, you don't really, like, it's really hard to actually use surgical quite well against breach and to find the right spot. And it's quite dependent on Alessandro making sure that he doesn't tap below 2 mana. So right now, oh, is there any mana floating?
Maybe from the Urza Saga?
Yes. Yes, I think there's still a mana floating from Urza Saga, yeah. Oh, there's the grinding station. Okay, so if he has the mana floating, it's fine. He uses the Emery, and now Vladimir can respond.
Okay.
No, with the surgical?
Didn't respond.
I think Vladimir is now trying to target the win conditions, because that was actually a spot where you could have done it, because Alessandro didn't have a 2 mana immediately after the station hit the graveyard, and so there was a window there to exile the station, but Vladimir might have missed this or might go for a different plan.
Let's see what exactly Vladimir is thinking of. I mean, we know about the surgical extraction, and let's see how he's planning to use it. So, grinding station doing grinding station, underworld breach things. Floating mana. Goes to the graveyard. Getting it back. That Monk's Opal is a good card.
It really is.
More mana.
I also kind of wonder like what would have happened in this game if the stations had been gone, because I think Alessandro would still actually be like pretty heavy favorite just from having a breach in play and a second one in hand and not that much pressure on the side of Vladimir.
What win cons is Alessandro running?
Well, he's running 1 Jace and 1 Grape Shot. I don't know if he boarded out one of them. Maybe that would be a bit greedy, but you also need to make space for sideboard cards, and that could be one way you could do it. So here's a Grape Shot. And so, actually, I think now Vladimir might be trying to go for it. Unless the Grape Shot is just already lethal. I don't know if Alessandro has counted Storm yet. No, he's just playing the Mox. So now is actually an opportunity where you could try to surgical the Grape Shot. Maybe he might not have surgical in hand, honestly, at this point, right? Because that seems like a point where you could do it. Try to hit the Grape Shot and hope that Alessandro boarded out the Jace.
Yes, maybe.
But the Jace is right there as well. Okay, so there's not really much to be done. Like, you know, no matter like what you hit with the surgical is not actually going to affect anything. Like he can either win with the Grape Shot or win with the Jace. Just what he would like. You can't hit the Mox Opals because he can just go off with Mox Amber instead. And of course, it's too late to hit the Breach or Grinding Station. So yeah, I think we're just seeing the combo executed quite crisply and quickly here from Alessandro. Going to empty out his deck, play a Jace, and win that way. Actually, I wonder if there's like any other thing the surgical can do against this Jace, but I don't think so. And we see the last few cards being milled there, so now Alessandro has no cards in deck.
And
it is indeed a surgical in hand, yeah. And can win by playing Grape Shot twice, or maybe just once. I don't know how many spells have been played, probably 13. Or just win by playing the Jace and ticking it up to draw a card.
So let's see if there's a plan or not. I think Alexander is just explaining how it works, and that's going to be game. Alexander winning here with the Demo Breach combo.
Yeah.
I mean, good stuff. We know this deck is so powerful, and Alexander is showcasing why the deck is the most played deck of the weekend. But we are going to have a game 3 because we also saw the Hollow-1 deck do so well in game 1.
Yes, it's like, once again, the Hollow-1 is going to get to be in the play. Now we know that there's Leyline of the Void being boarded in. The game could start with that. It's going to make it much more tough for Alessandro to navigate those games. But honestly, I think what went wrong is that Vladimir only drew 1 discard effect and didn't actually get to really pop off. Like, he did get to make a huge Mako and suit it up with Phoenix, but that play was just quite weak to Ether Spellbomb, and especially being on the draw, was enough time for Alessandro to go search up that Spellbomb with his Ursa Saga. So if it had been the same draw, but with Vladimir on the play, it might have looked a bit different.
I'm excited to see how game 3 is going to play out now with Vladimir on the play, and we saw how aggressive this deck can be. I'm also curious to see what decks make it into the top 8. We are getting closer and closer. This is round 14, which means we only have one more round after this one before we reveal the top 8, which is always exciting, especially when qualifying players for the Pro Tour. And I think the energy here around Utrecht is great. People are having a lot of fun playing Magic, even side events. D&D, Commander, Limited. There's
Also
all the things.
Also the anime convention going on, like right next to us. It's
So for those of you that don't know, we are next an anime convention, like in the same hall and in same venue, kind of, the different hall, I would say. And so when you exit the venue, you see all these cosplayers.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's
so
an
much
energy.
colorful hair. Just people just like enjoying their, just like enjoying their like fandoms and their like communities and.
There's such a contrast between the Magic players
Yeah.
and like all these cosplayers with all these colorful and
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
love to see it. It's just like if a player came for Magic or if they came
Exactly.
for the
Yeah.
anime convention.
Are they wearing like sweatpants and a backpack? That's the Magic player. And
It can be someone from the anime convention cosplaying as a Magic player.
right. Maybe that's what. That's true. So that's the tricky part. You gotta watch out for those.
Yeah, but a lot of fun here in the event. And we are going to soon announce when the next Spotlight Series location is going to be. Also, same for the RC. From what I understand, the first thing we're going to announce is before top 8, the location of the next RC, and then before the finals, the location of the next Spotlight Series in Europe.
Yeah. It's gonna be cool. I hope it's. Oh, what if it's Copenhagen?
Oh.
Then I definitely have to play, right?
Then you don't even need to book the flights. That's the best part. You're already there.
No chance of missing the flight as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Simon. How many flights did you miss in your life? I think we were talking about this yesterday.
Yeah, it's just 6. Okay, so let's go watch the game. It starts with Leyline of the Void. And this is the exact start that Vladimir was hoping for. Let's see if he can follow it up with a Mako as well, providing both pressure and disruption. Remember, that is the combination. But did you see the bottom of his deck? It's like 3 Makos and 3 hollow ones.
So the odds are not great.
gotta shuffle that deck well.
So let's see here what Vladimir does have in hand. Leyline of the Void obviously being a great way to start the game, especially being on the play and being able to start applying some pressure. On the other side, what answers does Alessandro might have for this Leyline?
Ooh, there is a Mako indeed.
Wow.
Yeah, so Alessandro brought in the Nature's Claims. We did actually see him in one in hand in the last game. So he is prepared for this, but he doesn't necessarily have the answer. I just think I saw a green card. I don't know if it's a Rumble or an Ace's Claim. And there's also, I think, a double Mox here. Mox Amber and Mox Opal, and then Ursa Saga. So, like, when the Breach deck has draws like this that are so, like, just so powerful, or that have so much mana development, you don't necessarily care as much about the leyline because you have the tools to try and work around it in different ways. He also will have Haywire Might that he can search up with Ursa Saga as another way to answer the leyline. So it's really not that big of a deal. And I actually even wonder if it's correct for the Hollow One players to bring it in the first place. All right, let's see how big we can grow this Mako. I think that was the second land drawn. He didn't have that already. So that's a huge step for Vladimir. I do agree with keeping the one-lander with the Leyline and the Hollow and the Mako here. Okay, drawing another land. So I think it is... Oh, what is this card? That's another fetch land. Okay, I see. So he did have a second land. There's a Goblin Lore coming once again. Alessandro, of course, not representing any mana here, even though he has 3 mana producing permanents. No colored mana available at the moment. So this Goblin Lore will again grow the Mako up to a 5/5. And yeah, now Vladimir, he does have a blazing Rootweiler in hand, but has to hope to. I was about to say draw and discard Vengevines. I don't see any Vengevines looking through his deck here. I don't think he has any. I think he bought it out all the Vengevines. Yeah, which I think makes a lot of sense when you gotta make space. Because what else? Are you going to cut the cheap creatures or the discard outlets and then make your Vengevines unplayable? No, it's just better to just board out the Vengevines in the first place. So I really like that sideboarding strategy. But of course, it does also make the Blazing Rootwallers a lot worse. So a lot hinges on this Goblin Lore. Can he find the Hollow One?
Let's see. Okay, let's see.
Can he discard the Blazing Rootwaller? And can he ride this Hollow, this Mako to the win?
Okay, let's see here what Alexander chooses as the cards that are discarded at random. Oh, Hollow One in hand!
Discarded the Hollow One. No, once again.
But maybe there's another one.
There's a Phoenix. Oh, those are great cards to that could have been discarded. And yeah, you really see how good Faithless Looting is for this deck, being able to decide what you discard rather than rely on the randomness. Even though, of course, the Inquiry and the Goblin Lore are much more powerful, putting you up on cards and discarding more cards. Ooh, so that Mishra's Bubble is huge here, enabling the Mox Opal to work now. You could just make a construct here if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And
these Urza Saga should be at 2.
Yeah, that's not going to take long before that outgrows the Mako.
Yeah.
No, the Hollow One, just the next step after discarding. And not having access to even a looting in the graveyard, you're not going to be able to fix the current situation. So you're super reliant on this marauding Mako. Just like attacking for 5 and putting Alessandro down to 10, but the issue is next turn he can do the same thing again, fetch up an Aether Spell Bomb. I guess you might just like play a Detective Phoenix from hand just as a 2/2 flying haste.
And how big would this construct be that Alexandro? Because I think the Urza Saga should be at 2, right?
Yeah, it is a 2. Yeah, so the construct is a 4/4, so it's not blocking the Mako right now, but next turn it's definitely out of range. You could even like make another construct and then fetch the spell bomb, and you could attack for 6. And like Vladimir is just losing this race to the Urza Saga. Like these draws from Alessandro. Remember, there's still a Leyline of the Void in play, but that just doesn't even matter, it seems.
1 mana. Let's see here what Vladimir manages to play.
Vladimir's like kind of failing on that Goblin Lore, and it really wouldn't have taken much. 1 card deeper, discarding some different cards, and all of a sudden there's like 2 4/4s in play here, and the Phoenix in the graveyard ready to suit them up. All right, you see the judge here stepping in to just correct that thing about the Urza Saga not getting the counter. So it's a little bit awkward where normally the Saga's ticking up is like not a trigger or anything. You can't really miss it. You can miss that it gains the ability, but as soon as Alessandro goes to make a construct, he demonstrates that he was aware of the trigger. But the actual putting the counter on is just a game rules thing. Like that's just how sagas work. You have to put counters on them. And so when you make a game rule thing, normally we either have to back up to that point, or to the point where the mistake was made, or we have to play on as everything is. And it seems like actually this means that the saga is just stuck at 1 at the moment. Oh, I wonder how that Phoenix got into the graveyard. Did it get discarded and I just missed it?
Yeah, I mean, probably because I also didn't notice, but it's bestowed now, so...
Yeah, so just on the Blazing Rootwalla here, which, by the way... Oh, okay, so they treat the sagas as a missed trigger. It's a change in policy. Okay.
Oh, so there was
so Alessandro just forgot to put the lore counter on it, which makes sense. I think that's like a bit cleaner of a fix rather than like trying to rewind through this. So anyways, the Phoenix coming back from the graveyard and suiting up this Blazing Rootwalla, and all of a sudden putting Alessandro in a much worse position because he's not able to make that. And of course the Blazing Rootwalla also having the ability for just a single mana to get +2. So this is a 5-power attacker in the air. And yeah, Alessandro is like down to 5 life, and you can see head in his hands. This was not what he was planning for.
No.
And can he even afford to crack the Mishra's Bubble now, sacrificing that extra Metalcraft artifact?
Yeah,
because the Urza Saga is also not going to go and get an Aether Spellbomb now next turn.
Like little mistake cost him the game, Simon.
I think that is exactly what we're witnessing here. I think it is, and it is obviously quite unfortunate, but it is also important at this level of play to make sure that everything is like crisp and correct. It is your own responsibility to resolve your own triggers as they're supposed to happen.
Yeah, and as we see here, the Detective Phoenix, I believe it can be bestowed from hand, so maybe that's how it got played.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah. I always forget that. Yes, but you can just do that. So that makes a lot more sense.
So no,
that card is so strong,
yeah. This Phoenix isn't rise from the grave.
No, it's just jumping straight out of the hand and into the battlefield, making this little lizard into essentially a dragon, right? That was 5-power haste in the air on 10-3.
And we have another land here from Alexander's side. I mean, again, there's a ley line of the void.
Yeah, we can't forget, of course, that these cards that we currently see in the graveyard are actually exiled. I don't know if Alessandro is aware of this, because they looked like his normal graveyard cards did last game. I don't remember which way he faced his cards that were exiled or not. I think maybe they are actually exiled, turned to the side. So
there's a Fadeless Looting, I think.
Fadeless Looting is quite nice here. So that's going to enable you to turn that extra land in your hand into something else, and you can play a 1-mana hollow one, as well as, of course, growing the Mako. Oh, and there's a... Ooh, this is a sweet land to have. The Arena of Glory means you can haste out that hollow one. Of course, you would have to discard the Magebane Lizard, so it might not be worth doing that, compared to just discarding the 2 lands. And playing out the Magebane Lizard. But I actually think I like this. Just hasting out the hollow one, keeping up a mana to be able to pump the Blazing Rootwalla.
Arena of Glory here.
And so you're still presenting lethal in the air with that. And the hollow one is lethal, now that Alessandro fetched down to 4 life. It's actually going to fetch down to 3. So it's 3 lethal threats here. You can make a construct, and you can chump block the flyer, chump block with the construct, but you can't deal with the hollow one unless you have a Nature's Claim.
Let's see if Alexander has an answer for it. I mean, he's cracking that, taking 1 more damage.
If he fetches a green, well, I guess he could just get a mountain or an island, and then use the Mox Opal for green on a Nature's Claim, or whatever he might have here. Doesn't have Delirium for...
Boseiju, maybe?
Could have Boseiju, yes, with the Tamio, that does work. So that's another way. Of course, like, it doesn't like to spend these cards that could answer Leylines or answer a hollow one. And yeah, it is a Nature's Claim. So yeah, I think he has to just kill the hollow one, make a construct, and he's really in... Is he in Jump Block City here? I think maybe he is, because the issue is that you can't Nature's Claim the Mako. So you're gonna have to chump block with this 4/4 construct, and you're gonna have to chump block with the Tamio. And there's just no way around that. You could kill the Phoenix here with Nature's Claim. Actually, that's... then, yeah, but the issue is that the Rootwalla is still lethal anyways. It can grow to 3 power with its activated ability. And so I believe actually Vladimir has already activated the ability because he had the mana floating from Exerted, from the land. And
so, I mean, what does Alexander need to top deck here to get away from this board? I mean, even what could he get with the Urza Saga?
So if there was no Leyline in play this entire game, he could top deck Breach and like still be able to do something. There was like a Malevolent Rumble he could try to, you know, dig for the grinding station with. But the current situation here, I guess you make a construct, you can go get the either Spellbomb, but you probably have to get maybe Haywire Might, and then you can, yeah, that Haywire Might actually works.
Life as well.
Yeah, because you can target the Phoenix and you can chump block the Mako and target the Phoenix, and then you go to 5 life. The Rootwalla can get pumped up to 3, so you don't die to that, and then maybe you could do something with the construct. The issue is that like there's still this huge Mako in play that you need to deal with. Of course, Vladimir is completely out of stuff at the moment.
Let's see here what Vladimir tops decks. If there's any top deck that even just finishes the game immediately, that takes care of that Might.
Yeah, Alessandro actually has the grinding station in hand, but because having to use that Nature's Claim on the hollow one, can't
get rid of the ley line
this way. Oh, is this a flashback of Faithless Looting? I'm actually unsure if you're supposed to do this, because if you do it this way and you tap out here, you can't pump the Rootwalla, and so Alessandro can actually chump block now and kill the ley line with his Haywire Might. Oh wait, actually, something really important. The ley line means that the Haywire Might doesn't die. It goes to exile, so it doesn't get to gain 2 life. So the line I just described doesn't even work, and Alessandro might have to do something much worse.
Oh yeah, because the Haywire Might says whenever this dies, you gain 2 life. So if it is exiled, no life gained there. So let's see if Alexander does have a way to answer that. Leyline being good in more ways than we expected, Simon.
Yeah, exactly. It's you know, not only disrupting the combo, but also these 2 life from the Haywire Might. Hopefully Alessandro doesn't miss that interaction, though. It's of course a bit tricky, and it does take a while to see. But no, but because actually Vladimir didn't, because Vladimir tapped out to make this play, the Rootweiler is just not going to be able to threaten lethal, and so you can still make this play to survive. So that's still all good. You're going down to 2 life, though, of course, facing 3 attackers, and all of them are going to be lethal next turn. So it's not like, I wouldn't call this a comfortable position. I guess Alessandro is considering which one do you actually kill. But there's only one option here. You have to go for the Phoenix with a block like this, otherwise you die, because again, the Haywire Might is not going to gain you any life. I would understand, though, if just conceding here. Doesn't see a way out to win, and honestly, a brutal miss trigger in that game, and Vladimir being able to just pounce in and just kind of like get the advantage there that he needed to push over the finish line with his Hollow One deck. That was also kind of failing him a little bit. Seemed like he didn't quite have the cards he needed.
So we might actually have an all-one deck on the top 8 again. We don't.
Yeah, we don't know for sure. At least Vladimir is playing potentially a win in the next round, or maybe even just straight drawing into the top 8, and that would be very exciting. I do believe Vladimir's tiebreakers are not very good, which makes him less likely to be able to be the person who can draw. So I would say most likely Vladimir will have to play another round, which of course is sweet because I mean, if I'm playing a deck like this, I kind of don't want to draw and I want to play another round.
And I want to know more about this deck and also why Vladimir decided to bring Alo 1 for this tournament. So let's take a look at an interview with Lisa.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're here with Vladimir Jäger, who won. How are you feeling?
I'm really shaky. This is the first time for me on camera. I never had so one time on my life I will on camera, and now it's happening. I'm very happy.
Yeah.
It's, for me,
and then you also win.
Yeah, my Gegner make a little mistake and luck. This is the deck of the luckers, and now I have a little luck.
Yeah. So why did you choose the Hollow One deck?
I think I have not enough testing for this cement. I must go into played many rhinos, and I think not so much time for testing. My group is not so much playing modern, and I think this is a really good deck. I see it, I buy it, all cards on complete Europe.
When did you buy it?
Yeah, it's for when it's put it out. It's Fetus Looting has come out. The cards is going high.
Of course.
I say,
let's go.
Fast to me. And take it all complete Europe for a little money, and
so you
play it, and it's really, really, really good deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so you didn't do a lot of play testing.
No, not so much.
But now you're here.
I think tame games before.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's so cool.
It's very good. And then I have this day, the Friday was not so good. I play side events. I lost the many.
Well, sometimes you need to lose first, and then you can go up again.
I go with my wife, and they say, yesterday is not a good day. This day is your day. And yesterday is a very good day. And this day is amazing.
Okay, top 8.
Amazing.
How is top 8 feeling potentially?
It's top 8 now.
I don't know.
I speak with this guy. I say I cannot say it to me. I don't.
The potential would be great.
Believe it. It's really.
You look so happy.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. Back to you guys.
Love to see happy players. I mean, after a win like this, excellent. I'm looking forward to see more from Vladimir and Alo 1 in this tournament. But we are ready for more action, Simon.
Ooh, we are,
actually,
yeah.
I saw some people are like, we want to see the Grixis Shadow deck. And what is that? I guess I also want to see it. So we are going to have our backup feature match ready. It's going to be Lorenzo playing Grixis Shadow ahead 1-0 versus Arnold playing Orzhov Necro, a deck that we've seen here before as well.
we've actually seen both of the players on camera, covered by Arne and Martin actually, but not by us. And so Lorenzo was talking about how he really likes to play these blue creature decks, like the Psychic Frog style decks, but was noticing that the Oculus deck just did not seem to cut it. And as we've seen, we haven't barely seen any Oculuses on camera. Like the blue-black players are just trying to do different things. And in this case, Lorenzo decided that the different thing he wanted to do was to play these members in his deck for the metagame. And those are really good enablers for Death's Shadow.
Yeah, because they're losing a lot of life.
So he turned his deck into a Grixis deck instead of a blue-black deck, added Ragavan and Death Shadow.
We have a Dead Shadow. We had Burn deck before. What is the year currently,
Yeah, it's 2016.
Simon? Yeah, I feel like we are back. I mean, love to see it. And if we could see the players' deck list, that would be great. So we can take a look here at exactly what's being played. One of the things about these Ors of Necro that we've seen is Ketramos, a new card from Aether Drift, which is really exciting as well. And it's seen a lot of modern play. I think this is the card from Aether Drift that is seeing the most modern play. What do you feel about Ketramos in the format?
Yeah, so I think that Ketramos is the sort of thing where we've seen it pop up in different spots, and it's quite powerful whenever it's enabled. We haven't seen that much of the Orzhov Blink deck actually. That's another deck where it
with Philia
really shines. Yeah, but honestly, what has been the most surprising for me is how Ketramos is kind of Soul Spike on a stick. So often, these decks seem to win by just attacking with the Ketramos a couple times, using that life gain to enable their Necros or to just buy more time, and then eventually they can use the Soul Spike as the finisher. So honestly, there's the black-white Necro deck plays out quite similar to Domain Zoo, which is also trying to hit with a big thing a couple times and then Tribal Flames you to death. Everything is burn. Even burn is burn.
Burn is burn, and I'm excited to see here how this plays out. Grixis Shadow versus Orzhov Necro, and both decks, coincidentally, both trying to take life away from themselves.
Yes, the players we're looking at right now is not Lorenzo and Onat though. So I don't know, it's possible that we ended up getting a different feature match. Or it's possible that something else is happening, but let's see what is going on. No matter what, we will feature the magic that is being played. We see this is I think that was the mono green brute scale player actually we saw, who's also still in contention. Actually, this round is right now playing a win and in against Burn.
Oh, the deck that we saw lose against.
Yeah, or against not a win and in, but the X and 2 could play for the potential for a win and in. That was happening on one of the other tables here, in table 6, Sebastian Sachse versus Juan. So that's a game that is going on right now. It's not going on in the feature match area, just a slight technical mix-up with the video there. Yeah, so just hang with us for a second while we fix that.
And can you explain us, Simon, this Orzhov Necro deck? We've seen it here before this weekend. And how does it work? Because you're losing a lot of life from these Necro dominance, but how do you then manage to not die? You said that there's Ketramos now that also has lifelink. What other ways does the player have to gain life?
So there's also the Soul Spike is a very big one for this. Oh, and as we now we see Lorenzo and his deck popping up on screen right now, and yeah, so let's just focus on that for the moment, because it is a really sweet list. It's just kind of the classic what you would expect, but even has expressive iteration and a super powerful card we haven't seen in quite a while. But because your threats are so cheap, it's 1 mana Shadow, 1 mana Ragavan, 2 mana Psychic Frog, and 2 mana Murktide. The expressive iteration can often, you play it on turn 3 or 4, and it can find you a threat to just put into play directly, as well as a card in hand for your cheap counter spells, like Force of Negation.
Very, very well created list here, and I'm excited to see if it works in the meta. And love to see it Molten Collapse as well, 2 of them. Expressive Iteration, a card that is banned in Pioneer, but not seeing a lot of modern play. So I'm excited to see Expressive Iteration seeing more modern play now with this deck.
Yeah, it's. I also think it's going to be quite good in this matchup. Of course, Lorenzo doesn't have that much direct interaction with a Necro dominance that sticks, so his aim is to try to discard it or counter it. That's his plan for the matchup here.
And we are seeing the sideboard list because Lorenzo is 1 game ahead. Now we have Arnold playing the Orzhov Necro deck, again with the Ketramos there, the Necro dominance giving the name to the deck. Anything here that you think might be particularly good against the Lorenzo's Greek Shadow list? I mean, we see the Pest Control as an interesting card. We see Relic of Progenitus. What do you think it's going to board out and we don't want here in this matchup?
Yeah, so Pest Control is quite a good answer to the Death Shadow and probably has to stay in. Something that's quite notable is that the Dismembers that Lorenzo decided to play is to specifically target Ketramos, because it is indestructible, but it can still get killed by -5/-5. And so Arnold, knowing that like Ketramos is something that is vulnerable to be interacted with, is going to try to rely on the power of Necro Dominance instead, and specifically the Soul Spikes. If Lorenzo goes too low on life, might open himself up to get Soul Spiked out of the game. So the Shield Red as well should be incredibly good for the similar reason. So there's going to be an interesting play with both players caring about their life totals in different ways. The Necro deck obviously wants to pay a bunch of life to draw cards, and the Death Shadow deck wanting to pay life to make a big threat.
It's going to be an interesting dance to see how these players manage their life totals, and both players here playing a very interesting deck, again, like showcasing the diversity of the meta during the weekend. We do see a lot of different archetypes being viable in Modern, which is very nice.
I actually have a few updates here from the other tables. So we did have the draw, as you mentioned, on table 1. Table 2 was Laukity Plus on Samwise combo. It's one of my old friends from Denmark playing the Samwise deck, playing against Alberto Mancado on Team of Breach. And Alberto ended up winning that match, moving to 11 1-1, or 12 1-1 actually. So it's definitely primed into, even with a loss, probably still making top 8, but can also just draw in. So that's a really good position for Alberto Manjado. And then we, of course, just saw Vladimir win here on table 3. Table 4 saw Jako Huzo on Eldrazi ramp versus Bartek Wachowski on Team of Breach. And that is another Breach win here for Bartek. So that's 2 Breach players winning this round, and 1 loss for Breach in against the Hollow One, as we saw. And then we have here the Necro versus Shadow, of course. And the Root Scale versus Burn, Sebastian Saxe versus Juan Ignacio Godoy. Sebastian Saxe ended up winning that match with Root Scale. So that's Root Scale moving up to X and 2. And these are the players, plus the winner of this match, who are going to try and vie for the position to, can we draw in next round? Do we have to play? On top of that, there's a couple people at X2-1 as well, but I won't talk about them right now, except I don't want to talk about them right now, except for Stefan Schütz winning, and it's still X2-1.
We saw him
and a winning in next round, for sure.
Totzi's turn 1. This game is kicking off. We have interesting cards there. I think we see there the expressive iteration I was talking about as well. What do you think Arnold might decide to take off here? Depending on what Arnold's hand is, might want to take away the Force of Negation to protect a Necro, but the issue is there's still a counterspell in hand, so you can't really do that. You might just want to take away the Expressive Iteration and get rid of the card advantage, and just see if you can grind out Lorenzo. With just 3 counterspells in hand, it makes it much easier for Arnold to navigate that. Instead, deciding to take out the counterspell here. I assume the reason for this is that Arnold has a threat like a Shield Red, for instance, you want to resolve. That doesn't get hit by Force Negation, doesn't get hit by Spell Snare. Of course, this is a secondary reason you might want to do it. So, of course, the bot state is a little bit confusing. The Watery Grave is in play, the counterspell is in the graveyard, and the rest of the cards are revealed in the hand. So maybe we can clear that up a little bit. Okay, so
now it's...
Expressive Iteration now is gone.
Yeah, so... Still confirming my suspicion on this might be a game where Arnold is trying to rely on... actually, Ketramos as well could be a big one that he could have. Does he have a land, though? I think Lorenzo just drew for turn, so Arno might have kept a one-lander here, relying on the double copies of Thoughtseize to buy him time. So he's actually quite happy to... Yes, triple Thoughtseize hand. So he's quite happy to see that Lorenzo's hand is so reactive here, and might just have to take away this Death Shadow that can otherwise be played next turn.
So taking care of that Dead Shadow and passing the turn. Just one swamp and a dream.
Of course, taking away the Shadow then opens up Lorenzo to go get a Surveil land here, where otherwise he might have wanted to get a Shock land and then fetch another Shock land. So there is this downside where now Lorenzo gets to sculpt the next draw step and try to top deck something else to pressure Arno with, and try to capitalize on this one-lander.
Let's see if that's going to be enough or not. Lorenzo here using the Surveil land to keep something on the graveyard, putting it on the graveyard, and now we're going to have a draw. The only card that is not revealed to Arno. What is this mysterious card here? Oh, a
Thoughtseize drawn. That is a terrible card right now. And the reason it's terrible is because Arno's hand is full of spells. That's of course the situation when you keep when you miss on land drops, you're gonna have spells instead. But in this specific case, it lines up quite well because Arnold was taking cards surgically away from Lorenzo's hand to better protect his Ketramos. And now Lorenzo just gets to take that Ketramos right out of hand. Leave Arno with also a very reaction-heavy hand, and this Dorothy Voidwalker that could just get answered by Spell Snare. So I think we're going to settle in for a long game here.
Oh, we are going for sure, and going for that Ketramos, which was still a bit far away from Arnold, in terms of mana, but...
Because as soon as Arnold draws lands, which he will eventually, right? Like, you can't, brick forever. The next two threats that Lorenzo has will be dealt with. But Arno also doesn't have any pressure, because his pressure is going to be dealt with. So, obviously breaking land here, but even the Fatal Push is still playable. Ooh, that's a... That's an interesting one there, Dress Down. I wonder if Lorenzo is just supposed to use that just to cycle and not really get much advantage from it, or if he's going to save it for some good interaction. There is a land. Yeah, it's a Bugger Trawler, but that does count as a land. Actually, the Necro deck at a lower life total than the Grixis Shadow deck in a moment. And I think actually Arno might just want to pass and play that Bowmaster he has. Kind of wasting Lorenzo's mana, or he could play the Dorothy and not really tip his hand.
So let's see.
Yeah, so he's just passing with the Bowmaster up. Of course, Lorenzo knows, oh, okay, you must have drawn a Bowmaster.
That's an expressive iteration and very quickly.
That is the best possible card.
Yes, Lorenzo very quickly getting that red source.
I said that like
to cast it.
The 1-for-1 answers aren't like that good, and the threats aren't that good because they're just gonna also get answered one by one. But expressive iteration in a game like this is just the best card ever. It's only like rivaled by Stock Up in a spot like this.
Oh yeah,
you get to draw two cards for the price of one. It's amazing when you're otherwise just trading cards back and forth. And of course, the Bowmaster does not interact with this because the expressive iteration doesn't draw cards; it just puts cards straight in hand. So what do we see here? Is that's two lands and some blue card? Is that a Murktide? Yeah, it is a Murktide.
A land, Murktide goes into end, so the land can be played until the end of the turn.
Mm-hmm. And then actually the Murktide completely dodges the interaction from Mono, right? Because it's Celestial Purge and Fatal Push. Neither of them can hit a Murktide. So now Lorenzo is considering, what do I know about your hand? I should also add a Bowmaster to what I know, because it's so likely that it's there. If I just play a Murktide, maybe just let your Bowmaster resolve, and I try to counter your Dorothy, and what can you even do against this big, huge thing?
And how big is this Murktide going to be?
It's going to be an 8/8.
Oh, wow. That is 2-turn kill.
Of course, Lorenzo has to keep aware of his life total, because there is still this Soul Spike. I guess you can line up the Force of Negation with it, so it's probably not the worst thing. Going down to 9 here, of course, the attack can bring you down to 8, and it's not, like, you're not super safe
in the current situation. Soul Spike, exactly. And here, Arnold deciding what to do this turn in the face of this giant Murktide.
And the Spell Snare. So yeah, Dorothy is just not going to resolve. But you don't really have options anyways. Like the options are play Dorothy or do nothing. And if you play the Dorothy, at least if you draw another thing that costs 2, you can actually resolve that one.
And I saw a comment, somebody saying, please Murktide on top 8, like it's, if we look back maybe a couple of years ago, that was the most played deck in Modern.
It really was. And honestly, just Grixis Shadow, like 2018 Modern, coming back into play. That deck was so popular with its Gurmag Anglers. And now, of course, the Gurmag Angler, it grew wings, it got a bit of an update, and now it looks like this. And it's a little bit bigger and a little bit more flying. And a little bit more terrifying as well. Now
we have the Daunty Voidwalker entering the battlefield. I mean, Arnold only has access to 2 mana.
So I wonder if Lorenzo is actually thinking about if this Dorothy should resolve. But if it resolves, that's when the Soul Spike becomes like a potential problem. And then you at least have to think about your Force of Negation at that point. So it's probably safer to just fetch a basic island here, not take too much damage. And... Oh, but fetching a Steam Vents.
It must be some islands in this deck, right?
I would assume so, but it is not a guarantee. There is a swamp, not an island. Yeah, I see.
Oh, so there's not even
actually has to like take a bunch of damage here, and now this Bowmaster can attack you down to 5, and you're almost dead to the Soul Spike. Yeah. That is kind of a really close game, unexpectedly. So if... The issue is, of course, the Force of Negation can still just be hardcast. And also there's another blue card in Lorenzo's hand, so he can also just pitch and counter. So
now, if Lorenzo attacks, that Soul Spike plus the...
The Orc will present lethal, but the issue is you're running into the Force of Negation. And the Murktide is not going to take long to finish this game. That's an attack for just a casual 8 damage, putting Arnold down to 2 life.
Not much, just 8 damage. And... I mean, maybe Arnold just like oping on the fact that Lorenzo doesn't have blue cards left. Oh, going for the Fatal Push.
Yeah, just making sure you don't go to 4 life is probably a good idea in case something weird happens, where Arnold gets a opportunity to Soul Spike you. Like, for instance, a discard spell, taking the Force away, and then going for the kill. Yes. Like, that would have actually been good enough, right? Yeah, so if Lorenzo didn't draw the Fatal Push, he would have died.
Yes.
So that's actually a really big deal.
Fatal Push for the win here. Dress down, Force of Negation.
Take your Force. You can gain 4 life with the Soul Spike, but it's not enough because this Murktide is just attacking for so much damage. And yeah, Soul Spike you down to 1 life. This game incredibly close despite everything.
Grixis Shadow here taking the win, and congratulations to Lorenzo in a 2-0 with this Grixis Shadow deck. And I mean, I have to say, love to see Murktide back on the game. Love to see a lot of interesting cards from Lorenzo, and I'm also curious to know why Lorenzo decided to bring this deck here this weekend. Definitely an interesting choice, showcasing experience with the deck and piloting very well here. So hopefully I can see more of Lorenzo this weekend. And this makes Lorenzo with what score, Simon? You told me before, but...
Yes, so Lorenzo is going to 12-2, so it's again in that scrum of players. Maybe he gets paired up and can draw, or maybe he'll have to fight out the winner in here against, some of the other X2s. So we're all, like, we've seen them, we're rooting for them, but they might try to do a death match against each other. They can't all be winners, and that is the, brutal and exciting part of this tournament. I have a few updates, actually.
Oh, on the update.
Yeah, on the other tables we have here. Table 7, so this is the X2-1 table. We had Xian Wolfensperger on Eldrazi Ramp beating Breach. So that's Niels von Porat knocked out of the tournament from that. That's another loss to Breach this round. Then we had the Stefan Schütz, of course, as I said, Breach winning over Eldrazi Ramp. So that's a win for Breach. Then we have an Orzhov Blink Mirror between Jonas Eloranta and Nikolai Winter. Actually, both of them qualifying at the regionals in Naples for the Pro Tour Match of the Machines, doing well there. Now facing off against each other in the Blink Mirror, and Nikolai Winter taking that down. Nikolai is one of my buddies, so really nice to see him do well.
Oh, we have the standings.
And now we have the standings. Yeah, that's right before for the that's Nikolai. You see him in 11th place here, potentially still able to make the top 8, but it's a little bit of an outside shot. I don't know if we can see the actual top 10. Those are the really important ones. Because
I just want to point that we see Gonzalo Bragança there at number 18, and he just top-aided the RC.
Right, good point. Yeah.
We also see
also
Ben
having
Jones.
a solid finish in this tournament. Katharina Bienstiel, of course, like we have seen her do quite well, but this is the top of the standings. So we saw the draw last round from Alberto and Nuno, Nuno and Arthur, and Alberto joins them as well at 12-1-1. And then we have Sebastian Sachse on the Brute Scale deck, Lorenzo on the Death Shadow deck, Vladimir on the Hollow One decks. What are these decks at X2? That's so sick. Then we have Bartek, who is playing Eldrazi Ramp, I believe, on... no, sorry, Bartek playing Team of Breach, and also on X2. So, Cian, Stefan Schütz, and then we also have Rappel. That's the last person I didn't mention. That's another also Blink player, rounding out that top 11. So we have Nikolai Winter and Raul on also Blink as space 10 and 11th. Raul actually beating Matthias Jorstad, the old-timer from Sweden.
Oh yeah, that we saw
on
here
Breach.
before as well, yeah.
That was another loss to Breach, and I believe that Breach actually went 2 and 3 in this round in the relevant matches.
So I am really curious to see how things play off, and also hopefully we'll be able to get some win and ins on coverage. That would be great if you're able to get them.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's always the most exciting part, especially when top 8 gets that invite to the Pro Tour. So Simon, I think me and you should get some popcorn to see Martin and Arne
watch that.
be
also, I'm gonna root for Nikolai, like my good friend. You know, I don't have to like be impartial on the coverage. I can just actually sit there and scream and shout as I watch him play.
Tweet chat, let us know who are we rooting for here this weekend to make it into the top 8. Me and Simon will go, but Martin and Arne will be back for round 15. So short break and we'll be back.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome back, everybody. This is round 15, the last round of Swiss of the modern, the Magic Spotlight Modern series here in Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name is Marnuza. I am joined by Arne Huschenbed.
Welcome, guys.
We're going to be bringing you this last round of Swiss live. But before that happens, talk to me about what happened on the top tables, because you were taking a look at, who was drawing, who wasn't drawing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have table 1, 2, and 3 all deciding to take a draw. I can already tell you, Martin, that table 1 and 2, they're pretty much locked at this point. They're in safe position to have made top 8. Congratulations to them. Table 3, bit shaky. They have good odds, but they could be jumped. Those were 12 and 2, decided to take a draw. Now they're 12 and 2 and 1. Hoping to be in the top 8, but there's 3 tables having all potential win-in-ins. 2 of them almost 100% of win-in-in. 99%. Their tiebreakers are great. They're like, so we are going to watch those 2 matches. And then there's 1 player at table 7 who has the worst not great tiebreakers, but might jump one of the guys that drew. Might. So that's still out in the open. Yeah, and this round we have a big feature match. We have Stefan Schütz, Team Handshake member, Pro Tour regular, 2 times Mox participant last year, also Mox champion, against Raul Poroyan, who you know from back in the old days, don't you?
Yeah, from back from Magic Online. I remember, I think we used to be in the same clan on Modo, then we started testing together. Raul helped me build 1 or 2 decks for one or 2 of my first Pro Tour top 8s. So certainly remember him from back in the days. Great player, very strong player, very technical player. He also has some GP top 8 experience. So yeah, these are 2 of the best players in the room here. And let's take a look at the deck list here.
Yeah, this is also of Blink. I actually sat down on Friday with Raul because he's also a good friend of mine to discuss the deck list a little bit. And yeah, he ended up registering this deck. He really likes it. It gives a lot of play to it. It's a lot of fun to play. He says like even the games he loses, he's enjoying a lot. Yeah, he went with like a split of various of the active pieces. I mean, there's a couple flex slots in the deck, like Thoughtseize is how many you want to run, Fatal Push how many you want to run. He just went like free Ephemerate, too much of Otherworldly Light, a card that has been better and better positioned as of recently. And what is this deck trying to do? It's playing Catramos, and it's playing sort of this value flicker game. Catramos and Overlord of the Belmerk are the center pieces of the deck. You can use Emperor of Bones to get the Overlord back from the graveyard. You can use Ophelia to flicker things. And then a powerful comeback that you always have is Ephemerate on a Pitched Solitude to double kill a creature, and then on the next upkeep, kill another creature, exile, to be concrete. Yeah. That is also Blink. And his opponent, Stefan Schütz, is probably one of the, if not the best player in the entire room, playing for yet another top 8. Last time I was covering for the regional championship in Lille, he actually also made top 8.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm his lucky charm. And he's playing Breach. Again, 1 copy of Swansong in the main deck, 1 copy of Lightning Bolt, 1 copy of Flame of Arnor. 2 copies of Preordain. Those are sort of the flag slots. He's filling those out with Preordain. I like that. It gives you more speed. You could play Stalk Up or something like that, but Preordain is just quick. And in the game 1, it's about being fast. And notably, he's running 4 Urza Saga, which we've seen Urza Saga be really good this event. And some people have 2, some have 3. And he's saying, I'm really putting my trust into that card. 4 copies.
Especially in the post-board games, that card has been looking really, really good.
Absolutely.
How do these 2 decks match up against each other?
Yeah, the Blink deck does have a lot of graveyard hate. It has the Relics, it has Dauphine Voidwalker, it has a Boggart Trawler, so it can interact with Stefan's deck a good amount in that regard in game 1. But graveyard hate is not necessarily the end-all be-all against the Breach deck, as we've learned over this weekend. And so I would say that Stefan is definitely ahead in game 1. But as like all decks in this format, Raul is packing a ton of sideboard hate. Here he has, just to spoil a little bit for games 2 and 3, hopefully game 3. We're hoping for 3 games, of course. He does have a Drannith Magistrate. He has a Stony Silence. He has a Deafening Silence. He has an Aven Interrupter. He has he has a Talia. Lots of one-offs. Really making it difficult for the opponent to sort of like, I need remove for Talia, but also for artifacts and for enchantments. So yeah.
All right. Looks like the match is underway. Stefan is going to be on the play. starts with a Surveillant, putting that Soul Guide Lantern in the graveyard, and finishes the turn with a Mishra's Bauble. Raul with a quick Thoughtseize turn 1. Looks like Stefan is on a mulligan. There's an Urza Saga, Preordained Malevolent Rumble, and Tamiyo. One of the strengths of this Temur deck is certainly that it attacks from so many different angles, right? Exactly what you just mentioned. Raul is packing a lot of Graveyard Hate, but this deck can attack through the Tamiyo angle, you know, make some clues, draw some cards, quickly flip the Planeswalker, then draw half of your library. You can also attack from the Urza Saga angle, where if your opponent has too much hate, you can just start making constructs and take that route.
Absolutely. Raul is going with the Tamiyo here, kind of telling Stefan, oh, I don't have like a Fatal Push or a removal spell. Because if he had that, he probably would have taken a Malevolent Rumble. That's a nice setup card. That gives some information to Stefan, potentially taking another Tamiyo with a Rumble if he knows that that's the most dangerous card in his hand on turn 2.
And you mentioned that the first 2 tables most likely drew into the top 8. I'm looking at the archetypes. Looks like it is Eldrazi Ramp, Temur Breach, Amulet Titan, and Mono Green Brute Scale. So 4 different decks from those top 2 tables. Pretty good.
Yeah, and table 3, who is likely both are in Krix's Shadow and Hollow One.
Hollow One, wow. You'd love to see that.
Yeah. So that's 6 different decks at the yeah, it's quite amazing.
Yeah. In the meantime, Stefan resolves a Malevolent Rumble, finds himself a Breach, follows that up with a Mishra's Bauble, and passes the turn back to Raul. Yeah, Stefan doing a pretty good job of setting up. You see a Mox in the graveyard, there's a Breach in hand, you know, enough 0-mana artifacts, so all he needs to find is basically just a red source and also a grinding station at some point.
He has 2 more cantrips in hand, so he's looking pretty. I actually roomed with Stefan. He's a good friend of mine and teammate in Handshake. I roomed with him in Chicago.
Sick Brax.
Yeah, sick Brax. And then also Raul. I mean, we had contact much. We go out for lunch in Berlin, and he was actually like hitting me up 2 weeks ago or something. Okay. Hey, there's this event in Utrecht. I haven't played like Modern in 6 years, but like, so you know that Stefan is in contention for Type 8, winning and winning. I'm not that surprised. We all know the caliber of play he is. You know, he's one of the best in the world right now, and especially with in Modern. But Raul, I mean, he picked up Modern 2 weeks ago, so that is just, you know, just like Matthias Jorstedt a couple rounds ago. These guys from back in the days, they still got it. Yeah. And I actually know that Raul is actually he's playing a lot of Magic Arena in between his like work time. So he has a busy office job, but he's playing a lot of Arena. He's still like rank 1 and often in draft and limited.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
He's really good.
Yeah, nobody ever quits Magic. You know, Magic's such a great game. Everybody's just like, yeah, you know, I got kids now, you know, busy work life, but I still sneak in a couple of games here and there, you know.
All right, another Rumble. Can't feel good to be in Raul's shoes right now, but I suppose he can just play like a Boggart Trawler next turn and exile the entire graveyard.
Yeah, that'd be good.
To take that away.
I mean, I'm sure that Raul has a good plan against Breach, right? Like coming into the tournament, knowing a lot of people, even if you haven't played Modern in a while, they're going to tell you, hey, this is the deck to beat. You need to have a good plan against this deck. And he wouldn't be here on table 5 in the last round if he didn't have a good plan against Breach.
Well, I do know some insights. He thinks that Breach is the best deck.
Okay.
But he told me that, you know, with, you know, have not played Modern in 6 years, he didn't want to pick it up in that short of a time. I think he played his first Modern match on like Saturday last week. Okay. So he was trying some decks. He told me he was trying Boros Energy, Ruby Storm, Eldrazi, and then he liked the Orzhov deck the most.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It certainly is not an easy deck to pick up.
Oh, funny. He actually faced Matthias Jorstedt last round and beat him 2-0. So he has some Breach experience. And he beat also Niels Porra 2-0. Yeah. That was the sick play last day.
Yeah.
So he's beaten. He actually went 3-1 against Breach in the tournament.
Yeah, so he must have a good plan. Let's see if it works out for him in this round as well. I mean, currently it looks like Stefan is miles ahead. But yeah, as you said, all this is going to take is, you know, one Bogart Trawler. So let's see if Stefan goes for a breach here, actually, and just decides to maybe play it for value, get some Moxes into play, draw some extra cards off of the bubbles. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, he has a really filled up graveyard. He can go Mox, Opal, Bubble, and then potentially do some more things.
Yeah, Raul's like, okay, well, do your worst.
Yeah.
So Stefan starts with escaping a Mishra's Bauble. There it is, comes into play. 3 cards exiled. What else do we have in the graveyard? There's 2 more Baubles and a Mox. So it looks like Mox is being played as well, exiling the Saga.
Our card viewer highlighting Ophelia on the other side. That's likely what Raul is sitting on here.
Okay.
But it's not going to do much to interrupt Stefan here. Second is spawn for a Spell Bomb.
Either Spell Bomb. And just like Raul very likely has a plan against Breach, Stefan is going to have a good plan against Orzhov, right? If somebody plays Magic 24/7 here in this hall, Stefan is going to be the one playing the most, right?
Absolutely. So he's going to demonstrate the Emery way of finding the grinding station here, which...
So what's going on here?
Yeah, so he doesn't have an ability to sacrifice the Mox Opal right now, so he can't generate mana. So he actually needed to hit the Mox Amber there to generate an additional mana. But yeah, I mean, it was in a way, it was just a value breach as it turned out to be. He got his Emery on the battlefield. I don't see how he can do much more. He can he can't sacrifice these Moxes right now because he doesn't have the station.
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue.
Yeah, he doesn't have a second one in the graveyard. Yeah, I think Stefan recognized that, hey, I don't want to just pass the turn with a full graveyard against the Trawler.
Yeah.
That would be, you know, that would be such a big swing in the game. I'm just going to play this Breach for value. It got him, what, 4 extra cards out of the graveyard. I think he's going to draw an extra card from Bubble as well, I believe.
Yeah, and you know, I trust Stefan's ability to be able to figure out what stage of the game we're in right now. And you know, a less experienced player would have perhaps held the Breach there in hand and be like, yeah, I want to keep this for the combo turn. But he read into Raul because like Raul kept the Thoughtseize hand. Like, what is he doing? He probably has a Trawler there, and that's a good read. Potentially, we'll see. We'll see what Raul has. Raul's keeping his cards close to him.
Yeah, Raul's keeping things fair with just a end of turn 2/2 flash. Phalia makes an appearance. Plays another land.
Yeah, not just one land, Witch Enchanter, which you can use in this deck very nicely with Flicker Wisp. You can target the land and then get the 2/2 end of turn.
Okay.
Destroy like an Urza Saga.
All right, so tell me exactly how this works.
So he plays Flicker Wisp, he can target any permanent, he exiles the land. The land comes back, not as the land, as the front side. That's how it works in Magic. And then he gets a 2/2 that destroys. It's a Reclamation Sage in white, essentially, so he can blow up the Urza Saga.
Good value, good value. Stefan is going to respond by bouncing the Phalia. Interesting.
Ah, I see. Yeah, if Phalia would have attacked, she could have flickered the Flicker Wisp, and then Flicker Wisp comes back end of turn with the Phalia, and can flicker something again, like the Emery, and then Stefan could not use the Emery in his turn because it comes back in the next end step.
Okay.
So that's
a nice little trick.
Yeah.
Looks like Raul's going to go after the Urza Saga with the Enchanter and passes the turn back to Stefan. Quick peek at the top of the library with Mishra's Bauble. Let's see if Stefan remembers his delayed trigger. There we go. Okay, now the board looks a little less threatening, but still, you know, 2 Moxes and Emery. Raul can't feel too good about that. Preordain is the play. Those 2 cards quickly go to the bottom. Does Stefan have a second Breach?
No, I don't think so.
Not yet, right?
He's flooding. Oh, he drew a Preordain into Preordain. Classic.
Storm count is 1.
2 lands and a Haywire Might, I think, is his hand. But he can Emery back a Bobble or a Spellbomb. Jace goes to the bottom.
Wow, didn't even think about the Jace.
I mean, there's 5 power on the other side.
Yeah, true.
Planeswalker not the best against the creature deck, I guess.
think he draws another land, and he has a Haywire Mine. A bunch of lands, right?
He drew a Lantern, I believe. Oh no, it's a grinding station. So that's, yeah. I mean, if he draws Breach now, he's gonna have to win. I think it's a grinding station. I think.
Oh, the second card from the top. Yeah, that looks like a station.
So can he win this turn? He hasn't played a land yet. I don't think he can win this turn if he draws.
He doesn't have a Breach, right?
Yeah, if he draws with the Spell Bomb, I was thinking.
Oh, right.
He doesn't have
to go for it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any Moxes in the graveyard, so there's no mana generation. So he's just going to play it slow, play out his hand, keep the station in hand for a surprise.
Okay.
I would have kind of liked him to, I would have liked to see the Thundering Faults being played instead of the island to dig one deeper. I'm wondering what this Haywire Might is accomplishing for him here. I'm not quite sure.
Maybe just, values keeping up the one open mana to be able to sack the Spell Bomb, maybe draw a card, maybe sack the Haywire Might.
No, I would not tap out of the Mox Opal. That one I would certainly leave up, but he could, instead of playing the Might,
I see. Right,
he could have played the Surveil Land to dig towards Breach. There's the target for the Might. Okay, maybe Stefan knew all along that was going to happen.
Overlord of the Baelmerg.
Oh, just a miss. Ooh, that's unfortunate for Raul. He hit 2 spells and 2 lands, and yeah. It's a March of Otherworldly Light in the graveyard, I believe. Okay, Urza's Saga is the draw for Stefan. Going to get back a Mishra's Bauble here. He's just digging towards the Breach, and he has a 12 life, facing 5 power right now. It's not that much pressure.
Yeah, exactly. He's not really under too much pressure, just kind of getting the value from Emery for the time being. He can start cracking the either Spell Bomb, dig a little bit deeper into his deck. He has another extra card that he's going to see from the Mishra's Bubble.
What actually is something that Raul can do? He has 3 copies of Ephemerate in his deck, and he can flicker. The Breach is being cast, it's in play, then Stefan starts going for the combo, then he can flicker with an Ephemerate, the Witch's Enchanted, blow up the Breach. So that's one way to attack the Breach deck in game 1.
There we have it.
Raul is keeping his cards so close to him. I just no chance in seeing what he has.
I mean, Raul is doing a really good job of staying in it, considering he's just, cast a 2/2 flash into a 3/1 flyer. Nothing too crazy so far. The Enchanter, was good. Killed that there was a Saga, but other than that, you would be thinking this is, the combo Breach deck playing against fair creatures, right?
Yeah. Yeah, jump blocking and exiling the Overlord. Another Overlord coming. There's another Witch's Enchanter, which is going to be the pickup. And that can also be played as a land, which it will. And it looks like he's taking a damage, going down to 9. Also not too high on life. So keep passing with 2 mana could represent Failure again, or like a combination of like Fatal Push plus Ephemerate or something like that.
Okay.
But if he had Fatal Push, he probably would have cast it here.
Stefan gets to untap for another turn, draws the extra cards from the bubble, and he finds a red card. I think it's a Lightning Bolt, though. Saga goes to chapter number 2.
Lightning Bolt is kind of good. Because Stefan, if he's experienced with the matchup, which I presume he knows about that Ephemerate line.
Yeah.
So he can respond to the Ephemerate with Lightning Bolt and prevent the flickering from happening. So at least he has that covered now, and now he's just looking for the Breach. And he's drawing 2 cards per turn with this Emery. What is he thinking about? Well, it's certainly not Breach. That would be an insta-keep. So what's
the next best card? Yeah.
Maybe a Rumble? I presume a Rumble is also... Rumble's an insta-keep as well.
Right, Rumble's got to be a keep.
Maybe something like a Flame of Honor, something obscure that's a little bit more expensive, although that card would also be great here.
Brings back the Haywire Might.
Yeah, he really likes to prolong the game, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's at 11, so still not a 2-turn clock.
He's actually also kind of representing a lot of damage now with these constructs coming. Those are going to be huge. He's thinking about casting Mox Ember here. He's using a station. But didn't he just kept on top? Oh, he's milling him. Interesting. Is he trying to...
Mills?
Why is he doing that? Is he trying to mill him? I mean...
All right, Mox Amber is the play that untaps the grinding station, and Stefan passes the turn. Does Raul have any plays at the end of turn? There's a failure. Okay, so you read that correctly. Lantern of Insight. So failure is the play. Let's see if Stefan wants to do anything with this lightning bolt here. He does actually. So he uses the lightning bolt to deal with the failure.
Yeah. But now he's soft to ephemerate again if Raul has that in hand. I saw a Ketramos.
Yeah, that was one of the cards.
Ketramos is the best card in the deck. It's the engine piece.
The value engine, yeah.
Yeah, you draw so many cards with that thing in play. You just go through your entire deck, then you Solitude Exile things. That's really when the deck is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, either they've introduced some really good ones for Modern, right? We just saw the previous round, Hello One using Marauding Mako to basically turn that into a 1-mana 5/5 or 7/7 or however big that was in the previous match. Ketramos has been making waves. That's probably the most impactful card of the new set.
Yeah, certainly. There you go.
There's the Ketramos. Let's see if Raul has something to break the value engine that Stefan has going with Emery.
Okay, wait a minute. So Stefan has to notice something here. You let me attack into the construct, but Stefan doesn't even...
Also, Ketramos pre-combat attack.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tell as well.
That sounds suspicious, right?
Yeah.
Stefan's going to use either Spell Bomb to bounce Ketramos back to Raul's hand and follows that up by blocking and exiling the Overlord. I mean, that's some pretty good value for Stefan, right? Like using 2 Mights on back-to-back turns when the Might is free, thanks to Emery, to deal with 2 Overlords that Raul basically spent most of his turn on.
Yeah.
I'll take the damage, and there is Relic of Progenitus.
But he's tapped out.
Exile one of the cards, no problem. I'm going to get rid of Preordain, pass the turn with no mana up. So is Stefan going to be able to find a breach now? That is the question. Makes a construct at the end of turn. Wait, is there a way this is somehow lethal? He has, what, 3-4 artifacts already. He can make another one with Saga, so that would be a 5/5, gets himself another artifact with the Saga, so that's a 6/6. Emery makes it 7. So another Lightning Bolt looks like it would be lethal. If you can somehow get 2 artifacts into play, that would also possibly be lethal. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I'm counting 6. He has a Tamio in hand. Emery is 1 power or 1 artifact.
Yeah,
Same thing.
Yeah,
So it looks like he just has 7 damage here. But it's not like Raul is on much else either.
Wow, this Haywire Might has been working overtime this game.
Yeah.
Also keeping Stefan alive.
Yeah, for sure. Stefan is just playing, the breach deck in a non-combo way here and just getting out most of value, realizing his role.
Yeah.
What he needs to be doing, how to, get the most out of each and every card here.
The craziest thing about the breach deck is that everything costs 1 mana. Right? You have Tamio for 1. Emery usually costs 1 because you have the 0 mana artifact. You have so much card draw. You have so much card selection. You have Preordain, Rumble, Mishra's Bubble is a redraw. So the deck is incredibly consistent. Stefan does use the Bubble in his main phase. Exiles the Relic.
Yeah, now Stefan is just going to win the fair and square way here.
Yeah, exactly, with the 2 constructs.
That's what we've seen so many times. Again.
Time and time again, yeah.
in the tournament. Okay, another mill. It's just all angles. I have seen people mill the opponent with grinding station after a surgical took out all the underworld breaches. That's actually something that can happen.
Can happen.
With like a bunch of clues from Tamio attacking and Emery being able to return artifacts all over again, you can just actually mill someone out with grinding stations.
Very corner case situations, but it does happen.
I'm sure Stefan has done that a couple times at least.
Yeah.
He's played this deck a ton. It's looking pretty grim for Raul. The Catramos is online, that's for sure. But the problem is the Emery here. The Emery being able to flashback that Aether spell bomb to get the Catramos out of the way. You know, that's not even considering that Stefan could at any moment in time just draw Underworld Breach to insta-win the game.
Yeah, what does Raul even need? Like, how does he get out of this? He needs multiple removal spells to deal with the constructs, otherwise he's double chump blocking, right? I guess Ephemerate would be a good start.
Ephemerate would
block something, flicker my...
Yeah, maybe
Enchanter, you know, deal with the tokens maybe. Hope that you just kind of break on your next, you know, bunch of draw steps. In the meantime, I draw... Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah, he's trying to figure it out. Chat is saying that Overload is exiled. The match is unfortunately on a delay, and it's just the delay is a little too much. That we cannot interfere with that. It shouldn't matter too much. Right. Oh, it actually might matter. Oh no.
Emperor of Bones.
Oh no. Famous last words.
Never mind. Never mind. That's not gonna matter.
Oh my god. That's not great. Well, that is awkward. Yeah, it's on too much of a delay that we can do anything about it. But yeah, the Haywire might exile the Overlord. You know, it's exhausting tournament. I'm sure they are, you know, this just happens. I've done things like that.
I love it's not going to matter, guys. Don't worry about it. There's
classic. Right.
Okay.
I was like, it doesn't matter because the Overload can't get itself back. I just completely forgot that there's more cards that actually matters about it. Yep. That's bad. Well, nothing we can do about that. So he got Solitude with that. So you can exile the Construct token on Emery. Oh, Stefan's constructs are actually pretty small now. They are just 4/4s. One Overload got milled, someone in chat says. I don't know. That could be the case. I'm not sure. It does look like that there's 2 lethal creatures, but 2 blockers, and Stefan is on 5. So he can make these constructs into 5/5s alone from the clue. That will force a double chump block. And then Flicker Wisp can put Stefan down to 2. And then the constructs finish Raul off. But Raul, I believe, has as last card a Catramos. So that's obviously gonna make things more interesting. And Stefan also has the ability to draw a card here with the clue. So a very interesting game still. Okay, if it's milled by station, then it doesn't matter. So that's totally fine. Then it didn't interfere the game whatsoever. So
Stefan attacks with the 2 constructs, currently 5/5s, and Raphael is going to chump with 2 creatures to keep himself alive before Stefan passes the turn back. Let's see what you got here. 5 against 2. Pretty close game.
Yep. And Stefan doesn't have any cards in hand. Oh, Stefan actually kept back the Tamio, playing it safe. What card is he playing around? He's playing around an Emperor of Bones, I believe. Yep. Emperor of Bones could strike for lethal there with flashed. Yeah. Okay, so do you play Catramos and do you attack is the question. He cannot attack, right? Because even though he would gain 4 life, he would go up to 6, and Stefan has 6 power worth of constructs, so it would go to 0. So he has to stay back with the Flicker Wisp. And his last card in hand, I think I saw Ophelia. And this game is tight. But again, Stefan has outs to win the game on the spot.
Yeah, anytime he draws a breach, he just wins the game right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a game.
Yeah.
I have to say, it's impressive how the black-white deck can, keep itself alive despite fighting just with creatures against this combo deck.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's not a combo deck. Right now it's a value deck that flashed back a couple of Haywire Mites and Aether Spellbombs, which is good, and made some constructs. But yeah, I mean, Raul is certainly under the gun here, but like there's more constructs coming from the Saga. He's playing a tap Godless Shrine. He has the failure. He passes back again. And technically Stefan has lethal, but what does Stefan not know is that Raul has that jump blocker. But yeah, the problem for Raul is that if Stefan goes for an all-out attack, he loses 2 creatures nonetheless and just gains 4 life. And then Stefan is on 5. So Catramos, yeah, Joe, looks like we're down to Urza Saga finning the deck. I haven't seen that in a while. Just no value at all, just finning your deck. No more bubbles, nothing left. Yeah, there Stefan goes for the big attack. And has 2 blackers back as well, so you can double block the Catramos next turn. There's the failure. Just a triple block.
Block, block, block. Yep. You gain some life.
Maybe Emperor of Bones is like the best draw here. Can get a Solitude back. And that draws 2 cards actually, because it triggers...
Catramos, yeah.
Oh, you don't want to draw 2 cards at 2 life though. But you're not 2 anymore.
You're back to 6.
You're back to 6, that's true.
All right, is this an Emperor of Bones?
Big draw step. Ooh, what is it? I think it was a spell. I mean, a lot of spells do things with Catramos in play.
Solitude would be okay as well.
No, it was not.
Raul has nothing. Okay.
It was a Thoughtseize. That's not a good spell.
What a game. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that was exciting. And by the way, they're on 25 minutes. This was game 1.
Yeah.
So a draw for them would be not very good at all, so they have to speed up a little bit.
Also, Stefan is already qualified, right? So he's probably not feeling the pressure. I mean, still, you're still playing $10,000 for the first place. There's still 3 cases of Modern Horizons. You still get this sweet foil promo card.
Right.
But being already qualified for the Pro Tour, I'm sure that takes a lot of the pressure off of this match.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Sideboarding.
Yeah, sideboarding. What does Stefan have? Stefan is going to bring in Nature's Claims. He's going to bring in probably some of the removal spells. Maybe Flame of Anor, if he thinks the games are going to go like this. Yep. Flame of Anor is absolutely phenomenal. Draw 2, kill a thing.
Yulid Relic.
Yeah, the Relic, right. He even has artifacts he has to worry about. But much more interesting is certainly what Raul is able to bring in from the other side, because that's where the juice is at. So Raul has access to...
What does Stefan board out? What are the cards that are weak in the matchup? Do you ever cut one of the win conditions, for example? Like, you have 1 Jace, 1 Grapeshot. Do you ever cut one? Do you...
I think that's reasonable in open deck list, knowing that... what can always happen is like a Relic exiles randomly a Jace.
You don't really want to have that happen, right? Like you randomly lost a card to Thoughtseize turn 1 and then got it Relic, and now you have no win conditions.
Yeah, that can happen. No, yeah, he's just bringing in those Nature's Claims, probably maybe the Flame and Lightning Bolt and Unholy definitely are good here. He doesn't have a clean answer to Catramos for what it's worth. He kind of is down to like bouncing it with the Spell Bomb, which is, reasonable if you have an Emery going. But yeah, Catramos is really what Raul is looking for on turn 3 on the play here. Raul, on the other hand, has, he has the Fatal Pushes. They're not the greatest here. Their use case is really just the creatures.
But the creatures are so good, though, right? You can't really afford to let Tamio or Embry live. Just look what happened this game. Emery basically ran away with the game, providing Stefan with so much value, letting him replay the Haywire Might 1 or 2 times for free. So basically, all the cards in the deck are kind of good in some spots, right?
Yeah, that's a little like that's Raul was talking about, like how narrow all these answers are. Some line up here, line up there, and Fatal Push is just one of the most narrow answers. And you do have Solitude.
Okay,
and you definitely not take
right. That's true.
So you have Marches and Solitude still.
What about the cards in the sideboard?
Yeah. He has, as I said, Aven Interrupter, great, makes cards being cast from other zones than the hand cost 2 more.
Oh, it affects everything, not just exile.
Okay. So Graveyard as well, so everything that's been cast with Breach costs 2 more. Turn of Magistrate says like nothing can be cast at all from the any zones other than the hand, and then there's of course Celestial Purge to get rid of Breach at instant speed potentially. Rough Disguise is a big one, a 2 in the sideboard that can blow up a lot of constructs, very good against Saga, which is one of the main pillars in Stefan's deck, playing 4 Sagas. He might actually board 1 Saga out. I would certainly lean towards doing so in this matchup when he sees an open deck list. Remember, this is open deck list. Oh, that his opponent has Wrath of Disguise. A little bit of a non-buff Wrath of Disguise is this card, but it's very strong in the matchup. Deafening Silence.
Deafening Silence, yeah. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. You got to stop the opponent from comboing, right? Like, as long as it's in play, you're kind of hoping you don't have to play the Wrath of Disguise. But yeah, if there's a good opportunity to do that, I guess you'll take it. Stefan has the best card for a situation like this, when the opponent has a lot of hate pieces out of the sideboard. This is exactly where Tamiyo comes in, and cards like Urza Saga, but Raul takes quick care of that with Fatal Push, passes the turn back, and of course Stefan has a replacement Tamiyo. No problem. Back to Raul, turn 3. Bogre Trawler turns itself into a land.
Yeah, I think what he really wants here is a Catcher Most to just sort of start the engine, draw it through your deck, and then go from there.
Start the engines, huh? Relic of Progenitus, followed by Doughty Voidwalker. Okay, solid start.
Yeah, the graveyard is being attacked, but the Tamiyo is alive. And you know what card would be absolutely incredible here for Stefan? Flame of Armor.
Yeah. Conveniently, Tamiyo is also a wizard, yeah.
Honestly, Flame of Arno is like one of my favorite cards in Modern.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Actually, I just played a Modern FNM a couple of weeks ago, and a friend of mine was bringing a deck for me, and I actually didn't even know what was in the deck. Round 1, I draw my hand, and that's the first time I see the cards. And it was a blue-red Wizards deck. It had Tamiyo, it had Flame of Anor main deck. There were a couple copies of Splinter Twin and Deceiver Exarch, and just a little bit of everything, you know, just like blue-red Wizards. There was a Snapcaster Mage, so some card selection, Lightning Bolt. The deck was so much fun to play. Like, Modern really offers such a wide variety of decks, and the format is also currently in a way where a lot of these decks can just win any tournament on any given day. Obviously, Breach is the deck to beat, but I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, Mono Green Broodscale won the tournament, or if Hollow One won the tournament, or if, you know, one of these decks, Blue White Control, Black White Ketramos, Eldrazi. There's so many different decks that can easily win a tournament anytime that this is what makes Modern so unique and so much fun.
I have to correct my. I totally agree. By the way, this is absolutely up my. What do you say? Up my streets? No, that's not how you say it. Anyways, I almost played Jeskai Wizards at the Pro Tour last year, and that was a good deck.
Yeah.
But I have to correct myself. Stefan actually does have an answer to Ketramos, but it's in a graveyard now. It's a Strict Serenade, a 1-mana counter. That's his one answer to it. Yeah.
The reverse one song.
Yep.
As you called it.
But he does not have the Flame in hand. I think he just has. Oh, he's just gonna crack the clue. All right. Oh, and he found a Preordain, so now he can flip his Tamiyo. Yeah, all right. And I mean, Tamiyo is so good against Deafening Silence, because Deafening Silence makes it so awkward for you. You can only cast one spell, you can't use your entire mana, but now you can just crack clues to use up your mana that Deafening Silence otherwise sort of like taxes away. And yeah, Tamiyo just showing yet again why the deck is so good, having that Planeswalker that draws cards, that flips so quickly and so early in the game, threatens that powerful ultimate. Yeah, just very strong.
Raul actually did double spell last turn, because Deafening Silence is not non-artifact spell. That's why you can play Relic and something else.
I believe it's non-creature?
Or non-creature?
Yeah, I think it's non-creature.
So it's not non-creature. Never mind. Yeah.
But it actually does work well in a creature-focused deck. Which
that makes sense. Yeah. Relic being activated right away. Concealed Courtyard, and we're going to attack for 3. Actually 2, because Tamio got activated. So Tamio is down to 2, and Raul passes the turn. So not the most exciting turn. Stefan quickly...
Yeah, he's plussing.
Pluses Tamio back to 4, and he's looking at a full hand. I see a Breach. I think there's a Rumble.
Oh, a Lightning Bolt. Oof.
Tamio Lightning Bolt. Yeah, that's a pretty stocked hand. Looks like Bolt on the Voidwalker is going to be the play.
Ephemerate check. Is there an Ephemerate?
See.
Oh, an Aven Interrupter.
All right. That's a really good tempo play right here. Because remember, Stefan cannot play any more spells right now.
That's true.
Or rather, non-creature spells.
Yes, he does have an O3 Tarmonia, which can block the flyer at least. And he does have Nature's Claim and Grinding Station. He playing a Scalding Tarn to fetch a Thundering Faults here. There's some cheering happening in the background.
We're going to have the top 8 announcement for you right after the round. You can also head over to MTG Melee and take a look at the deck lists yourself, because it is an open deck list tournament here on day 2. But if you see some matches have already been entered, some of the results have already been entered into Melee, please make sure you don't spoil that in the chat, because we are bringing you some of these games on a delay, just so we can bring you basically just non-stop Magic coverage without any downtime, you know, the minimal amount of ads and the minimal amount of just waiting for the next round. So this is why we do things on a slight delay. In the meantime, Raul takes Tamio back to 2 and follows that up with a Flicker Wisp, targeting the Boggard Bog, I believe.
What he also could have done, I mean, this is certainly a good play here, but what he could have done is he could have flickered the Tamio Planeswalker there to get rid of it, because Legendary rules out.
It comes back as the front side? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he chooses to go for more power. I mean, the Planeswalker is kind of annoying. I mean, giving 1 power away from every creature is a little annoying.
Yeah, adding 3 more power on the battlefield, though, or 6 more power, rather.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess 4 power with Tamio.
Yeah.
Still ticking up, but yeah, I mean, that's something. Hey, and shout out to CSL, the production team has been doing, tremendous work. Also at the RCs, all the Spotlight series, the production quality has been so super good. The video quality is awesome. Let us know how you have been liking, watching the coverage in the chat. We're trying to make sure that we bring a wide variety of decks on the broadcast. We broadcast, we showcase the most fun decks, most interesting decks in the tournament that are still doing well. For that, we also have to thank Frank Karsten, who's been doing tremendous work here at the backstage, picking feature matches, working all the modern data, posting things on Twitter.
I'm getting a little anxiety about that clock too. I mean, 13 minutes, they're in the middle of game 2.
Yeah.
There's the Lightning Bolt attempt yet again on the Delphi, and I think that's, if there's no Ephemerate, that's gonna work. Oh, Raul is thinking, huh? Is that an Ephemerate, yeah? I mean, Raul... Stefan actually not that far away from comboing. He has the station and the breach in hand, and he has claim for a relic, but he's still looking for a Mox. Oh, Raul. Oh no, he's cracking his relic. Interesting. Interesting. What is he looking for? Well, okay. Well, the Delphi is gone. No more graveyard hate.
Back to roll. Land number 4. Has to take 3. That's a very quick untapped land. So let's see what he has here. Emperor of Bones. That's a good one. What does he have to bring back? Oh, there we go.
Which
that is haste.
Has haste, so you can use it to target the Tamio with the lightning bolt.
Okay, that's a nice play.
Yep.
So Tamio dies, and now everything can swing into Tamio. It looks like that's going to be enough. So Tamio hits the bin as well, and now Stefan is down to just 5 lands here.
But he does have Breach and Station in hand. So if he finds a Mox, he wins the game. Okay.
Seiju.
He could theoretically sacrifice the Station into itself to look 3 cards deeper. He might actually want to do that here. He's going to. Maybe? Or is he just playing it? It's a little risky because there's an Emperor of Bones eating away your graveyard, so...
You still also have the Interrupter in play, right?
Oh, you're totally right about that. I missed that.
That's going to make it a little bit harder for Stefan to combo off. Obviously, he's, threatening.
Wow. Yeah, the Interrupter. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, Stefan is kind of in trouble.
Look at Raul just playing, just realizing, all right, finally I survived this one turn. This is what I needed. I'm going to start attacking. I'm going to put you on a 1-turn clock. 3, 6, 9, plus the Emperor. Impeded the Overlord before attacks in case he finds something that he could bring back.
Okay, looks like...
Passes the turn, and yeah, does Stefan find something here to combo off? Malevo and Rubble, wow, that is quite possibly the best card here.
Yeah, but it doesn't get rid of the Interrupter, does it? Maybe if he finds a Spell Bomb?
Like either Spell Bomb is the card he's looking for.
Otavara. He's taking the Otavara, but is that going to help?
You make a spawn as well.
Yeah, he has Boseiju. No, he played Boseiju. His hand is
Boseiju, right?
His hand is Breach and what is his last card? Did you see that?
No.
He's playing the Otavara.
I mean, he's playing really quickly, so I assume he has a...
Oh yeah, of course he can play the Breach and then kill the Interrupter with the card from the graveyard. So that's what he has to do, but he still has to find a Mox, I think.
Pays a little bit more mana, okay.
Yeah, he pays 1 extra for the Unholy Heat here. Yeah. Of course.
All right, so we have to exile some cards here.
But then he needs to sacrifice the Station still, and then hit the Mox.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy.
No, wait, he's actually in trouble. He has to Nature's Claim himself. Wait, how is he going to generate mana with any Mox? That's the problem. How is he going to generate any mana? He doesn't have enough cards to, like... I think maybe he needed to Nature's Claim himself, but no, that's 10 damage. It's GG. Oh wow, they have 8 minutes on the clock. Ooh.
Stefan just, tried going for it. That makes sense. I mean, he's staring down lethal, so tried to find a Mox, wasn't there. The Rumble was certainly a very exciting draw. I could have enabled it, but in the end, Raul takes game number 2. So we're going to go back to sideboarding. I don't think the players are going to make too many changes here.
Yeah. There's 1 Talia as well. That's probably going to come in. Stony Silence could be huge. And then Exercise is a unique card that could also be there, but it's kind of for the mirror match.
This is a very Gabriel Nassif-like sideboard. Just a bunch of one-offs. I remember Gabe winning Grand Prix Chicago's Legacy, I believe, with just 15 one-offs, 15 different cards in the sideboard. No card in Wishboard or anything like that. Just 15 different cards I like.
I do like that in Legacy a little bit more though than in other formats because you have like Brainstorm, like in Brainstorm decks.
True.
There's so much digging, ponder, looks at so many cards. That makes some sense.
Very good. Very good.
And it can make sense in open deck list when you have Dran of Magistrate or Rest in Peace or Aven Interrupter. They all do something similar-ish. And then you just go with a split to make it harder for your opponent to, I can't just board a Nature's Claim. I have to also have the Lightning Bolt,
That is an extremely good point that actually we can see that with, for example, Phoenix decks, right? Or so, blue-red Phoenix usually is the type of deck that has so much card selection that every little one-off in the sideboard is a card that you can easily see, because most of the games you see 60% of your deck. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
All right, now we have some speed magic here. They really have to speed up. The draw is not good for anyone.
Yeah. So there we go. Game 3 for all the marbles. Both players playing here in the last round of the Swiss, with the winner most likely locking up a slot in the top 8. Although this was table number 5. So yeah, we're not quite sure, how good the tiebreakers are, but obviously both players have to hope for the best. So most likely this is a win and in. Game number 3.
Simon having some fun with clock spinning over there.
The clock certainly is spinning, is ticking.
As our card viewers...
Turn 1 relic, use it right away.
Yeah, they're playing fast now. They know.
They know. Good thing for Stefan is he only needs 1 turn, right? He only needs this 1 turn to go off with Breach and win on the spot. His hand, though, not the greatest. I see 2 copies of Breach, not what you want to have in the opening hand. There's an Unholy Heat and 1 more artifact.
Oh, Dauphine turn 2. Yeah, but the Unholy Heat is going to take care of that, I suppose. But yeah, pressure's on to finish this game, so Raul has to be fast. And for Stefan, a draw is also not going to work, so he's going to try his best to play as fast as possible.
All right, Stefan starts the turn with Unholy Heat on the Voidwalker. In response, Raul's going to get rid of the Mishra's Bauble with the Relic. Voidwalker hits the bin.
Well, Stefan's hand is pretty bad. I actually just got a glimpse of it. It's 2 Mox and 2 Breach without a graveyard. There's a Catramos. Wow.
Yeah, Stefan was going to crack that fetch line, but...
That is actually incredibly good for Raul. Here we see the Relic Catramos combo at work. Stefan needs like a Malevolent Rumble here.
Does he have a green?
He could actually win the game on the spot. No, he doesn't have enough mana, I believe. What can he do? I don't think there's a way. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way for him to win the game this turn with 2 Mox and 2 Breach in hand.
Can he like hit a Surveil grinding?
Oh, he can just draw. He can just
a Rumble.
No, he can't surveil it though. If he draws, he can surveil it if he draws a land, or he can just naturally draw it. If he naturally draws it, he can play both Mox, play Breach, win the game.
Okay.
But he needs to draw it. Rumble is too expensive because he doesn't have the mana to. Although if he gets a land with Rumble, he can mill it. What did he draw? Another Breach?
He did find another Breach that he put in the graveyard with a Surveil trigger, and looks like he didn't find a land. Raul's going to start by activating his Relic that exiles the Breach. Raul draws a card thanks to Catramos. And how many cards are in exile?
Oh, yeah, he's counting right now. It looks like it's enough.
Looks like enough. All right, so Catramos gets in there. 4 minutes left on the clock. It's the follow-up. Overlord of the Baelmerk. So we're going to do some milling. Land, Bogger Trawler, Relic of Progenitus, and the Emperor of the Bones.
Here you see the Overlord being kind of nice. It can also find a land. Like if you're stuck on mana.
Yeah.
Raul was mentioning that to me between rounds. He's got so many like Bogger Trawlers and played them as swarms. But it looks like I think he saw 2 more fetch lands in his hand, so he's good on those. Oh my god, Stefan actually drew another Breach. He binned a Breach with the Surveil and drew
Are you kidding me?
Third Breach.
Oh no.
He just has a full house, 2 Mox and a free Breach. Oh.
He's Breach flooded.
Brutal. I mean, I do have to say though, I'm starting to feel a little bit of goosebumps. I don't want to be biased or anything, but I know that Raul has been wanting to get back onto the Pro Tour for 10 years or so. He's been playing GPs when I was starting back in those days. That's how we met and got to become friends. And he's been he's a really good player.
Yeah.
He had like a 9th place because he drew with Javier Dominguez and GP Lille, like 2018. He drew with him, thinking he would get 8th place.
Oh no, that happened to
brutal.
me. Yeah, that happened to me too.
And
it is the worst feeling in the world.
And actually, Javier beat me in the quarterfinals of that GP then, and we both played the exact same list. So we both made top 8 in that GP, the same deck. We tested together, and now, so we'll see what happens here. But he's looking in a prime position, of course.
Yeah, and Stefan with another draw that doesn't really offer him the kill. Plays a breeding pool, has to pass the turn, so more draw steps here for Raul, who again activates the relic, draws an extra card thanks to Ketramos. Now he has a Voidwalker in play.
Yeah.
Attack for 7.
I mean, Stefan Schütz, he is maybe the best player in the room, and it's just, you know, how do you take out the best player in the room? He has to get a little unlucky sometimes, you know, that's really... and he did definitely get unlucky this game. I mean, at this point, there's so much graveyard hate in play. I don't think Stefan has many outs.
This is quite possible. The last two. Wow, 3 Moxes, 3 breaches. Congratulations to Raul Porion for winning the 15th round, the last round of Swiss. That puts himself at 12-2 and a draw. Now the question is, are his tiebreakers good enough, or could he possibly be 9th place again?
So before the round, I took a close look at the tiebreakers with Frank, and first of all, a huge congratulations to my friend Raul for winning that match. I mean, commiserations to Stefan. I mean, you know, he's. You know, we're dear friends, and I am sorry too for that one, but he's gonna, you know, have many more chances, I'm sure, and he's already qualified for the Pro Tour, so not as much on stake. But yeah, I talked to Frank, and the tiebreakers of Raul sit pretty. So both Stefan and Raul had like incredibly good tiebreakers, so I think it's like a below 1% chance that there's going to be a 2-point-something jump in tiebreakers. So he should be like 7th or 8th.
Okay, well that sounds good. I'm sure Raul's going to be stoked to hear that. How about we talk to him and let's hear what he thinks about that.
Okay, I'm sitting here with Raul Porion, and you just won. How are you feeling?
Very good about the win, but I'm not sure that I'm top 8. Some people told me that I am, so I guess I'm going to be 8th or 9th. Let's find that out in like a couple of minutes.
What would it mean for you if you would get to the top 8?
I mean, it sounds kind of drawn out, but it is a bit unreal because I haven't played a tournament in like 8 years, and I haven't played Modern in like 10. Decided to pick up this deck like a couple days ago, and
a couple days ago.
Yes, and it's a really complicated format, and I had to like learn also a lot of things on the go. First round, I still missed a lot of triggers and everything, but it works out now. I think I'd make less mistakes now, and it worked out. But this format is crazy, and I didn't think this would be the format where it would work out, to be honest.
What other formats have you tried?
I mean, I play a lot of Arena. I play a lot of Limited there, Constructed. I play all the Opens, all the Arena Directs. I like winning the displays and everything, and the qualifiers, everything.
And here you are.
Yeah.
Maybe going to Las Vegas.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. Was the potential of getting into the Pro Tour a reason for you to attend this event?
Yes. I mean, when it comes to Magic, the Pro Tour is everything to me.
Yeah?
There is nothing else that matters. I mean, I like playing Arena, and I like ranking high, and I like winning displays and everything, but everything that matters is the Pro Tour. It's just that like I've done a lot of working lately, and I didn't have time to really try to get on the Pro Tour again. If this works out, that would be very unexpected and very, very happy, because the Pro Tour is everything.
I'm rooting for you. Like I see how you're sitting here, and I feel it here. Like I really hope you make it.
I hope so.
Okay, thank you so much, Raul.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I hope it works out for Raul. A great guy. He's been working hard, and as he says, this is what the ultimate dream of the competitive Magic player is. You just want to make it to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm almost tearing up a little bit because I know how much it means for
That's
him.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Let's see what happens in the tiebreaker scrum.
Okay, we have some announcements to make now. What do you say? We told you that we would be announcing where the next regional championship in Europe would be. I think we're ready to reveal that right now. It is going to be in Antwerp, in Belgium, in November 21st of November 2025. Mark your calendars, start booking your flights, your travel, your hotels, and yeah, there's going to be a lot of qualifiers for that as well. What's the last time you were in Belgium?
Not too long ago, actually.
Okay.
I was flying to Brussels and then going to Lille. But yeah, I'm excited. I've never been in Antwerp, actually. I've heard it has some like nice medieval type still remains, so can check it out. Yeah, awesome.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm excited. November, Antwerp Regional Championship. Mark your calendars.
Yeah.
And I think we are ready to make one more announcement. How about the next European Spotlight Series? Just like Raul said, everybody wants to go to the Pro Tour. Where's the next Spotlight? Looks like it's going to be in Liverpool, 30th of October 2025, ACC Arena. And I think that means, the question marks mean, that the format is still up in the air. I think maybe Wizards are still not announced, not ready to announce it.
Yes.
We're gonna see what happens. It is TBD. Not quite sure what's it gonna be at. I'm personally hoping for limited. But we'll see what Wizards decide. Spotlight Series, Liverpool ACC Arena, 30th of October 2025.
Yeah, limited would be a great pick.
That would be it. I'm hoping.
I'm kind of like, I've done enough constructed. COVID was all constructed. Give us some limited.
But yeah, TBD. Not sure what the format's going to be. So mark your calendars, and we'll see you in Liverpool. Before that happens, I think we have a second feature match for the round, which should be a second. No, actually, looks like we're gonna jump straight to a quick break, and I think we're going to be ready with the top 8 announcement after that. So, quick break. After that, you're going to have Philippa and Simon back in the booth, and we're just going to tell you who is in the top 8, and we're going to start with the top 8 right away. So, quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
So I'm sitting here with Torben, who has a great name, looks great.
Thank you.
Yes. So you are here in charge of the Dungeons and Dragons section, because you can play Magic here, but you can also play Dungeons and Dragons. Can you tell me something about that?
Yeah, so Wizards of the Coast created Magic and D&D, and we know that a lot of Magic players are a fan of the lore behind all the Magic cards and all the sets and all the realms, and because of that we created 2 special one-shots you can come play and learn D&D in the realm of Innistrad, which is part of Magic the Gathering. Yes.
Oh, that's so cool. So it's sort of a spooky story?
Yes, one of them was called, before we made it Magic the Gathering themed, was called Necromancer's Tower, so it's got some undead in there. And one of them is titled The Missing Cow, which doesn't seem spooky at first, but the cow has wandered into a ritual and is being turned into this demonic undead creature So we're making it really spooky and with undead creatures and rituals and stuff like that to make it fit the current sets.
The current sets, yeah. So if I want to play, do I have like certain characters I can choose from, and are they like Magic the Gathering character type people?
We have created, using the new rules of D&D, because they came out with a new rule set end of last year, beginning this year. We created, I think, 7 characters that we created them especially for these adventures, and they're level 1, so anyone can join them. And we have picked out some of the most fitting classes and subclasses from D&D to fit the stories. They're not magic themed, but they are...
Well, they're always sort of magic.
They're always some that are sort of magic themed, yeah, because they set in the same fantasy theme.
I was thinking, like, maybe people are watching this and they're like, what is Dungeons and Dragons? Maybe we should rewind a little bit.
Right.
And you tell us what Dungeons and Dragons actually is.
Well, D&D is a tabletop role-playing game. It's a game where you sit around a table with your friends, and there is one person that tells a story, and everyone else is kind of the main character in that story. Basically, anything goes. So if you want to swing from a chandelier and kick someone in the head, that's perfectly fine. There are rules behind it, though. So we have the DM there to kind of say, all right, you can swing from that chandelier, but roll me an acrobatics check. So we roll with the dice, and we add on the numbers that we have put on the character sheet to come to a number, and depending how high or low you roll, it will have different outcomes, and your plan might go to shit, or it might just make it perfect, and you kick that person in the head at the end of your idea.
So yes, so the die is sort of like, it's a spin die, but then it's like more random, so 20 sides.
Yes, so
the higher you roll, the more chance the kick in the face will actually happen.
Yeah, the dice is something that Magic players and D&D players, they argue about a lot, because D&D fans don't like the Magic the Gathering dice because they're countdown dice.
Yes.
They go 1, 2, 3, but the D&D dice, they are fully randomized, so every side has a 21, just like every D6 is 7. It's more random, and it's like a big discussion. So people who come from Magic that play D&D, they use their Magic the Gathering D20s, and then
I've done that before, and you're kind of like, oh, I don't know where the next number is.
Yeah, exactly, and vice versa. So there's a lot of dice in play. Not only the 20-sided one, that's the important one in D&D, but there's the D10, the D12, the D8, D6. So there's a lot of dice and a lot of randomness in the game, so not everything always goes to plan.
Yeah, and you can't like win. There's no like, I've finished the game.
No,
congratulations.
We don't say you can win D&D. People say you can win D&D when you make the DM cry, or when you make them rethink their choices, but that's not what we do here. We have made stories that you can win. It has a set end here because they're one-shots, but usually a campaign has an ongoing story with maybe an end, but the end is mostly always an open ending, because the characters that end the campaign, they're alive, so there's a kind of their backstory becomes their future story, and it's a whole thing. So.
It's a whole thing. Yeah, I like it so much. Like when I play D&D, you just sort of, you're with friends at a table, but you also have a memory together. Like you just have like this psychedelic dream together,
exactly.
Which is
it's very...
We're sitting here, but we went to a forest and we saw a hag and we had a conversation with her.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to explain to people who don't play board games or who are not like into fantasy stuff. It's hard to explain to them, but usually when they come to our tables at events like this, they sit down and they learn the game a little bit, and then at the end they know if it's something for them or not.
Right.
And here we have had some new players, we have some experienced players, because Magic the Gathering and D&D, they come close, so people know both of them, but not everyone has always tried both of them, and here we're here to make sure that everyone
lure more people towards the dark side.
Exactly.
So can you tell me, to finish this off, how long is a one-shot? Like, where can they find you?
Yes, all right. So we're in the side events hall, hidden in a corner, but we have our D&D Belgium flag up so people know where to find us. And a one-shot takes anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. We kind of scale the time because some people need to leave to play their tournaments or other side events. So if you have players that need to leave quick, we take it to 1 hour. So it's a little bit dynamic. And if we have players like, oh no, go all night, go all day, then we go for the full 2 hours or hour and a half, depending on how fast they go in the story, of course.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Torben.
No problem.
I'll see you at the D&D section in a bit.
Always welcome.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So we're here with Daniel Kane. So good to have you.
Thanks for having me.
So can you tell the people how we can know you?
My name is Daniel Kane. I am a Dutch MTG content creator. I'm also a part of doing a lot of events during MagicCons, and this weekend I am here to do the Creator Coliseum we did last night and to just interact with the community and make a cool vlog about the weekend and just spread happiness, joy, and gathering.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. So what's it like for you that we have... Okay, so you're not in the main event, right?
No, Modern is not for me.
No,
let's be honest.
So you know. So you just came here as sort of just to like sniff up the energy. What have you been doing?
So much, actually. I think I played more Commander on a Modern tournament than I did in a normal MagicCon, which is great. We have 7 people walking here as creators that are doing phenomenal things like making vlogs, actually hosting the event like you do. And it's just fun to see that there's this Dutch ball of energy and 7 people that are running around doing either Commander games with the community or doing a pre-con battle, or Leon, which you've seen yesterday, who was just here to sign cards on a whim.
Yeah, Leon Tucker, the artist.
And that's what I've been doing. I mean, I've been playing Commander games against everybody I don't know, and sometimes to people I do know.
Yeah. So it's so fun, right, to just like hang out with the community, and also there's this big tournament going on. Do you have any other plans for today?
I am going to farm weird stories today, which is something I'm very excited for because it's an off day for us. It's Sunday. So I'm going to find weird people, weird stories, people who flew in from across the world to be here and enter the Modern tournament, still might be in here. And I have some weird Commander decks with me that I'm willing to sling at people to see what happens. So that's
to make friends or foes?
I think the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So no, it's all here to make friends. I mean, as I say in all my content as well, the most important part for me for doing this is the gathering. I love just being around people, just seeing people play, having the energy of the people in the room into you and adding to that as well as a sort of vicious cycle. So I'm just gonna try and spread joy.
And do you have any favorites in the tournament right now? Is there someone you're rooting for?
Yes, but it's not a player, it's a card.
What's the card?
Psychic Frog. Yeah? Yes, I'm a very big Dimir player. I mean, the more the merrier, if you ask me.
So Katharina Bernsteel is on your radar then?
Yes, very much so, yes. Just like I said, I came in and the first thing I saw was my favorite Modern Horizons free card on a TV, so that's a good morning.
Yeah.
Honestly, I hope somebody wins this tournament that is not playing Breach.
Oh, interesting.
That is, I think a meta is really cool, but a meta can get really stale, and we've seen that.
Well, actually, today is going pretty well, like as opposed to like last week. There's a lot more diversity going on. So actually, it's going really well here.
Oh, that is good to know.
Yeah.
That is good to know. Because I dabble in the modern sometimes, but I'm just too old to get breach, I guess. And I am 1 Max Opal short. So that also
Who isn't?
Of course,
Yeah.
at this point. But yeah, I'm just happy to see mod diversity. That's why I play Commander. Commander is a extension of your creativity and who you are as a person, and I would love to see more Magic formats do that and have people have more guts to do that, because you never know if you can win. I mean, we have a friend in the modern RTQ right now who is playing Amalia combo, which is something I don't think anybody would have known is a thing, because it was in Pioneer, but now he's playing in the Modern. It's really cool.
Well, if it's working, it's working.
We don't know if it's working.
Okay, we don't know if it's working.
I'm at least happy that he gives it a shot.
Someone's doing it.
Exactly, he's doing it. He's doing it.
Well, thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you for having me.
I hope you have a wonderful day.
You too.
Okay, thanks.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
We're here with Emma Parlow. That's just visiting.
Yeah, just chilling. Just like, you know, I'm from England. It's a very short flight from Utrecht, so it's like, just come and check out and see what the fuss is about.
Yeah. So have you ever dipped your toe in Modern before?
So I played Modern a long time ago, like before Modern Horizons, which feels a very long time ago now. I'm a Tron gamer, so I like playing all the Urza lands, Khan on turn 3, Yuuzhan on turn 8. My opponent scoops, just can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, Tron's not very good right now. It's kind of outdated with the power of Modern Horizons. But if I was to play Modern right now, I would play something like Eldrazi. Like the Eldrazi ramp decks seem pretty fun as well.
Yeah. So you just kind of follow Tron around.
I just like ramping into big spaghetti Eldrazi threats. So
Yeah.
I just happily keep doing that.
It's so fun.
It is really fun.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what have you been doing here?
Just been chilling out, honestly. Considering this is the first Spotlight event in Europe, I just want to see what the fuss is about.
Yeah.
You know? It has that very, don't want to say it, but it has that very old school, like Grand Prix Magic feel. That was something that I used to attend and play when I was more competitive back in the mid-2010s. So it's just very cool to see 1,500 people in a room just jamming Modern.
Yep.
And played some Pauper over the weekend as well, which was really fun. Played some Commander. Managed to infinitely combo in a game yesterday, so that was great. Yeah, it's just really chill. It's very different from Magic Cons. That's very glitz and glamour, and it's just everything's going on at once. This is a lot more muted and a lot more relaxed, so you can just like wander around and just take everything in.
Yeah. So where can people follow you if they want to know more about your stuff?
The best place to find me right now is on Blue Sky. Just Emma Partlow. My name is just emmapartlow.com. That's where you can find me. I have a link tree with all my articles. There's some videos on there. There's some other bits.
Can you tell us what the articles are about?
Oh yeah, sure. So I'm the content editor for TCG Player. I write Magic 2-3 times a week for TCG Player. It's a little bit of everything. So mostly it's finance related. I write the bestsellers for TCG Player every week for Magic. So I talk a lot about cards that I've sold that week. Sometimes I talk about Commander. I tend to write a lot of articles about releases coming up. I've got an article about Spider-Man coming up soon.
Yep.
Just the set in September. It's just more very basic reporting style thing, just to keep everyone up to date with the very intense release schedule that we have at the moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
So any plans for the rest of the day?
Play Magic.
Play Magic.
Literally play Magic, which is the best reason to be here, right?
Oh God, I wish I could play some Magic, but I'm busy. Anyway, thank you so much, Emma.
Thank you very much.
Okay, talk to you later. Bye. I'm here with Sivan Art from Italy, and you've been like working all weekend. I've only seen like the top of your head. You were just like,
yeah. That's what I do most of the times. I'm well known for being one of the first came by and one of
the last to
leave.
Yeah. Can you tell the viewers what you do?
Yeah, of course. I'm Sivan and I'm an altar artist. I paint on cards to make them special and different. And I also work for like doing illustrations, and I'm a professional restorer.
Yeah, and do you also play Magic the Gathering?
I also play Magic the Gathering. I'm not really good at it, and I mainly play poker.
Mm-hmm. And it's a great format.
Yeah, I started when I was a child because my parent taught me how to play. Yeah.
And then your parents were like, "Oh, she's going to play with us."
Yeah.
And you did.
Yeah, I did, and I played a lot with my older brother. And I came back to the game lately when I started doing altar art.
Yeah. So you said like, "Oh, I make cards look a little better," but she makes cards look beautiful. Can you, I don't know if the camera will translate, but this is a Kenrith, and she just turned it into it's like a Super Saiyan?
Yeah, it's Vegeta Super Saiyan 3. They finally gave him the last Super Saiyan version. So.
Yes, and he has access to all the colors.
Yes.
Yeah. So have you been doing a lot of art here, like commissions?
Yeah. I mainly work on commissions. So I got people came here and they just gave me their card and I paint on them. And since I've always a lot of queue, like a couple of months, maybe 3 months of queue. A lot of people like to came here so they can see the queue, and also they can see me doing like a live painting, a lifetime lapse of their card.
Yeah, understandably so that people want to see that. And you also did workshops.
Yeah, I did a workshop yesterday. It was my first like international workshop that I did in English. I was a bit nervous, about it, but I had a lot of fun. Students were really, really good. I was surprised by the level of the participant, and they had fun. I had a lot of positive reviews and feedbacks, and so I'm really happy about it.
I saw your thing on Instagram.
Yeah.
So I am in the Women Plus in Magic the Gathering Discord.
Yes,
so I shared it there, and everyone's like, "Oh, I really want to go there." And one of the girls, she was going to our beginners event, so she couldn't go, and she was really sad. It's like, when is she coming back? I also want to go into the workshop.
I hope I will do more, maybe at the next event in Bologna, if I will be able to. It's something that I really enjoy because I'm an academic, so I came from university, and I really like to do like classes and conference, those kind of things. And
this is like
to it. So
so this is like a nice combination of like your love of art and your qualifications as a teacher.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else you're going to do this weekend? Anything planned, or you're just going to go to bed and sleep and let your hand rest?
Yeah, probably that. I just did an event with Ultimate God, Paint a Boulder. We always do that because I'm sponsored by them. So each time we see each other at an event, so basically once a month, I do a special event where I hand paint one of the boulders, and I did the third one today, and it was fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So painting something three-dimensional.
Yeah, that's
I'm not
different.
used to it.
Yeah. So how do you approach that?
Yeah, it's really different because you have to think about all the faces, not only one. So it must work when you turn it around. So it's something different than usual. I like it.
Yeah, like it makes your brain work in a different way. It's like a nice new thing to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, Sivan, thank you so much.
Thank you for
Have a
having
good day, and maybe I'll see you in Bologna.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I love it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Spotlight Series Modern. I'm Philippa, joined by Simon Nielsen. We are here in Utrecht for the top 8 of this main event. Really exciting times. The players qualified for the Pro Tour already.
They did. We found our 8 players who we're sending to the Pro Tour in Las Vegas.
You know what I'm thinking, Simon? I think you come to these events to cast to start to see your next competition, to see
Yeah,
what
I'm trying to
players
scout them
qualify.
out. Yeah, I'm
Yes,
trying to
see
figure out
their
the
play
weaknesses.
patterns. Yes, exactly. And I think we have the bracket to show, Case, what decks made it here into the top 8. We have a very diverse list of players
Yeah, it's a great top 8.
Of lists, so I'm excited to see that.
Surprisingly, 0 Boros Energy in top 8. We saw that actually do quite well yesterday, but somehow today just like not quite getting over the finish line.
I'm sure there's a couple in top 32, but yeah, as you said, they did quite well yesterday with a good win rate on day 1, but didn't manage to get to the top 8. But decks that did, we are going to see here. First of all, we are going to have Nuno Val. We saw Nuno before here with the Eldrazi ramp deck, playing against Raul. We also
on Black White Blink.
Exactly. We also have Artur that we saw here several times with the Titan deck, right?
Yes.
Versus Sebastian playing the mono green Brood Scale. Now Bartek, what was Bartek playing?
Yeah, so Bartek, I was just taught how to say this name. Wojciechowski is from Poland and playing Temur Breach. Up against Vladimir Jager of Germany, playing who's playing the very sweet Hollow One deck that we saw kind of dominate the one of those like games just by being too fast. And then we see Alberto Mangiato also playing Breach, and then up against Lorenzo Bellettini on Jet Shadow. So 2 Breach players and 1 Eldrazi ramp. Those are the better decks we see. And then there is an Amulet Titan, a Mono Green Brute Scale, a Hollow One, a Grixis Death Shadow, and a blue Black-White Blink.
Does this surprise you, Simon? Like the list that we are seeing here, is it a surprise to you? Were you expecting maybe more Breach in the top 8?
I was definitely expecting more Breach in top 8. I mean, 2 is, I think, like, that was that's a pretty good number for us. That also means we get to not even show Breach in the quarterfinals, and we can focus on the other exciting matchups.
Yeah, I'm excited to see players here. I think we are going to start with Artur here playing the Amulet Titan deck, and we saw Artur here several times. I'm just reading here the players' survey because I always love this part where we are able to learn more about these players. Previous Magic accomplishments, a couple of GPs day 2, and participating in some RCs, so didn't qualify for the Pro Tour. First time here, and a lot of interesting things as well. Now, let's take a look here at the player that Artur is going to play against.
Yeah, so this is Sebastian Sachse of Berlin, one of the grinder communities that Arne has been talking about. And in previous Magic accomplishments, there's a big fat blank. And he says, why did you choose your deck for this weekend? Mono Green Brute Scale? I like it, and I feel confident playing it with it. And you can certainly see that when Sebastian is playing, he is just moving super quickly, very crisply, just know even the like unorthodox and weird lines. He's just already ready for it. He says, yes, it was my dream to play the Pro Tour, and I'm very excited.
Yeah, a lot of exciting things we are seeing now on the screen. Sebastian Sachse, Mono Green, Brood Scale. Simon, I know you love this deck, right? You're a fan favorite. We saw it here win before. But for
yeah,
the people...
it's so exciting actually, right? The in Prague of the RC, we also saw this deck made top 8, and you know, back then it was also like, oh wow, this deck is a little bit weird. Like, can it really make it into Modern? I guess you add an Emrakul and you have this extra plan, and now the same deck once again making top 8 here in Utrecht with like almost the same 75, adding Karn the Great Creator to the sideboard to shore up the Breach matchup, and yeah, like this deck might just be incredibly good.
Working well, really well for Sebastian here. And Simon, for the people watching for the first time, and they're like, what does this deck do? I don't see it every day. Can you explain us how this combo works?
Yeah, as we briefly take a look at Amulet Titan, it is trying to combine the Brute Scale, which says whenever it gets a counter, you get a spawn. You can sacrifice for mana, and the Blade of the Blood Chief, which says whenever a creature dies, your creature gets a counter. And so you can sack the spawn, put a counter on your Brute Scale, and then that makes another spawn, and you make infinite mana that way. So that's the base combo, but you're also just like kind of a Eldrazi spawn like Kindred deck, just playing a bunch of spawn makers and ways to take advantage of it, such as the Glaring Fleshraker. Right now we see the opponent here, Arthur, playing Amulet Titan, trying to ramp out a Primeval Titan and utilizing the synergy between Amulet of Vigor or Spelunking, these effects that make lands come into play untapped, together with lands that produce a lot of mana the turn they come into play, and trying to ramp out a Primeval Titan, which will also fetch untapped lands. So the Amulet deck is a quite scary deck, and Arthur here from Belgium, coming in with the classic start of Urza's Saga into Amulet. The Saga is able to fetch up that second copy of Amulet, and that's when you really see the deck completely go nuts.
Great start here. We see Amulet Titan in hand as well, Explorer, Grazer, and we saw Grazer actually being a great card for Arthur before. And we start here already with some Amulet shenanigans.
Yeah, so this is a Crumbling Vestige coming into play tapped and making a green mana, and then you just untap it with Amulet, so essentially it just makes an extra mana this turn. Plays Explorer, draws a card, and can play an extra land drop. I do believe there's a bounce land in hand there with the Gruul Turf, which is able to come into play and then pick up one of your lands. With the Amulet deck, it's really important to not just play out your bounce lands whenever you can. You might sometimes need to have a plan for them. And in this case, next turn, Arthur is going to get that second Amulet of the Urza Saga, and then the bounce land will come into play, and it will untap twice. You can tap it for 2 mana in between each trigger.
4
so
mana.
it's actually 6 mana represented next turn, which is able to play a Titan. And if you get to play Titan with 2 Amulets in play, you just win the game through a very complex sequence that we have seen Arthur demonstrate yesterday.
But look at that Haywire Might.
Yeah, the Haywire Might here, and actually Sebastian going for the Ancient Stirrings of the Springleaf Drum. So I wonder if he's trying to look for that second land.
Green Source, maybe.
Yeah, specifically a green sword. And here's the Prismatic Vista, a card that actually isn't being seen played very much, but in this deck it's quite crucial because this is a 2-colored deck. I know it says mono green, but it is has a lot of cards that care about the colorless symbol, such as Glaring Fleshraker and Kozilek's Command. But you're also trying to cast green cards. So Prismatic Vista being able to fetch Wastes and Forest is actually a pretty good mana fixing for the deck.
Taking care of the Urza Saga. Urza Saga is now gone, Simon, and things are going to be a bit more tricky now for Arthur.
That's the second Amulet gone, and maybe Arthur wished now that he had played the bounce line, but I actually don't think so, because he also has these Grazers in hand. And the way Grazer works with Amulet is that it kind of works like a ritual, because you can play the bounce land, untap it, tap it for 2 mana, and pick it back up. So now your land drop made 2 mana. Normally your land drop only makes 1 mana. So that means you can play a Grazer for the 1 mana and do the same thing again, putting in the bounce land. So your Grazer is essentially going +1 mana. And he actually has a Summoner's Pact here. So what Arthur can do is do the first land drop, going up to 3 mana for the turn. Grazer netting a mana, Grazer netting a mana, Summoner's Pact for a third Grazer, netting up to 6 mana. So he can play Primeval Titan this turn if he wants to.
Let's see if that's the plan. So playing the bounce land there, with Amulet that's going to untap, but just passing the turn.
Right, so Arthur did the math there and said, just thought about the line. I can get a Titan into play right now, but what happens if I do so? Is that actually good? And also, he would still have to play for the Pact next turn, so it's not like necessarily the most profitable line. And he would give up a lot of stuff, like basically spend his entire hand doing this and his Summoner's Pact.
And we see here now Sebastian with that Rumble able to check 4 cards, and we see that one of the pieces of the combo. We also see the Kozilek's command.
Yeah, you can't sadly pick the command, but of course it just goes to the graveyard and does discount that Emrakul, picks up an Eldrazi Temple, allowing you to just produce so much mana for potential Kozilek's command.
Ramping also being important in this deck, and we see here Sebastian picking up the land.
So this is a shortcut here, but the Eldrazi spawn is beating the drum and then sacrificing itself. So essentially it creates 2 mana that way. And that is enough to play a second Rumble here, creating another spawn and actually finding that Emrakul. So with Ursa Saga and Kozilek's command and Rumble in the graveyard, and an artifact actually as well, right? With the Haywire Might. Right, the 3 cards here, right? Ursa Saga, Kozilek's command, and Haywire Might. That's already 6 types in 3 cards, and then also the sorcery. So Emrakul costs 6 mana, and you have an Eldrazi Temple. Like you could just cast Emrakul next turn.
Oh, wow. And you can do some mean stuff with the Amulet Titan's turn, right?
Well, yeah, you just play Summoner's Pact and make sure that there's no lands in play to pay for it. So, yeah, Arthur might actually regret the play right now. You see him look to the sky and realize, yeah, like by playing out this Gruul Turf the way he did, now he robbed himself of the opportunity to make the play now where it might be relevant. And no longer have access to that line, drawing an Echoing Depths that can copy a land from your graveyard, but right now his graveyard is just that Explorer. So he can no longer access his Titan this turn. He can play a Crumbling Vestige and gets 4 mana, but the Grazers are no longer rituals because he doesn't have that bounce land in hand anymore. So Arthur decided to go for a steady development of mana, which is sometimes correct with the Amulet deck, but is getting severely punished by this Emrakul looming from Sebastian's deck.
So let's see here what Arthur is able to do.
So he's going to copy a land from Sebastian's graveyard.
Oh, what are the options?
Well, you can get an Ursa Saga. It's probably one of the better things here.
Yeah, looks like Arthur is considering what...
but it doesn't have a counter here, so it's probably not Ursa Saga then. Might be just a forest or something like that. And then you can play the Grazer and put in the Crumbling Vestige, but it doesn't... this puts you to 4 lands in play. And actually, I see the plan here. So copying the forest is really smart because it gives him double green. So that when the Emrakul comes down next turn and plays the Summoner's Pact, you can still pay for it. And actually what Arthur does here... Ooh, wait. I'm not sure this actually works. Because right now that you've played the Summoner's Pact, Sebastian can play the Emrakul and just decline to pay.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So you force Arthur to not be able to play for the Summoner's Pact when Emrakul takes control of the turn. And so he will lose the game. So it's kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place. The thing Arthur had to do was making sure he had 4 lands and 4 mana in play with double green. And then the second step is then not cast the Summoner's Pact. Let Sebastian cast the Pact that will fail to find, and then Arthur is forced to spend the next turn paying for it. So he's probably losing anyways. But yeah, and Arthur just sees that, yeah, you know what, it's
the writing on the wall. Let's go for the next one. And I mean, Emrakul is a card, the promise end indeed. But we are going to have a game 2, and we will look at our players' sideboards to see what they have available against each other. Of course, this is an open deck list tournament, so they can look at each other's deck list and they can start that game like, if you sideboard this card, maybe I'm going to sideboard this card and go through there. First, we are seeing here, Simon, the Sebastian sideboard. What do you think might be good against Arthur, Amulet Titan?
So, a lot of these cards are in the sideboard to enable the Karn sideboard package against Breach. You also do have the Thieves of Existence, which can destroy a non-creature permanent, so specifically can hit a Spelunking or an Amulet of Vigor. And so I suspect that the Thieves of Existence will come in as answers to those cards. On top of that, you do have Vexing Bubble, which can hit the Summoner's Pact. That's generally not that impactful. Damping Sphere, however, is extremely good. Damping Sphere will shut off the Lotus Fields and the bounce lands, so that they're only able to tap for a single mana. However, it also affects your own Eldrazi Temple, so that's just worth noting that interaction. And other than that, I don't think any of the other hate cards, like of course Dismember and All This Dust, is not very impactful. Yeah, let's see what we see here from Arthur. Does have access to Collector Oof in his sideboard, 2 copies, which can stop the combo as well as stopping, like, so you can't equip the Blade of the Blood Chief, as well as stopping stuff like Haywire Might and Walking Ballista. So it's very possible that like those will come in alongside the Green Sun Zenith to go and search it up. And that actually might mean that Sebastian is supposed to bring in 2 copies of Dismember just to deal with that Collector Oof.
Yeah, so that might be an option to deal with that pesky 2-2. And I have to say both players here, because I'm reading these player surveys, they have one thing in common, is that they've always wanted to play the Pro Tour, and they are finally having a chance to do so. So they're very excited, both of them, and happy to tell that they are both in the Pro Tour, and hopefully we will see more and more European talent. Now, you know, I was watching the last Pro Tour and I was really sad because for the first time in like a long time, I didn't see any European name in the top 8.
Yes, the last time was 2018, where we had a tournament with a Pro Tour without any Europeans in top 8.
Yeah, usually you make like 80% of those, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. So yeah, I wasn't there this time around. Arne got really close, got 12th place. Yeah. So yeah, instead of having the typical handshake, like multiple people in top 8 performance, we just had a solid, like a bunch of people in top 32 and most of us requalifying, and so that's...
So these events are to recruit some reinforcements for the Pro Tours, new players
we need
to the
more
Pro
Europeans.
Tour. Yeah, so I love to see that. And you watching at home, you can be in the next Spotlight event. You can participate. You can try to qualify directly to the Pro Tour and just take a weekend, have fun, do all these fun things that are happening, side events. There's also the D&D that we saw before. Or play the main event, try to make it to the Pro Tour, and maybe play against Simon Nielsen one day.
Yeah, maybe. I had my first round opponent actually last Pro Tour in draft. That was a feature match. My opponent was playing his first Pro Tour. And yeah, played quite well and was like really like cool and confident, but also like definitely told me about like how, you know, exciting it was to have like the first match be on the feature match area. And that's like, you know, this sort of thing that can happen is like, you know, you go to the Pro Tour and like all these players that you've seen on stream and on coverage, like they're, you know, all of a sudden they're your opponents and they're your friends, like, you know, because obviously there's also at the PT this like just generally friendly atmosphere. And it's a great place to go.
It's amazing, and watching these events really makes me happy. Before COVID, I was going to the Grand Prix and then Magic Fests, trying to grind my way, trying to qualify for the Pro Tour. And I see these players now doing exactly that, and just brings me so much nostalgia. And I know that a lot of people watching at home as well have this dream of one day being in the Pro Tour. And you know what? This dream is real. I'm going to tell you a story later when we have our next feature match, because I know one of the players, and we used to go to these events to try to qualify for the Pro Tour. We drove like 7 hours to Sevilla to try to qualify, went 0-2, dropped, came back to Portugal again, and now he is here in the top 8 and actually got first place into the standings. So that's a match we're going to see later as well. Yeah, so the dream is real, y'all. You can come to one of these events and qualify for the Pro Tour, as these players already did so. So we are getting ready here for Game 2. As a note, these games don't have a timer. So usually Magic games have a 50-minute timer, and then you go into the extra turns. But on top 8s, we don't have that. So it's as long as they take, so they can take their time to read each other's sideboard, make the best choices, and go on.
Yeah.
Do you still have this thing where do you realize when you have the timer or not? Because you make so many top 8s that you're almost always playing without a timer.
I mean, normally my rounds aren't timed. I don't think so.
Oh, none of your rounds are timed.
Wait, are they? Are Swiss rounds timed?
I never went to the Pro Tour, Simon. You're asking me?
No, I'm... Oh my God. That's why the judge has been staring at me like that, trying to make me make plays. It's because there was a timer. I see. I just assumed that every match was without a timer nowadays. Maybe not.
Or you're just too fast and
I just play too fast decks. I mean, I play actually pretty slowly. But yeah, no, it's like it's a bit of a different thing playing in the top 8. Like you can definitely allow yourself to slow down a bit. But honestly, I'm trying to play at a pace that is like similar to what I do in the Swiss rounds. The only difference is that sometimes in the Swiss rounds, we will start at Game 3 with like 12 minutes left on the clock, and then I have to pick up my pace. And I can play quickly when I need to, but I'm much more comfortable playing just like, controlled and just not trying to rush anything.
Calm, collected, making sure that time is not affecting your plays. I love that. We sometimes with the timer see situations like the players do suboptimal plays just to not go into that extra round, but the extra time, but then just ends up costing them the game anyway. So, yeah. Interesting to see how players manage the timer, but that's not an issue for our top 8 here. And they are ready to start this game too. Now, with Sebastian on mono green broad scale, 1 game up, Arthur is going to be the one on the play.
Ooh, and I see the one of Damping Sphere in the hand of Sebastian, so that could be a backbreaking play for him in this game. As we see just a shifting woodland develop for Arthur. No fast ramp here, but might get to... actually has a Dismember, 2 Titans, and all lands, it seems like. So this is another thing you can do with the Amulet deck. I've talked about this before, but just making land drops, they can help a lot with making you better. They help a lot with making sure your gameplay is your game plan is just harder to disrupt because you're just making land drops. Of course, you're pretty slow that way, so you might need some sort of way to slow down the opponent as well. And having stuff like Boseiju and Dismember can help a lot with making these hands playable. However, this card is making it not playable anymore. So that is the Golgari Rod Farm now only taps for a single colorless. But actually, that was a hate card drawn for Arthur as well, right back at you. And so I do believe there is a Boseiju in the hand for Arthur, so he can just play this Shifting Woodland. It's going to be tapped as well, and then you can eventually Boseiju down the Damping Sphere, maybe even just next turn, and then tap the Golgari Rod Farm for 2 mana and play the Collector Oof. So that's possibly what we're seeing next turn. But
it's time to rumble here, so revealing those cards, we see an A Waramind, we see the Alfling, Urza Saga.
Yeah, I wonder if, Sebastian's probably not too interested in the Haywire might just take the land here, potentially able to make a different type of game plan out of this one.
Yep, taking the Urza Saga there. It's now on chapter 1 and passing the turn. So let's see what Arthur can do this turn.
Yes, so that was an Explorer, I'm pretty sure, that was drawn for turn. And so, yeah, Arthur has the opportunity to play an untapped land, tap 2 to kill the Damping Sphere, and then play Collector Oof. But if he does that, you also ram Sebastian, and I don't actually think that's really in your interest to do so. So instead, just tapping the Rod Farm for a single colorless mana, not bothering with ramping too much at the moment, and just taking it slow, making land drops. You could also in this game from Arthur's seat, you could actually just ignore the Damping Sphere and just say, okay, sure. I mean, that kind of was a land destruction spell. It brought my Golgari Rod Farm to, instead of tapping for 2, just tapping for 1. But I mean, I can still get access to double green by using Echoing Deeps to copy the Prismatic Vista in Sebastian's graveyard, and you can then save the Boseiju to disrupt Sebastian's game plan instead, killing the Blade of the Blood Chief, for instance, or getting rid of this Urza Saga.
And once this Damping Sphere is out of the board, this land that is on the screen will also be quite useful to being able to give your Titan aced.
Yeah, because the Damping Sphere doesn't really affect any of those lands, and I think it does actually affect is Arthur is trying to just play 1 spell a turn. His deck is in some ways kind of clunky, and he's just trying to resolve a 6-drop, and so Damping Sphere doesn't interact with that. But it does make Sebastian's turns, if he wants to play 2 spells in the same turn, those are going to be more expensive. And so we see Sebastian pass back here with maybe also a quite reactive hand. I saw Thief of Existence and Walking Ballista. I assuming just trying to make a construct and riding that plan to victory.
Otawara here, and we are tapping mana. 3 Titans in hand.
Yeah, so now we see the Collector Oof come down. It's going to shut off the Walking Ballista. And Sebastian, not too happy with this, has also a Boseiju in his hand. But again, it's not actually doing any disruption because Arthur is fine to say, sure, my Golgari Rod Farm just got turned into a colorless land and it's fine. So you don't really gain any advantage from Boseijuing that one.
So making a construct here, maybe going with the plan, starting dealing damage with these constructs. And what is Sebastian going to pick up here from the Urza Saga?
Also, always the question with this card, do you make a second construct or do you tap it for mana and spend the rest of your turn doing something else?
Yeah. So is Sebastian going to float the mana here? Looks like so by tapping it. So we have one floating mana from the Urza Saga, and now we're going to pick up an artifact, and the Blade is the chosen one.
Yeah, so obviously the Blade not doing anything right now as this Collector Oof is shutting it off, but it would also be shutting off any other artifact you could find off the Urza Saga, so it doesn't actually make that much of a difference. But in case you do find an answer to the Collector Oof, actually we see the rest of the combo here, the shiny Brute Scale being played. And so, yes, if not for the Collector Oof, Sebastian could have tried to go for the combo right now, trying to equip the Brute Scale and then make an Eldrazi spawn with it. But
what answers does Sebastian have against that Collector Oof?
So there's the two dismembers that he might have brought in from the sideboard to deal with that, and otherwise he actually doesn't have much in the way of answers. His Ballista is a typical piece of removal in his deck, but doesn't work.
Yeah, not right now, yeah.
And Boseiju doesn't work either because it's not a legal target for Boseiju. So yeah, I think Arthur just took the damage from that construct. Maybe Sebastian passed, and then this is an end of turn play, or this might be in combat. Okay, so Arthur is actually saying, I don't think I want you to have this Damping Sphere. Like, I have my Collector Oof now, just shutting off your combo. I'm not too scared of whatever else you can do, but I do want you to get rid of that Damping Sphere. Wait, what's going on?
I think the judge is just...
Oh, he's asking if he can get...
Yeah, what kind of land?
Yeah, it has to have a basic land type. So maybe the question is, can you get Waste with it? But Waste is actually not a basic land type.
Yeah, that might be the answer, the question.
It is a basic land, and it has a land type, but it's not... Oh, sorry. Yeah, it is a basic land, and it has a land type, but it's not a basic land type. So you have to get a forest.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Sebastian does here, getting that forest.
And so now you are able to play out the Titan here. And you can even, because of the way this is done, you can actually, if you drew an untapped land, you could leave the Handware Garrison untapped, or Handware Battlements untapped, and get a Crumbling Vestige, making a red mana, and then giving the Titan haste. But there was no untapped land here, so you just have to play the Titan, not trying to haste it up or do anything fancy,
and
just getting it into play.
And what lands are we going to pick up here, Simon?
So I think you want to go for more interaction. So possibly just a bounce land and a Boseiju, so you can pick up the Boseiju.
Yeah, the Boseiju right away there.
Also try and get Bojuka Bog here, so you shut off the Emrakul, as that's like one of Sebastian's potential angles for winning this game, as long as the Collector Oof stays in play.
Yeah, so we have that Bojuka Bog exiling Sebastian's graveyard now, and the bounce land returning a forest into hand.
Yeah, I think Arthur actually has a second Titan, so he's very comfortable here, just making sure you disrupt the worst case scenario, which is Emrakul, and then next turn you can play a second Titan. That one you can actually give haste, and then you can go and find a Boseiju, or maybe even bounce an Otavera and use that on the construct
and
token.
The Bojuka Bog is actually one of the sideboard cards, right?
Right. Yes, it was. Okay, here we see Kozilek's Command. Of course, that was one I forgot about when we said which answers are there to Collector Oof. But this is a very important one. And now, this Blade of the Blood Chief is unlocked and can go ahead and equip onto that Brute Scale, which will force Arthur to either spend that Force of Vigor in his hand or dismember. But since he actually has both cards, it's kind of neat that yeah, he can just fire off one of them, and then even if Sebastian has a backup combo piece, you still have another answer.
So let's see what Sebastian is able to do here this turn.
So yeah, trying to equip here is what Sebastian announces, and Arthur says, sure, I just kill the Brute Scale in response. Sebastian can spend 2 mana to make a spawn, but that's probably not worth it at the moment. Worth noting that the tokens in play is 1 construct token and 1 Eldrazi spawn. So Sebastian goes digging for another one.
Let's see what Sebastian is able to find. Urza Saga, half-linked here.
There's that Traverse, which can find the Emrakul that won game 1, but it is getting milled over and not able to be grabbed from Rumble.
So, what is Sebastian's choice here? Getting that Urza Saga
Sure, you could maybe just like improve your construct army. It's not that reliable of a game plan at the moment. Ooh, so with the trigger on the stack, Urza Saga can't tap for mana yet. It can only tap for mana when its first chapter resolves. And so Arthur has the opportunity to use Force of Vigor here, exiling one of his 2 Titans, getting rid of Blade of the Blood Chief and Saga.
There it is.
Or even getting rid of the construct, actually, but it might be a little bit dangerous to do it that way.
Wow.
Yeah, so completely blowing out Sebastian here, and now Sebastian has to try and find some sort of way to not get completely outclassed by the Titan in play and the Titan in hand.
What a great force getting rid of the Urza Saga and even more the Blade as well. So the Titan is still into play, still scary.
So just a Springleaf Drum, not very threatening here. You can play a Ballista, but it's probably better to just wait and see if you can play it for more mana. Playing it for X equals 6, though, is requiring a ton of mana that Sebastian doesn't really have access to at the moment.
So let's see here what Arthur is going to do. There's another Titan in end. Tapping mana, getting that second Titan into play.
So I assume this one is going to get a Crumbling Vestige and potentially a bounce land to bounce the Otavera. And Sebastian does have the choice to be able to use Boseiju onto that Handwire Battlements in response to the mana-generating trigger of Crumbling Vestige and denying the ability to give haste to the Titan. But then Arthur can just name another color with the Crumbling Vestige, or you could also bounce the Paducah Bog as well, like still trying to keep Sebastian off Emrakul. That might even seem like a more valuable line than getting back the Otavera.
And let's see here what Arthur is going to do. Still can attack with the other Titan as well. Is double Titan double the trouble, Simon?
I think it's more than double. It's exponentially more the trouble. It's sometimes you can like interact with one Titan, or you can maybe race it, and it's a little bit mana expensive to do everything you want. But with 2 Titans, you just have like so many options. You're gonna have access to all the Otaveras and Boseijus that you want.
Yeah, I think players just making sure.
So the ability was resolved from... Oh, I see. The issue is... So Sebastian wanted to respond to the bounce trigger and kill the Paducah Bog. It's like, it's a little bit close, but this was kind of on Arthur to make sure that there was enough priority passing.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Arthur had said, hey, bounce trigger, do you respond? And Sebastian had said no, and then you go to pick up the Paducah Bog, and then Sebastian says, oh, actually, I have something I want to do. That is too late.
Mm-hmm.
But because Arthur just went ahead and just picked up his land, Sebastian actually gets to gain a little bit of information there and didn't get a chance to respond, and so can be like, hey, sorry, I need to, like,
do something, yeah.
Yeah, or at least need to think about it, and then decided that that was a good line to do. Protecting his graveyard so that he does have the out of top deck and the Emrakul, which I think is his main way of winning at this point, with both combo pieces being denied.
Now Arthur here getting ace to the Titan that had summoned Sickness and attacking with both Titans. So we're going to get a lot more lands. Otawara is in hand, so...
Oh yeah, and he can't even get the Echoing Depths, because that one is also in the graveyard, because it copied a fetch land.
Looking at that Valakut though.
Yeah, it's like at this point, there's not that much you can get that really matters. You can, of course, you can get a Tolaria West and bounce that one to hand. So this will be able to get Summoner's Pact for Dryad of the Elysian Grove. And then you can get a Valakut to turn on that Dryad and potentially get a, Mirror Pool to copy a Titan. Like, you can do a lot of like damage next turn, but you're not really doing too much this turn. The alternative is to get a Boseiju and a bounce land, which... yeah, might be just more profitable here. Making sure that in case Sebastian does top deck a missing combo piece, you can Boseiju the Blade of the Blood Chief. So I do like this play from Arthur here, and that's really nice with the Otaveras and Boseijus, how they interact with the Titan, kind of making the Titan card that can search up interaction spells.
Yes, and Simon, if we had an advantage bar, what would it look like right now?
Yeah, we would have to send it to repair. So it would be broken.
Yes, it's off the charts. We have 2 Titans attacking here, but Arthur
There is
passing.
there is one Emrakul in the deck. If Sebastian draws the one Emrakul, we have a game. He also has the Kozilek's command he could draw, which would be able to kill one of these Titans. But I think he just drew a waste.
Yeah. What a waste.
Yeah. What a waste.
No Emrakul found here, and Sebastian is really considering, what can I do now?
He can play a pretty big Ballista, but it's not very impressive against the against these huge tramplers coming in, especially with next turn you're also taking damage from the Valakut, because next turn Arthur would be able to set up searching up the Dryad and just killing you with Valakut triggers.
The good news is that we are going to have a game 3. That means both players got a game here in the feature match for everyone watching at home as well. And we get to take a look here again at our top 8 players survey. Here we have Arthur, 25 years old. These players are getting younger and younger. I don't know, like when we were in the last RC in Prague, the top 8 was also pretty young. So love to see here the younger players doing well. And yeah, I mean, Amulet Titan, definitely a deck that is not easy to pilot. What about Sebastian? Let's take a look here. Sebastian, that is from Berlin, Germany. So a lot of good players from Germany as well. Why did you choose this deck for this weekend? I like it, and I felt confident playing it. And it's definitely working out for you, Sebastian, managing to get you an invite to the Pro Tour. What would be the best card of the weekend and why? Karn, the Great Creator. So what do you think of Karn of the Great Creator? It's very good against Breach, as you said, right, Simon?
Yeah, we've also seen some of the Breach players actually, instead of running the second Wincon in the deck, they run one copy of Karn and then have an artifact Wincon in the sideboard with Mirror of Fate. That's very, very techy. But the Karn is, the reason they do this, because Karn is kind of terrible in the Breach deck, but it's specifically good in the Mirror match.
Yep.
And so that also means that other decks can have, if they can incorporate Karn as a hate card against Breach, it's essentially a Stony Silence. Costs a little bit more, but it's a little bit better, harder to interact with, as it's not an enchantment, and Karn can also then go ahead and two-drop a second hate piece. So access to that card can really swing a matchup, and it's quite innovating to see a Karn sideboard for no Karn's main deck, but just...
And just as a reminder, the Pro Tour that these players qualified was Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Las Vegas in June. You're already qualified for that one, Simon?
I am.
You can be playing against any of these players. What's going to be the format of the...
It's going to be standard and draft. Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy draft.
Oh, that's super exciting. Do you prefer the draft part of the Pro Tour, Simon?
Yeah, yes, that definitely. I mean, it's also at this point, like I don't know what happened, because I used to be a constructed player and I used to do terrible in limited, but now it's kind of flipped and I just do much better in limited than I do in constructed, always.
Swap now, you're a limited expert. I mean, you're an expert in any format, but I love to see the limited in Pro Tour as always, and I have to say, I love to see the players that we are able to cover here on these tournaments, RCs, and so on. Now the Spotlight Series. See them at the Pro Tour, see them do well after coming here and qualifying through the Pro Tour, through these events, and rooting for our familiar faces. A lot of them we see over and over on coverage, but I have to say, this top 8 has a lot of new players in terms of like faces that we didn't see before on the RCs. So
yeah, and so did the entire tournament. Like that is a big advantage of these events, and they will often have people who are the majority of the top 8 is often people who are top 8ing for the first time.
Oh wow!
And qualifying for the Pro Tour for the first time. So this is actually no surprise to me. This is also what the Grand Prix used to be like.
Yeah, I remember those. Definitely great. These tournaments also have this vibe where players coming together. They are coming from their hometown. They're from the city that they live in, the country they live in. They all fly together, come to this event, have fun, rooting for each other. And the fun part is before the top 8. So we could hear on the stream screams from players, and friends. And do you still remember, Simon, like any moment where you qualified for an event or won an event, how important it was to have your friends there rooting for you? when you finally managed to win that game?
Yeah, I absolutely remember my first GP top 8 with Martin Müller, where we actually both top 8 at that event, and that was a very sweet feeling. Of course, like my first big event was the World Magic Cup in 2014. That was a team event, so with team events, you're already celebrating with your friends. But we're ready to go here with an Amulet of Vigor joining the battlefield and a Waste and Eldrazi Temple. So this Monogreen Brute-Scale deck, I talked about it as a multicolored deck, and it essentially is a 2-color deck, green and colorless. And right now, Sebastian has drawn the colorless parts of it.
Ooh, Spelunking. How important is this card in this deck?
Right, when you have an Amulet, not very important, because these two don't interact. Spelunking says that your lands, you can choose to have them enter untapped, and Amulet says if they enter tapped, they will untap. So you can't apply both at the same time.
It's like a non-bow.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's not a non-bow in that they make each other worse. They just like don't make each other better. So Spelunking just becomes a 3-mana explorer, but it also is a bit of security against some way to interact with your pieces here. So if Sebastian, for instance, finds a Haywire Might, he can kill one of these, but it doesn't really matter that much.
One thing that we've been seeing a lot this weekend is this Kozilek's command for 0.
It's actually for 1 here off the Eldrazi Temple. And yeah, it's just a strong combination, a strong play. Like the fact that your, big like late game payoff spell that can also be a removal spell for annoying things like the Collector Oof and Oof. As I said, Collector Oof, here's a Damping Sphere joining the battlefield, and no Boseiju from Arthur, but also no land drop from Sebastian. And I'm not even sure it's that bad of a situation here, because
Arthur does have Vigor.
Yeah, Arthur has Force of Vigor, and he has the Scapeshift. And remember, Scapeshift combining with an Amulet in play, you just need 5 lands, you guarantee lethal. If you have 4 lands, you can probably make lethal, but I don't know how. And is that a Defense Grid?
Yeah, I think with the alternative art.
That's actually kind of perfect for Arthur, because now he gets to pay 3 mana for his Force of Vigor to kill Damping Sphere and Defense Grid. And just has the 3 lands up, but decides to wait a turn. Okay, so this indicates to me, that's the second Force of Vigor. This indicates to me that either he's trying to play around Boseiju, which is possible, or some other piece of interaction, or it's actually not a kill unless you have 5 lands with the Scapeshift and Amulet.
Auto Arrowy here.
Yeah, so you can't actually hardcast the Force of Vigor here, but that's okay, you don't really need to. Arthur is fine to say, just play your turn. Please tap out, by the way. Like, Arthur does have the kill if he gets to untap here, as long as he left in the full combo in his deck. And what is the combo, you might ask? Well, let's see Arthur play it out. But it does involve activating Aftermath Analyst infinite times, always putting the same lands back into play. So it's quite a strong and fun combo, but it does require you to have a Spelunking or an Amulet in play when you play your Scapeshift.
Or both.
Yeah, and then the Scapeshift is able to like search up the Analyst and all the lands you need through Tolaria West.
Yeah.
Through Summoner's Pact. Yeah, it's a big sequence. The Amulet deck is a fun deck. Join the Discord if you're curious. But
here we see
a
Discord.
I mean, there's a Discord for like all the major modern decks. And here we see actually the Damping Sphere forcing Sebastian to pay an extra mana for that Blade of the Blood Chief. And Arthur sees his chance to, I can just play the Force of Vigor, pitching my other Force of Vigor, getting rid of your Blade and your Damping Sphere. And or even the Defense Grid and the Damping Sphere. Though actually it would be kind of nice to leave the Defense Grid around and make Sebastian's ability to interact cost 3 more. But anyways, he just has a single spawn up. It's actually not going to be able to interact with this combo. So now we see the 5th land here, and hopefully this is Fireworks. Let's see if all the pieces are in Arthur's deck or if he's just going to play a Titan. But though it seems like he's floating mana, it smells a lot like Scapeshift to me. And dear viewers, I'll try to walk you through what is happening as Arthur casts Scapeshift. So step 1, you have the 5 lands. You tap them for 6 mana in total, floating 2 mana. So that's the 2 dice you see on the battlefield right here. 1 blue and 1 colorless. Scapeshift will find 5 lands. So it'll find 2 copies of Lotus Field. It'll find Shifting Woodland and a Bounce Land and a Tolaria West. I believe he actually has Summoner's Pact in hand, so he doesn't really need to go through the Tolaria West line, but I think Arthur is kind enough to show us how his deck works and just get those 5 lands.
do it for the viewers, Arthur.
Yeah, this is lovely. Actually getting the cave. This I'm excited about. I'm excited to see what the cave truly accomplishes in this deck, but there might be some sweet things you can do with it. So, Arthur's saying all of these will come into play untapped off of the Spelunking. And so this is the power of the deck, right? Like you started the turn with 6 mana, but then you scapeshift into all these lands that come into play tapped, but tap for a lot of mana by themselves. And you can respond to their triggers. Like the Lotus Fields are going to ask you to sacrifice some lands. The Simic Growth Chamber is asking you to return a land to hand. And you're just tapping them all for mana, returning the Teleria West to hand, and then sacrificing the other 4 lands.
And I think here Sebastian just didn't concede yet to let us see how this actually works.
So this is a bunch of mana generated by Arthur now. And now gets to Teleria West, searching for a card that costs 0 mana. So you can search for the Summoner's Pact. And then the Summoner's Pact can search for the Aftermath Analyst.
So let's get that Aftermath Analyst card that was really good in Standard.
Yeah.
And now seeing its way into Modern.
Aftermath Analyst is able to sacrifice to bring back all the lands from your graveyard into the battlefield.
Tapped, but actually...
Tapped, yes, but again, the interaction with Amulet or Spelunking makes it
untapped.
And you see 7 mana floating still. There was so much mana generated from that Scapeshift. Also milling 3 lands when it comes into play, but that's less relevant. You don't really need to have any more lands than the ones available. So all the lands are going to come back from the graveyard to the battlefield thanks to that Aftermath Analyst. And they're all going to be untapped, and they're going to produce so much mana and do more shenanigans. So the final loop here is that you can Urza's Cave for a Shifting Woodland, which should be able to copy the Analyst, though of course you do need Delirium for this. And with the Scapeshift, the Summoner's Pact, and the Analyst in the graveyard alongside the lands, yeah, you will have Delirium. So yeah, we start by there's a little bit of a shortcutting here. Also, the Lotus Field triggers need to happen. But essentially, Arthur is bouncing the Teleria West, transmuting again, getting a Primeval Titan this time. Now, next turn, he has to pay 4 mana, but it won't be a next turn. The Primeval Titan will search up the Shifting Woodland, and he demonstrates that he can copy the Aftermath Analyst, resolve the Lotus Field triggers. The Lotus Fields will sacrifice themselves along with 2 other lands, and then the Shifting Woodland is copying an Analyst, will sacrifice itself to bring back all those 5 lands. And that's enough to do it over and over again, getting infinite mana. And then with the infinite mana, you can you can get the Mirror Pool, copy the Titan, make infinite Titans, and then give all of them haste.
Congratulations.
And that is the combo for Arthur here.
Oh, wow.
So showing us exactly how Scapeshift works in this Amulet deck.
This was impressive. We have to understand that this is not the first round of Arthur here today. This has been a weekend full of Magic, 15 rounds of Swiss, and now this is the top 8. So played 16 rounds of Magic with this deck, with so many triggers, such a complex deck, and always here on coverage playing perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, like when you mentioned that there are so many things to keep track of, I was watching one of the matches from Arthur in the field where he played Teleria West and just grabbed a Dryad of the Elysian Grove, because in his mind he was going, of course, for the Summoner's Pact into it. And then he played that and then noticed later, wait a minute, where's my Summoner's Pact? Oh, I forgot to grab that out of my deck as well. So they had to have the judges involved, and they had a chat with him, and they was like, okay, yeah, it makes sense. You just missed like the bridge between the 2 cards. But
it's not easy. So many rounds. Congratulations to Arthur, now advancing into our top 4. So that's a great result here from Arthur, that before that had a couple of GPs day 2 and participated in some RCs, but first time qualifying for the Pro Tour. And I'm sure it's a name that we are going to see more and more. And of course, we are going to see him in the top 4. I mean, Sebastian also played really well all weekend long. This deck was also really fun to see. Didn't quite make it to the top 4, but you know, already got that Pro Tour invite.
Got that Pro Tour invite, and again, like, I just want to highlight, like, this deck made the top 8 twice now in events we've covered. I really think people should be looking into this, looking into the power of just one Emrakul in that list. You get to play a bunch of different game plans at once, and it seems like a very sweet deck.
I want to know more about Arthur and how he's feeling right now, so let's take a look at an interview with Lise and Arthur.
Hey Arthur, congratulations.
Thank you.
How did it go?
Well, as I won. But no, the first game was really tough. I lost it. And then in the second and third game, I had a lot of interactions. And then I saw that in the third game, I could combo off to win it. So it's always good. I didn't really know how to manage the matchup since I haven't played it. And so it was the first time playing it. But yeah, I think I managed it quite well.
Yeah, you managed quite well. Yeah. You're going to go to the next match.
It is, yeah. Going to
semifinals. Semifinals.
Yeah.
Do you have any plans going in?
I don't know who I'm playing, so I'll see how what's the decks the opponent's playing, and I'll adapt to the situation.
Yeah. So, was there a favorite moment in the game where you're like, oh, I'm gonna remember this?
In the game, when my opponent passes the turn, I see there is just one little spawn, and I'm about to attack with a million titan. I think for a moment, and then I say, yeah. Normally, I should have it, so it's always a good feeling.
Okay, well, congratulations.
Thank you again.
Semi-finals, let's go.
Let's go.
Maybe see you in a bit.
Maybe.
Okay. Back to you guys.
Lovely to hear, and we will for sure see more of Arthur in the top 4. But now we have another top 8 match, and this is a very interesting one. So the player that was first in standings after round 15, Noonval, playing Eldrazi ramp, and we saw here that before. And I have the player survey, but I don't really need it because I actually know Nunu, and I haven't seen him since before COVID. And I saw him this morning, and I was like, "You're doing pretty well, right?" And he was like, "Yeah, it happened." I'm like, "I haven't seen you since COVID. What's up? Have you been playing Magic?" And he told me, I played the RC in Lille, but went 0-3 drop, went to visit the city. But now this tournament going much better for Noonval here, saying that it shows the deck for the weekend because I hate when other players have more lands than what I do. Previous Magic accomplishments, 2 Pro Tour qualifiers, top 8, and I once earned a Pro point qualifying here for his first Pro Tour. So again, what you were saying, a lot of players managing to qualify here for the first time for the Pro Tour, and this is why these events are great as well. Tell us a bit about the player that Nunu is going to face here in this match.
Yeah, so this is Raul Poroyan from the built-in community. Arne has been talking about him. He is someone who has played a bunch of Arena, like while he's at job in breaks or finding the time when he can do this. Decided to come here, but hasn't played Modern at all. So last Saturday he picked up Modern, tried a few different decks, and decided on this black-white blink deck because it has solid card advantage engines, and this is the type of deck that has fair matchups across the board and is complicated and gives a bunch of decisions. Like Raul really just wanted to have the ability to play a bunch of Magic throughout the weekend and just making sure there was a bunch of decisions rather than relying on the raw power level of the cards. And that has really served him quite well. He was quite in disbelief making the top 8 here. As we see his sideboard against Eldrazi, he has 3 copies of White Orchid Phantom, which are going to be the most important piece for him, as well as a Vindicate to also target lands. And so that's going to be his major game plan going into this Eldrazi matchup here in Game 3 as we're joining them. Here we see Noonval playing Eldrazi ramp, and I actually love this combination of answers here. So why do you choose your deck? I hate when other players have more lands than I do. And what was the best card of your weekend and why? Sowing Microspawn, that's all I want. AKA making sure they have less lands and you have more lands. Yeah. So it is perfect. And he's playing the red-green version of this deck, featuring Writhing Chrysalis, very close to the deck that we saw Fernando Palmero Garcia play in Prague, actually. So we're seeing really how the regionals in Prague is shaping the future tournaments, both having the brute scale combo deck of Theodore Coming Eliasson and this red-green version of Eldrazi, both make the top 8 again here. So yeah, I mean, it's really cool to see how these big tournaments are what is deciding a large chunk of the modern metagame and not just what is happening on Magic Online.
Simon, can you explain me the 4 stone rains in the sideboard here for Val? So this is almost like a Ponza list at a point here with so much land destruction.
Yes, yes, of course, with these sowing microspawns and the wall breakers and the stone rains, yes, it is a lot of land destruction. It is primarily the mirror tech. The issue with this list compared to the Teamer Eldrazi lists is that you don't get access to consign to memory, so you needed a different way to beat the mirrors. And stone rain, targeting the opponent's blue lands, can keep them off of consign to memory in the mirror. So that is the idea behind that. I don't expect that we will see it in this matchup.
And I have to say, I love the Portuguese flag there represented. We are now going to go straight into game 3.
Look at this record, 12-03. One of those draws was a natural draw throughout the Swiss rounds, and then Nuno was just able to draw the last 2 rounds of Swiss, getting in with essentially the same record as a 13-2 player.
And technically undefeated.
But actually, no, not just technically, actually undefeated.
Let's see if this Orzhov Blink deck has what it takes to be the first deck here to defeat Nuno Val in this tournament. Let's surveil. And Totzi's turn 1.
Yeah, no surveil. I'm just getting a Godless Shrine there. And Raul being on the play, so gets to gets to capitalize a bit on this, but sees a very rampy hand from Nuno.
Talisman, Emrakul, Kozilek's Command.
Yeah, so there's 2 expensive cards in hand that Nuno could imprint onto that Ugin's Labyrinth, which means that's going to be a turn 1 Talisman of Impulse. And then turn 3, turn 2 already, it's actually going to be access to 5 mana for that Kozilek's Command. And so you can disrupt this by taking away the command or the Talisman. The Talisman doesn't disrupt that much, like you're just denying Nuno a little bit of value. So it's a really tricky decision and will depend on the cards that Raul has in his hand and how Nuno's cards line up with that. For instance, the Pithy Needle might be, a terrible card or an incredible card, depending on what is going on. So deciding to take away Nuno's removal spell here with the Kozilek's Command, and maybe banking on the fact that the potential for Nuno to misevaluate which big spell, all the stuff to Eldrazi, which of them lines up the best in the matchup. Because if Nuno exiles the wrong one here, imprints it onto the Labyrinth, that could give Raul an advantage with the way his hand lines up. So we do see the turn 1 Talisman of Impulse played here into a Pithy Needle as well.
What is it going to name, though?
I have no idea. It might name Emperor of Bones. That's like one of the more common ones. Or you could name Relic of Progenitus to try and shut off the combo with Ketramos.
And I see here, I think Raul is... Okay, I don't know if they are going to write something there.
Yeah, it seems like that was written down, but I can't quite make out what that one says. So I'm just looking through Raul's list here and seeing if there's any other things that you could potentially name. Of course, there's like Dorothy Voidwalker's ability. It might also have to do with a sideboard card.
Yeah, and... Ooh, solid there.
So...
It's Emperor.
It is Emperor Bones, yes. Okay, that makes more sense. So what we saw there, that was not Solitude hitting the Talisman.
Yes. No.
That was March of Otherworldly Light, exiling Solitude to hit the Talisman, and then also a Surveil land, surveilling this Bugger Trawler to the top. So Raul just wanted the land drop here. Nuno just draws a fetch land and plays that and passes, so has access to 5 mana next turn, and a 7-drop and a 11-drop in hand. So I guess Emrakul is a 10-drop at this point, but yeah, actually quite far away from casting anything. And so Raul taking away the Kozilek's Command is pretty smart, because with that way to interact with the Talisman, you just completely deny his ability to ramp quickly, and is now stranding him with all of these cards that don't do very much. Ooh, and that's a Vindicate.
Vindicate,
so Raul is
any
playing
permanent.
the Ponza deck here. Yes, destroy any permanent, hit your Labyrinth, and
Val must be very upset, because the only thing that he wanted is to have more lands than the opponent.
Yeah,
so
and he is doing the exact opposite of that right now. So can fetch here, get a Stomping Ground, or get a Commercial District and surveil one himself, but there's a long way. It's like not just one draw that will get Nuno out of this.
So I think Raul here vindicating all the players that were stone rained by Val before in the previous rounds.
Yes, absolutely is, you know, all these dirty Eldrazi players, every time you've lost a land drop to them, now you can root for Raul and see how it feels. That's actually a second Eldrazi temple. That's not the worst draw here. If he can find another Kozilek's command, that would get him pretty far of the way there. Because now that would be able to make 3 spawns and actually ramp him up to, I think, 9 mana. Next turn, so almost at Emrakul range. But that is another land destruction from the White Orchid Phantom. So you destroy the land, and Nuno is then able to search up a basic land.
Okay, so Nuno should have basic lands in the deck, getting a forest there. So not as bad as previously, but still putting him down a mana.
Yeah, effectively putting him down a mana, yes.
So, I mean...
Yeah, that was brutal. So we saw Thoughtseize essentially being land destruction by hitting the command, March being land destruction by hitting the talisman, Vindicate being land destruction, of course, and then the White Orchid Phantom also being land destruction by downgrading a 2-mana land into a 1-mana land.
I mean, Raul has to be feeling well right now, and let's see if Nuno has a way to deal with this, drawing another forest.
Yeah, and so you'll see Nuno actually not play out the Eldrazi Temple here. This is in case that Raul has something like a Flicker Wisp or another way to blink this Phantom. You don't want to play out your Eldrazi Temple and have that hit as well. So he's going to hold this in hand until he draws the Kozilek's command, which hopefully is on top of the library.
And let's see here what Raul is going to be able to get this turn. Taking a look at the cards in graveyard.
That actually is a Flicker Wisp in hand, so you can absolutely do this. So I'm just gonna check how many lands Nuno plays in his deck, how many basic lands specifically. Because that could be quite a deciding factor. Of course, we are in the top 8, and so it is very much open decklist, but there are 4 forests in the deck.
Okay, so
yeah, there's like
2 more.
Yeah, exactly. You're not really like using this White Orchid Phantom to destroy any more of Nuno's lands, but you could use it to turn the commercial district from a forest into a forest, denying the red mana, which could be relevant for stuff like Kozilek's command, or Kozilek's return in this case.
So Raul here thinking about the possibilities.
Of course, if there is a Kozilek's return in Nuno's hand, playing out another thing here is kind of playing into that card. And Raul might be thinking that it might not even be worth it to expose himself to that card if he has another line that could yield more value. It's, of course, hard to make out the cards in hand.
Some people asking what is the card name with Beating Needle, and it's the Emperor of Bones.
Yeah, so Emperor of Bones will still have its triggered ability to exile cards from graveyard, but it will not be able to bring anything back. So we do see this play here. Raul saying, yes, you get to search.
One more forest.
I think, by the way, the you saw a little bit of a judge interaction before, and that was just the judges reminding Raul that you actually, when you play cards like White Orchid Phantom, you have to verbally say you also get to search for a land. Like, you are required to remind your opponent of this. That is not a trigger that they can miss. This is your card, and you have to let them know what will happen with it.
So you cannot just destroy lands and
not say anything and hope they miss it. Oh, that play keeping Nuno off of red, and now super rewarded for it as Nuno draws that Kozilek's return, is unable to cast it. And actually very smart from Nuno though, not playing out this Eldrazi Temple here. Again, trying to protect it, because if that gets hit, you're out of winning this game, which is, in this case, is drawing a Kozilek's command, would be uncastable. So he's just passing here with 3 forests in play, and to play around stuff like Ephemerate.
Taking a look at the Graveyard Dead.
I think maybe Raul has an Aven Interrupter in hand and can kind of start to play this fish-like game where he attacks for 5 and keeps up a counterspell to protect his clock. And, you know, Nuno might not be long for this world, because actually Flicker Wisp attacks for quite a lot. Nuno does also have the option here to play out the Eldrazi Temple, because if you draw an Ugin's Labyrinth or another temple, you would be able to play the Devourer of Destiny. And I wonder if that's actually a better line, and just hoping that Raul is out of cards, because the issue is, even if you draw the Kozilek's command right now, you might still be losing on the board.
There's a rumble, and Val goes immediately for it.
And let's see, Aven
There's the
Interrupter,
Avard.
counter it,
Loaded
and that's
it.
7 power. Coming in here, sending Nunu out of the tournament, beating in the quarterfinals here. And that's the concession for Nunu. Raul Poroyan picked up Modern 5 days ago. What he has to say about qualifying for the Pro Tour, it's everything. Competitive Magic is one of the biggest enjoyments of my life. And I think I have a lot left to prove. And you're certainly showing us how much you have to prove, Raul. You just incredibly well played, super calm and collected, making sure to take your time with all the decisions that this Black-White Blink deck is giving, and turning that into a semifinals appearance here at the Spotlight Series Utrecht.
Congratulations to Raul making it into the top 4. Both players already qualified for the Pro Tour, so we will see more of them. What a great display of Magic, and we are going to have more Magic to see all weekend long. So, Simon, so far it has been a blast this tournament. I always love when we finally get to top 8 because we see cheers there outside, like people starting to cheer for their players and for the people that actually made it so far into the tournament, because in the beginning everyone is playing. How important is for you this sense of community in Magic?
I think it's actually quite important to travel in groups, because what often happens is that you might not do very well, but someone else in your friend group will. And so you always have someone to be happy for, even if that's not always yourself. And I think that's a big advantage. And the more friends you make when you're at tournaments, the more people you are, like the more chances you have that there's someone you can root for. So
yeah, I mean, this is lovely. I really am enjoying this event, and I want to know more about Raul and why he decided to bring this deck. How is he feeling about making it into the top 4 now? So let's go for a quick interview with Raul and Lise.
Yes, I am here with Raul. Oh my God, what a match.
It was a good one, yeah.
You really had him in lockdown.
Yeah.
You just had a few, like land destruction. There you go.
It was close though. He drew the Kozilek's return. No, sorry, the Kozilek's command.
Yes.
When he didn't have red mana anymore, and that would have been very different then.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did a really good job destructing those lands. How do you feel?
Still got a job to do. Like in the words of a famous American poet, Kobe Bryant, job is not done.
Job is not done. Just one more thing. Like, you were up against the undefeated Nuno.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I didn't know.
He was undefeated.
Okay. Yeah, I would have been very nervous then if I knew that he had been...
Oh, good that you didn't know.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, well, congratulations up to the semifinals. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. I mean, I love these interviews. They have been a great addition to the stream here. As a reminder, yesterday, this event started an open event. Anyone could sign up. Almost 1,600 players decided to sign up. That shows that players are eager for competitive Magic, Simon. And I think these tournaments are a great way to get players to qualify directly for the Pro Tour. So everyone watching at home, I want to thank Ultimate Guard and Beckett for sponsoring this tournament and making it possible. And if you're considering going to the next one, we already announced the location, so very exciting stuff coming up. Make sure that you sign up, come with your friends. You see, it's a lot of fun, and after 1,600, almost 600 players came here, we now are down to our remaining 4 players. I mean, this is what we are featuring in the top 8. I think soon we will also be able to see what happened with the other matches of here, the top 8. I'm not sure if we have a bracket, but let's take a look. Oh, we do. So we did cover the Nunval versus Raul. We saw that Raul won. We did cover the Arthur versus Sebastian. We also saw Arthur in Amulet Titan win. Now, from the matches that we didn't see, can you tell us, Simon, what happened there?
Yeah, so we have Vladimir Yerker. This is our Hollow One player, Mono Red Hollow One, beating Bartek Warszawski on Team Breach. So that is one Breach player out of the tournament, and Hollow One advancing to the semifinals. That is incredible. In the other matchup, we saw Lorenzo Berrettini playing Grixis Shadow. He said like, he just wanted to play one of these Psychic Frog decks, but wanted to play Dismember in the tournament and decided, well, Dismember and Death Shadow, that's a combo. I'll just play this deck and then see how it goes. And it did very well for Lorenzo, earning an invite to the Pro Tour. I actually walked by Lorenzo sitting with his friends in watching the feature match area, and I just said congratulations, and then his friends started laughing, and I was like, well, why are you laughing? And their friends were like, no, this is This is his twin brother. It's not Lorenzo. And so it turns out Lorenzo has a twin that looks exactly like him.
Oh, wow.
But Lorenzo did not win that match. That was our Breach player who took this down and moving on to the semifinals.
So the final Breach player in the tournament.
Yes, final Breach player in the tournament here. Someone we actually haven't seen on camera yet. But we're probably going to show next round with the Hollow One match. I'm sure Martin Juza is excited to watch that one. And so that is, of course, talking about Alberto Manjado. With that Breach deck, taking it to the semifinals and, you know, trying to lock up that trophy, seeing if Breach can take down one more tournament in the hands of a skilled player.
So let's see what the odds are, but let's take a break before Martin and Arthur and Arne are going to be here to cover the top 4. I'm already thinking about Arthur with Titan, maybe foreshadowing the future, let's see. But let's go to a quick break, Simon.
Let's do it.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Tripping and tripping.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Magic Spotlight Modern. My name is Martin Juza. I am joined by Arne Huschenbed. And this is the semifinals. We just have 4 players left in the field battling it out. First place, $10,000, but also a case of 3 cases of Modern product. 1 case of Modern Horizons 1, Modern Horizons 2, and Modern Horizons 3. Pretty good weekend of Magic so far for the 4 guys. What do we have? What do we have left? What decks are there still left in the tournament?
Yeah, we're down to 4 left out of almost 1,600. We have Armor the Titan in the hand of Arthur. We have Oz of Blink, Raul. They're facing off in our backup semifinals. And we're starting with Vladimir Jäger on Hollow One, Mono Red Hollow One. Are you excited about that one?
I like the sound of that.
Against the last remaining Team Up Reach player. Can Team Up Reach take down yet another tournament, or will it be stopped?
Is this the Hollow One era? Are we starting? Is it a little bit
starting?
Maybe a little bit too soon for that, but I mean, having 6 different archetypes in the top 8, that sounds great. 4 different archetypes in top 4, shows a lot of variety. So far, it's been a fun weekend. Let's hope it continues.
Yeah, and this is different from the regional championships. They're not playing for a world slot, no world slot to give. They all accomplished the main big goal, the Proto qualification. That's what they came here for. But yeah, I mean, a bit more money, boxes, the prestigious Modern Spotlight Series trophy of Utrecht. That's something you can always hold to your name for the rest of life. So
yeah,
that's what it
being the second overall Spotlight Series champion.
Right.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Let's take a look at the deck list if we can. I know this Hollow One deck is a little bit different from what the average list is online, right? I'm used to seeing all these black-red lists. We just talked about that yesterday, that, hey, the Nethergoys, like, you kind of have to play them, but they don't really feel like, that's not really what the deck wants to play. And I think what Vladimir is doing here is that he kind of streamlined the deck. He's like, yeah, I'm not really interested in having 2 colors and going through all that trouble and sometimes the cards line up kind of poorly. I'm just gonna play mono red. I'm just gonna make the deck faster, and he actually plays Vengevines.
Yeah, his deck is wild. So it's mono red. It plays as discard effects Goblin Lore, Favorite Burning Inquiry, yeah, and then it has Blazing Street Rave too, absolutely, and then it has Blazing Root Valor. As a effective another payoff for discarding, right? And then it plays Vengevine 4 times and Hollow One as payoffs and Detective's Phoenix and Marauding Marco. It's essentially just a streamlined version of the red-black Hollow One deck that we're used to. A couple copies of Fear of Missing Out also in there. And yeah, it can do some really busted stuff. You could theoretically go turn 1, Burning Inquiry, discard accidentally a couple of these Root Valors, and maybe 1 Vengevine, or you discard 1 Root Valor and 2 Vengevine, and then you also have a Hollow One. Oh, yeah. And you have just a casual 13 power on turn 2, no big deal. So the deck is capable of some utterly broken starts, and we'll see. Is it fast enough to beat down the Breach opponent? Because if you look at the deck, there's no graveyard hate in the main deck. This is just damage. We're doing damage.
I like that the mono red version also lets you play 3 copies of Arena of Glory. That's been a card that has been very effective in these types of decks. What about the Teamer Breach combo?
Teamer Breach. Here we go again. Yeah, Flame of Arnor, Lightning Bolt, Swan Song, Spell Snare. That's the sort of the flexible package here. Filled it up with a little bit of a grinder package and having another 2 counter spells for the mirror match that counter the Breach. You know the rest of the deck. It's the good old Breach deck. Fast mana, Urza Saga, Tamio, Emery. We've seen it a bunch. Powerful deck, maybe the best deck in Modern.
It's certainly the deck to beat. It was the most popular deck in the field, just narrowly edging out Black, White, Bling, and Eldrazi. But it looks like the game is underway. Alberto finished higher in the Swiss, so he was the one that gets to choose whether he wants to play or draw. Obviously, this is constructed. Nobody really chooses to draw, so Alberto is going to be on the play, and he has a turn 1 Tamio. So pretty good start for him, but we want to see what Vladimir has. What is his opening draw? Are we going to spin the wheel with Burning Inquiry? Is he gonna go Street Wraith into Fateless Looting with some hollow ones? Is he gonna start on one of the cheap creatures with Marauding Mako or Flame Blade Adept? Sort of planning for the future, or what does he have in his opener? See a Fateless Looting, I see an Adept. This certainly looks like a play first matchup. That's going to give you a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alberto can just start with Tamiyo, already start developing, maybe cracking the clues, make more land drops. If Vladimir is on the play, then Alberto probably has to start with something like an Unholy Heat or a Lightning Bolt, start defending himself so he doesn't take too much damage. Here he gets to attack with the Tamiyo, makes a clue. That's going to give him a little bit of a discount for Emery. Mills 4, no artifacts there. And does he have any follow-up? No, pass the turn.
Yeah, good start. I saw a glimpse the Flame of Arno, which is especially devastating against a hollow one.
Okay.
Can blow up the artifact, a creature.
Yeah.
But it's going to be probably doing some work here, drawing some cards, killing a thing. But let's see what Vladimir is able to do here, because this deck can do some crazy things.
Fateless Looting. I see a Vengevine in hand, so let's not put that in the graveyard just yet. We're going to have to discard 2 cards. Vengevine looks like it's going to be one of them. And there's a Rootwalla. I also see a Street Wraith.
Yeah, so 1 creature cast. If he's able to cast another creature, the Vengevine is going to come back from the graveyard.
Oof. Fateless Looting number 2, but I don't see any hollow ones. There's an Ox of Agonas. There's Detective's Phoenix.
Yeah, he maybe wanted to have Street Wraith first, so he has another look at a Blazing Rootwalla. He can still find a hollow one here and cast it. It is an Arena of Glory, I believe.
Okay, so a little bit of a brig here.
Yeah, but it's a lot of damage. What is this? Like 6 Mega Menace? Yeah, 6 damage coming across.
Okay. I like the Adept. Personally, I like Adept more than
Mako?
And the Netherglyphs in the
Netherglyphs.
Red Black Glyphs, for example. It just hits for so much, and Menace makes it so hard to block.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, not the most exciting turn. Vladimir was able to get through a bunch of cards, puts a lot of cards in the graveyard. That makes Detective's Phoenix better. Was able to hit for 6, but no hollow one. Alberto, on the other hand, gets to attack with Tamiyo yet again. Is he going to be able to flip it? I see a Flame of Anor.
Yeah, so the tempting line is certainly to cast a Flame in your main phase, draw 2, and kill the Adept, for example. And the Rootwalla is a little bit weaker than the Adept, of course. But you would potentially open yourself up to a lot of damage from that Detective's Phoenix on some creature. So there could be, theoretically you could play a little bit safer. Just play the land, pass the turn, and hold up the Flame of Arno for any shenanigans. Like a hollow one that is hasted via Phoenix. You can then blow that up and kill the Adept and buy yourself a lot of time. But it looks like he's going for the main phase, which is also very tempting. The Tamiyo, also with the emblem, gives at least a little bit of a power debuff to the opposing board.
Yeah, plus you also have the Ember to protect it. Yeah, it looks pretty tempting. So, exactly like you said, Flame of Anor, target the Adept. I think Alberto's going to draw himself 2 more cards, and that is going to be card number 2 and 3 drawn for the turn. So Tamiyo is going to flip. There we go.
Wow.
And also Mishra's Bubble.
I just realized that the Emery hasn't been used yet, so it could theoretically buy back this bubble. If we're just going to go for the value play.
Yeah.
But Alberto's down to 9 for what it's worth, so he has to be a little bit careful against that Detective's Phoenix. And Arena of Glory also giving haste. Arena of Glory gives 2 red, so it can theoretically give 2 different creatures haste. Something to consider as well.
Ooh, Goblin Lore.
Noteworthy. Vladimir doesn't have any interaction. He has just a singular lightning bolt.
I like that.
He's got spells and creatures.
Yeah, I don't care what you're doing. I'm just doing my thing. I'm putting creatures into play. I'm attacking. Do your worst.
Okay, what are his options? Can he get this Ox back and give it like haste or something? The Ox, I think, has escape 8. It's a little too much right now. He only has, he has exactly 8 cards. But then he doesn't have the Phoenix any longer.
Looks like we might be bestowing another Detective's Phoenix from hand, perhaps?
Maybe he just has to fire off that Burning Inquiry and just hope for the best. He has 2 Phoenixes, theoretically. His opponent's at 9 and tapped out. Can he figure out a win here is the question.
Okay.
So he could...
Hear me out. Burning Inquiry. We're going to draw into 2 hollow ones. Put those in play. Discard Detective's Phoenix.
Yeah.
Put both of them on both hollow ones and attack. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No. I think I'm finding something better, maybe. I guess he's missing 1 card for that. This is tough. I kind of do like the Inquiry and see what happens. Does he have a fetch land?
No, I think he already played
he already played an Arena of Glory?
The Arena for
If he would have played the fetch land, he could have fetched Mountain, gotten the Ox back, discard his hand, and then draw into 3 new cards, and maybe... Okay, he's going for the Inquiry, huh?
I like the Burning Inquiry. Let's spin the wheel, see if we get any hollow ones here. This way, you also have a chance to discard the Detective's Phoenix instead of playing it from your hand, and draw something as a replacement. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we reroll on 5 on 6. There we go. So what are the cards that are getting discarded? I don't think Vladimir has looked at the cards yet either.
Oh, okay, the slow roll a little bit.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine to just use.
I get it. No, I like it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like those could be Root Valors, Those could also be hollow ones.
Yeah. Okay, Detective's Phoenix is going in the graveyard. That's
another Vengevine, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's a Vengevine and a Fateless Looting. Do we have any creatures to follow that up with?
No. I don't know exactly how it works with Detective's Phoenix. I assume it's not casting a spell, casting a creature if you bestow it. I think that's how it works.
He still has that Goblin lore, so we can still find some hollow ones. We can still maybe get some Root Wallas. But looks like Ox of Agonas is gonna be the play, so...
Remember, by the way, also that the creatures are debuffed. So 9 damage is gonna be even more difficult to accomplish.
Yeah, that's true.
So he can find a hollow one with this draw free here.
Yeah, that's true. Keep in mind, 3 cards have been discarded. Arena has been exerted, so that Ox is gonna have haste. And Vladimir is just figuring out which cards is he going to exile. So the Ox can escape from the graveyard. There we go. And everything is going to the graveyard. Let's draw.
Can he find hollow one is the big question.
Yeah, there's a counter. Let's draw 3 cards. No hollow one. That's another Goblin lore. I think that was a Marauding Mako and a land. The Ox with the counter, though, that can take down Tamio.
Yep.
That's something.
We'll go face. That's the question here. How much do you care about the Tamio? He's deciding to go face.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah. I do... It's a little risky.
Back to Alberto, who cracks the bauble at the end of turn, draws himself an extra card, and now Urza Saga is going to go to chapter number 3. Let's see if Alberto can win, because he picked up some new cards from the Burning Inquiry, but I think he lost the Breach in the process, so...
But he has a Breach in the graveyard, so that's why I'm thinking maybe you should have attacked the Tamio there, because like now we already, some people in chat are pointing out that it's definitely a face. I'm not so sure. Maybe you should have attacked Tamio. In any case, what is Alberto? Alberto can find Mox Opal. That's sort of the obvious get. He doesn't seem to have Grinding Station yet. As far as I can tell, the graveyard does not have that. He's going for the Lantern. Pretty great here, to be honest.
Yeah, Lantern seems really important because you get to exile the Phoenix.
Yep, absolutely.
From the graveyard, so there's no more hasty flying damage coming through.
It's going to buy you a lot of time, and it also, you can do it in response to the Actually, he should do it now, because otherwise he can untap and then Phoenix with having priority. He can just get the Phoenix below.
Yeah.
He kind of has to do it now.
Also to range-wise in there.
Which then means that, Vladimir has a Goblin low in hand, could technically, do things again, refill and all of that. Okay, there's a Rumble being cast. Take the breach.
Yeah, and this might be it. This might be game. That was a very, very quick breach taken off of the Rumble, so...
Well, I think he's still missing the station. He already had the breach available to him. So if he had the station, he would have just gotten Mox Opal probably with the Saga, and then just make mana and just kill him. Now he's down to... He hasn't made a land drop, so he still has 4 mana. He can still easily combo. The question is... he can do some shenanigans with Emery, I believe. He has another Emery in his hand, so he can mill towards the station. And I think he has a Mox Opal in his graveyard, so he can generate a lot of mana with this breach.
I don't actually think he found Mox yet. I think that's a Mishra's Bauble.
Oh, that's not a Mox yet?
Yeah, I think he hasn't found a Mox in his top 25 cards
yet. That's a lot of cards.
Which might be the problem here.
And he has 7 Moxes, so I was like, okay, he's got ahead of the Mox.
Yeah.
But no, okay. I think he should probably try to Emery here.
Let's see, Otawara is the land drop for the turn.
Yeah, it looks
Emery
like
with a discount. Yeah.
Alberto agrees.
Can we find a Mox or grinding station? There's a Mox. All right, so that's part of the combo. Yeah. And now I think we just need a grinding station.
Yeah, he has 2 choices here. He can just play it super safe, keep open this Flame of Honor, the second copy he has in hand, and pass the turn after cracking the Lantern, of course. He has to do that in his turn. To just protect his life total, or he goes for Breach, and then he tries to just Emery himself towards more Mox for more mana, and of course for Station. Because at this point he's kind of low on mana. He has already made his land drop. He can get this 1 Mox. If that's just his 1 Mox he has, he can't sacrifice it, right? Because he doesn't have station, so he can't like generate mana with that Mox. So it's just like a one-time extra mana. So now he's at 2. He can cast another Emery, but that Emery has to find, as far as I can tell, has to find another Mox and another station if he does that. Because otherwise he only has 1 mana and can't cast the station from the graveyard. So honestly, I kind of would have liked if he would have just played the Emery first to see if he hits it, and then he can still play the Breach.
Right.
This way he, as far as I can tell, it's kind of locked him into this play, and he has now used up the Breach.
So that's another mill 4. There is a Shifting Woodlands. I see an Either Spell Bomb, but we're getting tapped out in the process and still only working with 1 Mox.
What he can do here is he can draw a lot of cards with this Bobble. He can just keep casting Bobble for each 3 cards in his graveyard and just use it.
You're going to draw the cards next turn, so not...
Yeah, it's not going to help on this turn, of course.
Exactly. Not
it's at least a consolation prize for not being able to go off, I suppose.
Then you also have to not die next turn. But yeah, as you pointed out, Vladimir not really...
Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what he needed. Wow. He used another one for Emery. That Emery needed to find 2 Mox in the station, and he did. Absolutely incredible.
Mox in the station, yeah. There
he needed to find 2 Mox in the station at that point, and he did.
Okay.
Well, that's it. Incredible. Oh, no. Actually, he could have found Mox Opal. Just Mox Opal would have been enough, because the legendary rule of Mox Opal would have done it. So he needed to, that last Emery needed to find a Mox Opal and a station, which it did.
Okay, so we're floating some mana, replaying the Moxes.
Yeah, this is game.
Keeping Storm Count.
He has Vladimir.
Plays the Breach now. Still way more than enough fodder in the graveyard for the escape costs.
Yeah, he can play the station now, and that's the loop.
There's a station. All right.
Sacrifice Mox Opal, mill yourself for free, exile 3 cards from your graveyard, cast Mox Opal, make a blue mana, mill yourself for free. Until you have no deck, cast Jace, the Wielder of Mysteries, draw a card, win the game. Yeah. All right.
All right. I demonstrated a loop. This is what I'm going to do. Do you have any effects? Nope. All right. Then I mill myself. And I'm going to use one of the win conditions to win the game. All right. Pretty good. Pretty good so far. Alberto picks up game 1. Yeah, the Holo One deck just wasn't fast enough. No Holo Ones.
Yeah, we saw the power of Flame of Arno there, being able to flip the Tamio, and this time Tamio was not used as a tick up to the ultimate, just to find another Rumble, which dug deeper, found the missing piece of the breach, and then the Emery, and that was close. That could have gotten a different way as well.
Yeah,
that was pretty close. And then if Vladimir gets to untap, he swings in there for lethal potentially.
Yeah, very much a play draw thing. Yeah, if Vladimir is on the play, he very likely picks up the game.
All right, we're looking at the sideboard of Vladimir here. He does have 4 ley lines, and also these Magespine Lizards are certainly interesting to come in here. I think those 6 are going to join, maybe Surgical as well. We see him putting some cards down out of his main deck there. It looks like 4 to 6, maybe 8 cards. So yeah, 6 Graveyard Hate pieces. Ancient Grudge as well is a good one here. So he has a lot of options. He could technically bring in 10 cards out of the sideboard. Maybe he just goes with the not with the Surgical Extraction. I could see that. And yeah, I mean, siding out, I guess he's just gotta have to shave some of the creatures here.
What's the best use of Surgical in the Breach matchup? Do you go after one of the win cons, knowing they have 2, they're probably not going to board one of them out, especially when they know you have the Surgical.
Yeah.
Do you go after the Moxes, the Emerys, the Breaches, the grinding stations? What's the least replaceable card? Also, here we see the sideboard of Alberto in the meantime.
Breach is the best target after that station.
Okay.
Breach is the best because even if station is removed, Breach is very powerful. It can like recast removal spells and so on and
Just
so on.
use it for value.
Yeah. Okay, on the other side, what do we have? Not much, honestly. We have like an Unholy Heat, that's going to be good. We have the Dismember, but paying 4 is not great. Nature's Claim hits.
Hollow One, Phoenix.
Hollow One and Phoenix.
Maybe the ley lines, if you expect your opponent to bring it in.
Absolutely.
That's why I got to come in, right?
Yeah, totally. No, for sure. Nature's Claim is 100% coming in. You're absolutely right about that. I was just looking at the main deck for a second there of the opponent. Yeah, so that's 4 cards to bring in. The Flame of Arnor is certainly going to stay. Could see a world where you bring in Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, if you expect the game to be a little more grindy after sideboard.
It's going to grow very fast.
Yeah.
Because your opponent is also casting like...
Yeah, all you need to do is grow it twice, and then 3/5 also blocks Hollow One. So yeah, it's actually pretty big solid body there. One of my takeaways from the first game though is that Tamiya was really important. So that one attack where Vladimir decides to go face, hey, I'm not going to win just yet, but I'm going to put you low enough that next turn I might swing for the kill. Usually, I like, when I'm not attacking for the kill, I like killing the Planeswalkers, because the Planeswalkers always, give my opponent more options, let them, let them help them get out of the situation. And that Tamiya was so important because also it returned the Rumble from the graveyard. It also gave you extra mana to combo off, and I think that was exactly what Alberto needed.
I do agree. I think he probably should have attacked that.
That might have been the key point of the game there.
Yeah, I have Alberto saying here, what was your best card of the weekend? And he answered with Ledger Shredder. Very good for grindy matchups. Yeah. But best, okay, never mind. It was a butt.
But the best is Underworld Breach. I mean, the card is insanely powerful, right? We have Yav Modsville that costs 2 mana, and it lets you do that multiple times. No problem. Looks like the game is underway, though. So game 2 of this first semi-final match between Alberto and Vladimir on Hollow One. And this time it's going to be Vladimir on the play. So let's see if he's got one of the better openers this time around. All right, there we go. So game number 2 is underway. Turn 1, fetch a mountain, Marauding Mako. So that's a pretty good start.
There's more. A Leyline of the Void on top is certainly the best start that Vladimir could have hoped for. I think this is a 7-card hand with a Leyline and a Mako on turn 1. This and a second land, Street Rave Goblin Lore. Poof.
Magebane Lizard as well, yeah.
Oh, you saw a Lizard too? All right.
That's a really important Unholy Heat, and I like that Alberto does it on his own turn. This way, it's only street raids. If you kind of like let your opponent, all right, I'm going to let you go. Maybe you start with with a Fadeless Looting. But yeah, if you draw multiple Street Wraiths, and I give you that extra draw step, that could end pretty badly here.
He could have cycled Street Wraith in response, but I guess then...
Yeah, but then like you're kind of missing out on the next turn. You can go Fadeless Looting plus Street Wraith, and that lets you play Hollow Ones for free. So there's a lot of small decisions with the Hollow One deck.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But it's certainly tempting there, cycling the Street Wraith. If I find a second copy that Unholy Heat sort of fizzles, or it's 2 damage into my 3/3 creature, so that was very tempting for sure. But at the same time, I mean, the value of the Street Wraith is also very high on your own turn there. So Magebane Lizard. That is also one of the limited, not all-stars. Tameo, Mox Amber.
Take 1 damage. Yeah, not so. Yeah, I mean, but here we see again the Urza Saga, the Tameo. I mean, the Lizard is a 1/4 in the end. The Tameo can make clues.
Yeah.
You can draw cards. The Saga makes contracts. So there's again a game plan that goes around these. Yeah, I mean, this is just. I honestly would have liked to see a Goblin Lore, I think, there. I don't know about the second Lizard, because now you took another turn off.
Yeah.
Not really deploying pressure, and Alberto's like, okay, I guess I'm just going to make constructs. Fine.
You're playing limited. Right now, you're playing limited. Marauding Mako go, Magebane Lizard go, Magebane Lizard go. This is not the way you want your deck to work, right?
Yeah. Now take 2, all right.
Either Spell Bomb, pretty good here as well.
Yeah, these constructs, this is already a 4/4. Next turn it's going to be a 6/6. A Blazing Root Dweller, I think I see there being the pickup. And the funny thing is the Magebane Lizard goes both ways, I think. So
it's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is something I've seen a lot. Sort of like sideboard cards being a little bit over sideboarded. And then, yeah, I mean, you obviously don't want to draw 2 Stony Silence and lose to an Urza Saga. Making construct tokens. Something like that happening to players this weekend.
Yeah, whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, Magebane Lizard deals damage to the player equal to the number of non-creature spells they have cast this turn. So Goblin Lore on the stack right now, currently resolving. All right, I want to see some Hollow Ones. 6 is a reroll, 4 is the last one. All right, there we go.
A Root Dweller, 2 Root Dweller.
Root Dwellers, okay.
Vengevine in the graveyard? Oh, no, right. But he could still put it in the graveyard. Oh, no, that's not how it works. Vengevine doesn't come like Phoenix. It comes when,
Yeah, it has to be, yeah. And I think, judging by one of the previous rounds, I think we saw Vladimir go through his deck after sideboard. I think he actually boards out the Vengevines just to make space for all the sideboard cards.
And now he takes 4. Oh, wow.
Whoa,
and another Blazing Root Dweller. Oh.
What is this? Double Hollow One?
Okay. Now we're talking.
Okay, so there's a Root Dweller that gets discarded for free and double Hollow One.
Look at Alberto's face. He's like, what?
Yeah, what is this? So now Vladimir has, 2, 4, 7 creatures in play, but still just has to pass the turn. So there's a free construct. He might actually be losing this game just to Urza Saga.
I don't think I've ever seen a game of Magic the Gathering with 5 lizards in play.
5 lizards?
That's a first for me, at least. Okay, there's the 2 constructs coming in. They're foil ones. Look at those, with a signature even.
I mean, this looks like Vladimir just had an insane turn, but, I mean, Alberto might just as well be ahead.
Yeah, right. Vladimir's empty-handed. Alberto has the biggest creatures now.
Biggest creatures, either Spell Bomb, there's still a Tameo.
Yeah.
If the Tameo flips, the -1, -0.
Yeah, that's going to be good against these small lizards.
Against these small lizards.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Alberto might actually not be looking too bad. He could get a Lantern here and exile the Faithless Looting.
Urza Saga is just so busted.
Yeah, it's really good, especially with Moxes, like when you can get the mana advantage. Haywire Might is good against Detective's Phoenix, of course, when it's bestowed, but that is not a... oh, the Leyline of the Void. This was off the screen. I didn't even see it anymore. But yeah, I mean, is this game about Leyline? This might just be a Tamio construct game, where he just plays a fair blue-red mid-range deck, and he decides he doesn't care about the Leyline enough, and just like, whatever. He definitely had green mana in his hand. I saw Misty, so that wasn't the issue.
Yeah. All right, what I'm thinking right now is, can we fit Urza Saga into the Hollow One deck somehow?
No, but I mean, no. I mean,
and then at that point, can we also add like Monk's Opal? And yeah, I guess we're building a Temur Breach deck here. All right, so Alberto makes his board a little bit bigger. That's the second construct. Another Urza Saga and passes.
Oh, I mean,
how big are the constructs? 2, 4, 6, 6.
There was a Leyline of the Void being drawn, so quite nice that the Faithless Looting is gone for Alberto.
Yeah.
That's a planar.
Yeah, Alberto can't even attack. He's just in a really awkward position.
You mean Vladimir can attack?
Vladimir can attack. Your creatures are just bigger.
Yeah, he blocks like 2 Hollow Ones and takes 10. He would take 10 if he
bounces something.
Bounces something, right? So he could take 7. Yeah. Yeah, he's just gonna make a huge construct army now. Oh, he drew a Breach, which is a blank at this point in the game.
Yep.
But he does have Otavara for down the line, for what it's worth, to bounce that Leyline end of turn, perhaps. Feels safe enough to make some more clues.
Yeah, you can say that Alberto's gotta feel good when he's just easily attacking with the Tamio here, right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think there's a universe where he tries to flip the Tamio, but he has some ability. He could do that, technically speaking, with cracking like the Lantern and cracking the Clue. He could flip the Tamio, but I think it's just better to make another construct and keep open your Ether Spellbomb, keep open your Otavara. Otavara only costs 3 mana right now because of the Tamio reduction. He's looking pretty good, actually. He's thinking about cracking the Clue, maybe? He could still activate the Saga. He has 5 mana. Yeah. He's like, maybe I draw Flame of Arno and I can do some shenanigans, potentially. I think his hand has just lands and Breach, so... And Otavara, which is a noteworthy land, but otherwise nothing.
Well, just decides to pass the turn, sitting on that Urza Saga.
I like that. Oh, a Faithless Looting. The own trigger, putting you down to 8.
Oh. What do we get?
He found another route, but I'm like... So he doesn't even have to lose all the value. That's funny.
4 of a kind. 2 Lizards, 2 Hollow Ones, 4 Rootwallas, and a Marauding Mako. That is 9 creatures on the battlefield right now. And all of that gets blanked by 1 Urza Saga.
Yeah, someone in chat pointing out that Meltdown would be pretty good here.
Yeah, I don't think Vladimir has access to that.
No, he just has the Ancient Grudges. Which are good with the discarding, right? With the Burning Inquiry and so on. You don't, but Meltdown's certainly the higher powered card.
I mean, that is a lot of creatures, but...
He's really just missing the Phoenix, to be fair. The Phoenix would have done short work of Alberto here. But yeah, no Phoenix in the top. Maybe he boarded some out. You needed to make space for the ley lines, for the Magebane Lizard.
Yeah, Vladimir's bringing in a lot of cards.
How much? This Lizard has like dealt 8 damage to Vladimir, I think. Yeah. And like 2 damage, or 4 damage to, or like 3 damage maybe? I think 3 damage in total. Like once and twice, like, oh gosh. That's funny. Not saying that it's not a bad idea to side it in, but yeah.
It just seems like that the Temur Breach deck can just sort of easily play around it, or the alternative ways it can attack you are just so efficient. It can just kind of ignore it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to make some constructs. Sure, that's a nice 1/4.
Yeah.
You got there.
Look at this board state, Jesus. Are they 10-10 already? They're 9-9 soon. Tamio makes them 10-10s.
Yeah, at some point Vladimir's going to have to start jumping.
Yeah. I mean, he has a bunch of jump blockers, so...
Yeah. Haywire Might, that could deal with the ley line.
Yeah. He could maybe set up a 2-turn clock here, actually. Like.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if Alberto starts attacking it.
Yeah, he does have Spellbomb and Otavara. He hasn't made his land drop yet. I guess he's only able to cast one of the two, or activate the ability of one of the two this turn because he has 3 mana. But yeah, you can attack for 9 each. He's gonna eat 3 creatures.
Does he have another Rizza Saga?
He does not, no.
I know everyone's been, all about Breach and Mox Opal, what a powerful card to unban. But Urza Saga, for me, that's been the card of the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I actually had a little bit of a chat with Stefan just now during the quarterfinals, and he was playing 4 copies.
Yeah.
And he was saying to me, yeah, he's siding it out a lot against like the top decks, but it's incredibly good against a lot of the random decks, and that's why he likes 4. And yeah, I mean, Hollow One, I guess, categorizes as random. I would
wow. Okay.
Oh.
Shots fired.
I mean, you know what I mean.
Shots fired. Ooh, Grape Shot. How does that work with Magebane Lizard?
I think you
cast just the first copy, and then all the copies get put on the stack, right? So maybe Alberto can just figure out a way how to put Vladimir low enough that he can't even cast spells anymore.
Maybe, but the Grape Shot is going to deal him a lot of damage if he starts storming off, right? So right now it's just 2 mana, 1 damage. Oh, thank you, Judge, for putting.
You guys have too many permanents. Could you please try to fit them on the screen? All right, there we go. And all right, Alberto just passes the turn, so he is sitting on a Grape Shot. That is something to note.
He doesn't even attack with the Tamio. I mean, okay. He blocks 3 of them.
That could be a good sign or a bad sign.
I honestly, I think attack is pretty okay-ish here.
Yeah, it's a bad sign if you think, okay, you have so many creatures that I have to block, and the good sign is my hand is so stacked that I can't really see myself losing unless, something horrible happens, so I'd just rather have a blocker up.
Yeah. Oh, he attacks with the lizard. He can just block with Tamio. I mean, he can just like bounce.
Wait, what is it? Why is he attacking with?
Well, he wants it to die, so he doesn't take damage from the looting. Yeah, and he's like, okay, you saw my little trick. Well, that's how good the lizard was this game. But yeah, he goes in for the suicide attack. Yeah. At some point, Alberto has to do something. I guess he can just play towards the combo. I like the staying back when you have something going, like Tamio, for example. Maybe he's going to flip Tamio next turn and then stay back. But again, I mean, you attack with Construct, your opponent has to sacrifice a creature. That's not a bad deal.
At least one of them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, keeping back Tamio links, you have a flying blocker potentially, but at the same time, you also have the either spell bomb, so like you're not that scared of the Texas Phoenix. I mean, Alberto also still has pretty much a full hand, so I think he is slowly running away with the game here. There's a Dismember as well, Grape Shot.
He's far away from comboing off because of those lizards as well. So like the Leyline of the Void can stay there. Honestly, it doesn't. Comboing is really not what he's going to do. But it looks like he's just going for the Tamio ultimate.
Attack with Tamio. Draw a card with the treasure that was just made. There's one more treasure, one more clue rather. Sorry, from the previous turn. So if he wants to, he can flip it right away.
He can also sack the Lantern. But keeping the Lantern is, opponent has some graveyard action, so keeping it is also fine. It's not like he needs the clue, but he might need the extra mana, who knows. All right.
That's the 3rd card drawn, so Tamio is going to trigger and draw and flip.
Yeah, that's going to make attacking even harder for Vladimir. And again, and again, and again, we see Teemo Breach playing a mid-range controlling game, which, if a combo deck that can kill on turn 2, which Breach can also just play this game very well, this type of mid-range game. That is
the Urza Saga game.
That is the sign of a really, really strong deck.
Of a really well-built deck.
Yeah.
Well-oiled machine.
Hard to attack.
Yeah. Good deck building.
Yeah. Alberto says in his player survey that he thinks it's the second best deck in the format.
Yeah. Can you guess what the best deck is in the chat, according to Alberto, rather? Do you have Breaches number 1? Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Personally?
Duh.
Yeah, duh. Me? Who's there? Yeah, Amulet is correct, actually.
That's correct.
Chat knows it. Yeah, he says that Mox Opal is the second best artifact, and because the best is Amulet of Vigor.
Amulet is a really strong deck. I mean, it might not be as played because it's just a really hard deck to play, but it certainly is up there with the best decks in the format. And in the meantime, Vladimir adds a couple counters on his Marauding Mako, but still not in a position to attack, so has to pass the turn back to Alberto. And in the meantime, also Vladimir down to 6 lives, so slowly getting himself in a position where he won't even be able to cast any spells. Maybe that's the reason why Alberto doesn't really want to attack, because he doesn't want Vladimir to chum block with the lizard.
Ooh, I didn't even think about that, yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he can just tick up this Tommy ultimate, make land drops. He doesn't have to make any moves. He has 5 blockers on the ground, multiple interaction spells. He has an answer to Detective's Phoenix bestowed. Yeah.
Vladimir has a Burning Inquiry in hand. He drew a line and just instantly played it. So he's not even interested in casting these spells anymore. And okay, Alberto end of turn goes for a Haywire Might. Get rid of your ley line. That's going to get exiled. I don't think he's going to gain any life there.
No. I mean, the one way Vladimir wins is by Alberto forgetting what Magebane Lizard does and just burning himself to death. But it looks like he's just going for the kill here, bouncing the Lizard's end of turn. That Otavara is not exiled anymore, and now he's gonna use his Spell Bomb. Yeah, I mean that also works. He has Station in hand. He has Mox Amber in play.
I think
that is Breach he has also. So he should be getting this over with.
Yeah, I think Alberto's like, yeah, this was a fun game, but I'm actually gonna start comboing off now because this is just taking too long.
And Vladimir has Surgical Extraction as potential instant speed interaction, which could do something here, but you know, I don't know what his last card is. It has to be Surgical Extraction, I think, otherwise this game is over.
Second Lizard gets bounced by the either Spell Bomb, and now the coast is cleared. No more Leyline, no more Magebane Lizards. Alberto doesn't know what the last card is in Vladimir's hand, so he might want to be a little careful to not run into the Surgical here, but even then, I think he's still in a prime position to win this game. He can also Nature's Claim one of the hollow ones, attack with everything, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Vladimir has to chump block with all of his creatures, or that's just for 4 constructs. So 4 of his creatures have to chump block. Oh, kill my own Mox.
Tamio is blue-green on the backside, so it makes green mana then. That's crazy, I didn't even know that. I just saw it.
He can pick up the Nature's Claim, gain...
he can just grape shot. His chat is pointing something out. He still has the grape shot, so...
Yeah,
he just doesn't need to be casting that many spells this turn.
Yeah, picks up the Nature's Claim from the graveyard. That also gives him 1 more mana.
He's going for the fancy Storm kill.
This was the weirdest game that probably nobody expected, right? Oh, look at this draw, holo ones, all these 4 root wallas. Bam, here are 2 construct tokens that are bigger than 4/4, so you can't even attack. And then the game is just going to end with a grape shot finish. Grinding Station is the play, so that's what, spell number 3? 2. First Nature's Claim killed the Mox. It was returned to hand. Now Grinding Station now breaches spell number 3. And you can just grape shot and then rebuy it from the graveyard, right?
Yes. There's no... Well, if he gets...
Where you want to play around the surgical there.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. He's probably thinking about the surgical as well here. And he's trying to make sure that he can't lose to that card. Yeah, I think just going through the Mox combo... Vladimir is forced to surgical the Mox at this point, because otherwise Alberto is just gonna, go through his entire deck. So if he had surgical, he would, you could basically just go for that combo, and then if he has the surgical, you can still try to establish, that's also another spell and 2 life, and at that point, Grape Shot is.
Oh right, yeah.
So
you're making a great point.
The surgical kills him here.
Yeah.
So he just goes for the combo, and if he has the surgical, then he can just Grape Shot for the kill. We are at what, spell number 3 or 4?
Breach was spell number 3.
So
Mox is going to be 4.
Yeah, Mox was 4.
And then Nature's Claim plus Grape Shot is going to be 5 and 6.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. GG. There we go. Nice. Well played by Alberto. Urza Saga yet again, showing how powerful it is. Not the best of showings by Holo 1, but Vladimir did go 12 and 2 in the Swiss. So I mean, clearly the deck must have been working in the meantime.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do believe we have another match coming up.
Yeah, let's see what we have. Either we have a winner's interview. We can talk to Alberto about, how his journey through the tournament went, and we also have a second match coming up. What's the second match? Talk to me about the second match.
We have
the decks.
We have Raul Poroyan on Oath of Blink against Arthur Brosco from Australia, actually, playing Amulet Titan, who's been championing the deck very well. Okay. Just 1 loss in the Swiss. Got to be drew in the last 2 rounds. So yeah, Oath of Blink, not necessarily a deck that wants to play against Amulet Titan, to be fair.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a great matchup, but at the same time, you have Thoughtseizer, some hand disruption. I mean, even if Titan makes it into play, of cards like Solitude to answer it.
Yeah, you have some things, especially post-board, with the Knight of the White Orchid or something. No, that's a different card. You know what I mean? The Phantom. Yeah, that interacts well with the deck, but otherwise a tough matchup.
So 3 decks left, right? Holo 1's out. That means we have 1 Breach, which is already in the finals. And then we have Orzhov Blink and
the Titan deck.
Amulet Titan, right?
Yeah.
So 2 combo decks and 1 sort of a fair deck, black-white.
Yeah, for sure. Fair-ish. I mean, as fair as modern deck gets.
As fair as it gets. You still have Ketramos, drawing extra cards and things like that. I'm being told that we have the interview ready, so how about we talk to Alberto and hear from him how he, how he's enjoying this beautiful Sunday.
Thank you, Martin. I'll ask him how he's enjoying his beautiful Sunday. How are you enjoying your beautiful Sunday?
To me, this is almost like a dream. I'm just very happy and I don't know what to say. Yeah, overwhelmed. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to the Pro Tour, which is kind of special because I heard you're kind of a Final Fantasy fan.
Yeah, I'm very high on Final Fantasy 9 and 10. I'm my favorite ones, and yeah, that's all the vibes that will be there. I want to enjoy it.
So, yeah, well, good for you. So how did the match go for you?
This one, the last one?
Yeah. Well, it went good, but your personal.
To be honest, I was super tired and was like, game 1, I just want to combo out. And if it doesn't happen, it's fine. I mean, I want just to finish fast. But it was nice. I played already this matchup before, so I'm used to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like sort of exciting because all of a sudden all the hollow ones came out.
Yeah.
And he had like a really good run.
The second game was absurd. Like,
yeah, his
many
whole
creatures and nobody
filled
attacking.
up all the lizards.
Yeah, to me the tricky one was the first one. I could take the control route and just try to kill everything, and when I'm sure I can combo kill, I do it. But honestly, I was just super tired. I was, okay, I will slam bridge, and if it happens, it happens. If not, it doesn't happen. It's fine.
And it happened.
Yeah, it happened.
Well, congratulations. Good luck in the finals.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you guys.
Yeah, congratulations to Alberto. Good stuff. This is going to be his 4th Pro Tour.
Yeah, well done. Congrats.
Yeah, he played really well. So, yeah, that's how it should be, right? Good play should be rewarded. Practice makes perfect.
Absolutely.
If you want to do well at one of these, it is an open tournament, but Modern, really big format. You do have to practice.
Yeah, and 15 rounds of Magic is definitely no slouch. So you have to... Tough tournament.
Yeah. Okay, so second feature match between Raul Porion and Artur Broxko. We're going to be joining this match live. They're still in the middle of game 1. So that's got to be good for Raul, right? If the game is in, you know, we've been playing for 20 minutes, that's got to be good for you. I'm being told that there's a judge call right now. Somebody's asking a question. So how about we use that time to quickly look at the deck lists. What do we have here? Orzhov Blink.
Yeah, also Blink, sort of like a powered-up mid-range deck with Catchamos, drawing a ton of cards when that one's in play. Overlord being flickerable with Flicker Wisp, and Failure is excellent combination there, and just an overall, just sort of like a mid-range deck, the Junt of the format, you could say. In this matchup specifically, March of Otherworldly Light is going to be very nice to get rid of amulets. But yeah, all right, we'll quickly go to the Amulet Titan list here. You know, that is one of the... I mean, how long has Amulet Titan been around? The deck really, it got a little touched by Summer Bloom, but it's been around for a long time, and just keeps being there in the background.
Yeah, I think Canister by now has played 17,000 games with Amulet on his stream.
Yeah, and we have, of course, the Primeval Titan combo. Spelunking has joined in recent years to help the Amulet of Vigor a little bit at finding Johanwe battlements. And then you give your Primeval Titan haste. You have an infinite loop now also in the deck with Scape Shift, finding you a couple lands that untap with Spelunking in play. I'll go through that if it happens. I won't explain that now, but there's a lot going on.
So what could be going on in this game? This is a 36-minute game. Both players are kind of laughing.
I mean, there's what?
There's a lot of amulets and spelunkings in play, and like Primeval Titan attacked. Got a bunch of extra triggers off of Titan. How is Raul still in this game?
I would look at the... yeah, we still have the judge call going on, so we're going back to the booth. I think it might have been just Ketramos grinding and grinding.
Exiling stuff from the graveyard, Scape Shift doesn't do anything anymore, no analyst stuff.
Like, if you have Ketramos going, so many of your effects just redraw, and Solitude gets rid of Primeval Titan. You know, they only have 4 Primeval Titan.
Yeah.
So he can just keep answering stuff, keep drawing cards, and yeah, Solitude mainly, and Solitude is a big one, because that just gives you a clean 0 mana answer to Primeval Titan. So even if they push it out on turn 2, just kill it.
Yeah, game 1 has to favor the Titan deck, though.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
And after sideboard, how does that change? Raul doesn't even have the full 4 copies of Thoughtseize. I think he's running 3.
Yeah, he's just running 3 copies. In the sideboard, he does have, let me see, a copy of Vindicate and 3 copies of White Orchid Phantom.
Okay, so the Phantom's really important. Vindicate, extra card that lets you deal with something like an amulet.
Yeah, he also has an Elish Nord Mother of Machines, which is
that one's good.
Card.
Yeah, that one's juicy.
Yeah. If he gets to 5 mana and drops that thing, you know, if I look at Arthur's list, usually they just have this member. Usually they just, I don't know. There's one card he can find. That's Urza Saga, actually. They're not totally dead. Not Urza Saga. No, I misspoke. You're like, not Urza Saga again. Martin is gonna have nightmares. I meant Odavara.
Okay.
Odavara is something he can find and then pick up with a bounce land maybe, and then bounce to Elish Nord. But yeah, Elish Nord is very good in the matchup.
Urza Saga does it all. You heard it here first. All right, looks like we're back in the game, so the players were able to figure out whatever question they were asking. And yeah, let's try to make sense of where we are. So yeah, this is still game 1. And apparently it's been going on for 35 minutes. So 2 Titans in play. It looks like a lot of cards have been exiled for Arthur. There's a Summoner's Pact in the graveyard.
There's being payment for Summoner's Pact currently. So.
Being paid for, okay. Shifting Woodlands in play.
The Titan is untapping, yep. Raoul, noteworthy, didn't even use his relic in his turn to draw a card because he values his 1 life point. He's at 6, so there's 12 power of trample right now in play. So he's a little worried about dying to that, I guess.
It's funny how, everybody's all about the combos and Breach, all this combo. And the last 2 matches we saw just Holo 1 staring down construct tokens. Now we tune into this match and it's just a bunch of 6/6 Titans staring down, 4/4 lifelink. Just a bunch of creatures.
What has happened to Modern here?
This is Modern.
So you see the Solitude in the graveyard and in exile on top of the pile, the shiny, beautiful Solitude. This whole deck is, by the way, completely pimped out. It's entirely in foil. But yeah, so that explains why this game is continued. Probably some Primeval Titans in exile as well. We see a big exile pile over there. A Shifting Woodland can maybe do some things. Okay, well, Titan triggers on the stack. So what lands does he get here? Like previous Amulet lists have run something like Kessig Wolf Run back in the days. That is definitely not an option here. The Mirror Pool I saw in the graveyard just now. That's a good one to get, but yeah, he already has it in graveyard, so can't get that. He can get Echoing Deeps though, if he has that still, and then he could copy the Mirror Pool in the graveyard. Echoing Deeps says copy target land in the graveyard. Yeah. It's like a Vesuver.
So more Urza Saga.
Yeah, more Urza Saga, of course.
Does the Amulet deck just ever kind of run out of gas? Can you just run it out of resources, out of threats? Does that ever happen? Not really, right? With Sagas, Cultivator Colossus, the Scape Shift kill, you have the 4 Primeval Titans. That would require a lot.
Yes. But Arthur is on 7, by the way. I just want to point that out too. And Raoul also has a lot of power in play. Well, to your question, I think it's kind of difficult because like Aftermath analysts can get back Urza Sagas after they've been used. Yeah. You can maybe deck them at some point. If you've killed all the Primeval Titan, they can still, use Construct tokens or the Cultivator Colossus as well to have more stuff going on. And then Valor Kit plus Dryad of the Elysian Grove is another possible way they can kill you with Escape Shift or just making land drops.
So Arthur has a bunch of Primeval Titan triggers resolving right now. Can he just find a bounce land, get an Otawara, bounce a Ketramos? Yeah. Like, is there a way where the trample damage is just too much?
Theoretically, he can. Is another Judge Call?
So there's an Emperor of...
Theoretically, he could get the Otawara. Maybe it's already in the exile or in the graveyard is something I'm wondering, because, yeah, Otawara would be pretty awesome here for him to bounce the Ketramos or to bounce anything during combat. I haven't gotten a glimpse at his hand either, so maybe he has the Otawara in his hand. The Woodland can also do some things. Looks like he's doing something with that one. Oh, there's the Otawara in the graveyard. Oh, so he's copying Mirror Pool.
Looks like the question that the players were trying to figure out was if Flicker Wisp exiles a Titan token that was presumably made with Mirror Pool.
Oh.
And you have Ketramos. Do you draw a card?
Yeah, okay, I understand. I think you don't draw a card.
Yeah, I think judging by the answers of the judges here in our Discord, it looks like it doesn't work. Yeah, you don't get to draw.
It needs to be a card, not a token. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a confusing interaction. Tokens are not actually cards.
Yeah, they're not. There's a differentiation. Yeah, but this is, from what I can tell, this looks kind of okay for Raoul. He can double block.
Yeah, so one block with the Ketramaz basically already negates one Titan plus gives you 2 more damage for the other one. So you just, yeah.
Yeah, and he has a lot of power to attack back with.
So the question is, how much do you want to soak up, if even anything?
I mean, yeah. So this is 6. He's just going to kill both Titans. Like, oh, okay, he's putting that in front there too. He could go for a more like I try to kill you line, where he just blocks the least amount. He could just put Emperor and he could just put a 2/2 and a 4/4 on one Titan.
He could also
take 6 damage theoretically, but then he loses to some instant speed interaction.
Yeah, he could also still be sitting on Otawara, right? You can just let your opponent block first, then bounce the Ketramaz. Your creatures have trample. You wouldn't.
Yes. But the Otawara is in the graveyard. It's in the graveyard.
Oh, it's already in the graveyard.
Yeah, but I didn't mention it. I just saw it. I just saw it when Raul was going through the deck, through the graveyard. Yeah, but he's just playing it defensively. He does have some more judge calls happening. I mean,
is there another Titan? Is the token like? Is that in play? Is that another 6/6?
I can't. Yeah, it's a 6/6. It says 6/6 in the power and toughness corner. So yeah, it probably is.
But looks like Arthur is passing the turn. Raul draws an extra card, so he was able to not only survive that turn, but kill both Titans, put himself from 6 to 9. So he actually gained life in that attack. And yeah, now it looks like he might be able to start attacking. He also has that relic, so...
Wow. All of that to just end an attack for 7. Wow, amazing. What the heck?
Yeah, we would like to tell you something about that game, but we have no idea what happened, so...
That was something else. I mean, I assume they got to 40 minutes on the clock through like various judge calls, various weird interactions.
I mean, this interaction is not intuitive. You know, tokens not being cards and like that coming up, like it's, you know.
This game must have been crazy. I almost wish we would have seen it from the get-go.
Yeah.
Like how Raul like grinded through all those Titans.
It's not a good matchup for him game 1, that's for sure.
Oh, no, for sure not.
Let's take a look at the deck list if we can see them on the screen, because now it gets interesting. This is where Raul gets to change his deck. He gets to board out the whatever he has, Fatal Pushes, cards like that, and bring something better for the post-board game. So here's his main deck again. What are the cards that are probably getting cut?
Oh, Fatal Push.
Yep.
Hell out there. Yeah, hell. So what else? I guess he could shave a little bit on the relic, for example. Voidwalker can be used with the Thoughtseize, but otherwise it's not very good. You're correct about that. Although, actually, I take that back with the relic and Voidwalker. Nowadays, with the Aftermath Analyst, the graveyard is actually somewhat relevant. Yeah, but he can shave. Those pushes. The March is definitely staying in. And then Emperor of Bones potentially. This type of deck, like a lot of the cards are very redundant, so he can shave a little bit here and there. Here's Elishnorn.
Yeah,
Aven Interrupter, definitely coming in. The 3 copies of White Orchid Phantom, definitely coming in. And then Vindicate coming in, Exercise coming in, and I honestly kind of like the Wrath of the Skies too, because they hit the Saga, and they hit the Amulet, and I think that's going to be good enough. Although I'm not super confident in that one, but it should be all right.
What about Titan? Does Arthur get to cut something super obvious here?
So Titan has Dismember in the sideboard, Force of Vigor, Green Sun Zenith Collector, oof, Tireless Tracker. Tireless Tracker I like, it's a little bit of a grindy matchup. 6 can come in as well. In terms of stuff to board out, I mean, you can like shave a land that doesn't do much in the matchup, which would in this case be, I couldn't even tell you. I mean, maybe the Gardens or some lands that's not super relevant.
Something I want to point out, look at that Vesuva.
Yeah.
One of my favorite plays with this deck was, I was watching Alex Hayne, I think it was a GP, might have been in the top 8 or playing for the top 8. And Alex is 5 lands in play, and he has a Primeval Titan that he needs to cast next turn. He draws a Vesuva. And we're like, okay, that's it, tapped land, that's not going to do anything, right? He puts the Vesuva into play and just casts the Titan. And we're like, wait, what is going on? And he's like, well, there's an Urborg that my opponent has. and the Vesuva, you don't have to copy anything. If it comes into play copying something, then it comes into play tapped. But if you just put it into play as a blank land and just decline to do it, then it's a swamp because of Urborg. So it actually gave him an untapped play, and he was able to cast a Titan, and all of us were blown away. We're like, oh my god, that's a really cool play.
Next level. Yeah, okay, so we just saw the side, but the Dismember is good against Ketramos, good against Felia. I assume that one's going to come into the deck, especially shutting off Ketramos will make, it stops the engine, right? Then he's kind of like, then Raul is kind of reliant on having Overlord going with flicker effects to keep churning through cards. But yeah, if he doesn't have either Overlord going or, his Ketramos is dismembered, his deck becomes a lot less threatening. So I'm sure this member is going to come in, maybe some green Sanzinus Tidus Tracker 6, as I said, and then you shave a little bit here and there. You shave a land, you can shave a couple of Grazers. Grazers are not the best in grindy matchups.
Okay. Yeah, this is not a race to cast Titan on turn 2, but more about, are you going to have enough threats? So game number 2 is underway. Arthur on the play with his Titan deck. Raul starts on a shadowy backstreet. Surveil trigger is going to put Ephemerate in the graveyard, and it is back to Arthur here. What does he have? I think there's Escape Shift, looks like a Summoner Spac, nothing too crazy. You remember when this deck still had Summer Bloom? Those were the days.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That was crazy good card in that deck. He chose not to play his Rod Farm, by the way, because he doesn't want to get White Orchid Phantom, one of his bounce lands. So he's just playing the single-colored lands and then a Spelunking here on turn 3. That's a nice way of playing a fair game, but setting up nonetheless.
So trigger from the Spelunking, draw a card, extra land drop, and now he's happy to put the Rod Farm into play, bouncing an Otawara back to his hand. Let's see if Raul has the Phantom here.
He has, I think, Flicker Wisp on Witch's Enchanter, which is also nice.
Wow.
It's going to be stopping the Spelunking and preventing a Titan from coming down next turn.
Yeah, Flicker was being able to target anything. Flickers the land, so the Enchanter comes back with the front side, takes care of the Spelunking, and back to Arthur. He is up to 4 mana, though.
Oh, he has a second Otawara on the sideboard, I believe. He brought that in. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, he wants another answer to Elish Norn.
Crumbling Vestige gets bounced with the Simic Growth Chamber, and back to Raul we go.
Yeah, the big problem here is that Raul, is just not presenting much of a clock. That's sort of one of the downsides of the deck. It doesn't have much of a clock. Oh, what you can actually do is you can flicker with a bounce land, huh? And then they're forced to...
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is not bad. This is 5 power on turn 3. Like that's as good as it gets for the Orzhov deck.
I saw another flicker with, so he could do the bounce land play, and that would set Arthur back another turn. He's at 5. He could play Titan next turn. He has it in hand. The Flicker Wisp can prevent that. Oh, that's even smarter.
Wow, yeah. Okay. Explain what's going on here.
Yeah, he's gonna end step, the Flicker Wisp thing comes back and flickers its own Flicker Wisp back, and then he can exile the Growth Chamber for the entire turn,
so
taking even more mana away.
Flicker Wisp comes back at Raul's end of turn.
Yeah.
By that time, the end of turn has already started. So the bounce land he's going to flicker with the second Flicker Wisp comes back at the end of Arthur's turn.
Flicker Wisp is a sweet card, not going to lie. There's Tidus Tracker making a clue. Yeah, this is looking kind of decent for Raul, because now the Chamber comes back and it puts Arthur back a land again. But he's going to be at 5 mana, to be fair, and he's going to get another landfall trigger. Let's go.
Yeah, he does get an extra clue, but that was a pretty good play. Yeah, and Arthur is down to 15. That Tireless Tracker might be on blocking duty right now, if Raul even allows that.
I see a Solitude and a Ketramos. That's a pretty good combination. So even if Primeval Titan comes down, I mean, you can just play the fair and square game.
Wow, Arthur decides to take it. Goes down to 7 rather. 3-6. Yeah, it goes down to 7, so I mean, this game could be over very quickly.
Yeah, the Solitude in Raul's hand is good here. He's thinking about Catramos or Overlord. Catramos can draw a card immediately with the Relic here. Exile is on Ephemerate, draw a card. The Wombo combo there. Oh, he found a Thoughtseize. Oh, but he doesn't have a black land.
Yeah, no,
he could have played the Enchanter.
The Enchanter, yeah.
Maybe a little bit of a misstep. But you know, it's been a long tournament.
But like, well, at the same time, the Enchanter gives you a white card to exile into Solitude, right? It's not so obvious you want to put it into play as a land.
That's actually true, yeah.
Yeah, it's only if you really draw Thoughtseize there and you have three of them in your deck. Back to Arthur we go.
Yeah, so Arthur can go Primeval Titan. But he doesn't have an Amulet or is blunking in play, so it's just going to be sort of like a value Titan. It's going to ramp it a little bit, maybe find him a utility land that could be useful here. But he's still facing 6 power in the air. Menace, well, the Catramos is just... the Catramos is not very dangerous at this point in time. There's 2 cards in exile. But that's not very worrisome.
Okay, 6 mana. That equals Primeval Titan. Trigger on the stack. What are we going to get?
We already forgot a clue trigger. Not that it's going to matter here, but yeah. He might.
That could... Oh, no, it can't be on the stack anymore, right?
Yeah.
Cast the Titan, so we already cleared the stack.
Yeah. I see an Exercise in Raul's hand, so you can just cleanly kill the Titan without giving his opponent life. But it's not lethal, right? Because the Tireless Tracker can block the 2/2.
Tireless Tracker is one of my favorite Magic cards, by the way. Super well designed, like such a cool card. Gives you this advantage over the course of the game, but you know, nothing too crazy right away. Just, you know, dice to shock. I still remember the standard days where it was one of the better cards that, you know, allowed you to grind a long game in the collected company mirrors.
Yeah, those were the good days. I like that format a lot. But yeah, he's tapped out now. Maybe Raul can even get a win together. I don't know how that looks like. It could start with, if he draws like a March of Otherworldly Light or something, he should have the win here. But he doesn't have, he only has 1 removal right now. Oh, he drew a Vindicate. So he can exercise the Titan, draw a card with Catramos. If he draws untapped land, kill Tireless Tracker, win the game. I mean, you're going to exercise Titan anyways. So you're just going to do that, and then you have the out to win.
Yeah, Solitude not that great here because it gives your opponent life, so they would be able to survive 1 more turn.
Yeah, you don't necessarily want a Solitude. But in any case, like, Raul is in a fantastic situation here. He's keep drawing cards. He has a bunch of instant speed interaction. I mean, Amulet Titan is a very broken deck, but it needs that Titan to sort of get going, to copy it with Mirror Pool, you know, to go through all of that. You know, that's one of the main game plans. It's reliant on creatures.
Wow, so he does go for the Solitude. Exiling Vindicate. So I'm going to exile your Tracker. You can gain some life. I'm going to draw a card with my Catramos.
Oh, it was a land, actually. So if he would have gone with the other line, I'm pretty sure I saw an exercise. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it was not an exercise. I mean, this is also great for him. He gets the Solitude back, likely. Oh, I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to give us... Yeah, that's also a way to win. He can just pop the Relic now to get up to 7 cards, and then he has Menace and 10 power, unblockable.
Okay.
So this is another way of winning the game. Yeah.
Overlord of the Baelmerk mills a bunch of cards. Now we have the Relic. Raul just confirming the life totals. Let's crack the Relic. Everything gets exiled. Oh no, exile my own card first.
He's going for the extra value. Draw another card.
Yeah, let's give myself more, you know, an extra look at the extra card. Give myself more options. Now we're gonna pop the Relic. Catramos is activated as a 4/4 and attack for 10. Congratulations to Raul Porion. You said it wasn't much of a clock, but yeah, it turns out it was.
Yeah, no, I mean, the flicker was, the second flicker was so backbreaking. I mean, that
was a really cool play.
Yeah, for sure. Flicker was a cool card to play with.
That was a really cool play. Yeah, we're like, okay, he's gonna set him back by 1 land, and then bam, he actually completely removed the bounce land basically from the equation for the entire turn. So That slowed him down quite a bit, and in the end, that was exactly what Raul needed to win the game.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Like honestly, it's just I'm smiling right now a little bit because like Raul like literally texted me like a week and a half ago, like you know anything about Modern, you know, like do you know anybody I could borrow a deck with? And I posted in the Modern group that I'm in, like, hey, can anybody borrow, you know?
Yeah.
Like first I asked Katarina actually, who made 11th place also, and she was able to give him Boros, but he was like, Boros is not so good. He played a little bit on Magic Online via Mana Traders, and then he decided this also Blink deck was good, and actually. You know, Dorian, a Berlin local player, borrowed him the entire deck. So yeah, it's just wild. And now he's in the finals of the tournament that I'm here commentating.
Good stuff. Yeah. Let's take a quick look at the bracket just so we know what we're going to see in the finals. You know, what happened in the top 8. Give you a quick reminder where we are in the tournament. So this is the Modern Spotlight Series. We're here in Utrecht. This is the top 8 bracket. And currently, we have gotten to the finals. We have both of our finalists. Raul Porion, you just saw him on the screen playing Black-White Blink. And he's going to be up against Alberto Machado, who is playing...
Breach.
Breach, right. The deck to beat.
Yeah, the Ursa Saga deck.
So basically, the 2 most played decks in the field.
Yeah. Facing off in the finals.
Facing off in the finals.
And Raul has actually faced this matchup 5 times in the Swiss. And he only lost once. So
yeah, for one against Breach.
Just win it in. He had to beat Stefan Schütz, you know. So he's experienced in the matchup now.
Yeah, he said he played against some really good players.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I mean, I haven't played Modern in a while, but I'm kind of still learning my deck. But it wasn't an easy path through the tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's see.
We have an interview coming up.
No, I think we're ready to go on a break. And it's not going to be a long one, just a quick break before we set up for the finals, give the players a little bit of time to, you know, catch their breath, celebrate that they have made the finals. And yeah, we're going to be back in just a few moments with Philippa and Simon, who are going to cast the finals for you guys, so don't go anywhere.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Okay, so we're sitting here with Kevin and Kian, dad and son, visiting today. How are you doing? Are you having a good time?
Yeah, we're definitely having a good time. So we already played some matches. And how did it go?
Not so good. No.
Oh, we lost. We lost all our 3 rounds.
Yeah, but sometimes it's participating that matters and not the winning. So it's quite cute to see a dad and his son here. What have you been playing today?
So we played Two-Headed Giant.
Yes.
Because that's also something that we both can do at the same time. So he can help me when I make mistakes.
Yes.
So yeah.
Dad, you're missing triggers. Come on, pay attention. That's what you do.
Yeah. You're helping Dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you play a lot together?
Yes. So at home we play also Magic Arena, but we also have our own decks where we play at night, right?
Yeah.
What is your deck?
Kleur van je deck.
Green, blue.
Yeah, so Simic. I love playing Simic. So big animals and a lot of drawing, counter spells. Yes, very cool. So how long have you been playing for?
3 years.
3 years? How old are you?
10.
But it's English and you're Dutch. You're just really smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So do you have any other plans for the weekend?
For today, maybe I'm still going to do a draft and he can sit next to me and then we're going to drive home again.
I mean, it's such a dream to have, I would love to have my mom play Magic the Gathering with me. You're so lucky. Yeah, you're so lucky. Okay, well, have a really good time, Kevin and Kian.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Magic Spotlight series here in Utrecht. The format is modern, and we are down to the final round. Almost 1,006 players arrived here yesterday, and we are about to see the last two standing and declare here a winner of this first European Spotlight event. I'm Philippa, joined by Simon Nielsen. I just want to give a big shout out to Lisa here doing the interviews all weekend. I really enjoyed this one here. And Simon, the kid was 10, but I think in 8 years you have competition, a CIMIC player here going to try to dethrone you.
I'll be like, you know, an old man at 40 and just losing to the young kids coming up to the scene, already doing, just playing a ton of Magic. And yeah, I always remember that when I started, had been playing for a while, I always was envious of the people who had been playing since they were kids, because I started playing when I was 16, and so I felt like I was 10 years behind on my competition. So yeah, just get a head start.
Start early to learn Magic, and I mean, it's never too late to start. We see a lot of players doing well, and speaking of players doing well, our finalists here, I have to start with Raul that we just watched playing these Orzhov Blink deck. I think kind of the deck of the weekend at this point, making it here into the final, playing against Alberto, playing Temur Breach, which I feel like it was the deck to beat coming here to this tournament. So tell us a bit about both these deck lists and how do you think this is going to play off?
Yeah, so Alberto here, also known as Baku91 on Magic Online, is actually someone who has played 3 Pro Tours before, and is now qualified for his 4th one. Very happy to qualify for the Pro Tour Final Fantasy. I think Alberto is specifically quite happy that Raul managed to beat the Amulet player last round here in Arthur, because as Alberto wrote in his player interview, he thinks Amulet of Vigor is easily the best artifact and the best deck in Modern, and so I think he's quite happy to dodge that one here in this finals, not even thinking that his Breach deck is the best deck.
And I mean, dodging that Amulet Titan, but honestly, these Orzhov Blink can do some serious cool stuff.
In the last 3 Swiss rounds, Raul decimated 3 great Breach players. He took care of, I'm pretty sure he took care of Nils von Poran and also Stefan Schütz. So, you know, Raul is, not shy of playing against this deck. He knows all the angles and the tools that his deck can provide him. He's really aware of all these options that his black-white deck gives him. That's exactly why he chose this deck, to get to play with all these options of interaction. And the deck is actually chock full of ways to interact with the Breach deck. A lot of hateful permanents, a lot of annoying stuff that is difficult for Breach to work around in different ways. Stuff like just ephemerating your Witch Enchanter to deal with a Breach, using Bogger Trawler to attack the graveyard. You see the deck here has 4 copies of Relic of Progenitor's main deck as additional graveyard hate, on top of the 3 Emperor of Bones and the Dorothy Voidwalker. All of these things are in the deck here to work with Ketramos, the new breakout card from Aetherdrift. Is super sought after mythic that is, when you combine that with Relic of Progenitors and Emperor of Bones, that's a way where you can just draw a bunch of extra cards each turn whenever a card leaves a graveyard, and quite quickly get your 4/4 Menace Lifelink indestructible creature online. So really slotting quite well into this black-white Blink deck that we've already seen. People moving away from Aethervial and towards Thoughtseizes in this deck, making it more interactive, but still using the same core of Overlord of the Baelmerc and Phalia and Flickerwiz to blink that one.
I really love when things like this happen. So in this case, Ketramos adding a lot of value to a deck that was already existing and playing, making it even more competitive. But in Prague, before Ketramos was legal in Modern, we saw already this deck doing good stuff.
Yes.
And we have here now Alberto's list, and now Simon. We see players getting different approaches to this deck. Is this pretty much what we are seeing these days? I feel like the 1 Grape Shot and 1 Jace as win condition has been often what we see here this weekend. Is anything here different from the previous rounds?
It's not super different. We've definitely seen it in other rounds as well, but the 2 copies of Flame of Anor main deck is notable. This works with Tamio and Emery, as both of those are wizards, and so you have this extremely powerful kill a creature and draw 2 cards, kill an artifact, draw 2 cards, or kill a creature and an artifact, all contained in 1 instant. So it doesn't really help too much with the main game plan. Other people in this slot tend to play preordain that can help you find the combo, but instead it just adds, like, helps this other angle of the deck where you just try and play with a card advantage from Emery and Tamio, and Flame of Anor fitting perfectly into that game plan.
And Simon, I wanted to ask you, before we saw this deck playing always with Thassa's Oracle as the win con, why do you think it has shifted to this version here and stopped playing this Thassa's Oracle?
Yeah, so in the past, you've chosen to play Thassa's Oracle over Jace, I think for some very specific reasons regarding, like, the mana cost, or that, like, you could like, there was sometimes, like, you would be able to save your Thassa's Oracle by just playing it out of the graveyard to avoid it being exiled from removal, and then later you had to, like, find some way to bounce it and replay it. So that's, like, all a very, like, complex way to do it. You could just make it much better by having Grape Shot and Jace, having two different win cons, and you don't have to care about one of them getting exiled, because you can just win with the other one. And then Jace is better as a card draw engine you could play, and Grape Shot is better as an occasional removal spell. And you want them to have different names because of surgical extraction.
And from all the bridge players that we saw here, because on day one it was the most played deck with 12% of the field, there is one remaining, and which is Alberto, and we had one in the top 8. So let's...
One more in the top 8.
One more in the top 8, exactly. So let's see how this plays out. I'm really curious to see who we declare here as the winner of this first Spotlight Series in Europe. We already announced the next one, so are you excited, Simon, to go to the next Spotlight Series event?
Yeah, Liverpool sounds like, a great place for Magic. Like, there's also, of course, not just the European ones. We also see the one in Denver coming up in the US, actually. Here we see Spotlight Dragons in Denver, April 11th. The Spotlight Secret Lair in Indianapolis. This is news to me, but that's happening in May 30th. And I, do wonder what do you like, what that name indicates of the format. That's very interesting. And then we still don't have the names for the one in Chiba, but it's very exciting that they're expanding from the initially announced 5 Spotlight events this year, adding a 6th one in Chiba, Japan. Really, like, also serving, like, that incredible Japanese community with so many people. We had 2 Japanese content creators coming into this event, actually making day 2, both of them, traveling all the way, and yeah, I definitely love the Japanese community. So much joy. And then we have Liverpool in England. A great destination to travel to. I've been to quite a few tournaments in Liverpool already. It's easy to get to, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what that event will bring. I mean, whether I'll be in the seats sweating and playing, or if I'll be here just relaxing and talking to you.
I'm going to have to admit, Simon, I am very curious to also see how the other Spotlights series are going, like the other events. In this case, Denver, I'm kind of with this FOMO, the fear of missing out, not the card, but the feeling.
Yeah. Because it's a limited one.
Yes, I love limited, and it's like, maybe I should go, just play, have fun. And we see here in this one in Utrecht, a lot of people, as you said, from other places coming here together. So it seems like such a fun event to be part of, and anyone at home can be part here, can take that chance. And we got 8 players into the Pro Tour this weekend.
We did, yeah, and they all seem like super happy to qualify. Some of them have played Pro Tours before, most of them haven't actually, and just excited to get their first Pro Tour debate, or as you see with Alberto here, excited for specifically the Final Fantasy Pro Tour. Just the love of, like, the great thing about having these Universes Beyond sets where you can hit very specific fan groups.
Yeah, that's true. I'm also very excited to see. And the difference from the RCs, because we have casted RCs before, even us together last time in Prague, and I feel like the biggest difference that I find from the RCs and this event is exactly what you are saying, that a lot of these players are qualifying here for the first time for the Pro Tour, and it has been a dream of them for a long time. In the RC, a lot of times that also can happen, but more often we see players as like, yeah, I'm already qualified for the Pro Tour, or I qualified before, or I'm here to just try to get that world invite, or just for the prizes. We even in these events have usually sometimes players already qualified in one case, we had one player making it into the top 8, I think, that was already qualifying for the World Championship and playing just, to play there and to be part of it. So very good to see new players coming into the scene, and we have to highlight that because I feel like it's important that people at home realize that these can be accessible for everyone that wants to come here and play.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the great thing about these open tournaments. You just gotta have a free weekend, and then you can come join us for the party. Don't even need to play in the main event if you don't want that. There's plenty of side events going on as well. So yeah, you even bring your son if you have one. Yeah, that's apparently very possible. So yeah. Just a great celebration this weekend.
Very exciting stuff, and we are going to see even more. The final is coming. It's always a very exciting time to be where players are waiting all weekend for this moment. And they had to go through a lot because I'm going to remind you, Simon, yesterday we had 9 rounds of closed deck list. And now switching on day 2 into an open deck list tournament. How do players also go through this switch of going from a mentality of this is a closed deck list to a mentality, oh, now this is open deck list?
Yeah, so most players probably would have prepared in a closed decklist environment, playtesting on Magic Online. And so, honestly, I think it's more like this. It might have been a lot of players today, their first time playing with open decklist and getting used to, what are you supposed to look for? Are you just supposed to see their archetype, or are you supposed to remember exactly all the cards they have? In reality, the answer is somewhere in between. You try to remember the ones that are specifically relevant against your strategy. And you can try and capitalize on knowing exactly what their sidebar cards are. So, there's a lot of advantages to be gained from open decklist, but it does take a little bit of getting used to.
And what do you prefer to play, Simon? Open
decklist, every time. It is so much nicer to make have good, nice, clean decisions without any guesswork. It's always so awkward where do they even have a Wrath of God in their deck? I guess maybe they could. Should I play around that? How many percentages does that add? It's such a mess to make those decisions. If you just know what's there and they know what you have, it's just you're just playing clean, pure Magic without any, I sometimes I feel like I might as well, make my decisions randomly when I'm in closed deck list, and you have to, figure out if it's if they have one card or the other, and yeah, it feels a lot more smooth and clean.
Very nice to hear. I know some people prefer closed deck lists, others prefer open deck lists. I feel like it's nice that we had the chance here to see both and see how the players prepared for both. And again, the Spotlight Series events being an opportunity for everyone at home. By the way, let us know at home, Twitch and YouTube, because we are actually also live streaming on YouTube.
We are, yeah.
Let us know where you are watching us from. I'm always curious to see. I think as it goes later in the day, we get more people from America, Brazil. It's always nice to see where everyone is watching us from. I'm sure a lot of the players that played here, they're already at home because now we only have the finalists left, and some people supporting already watching as well the coverage here, and maybe they will go on YouTube and rewind, see their matches, which is always a fun thing to see every time that you get the chance to be on coverage. Another reason to come to these events.
Ooh, and here we have our finalist players here. This is it. They're playing for $10,000 as well as 24 booster boxes of Magic, of Modern Horizons sets. 12 of Modern Horizons 2, 12 of Modern Horizons 3. That is so many booster boxes.
They call it the Spotlight Series Modern for a reason.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Giving a lot of Modern Horizons boxes, that's an amazing prize. Of course, we also had a $50,000 prize pool, a lot of things on stake. Also, beautiful Cauldron Complete promo card for the top 128
Yeah,
players.
128. Everyone in the tournament got a Cauldron promo, and the top 128 got a foil version of it. So that's going to be, a nice, cool card. Maybe you have people interested in that. For what if they're trying to bling out a hammer deck, or have a cool, a cool commander deck based around Kembaka region, for instance, probably slots right into that. So there's a lot of cool applications for these cards, and there's only 128 foil copies of this in the world.
You know what's funny? That a friend that I have here in the tournament was already out for almost everything, but just kept playing. It's if I can only get the Cauldron Complete, I would be happy. Yeah. And he ended up 128th place.
Oh, that is destiny.
Just
right
keep
there.
Playing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm going to make it, but I'll keep playing it. And sometimes you just get the luck. And yeah, I mean, got that beautiful card that now he's going to be able to put in his decks. Players shuffling up here. Not sure who is going to be on the play here.
So if we talk a little bit about the matchup, and what are the tools that the Blink deck has to play with in the matchup. By the way, to answer your question, it's going to be Alberto on the play. You see he has one more point with the draw there, the second draw.
So higher on the standings.
And that means he's higher on the standings and gets to play first. But yeah, the axis of interaction here is, of course, the 3 copies of Relic of Progenitus, as well as the Emperor of Bones, like tagging that graveyard. You do have 3 copies of Witch Enchanter, which specifically you want to combine with Ephemerate. So you have a way to kill the breach on your opponent's turn, because otherwise Witch Enchanter only works as sorcery speed. And on top of that, you also have 2 copies of March of Otherworldly Light. That is another answer for just a single mana can get rid of a breach. So it's not actually going to be that easy for Alberto to combo in this matchup. And we actually saw Stefan Schütz win the matchup by playing a very, very early breach on like turn 3 and just drawing 4 to 5 cards with it just for value.
Yep.
And passing the turn, and then never finding another breach in the rest of the game and still winning. And so and I think that was a calculated plan. Just saying that it's so hard for me to actually combo in this matchup through all the annoying disruption from Raul. I'm just going to make sure that if I have a window where I can cast in my breach for some card advantage, it's probably better, and I can just try and win the fair way with Urza Saga.
Absolutely, and here Alberto starting with Tamiyo, another great card. This card has surprised me a lot. We see it flip very easily in this Temur Breach deck. We even saw an ultimate this weekend. And just a very nice card to have. Fatal Push right away. Raul recognizing.
For this world. Yeah, this also Blink deck now adopting Thought Seizes and Fatal Pushes, making it much more of the classic mid-range style instead of having to rely on Ethervial tricks. And you really see it pay off here for this deck. I think it got a lot better.
Another one.
Oh yeah, that's the big punish. Whenever you try to kill the first one and there's just a second. There is a Solitude in Raul's hand, so there is another answer. But question is, how much longer can he afford to just trade like this? Trading his cards for Alberto's cards is not very, it's not very fruitful.
There's the Relic here, already exiling the Tamiyo in the graveyard, so that can start exiling cards. And this deck just have so many ways to exile that I'm wondering, and Frank Carson would be the perfect person to answer that. What's the win rate against Breach? But now we have that Solitude that you were talking about, getting rid of that second Tamiyo.
Yeah, so Raul says, it is worth it for me to go after these card advantage things. I mean, what's the alternative? The Tamiyo is going to attack and create card advantage for my opponent. Might as well just 2-for-1 myself now, rather than eventually having to use that Solitude in the future anyways. So that's the play you see from Raul here. And I also want to highlight something very important that Raul did. And I guess not very important, but like a small optimization thing. Relic of Progenitus is not targeted graveyard hate. The opponent always gets to choose which card they exile. So if they have more cards in their graveyard, they're going to have more choice and be better informed to make better decision. No matter which card you would rather exile from their graveyard, you should just always activate the Relic as early as possible while their graveyard is as small as possible. The reason for this is that then you just rob your opponent of a choice and just make sure that if they exile something random, that's better than them choosing something. And if they exile a card that they only have one of in graveyard because they're forced to, that's better than, waiting until the end of turn where there's a land and a Haywire Might in the graveyard, and Alberto can choose which one he would rather keep.
So very different, from Soul Guided Lantern, another different strategy here on how to use this. So we are starting here. Alberto as the Grinding Breach into play. Grinding Station.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't called this card Defense Grid all day.
Yeah, that's true.
I did that all the time in Prague.
Yeah.
Every single time it came down.
I don't know why now every time that I see this card, it's always for me a Grinding Breach.
Yeah, that's the nickname. But yeah, I think notably the Grinding Station in this matchup is quite a poor card. Because if you are not going to get the avenues to combo, it doesn't actually do anything. Like, it can still threaten the combo with sometimes, you manage to get yourself in a spot where you can top deck a Breach and win the game that way. But whenever you're trying to win the fairway, like we saw Stefan doing, the grinding station does very, very little. And here we see again the second relic coming down, using them both immediately as you're supposed to, and just clearing out the graveyard for Alberto, making it hard for the actual Breach to not only do a combo thing, but also just function as a card advantage engine.
Playing a land here, and these lands actually are very interesting because you obviously can blink them to make the other side come true.
Yes, that's a very nice interaction with specifically Flicker Wisp, where you can blink your own land, but then because it's a double-sided card, it will come back as the front side, which is a creature and will have an enter the battlefield effect. And here we see Malevolent Rumble, which can pick up that Breach, kind of getting Alberto closer to the combo, but is that even really what he wants to be doing? Maybe you just want an Emery, but Emery is also shut down by these relics. It's actually kind of hard for Alberto to navigate in this position.
And I have to say, Rumble has been one of the cards for me of the tournament. We saw it in multiple decks like the Eldrazi one as well, and being able to provide a lot of value and making decks more consistent. Now we have the Emery here.
Yeah, gonna mill a bit, but the relics, of course, are not going to prevent Emery from getting stuff back from the graveyard. Rumble, as you say, certainly one of the cards of all time.
Yeah, and here Relics not being great, even with 2.
Yeah, so since Raul had 2 relics and is lacking pressure, it makes a lot of sense to crack one of them right now. You're already denying value by removing those 2 artifacts from the graveyard, and you just want to like dig deeper through your deck and try to find a bit more opportunity to pressure the opponent. And here we see a Dorothy Voidwalker. That is a strong card in the matchup.
Voidwalker is a very good card because now everything gets exiled with a Void counter instead of going to the graveyard.
But Shadow on the Voidwalker does mean that it cannot block non-shadow creatures. It kind of lives in this like other realm, just, you know, it's, you know, hiding where the light doesn't shine. And the light certainly doesn't shine on Alberto right now as he takes 3 points of damage from this Dorothy Voidwalker. The clock has started. And the clock is important because no matter how much disruption you put down, if Breach gets time, eventually it will wiggle its way out of it. Sort of like a... Houdini type character that is, you know, constrained in all sorts of weird manners, but still managed to break out of all the locks. And that's exactly what the Breach deck can do if you give it time. But as soon as you start attacking them, well, now, you know, there's only 5, you know, 6 more turns before that Dorothy kills you, and so you gotta actually hurry up in your ability to either end the game or take care of this Dorothy or advance your game plan in some other way.
Exactly, and we see Alberto's hand. I think I saw an Underworld Breach. So also a couple more cards there, but that Relic of Progenitus exiling all the graveyard now makes this Emery not great. We do see that Mishra's Bubble.
Yeah, so obviously Bubble and Emery is a combo, but it doesn't actually... I mean, it doesn't really work against 2 copies of Graveyard Hate. So the Bubble is just going to draw another card, and, you know, it's better than drawing a land, but just getting Alberto a bit deeper into the deck. But right now, he would need to find, first of all, one of his main deck answers to that Dorothy. And second of all, also find an answer to the Relic, or some ways, like an Ursa Saga, for instance, would probably be one of the best draws for Alberto here.
Yeah. So let's see here. We have Thoughtseize. Let's see what we are able to reveal from Alberto's side here. So everything will have a Void counter. And Alberto deciding whether he would like to respond to that or not.
So yeah, the Alberto deciding, are you going to counter the Thoughtseize with a Swan Song? It's probably not a good idea, giving Royal that extra creature to attack you with. And we've definitely seen Breach players die in the past to their 2/2 flying bird token. So yeah, Alberto declining on that, just saying, yeah, you can take my Swan Song, I guess. The Swan Song is somewhat important in that it can counter the March of Otherworldly Light in Royal's hand. if that were to come into play. March, of course, an answer to the Ursa Saga that I just mentioned as a potentially good draw for Alberto.
We also saw this card before go badly for the player that played it.
Exactly, yes. That's why you're not supposed to just counter the Thoughtseize here with that Swan Song. You just take too much damage if you do so. Another card that Alberto was really looking forward to drawing when he had that Emery, and I actually think that's why he picked Emery and why Raoul killed the Emery, is Flame of Anor. And so having that Wizard in play and that enabling you to kill Dorothy Voidwalker and draw 2 cards would have been quite strong. But at the moment, it does kill the Voidwalker, but just trades 1 for 1 and doesn't really get you any far ahead. I actually, like, honestly, this also Blink deck seems pretty nice in the matchup, and it's a big surprise to me that it even would be. But Raoul has been crushing the Breach decks left and right.
Again, I would be very curious to see after this end of the day exactly what is the win rate of this Orzhov Blink versus Temur Breach, because it seems like the deck is equipped and doing well against it.
Absolutely. It certainly helps a lot that you have 4 copies of Relic of Genesis main deck, and it's taking out further with Dorothy Voidwalker and Emperor of Bones even. So
Spell Snare goes into the void.
Certainly not a good time to be playing a graveyard combo deck these days.
And I mean, here things are not looking too good for Alberto, but let's see Rumble. That can be...
Yeah, so again, trying to maybe like find a Saga, but there is a March in Raoul's hand to deal with that. Fighting a Tamio would be a good way, so like you could get some card advantage. But this, you know, like I was talking about the clock here, and the game can't just go this slowly for that long. The Dorothy is going to kill Alberto in 3 turns. And you need to find an answer to it, and your deck has precious few answers. There's the 1 Grave Shot, and there's 1 Lightning Bolt, and the 2 Flame of Anor.
So let's see here.
Not very many answers, and a blocker don't work. Like, it's not just going to be enough to throw an Eldrazi spawn in front of it, because the spawn does not live in the Shadow Realm. It lives in our world, it lives under our beds, but the Dorothy Voidwalker lives where we cannot see, and that's how it gets to hit for 3 damage each turn.
Each turn, and I mean, this has been slowly but surely, as you said before, attacking for 3 every turn, and now Alberto is in a very real clock, and things are not looking too great, needing to find one of those answers that you mentioned. And let's see here as well what Raoul is able to get, maybe even a way to pressure even further.
Yeah, Raoul doesn't really need like additional pressure, but something like a Flicker would be a very nice card here. Just like kind of doubling the clock and saying, yeah, you're just dead next turn. And even also bringing a Bugger Trawler with it as just an additional 3/1 attacker. So that's certainly relevant.
I think a Solitude was the top deck there.
Yeah, that was, by the way, the card draw from Mistress Bauble there that Alberto did on Raoul's upkeep. So yeah, you're down to 6 life now. Do you have one of the answers? I see 3 copies of Breach in hand, and here's finally that Ursa Saga, but it's just not going to be fast enough. You're going to die before you get to find that Ether Spell Bomb. And all these Breaches in hand just don't do anything. We also saw Zephyr should lose the same way, and here we see a Solitude coming down, take care of the Eldrazi spawn, and attack for 6 damage. Yep, this is how you do it. Just make the game completely miserable for the Team of Breach player, and you can just win that way by slowly extracting their life total.
What a game, and here are Orzhov Blink players starting with a win, but we are going to have a game 2, and I'm curious to see the sideboards of these players and how they are preparing. I mean, I'm sure here that Raoul was expecting going against Temur Breach, so very excited to see. Let's see the sideboard here. Anything, Simon, that you think will be particularly good against this matchup?
Yeah, so we've seen Aven Interrupter as a really sweet card. Not only does it do the things it normally does, which is just act as a sort of like delay spell. You play it as a flyer, edge pressure, and then whatever you play, they can't play it this turn, and they have to pay 2 mana for it next turn by plotting that card. But it's also a hate piece against Breach, because it also says cards you cast from the graveyard cost 2 more to cast, and that's exactly what the Underworld Breach is trying to do. So that card being just an excellent hate piece here and pressure, this seems like an incredible card in the matchup. On top of that, you also have Drenith Magistrate, Thalia, you have Stony Silence, Deafening Silence, just so much silence.
Oh, wow. I mean...
yeah, and all these ways to, you know, you can deal with Ursa Saga with the White Orchid Phantom. If if Alberto does not play 2 basic lands, I think there is the mountain in the sideboard here for the breach deck. So it's very possible that Alberto is forced to bring in the mountain here, so that he can, so that if he has drawn the island, the phantoms don't end up being just straight up land destruction. But it's also possible there's a bit of an open decklist mind game here, where Alberto says, okay, you know I have 2 basic lands. It might not be worth it for you to bring in your White Orchid Phantoms.
And we have the full sideboard here now with some Ledger Shredder. We have also Vampire's Vengeance, Dismember, Consigned to Memory, which actually was the most played card of the tournament, Simon.
It really was, yeah. I want to highlight the Ledger Shredder as well, because Alberto said that Ledger was very good for him this weekend, especially in the grindy matchups, and you just saw what happened there. Like, imagine this game, but there's a Ledger Shredder in play. It's a completely different game, and you actually have a lot of ways to maneuver in that scenario. You could discard your additional Underworld Breaches, and you can block or attack with this quite powerful card. So that's not something we often see in these breach deck lists, but I kind of like the idea of running Ledger Shredder in this breach list.
Yeah, and Raul that I think picked up Modern quite recently, right?
Yes, yeah, so Raul, obviously a veteran of the game, like frequently makes rank 1 Mythic in Limited on Arena. And so he has just, been with the game for so long, and of course has also been playing Modern for more than almost anyone in the room. 5 days. 5 days is the amount of time that Raul has been familiar with the Modern format. Started
all it takes?
Yeah, last weekend. Just started trying out some decks. Tried out Breach, nah, didn't like it. Tried out Eldrazi, nah, didn't like it. Tried out Storm, ugh, no, what is this? Then tried the Black-White Blink deck, and it was like, oh.
And it's working perfectly. I mean, Raul here in 5 days could conquer Modern. What can happen in 1 year?
Yeah, maybe he can build Rome. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. Really nice played by Raul all weekend, that now is only 1 win away from being the champion here of our first European Spotlight Series event. Very exciting. And I mean, Raul must be ecstatic. On the other side, Alberto also really wanting to make it into the win. I mean, you have come so far. Almost 1,600 players registered for this tournament, came here to play. There's only 2 left. And now we're like, I already did all of this, so I just have to win this match to be able to be crowned the winner, because it's something that stays with you forever.
It really is. And actually, Alberto, as I mentioned earlier, Baku91 on Magic Online, someone who is a grinder and almost qualified for the Magic Online Championship recently, but lost in the finals in the Legacy format, and is now trying to not lose the finals yet again here against Raul. So back against the wall, though, if Alberto wants to win, has to win both post-board games.
It's not going to be an easy task, but I'm sure Alberto is eager to do it. And let's see what player here is crowned the winner and gets that beautiful trophy. Simon, how many trophies do you have?
I mean, I have to get like a new. It's like I'm starting to have to put them in layers on my, on my showcase.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's. Yeah.
What a problem. I have too many trophies to showcase. I mean, now I have to get a new... I mean, how am I going to do that? Like,
I have like, I don't know, like 5, 6, 7, something in that range, depending on which you count. But yeah, so it's a good amount. But and one of these players will also have one quite sweet trophy of the Spotlight Series. Like this is also the second ever Spotlight Series event, right? Think about in like 10, 20 years, when we'll, recall back on history and we'll be like, oh yeah, Alberto Machado or Raul Porovan, the winner of the second ever Spotlight Series event. And it's the same as like, there was we've been talking about some of the old school players coming in here, and someone mentioned the winner of the first European Grand Prix back in 1997. And that's the same vibe that this could be in the future, right? Because this is the start of a new tournament series.
That's true. Oh,
so
yeah.
There's something like remarkable about this too. This is the first European Spotlight Series.
Yeah, one day you can tell your grandkids, back in 2025, I won the Magic Spotlight Series Modern in Utrecht.
You can tell your grandkids this was the Pro Tour.
And we have that trophy there to prove that indeed they made it so far. And I mean, the 24 booster boxes of Modern Horizon sets also don't earn, right? And all the cash involved as well in winning the first place. Just a lot of rewards for getting the win, and of course an interview with Lise. So
yeah, that's always nice. That's what I play for, is the interview.
Is it your favorite part of a tournament?
Yeah, no, I don't care about the prizes. I don't care about the qualifications or the trophy. I only care about the winners.
But I have to ask maybe Cedric if he can confirm this, but I would assume you're a very easy person to interview.
I mean, maybe, depending on, like, if you like interviewing and like the part where you're asking questions, then maybe not, because I just talk. And yeah, really don't need much to get me going, but it's always fun, and I like doing it.
You do the full party by yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. And let's see here, players getting ready for this post-sideboarded game 2. And different from the Pro Tours, right? Because it's still best of 3. I know that in Pro Tours it's best of 5. How does these like long games feel like?
Honestly, you don't really feel it until it's done. You just feel like the energy and the adrenaline really keeps you going for quite a while. And so it's only like after you stand up and it's been 2.5 hours and you're dizzy and like the room is spinning and you realize, oh my god, I won a quarterfinals. Like that's, that's when it hits you, and then you have to go play another match. Usually it doesn't take 2.5 hours, but sometimes it can.
I don't know how you do it.
I have a theory. I wonder if Alberto is boarding out some number of breaches.
Oh.
Because we've seen how bad they were in this game to draw 3 copies of it when they're bad. We saw Stefan like see all 4 copies and lose because of it. I wonder if you just don't want to draw too many. I mean, you obviously still leave some in your deck so that you can't draw it. But when a card is really bad in multiples, that's usually when we decide to not play 4 copies in our deck. We decide to play 2 or 3. And so it's possible that Alberto is trying to shift his deck with these ledger shredders and play this more fair game plan and using the breach just as a card draw effect that sometimes works and sometimes won't. And that doesn't sound like a 4-off to me. Maybe even boarding out down to like 1 grinding station as well.
Oh wow, so going a bit light on the combo plan and just maybe focusing more on the other win conditions that we saw here all weekend long. I have to say, I think I saw a lot of breach players winning with constructs.
Yes, it's quite, I mean, that's why the deck is so good, is because it's so versatile. And in a matchup where you're really under the gun in one game plan, you can try and shift and focus on the other game plan.
So we are starting here. Alberto now on the play after losing game 1. We have Tamio turn 1. We saw how good his card is, especially when it's able to flip.
Yep, and that's also why we just kill it immediately.
And it's like a rewind of the first game.
We also see this sweet deck from Roll, just fully foil. Like, can you imagine like picking up the format in 5 days and just acquiring yourself a fully foil deck in that time?
Yeah.
That's
maybe it's from a friend, we don't know.
Well, yeah, maybe. Is that a Tamio and no second lander from Alberto? So
wow.
This does tell me something, right? Alberto chose to keep this hand despite only having 1 land because it has a huge upside. And in this case, I think Alberto saw Tamio and Spell Snare as huge upsides, and even the backup Tamio, so that you can play it through Fatal Push. So, and also this Ledger Shredder. Like, this hand is just much better equipped at playing the fair game. Like, there's no breach inside. There's no, like, there's no Ursa Saga. You're not really vulnerable to very much here. Sure, the Graveyard Hate can hit specifically Emery, but if they don't have the Graveyard Hate, the Emery is going to be great. And if they have the Graveyard Hate, it's just 1 card it's trading with. Stony Silence, what does that do against this hand? I guess it shuts off the clues from Tamio, but you can still flip it off the card draw from Ledger Shredder sometimes. So it's just, this hand is just pretty solid, and it really puts Raoul in a puzzle. Which card are you going to have to take? And yeah, since you just don't have an answer to the Emery at the moment with no Graveyard Hate, I gotta take that one out of the equation. Just the attack with Tamio and another land could put that Emery into play and spell doom for you.
So that means that Alberto now has the Vampire's Vengeance, Ledger Shredder, a Dismember, I believe, and also Spell Snare?
Yes. Those are the cards remaining. The Vampire's Vengeance is quite interesting. That's not one I expected to see, neither like in the format or in the matchup, but it makes sense that it's a hate card against Boros Energy that also works against this Orzhov deck, because you can catch stuff like Ophelia before it gets to attack. Whereas a Pyroclasm doesn't seem very good in the matchup to me because it's sorcery speed and it's too easy for the Blink deck to try to navigate around it.
And some people curious on why this Vampire Vengeance instead of something like Pyroclasm. It's just because of that blood token?
No, it's because of the instant speed.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So that's the big difference there, being able to catch flash creatures or respond to an ephemerate sometimes with that effect. There's a lot of ways you can work it.
That makes a lot of sense. So Vampire's Vengeance being still in Alberto's hand, that's something we have to keep in mind. But I mean, the mana is not there, and
still
is
missing
just
the
going
land
to start.
drop.
VPK on the land, but
a Swan Song!
Okay, there's a counter.
Swan Song drawn for turn that was not in hand. That's the card. For sure, Raul would have thought to use that away. But yeah, Alberto gets to still keep his land around. You saw the confidence with which Raul played that Vindicate.
Even me, for a second, I was like, okay, this is going to be game. But actually, that Tamio now attacks, blocking with the bird, because why not?
Let's see a Giant Growth? No? Okay. Oh, I see a Grape Shot was picked up from Alberto here, so that's not very good. Certainly not what you want to draw in this position here. And so the risk of keeping a one-lander here, you identify an upside. I'd say that the upside is big enough that you are fine with missing your second land drop for at least one turn and maybe more. Now we're at the point where Alberto is no longer like fine with missing this land drop, and the gamble has like not paid off here. Of course, the Tamio is not that good of a card if you don't hit your land drops to go with these clues, and so this is a really tough spot now. Like with Raul, a game up. I mean, you know, here's a Nature's Claim, and I guess you could take care of the relic, but it just gets to draw a card anyways.
I think that Raul has Elesh Norn in hand, so one more land being able to deploy that.
That's another one that actually disrupts the combo as well, because it denies the untapped triggers from Grinding Station. I did the same thing. You just did. Oh no, I want to go back to my defense grid days. This is more embarrassing.
Oh wow, and Nature's Claim here, we see it on the screen. Alberto does have access to this card, but
there's actually something really funny here. The Tamio has stopped attacking because Alberto is like, well, I mean, I'm not gonna like need all of these clears.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd rather block the bird token that I had to give my opponent to keep my single land in play.
I mean, at least Tamio does block that bird pretty well.
I honestly wish that the Vindicate had resolved and Raul had played a pest control and we would have the perfect victory. All right, so here's the relic being cracked here. Just Raul trying to look for a bit more pressure now that Tamio has decided to stay on defense and you can no longer rely on your Swan. Do you know that swans are dangerous animals?
No.
They can break your arm.
What?
Yes, they're super strong and quite aggressive.
How do you know that, Simon?
So here we see Raul tapping 3 lands for presumably a good card, like a Wrath of the Skies that is going to clear up the Tamio
and the clues as well. That is rough. And Alberto is just considering here.
Do you have a play for this? Yeah, because it's played for X equals 1, so it's converted mana cost 3, which means you can't spell snare it.
I mean, also getting rid of that bird token in the...
That is true. Well, I mean, Raul is just protecting his arms. That's all that's going on here.
The swans.
It's just sensible, not taking any risks.
Yeah, and we know about that Elesh Norn in hand. 2 mana remaining, 1 more card that Raul has access to. And Alberto is thinking, I need a land. Is a land enough at this point?
So is Raul going to play a 2-drop here? Or probably an Overlord, actually. Because if Raul were to play a 2-drop, that's because he wants Alberto to play the Spell Snare.
Just passing the turn here and...
there's an Urza Saga.
Okay.
Oh, but no March to kill it? No, okay. So no more land destruction for that one. So now Alberto can deploy this Legislator, and we might actually see a classic example of mana screw beating mana flood here with... Oh, that's the Spell Snare. That's not the right card. Because Alberto's hand is chock full of cards right now, and Raul only has 2 cards left. So, again, another advantage of keeping one-landers in certain scenarios, like a very grindy matchup. If you're not going to die, you actually have time to get in this position. And even if it goes bad and you miss landers for a lot of turns, that means you have a lot of spells to work with instead. The exercise working as a
More land destruction.
Vindicate. Yeah, exactly. Raul just loves playing Panzer, huh?
I can see. I mean, Orzhov Blink, I think we have the deck registeredly incorrectly.
And now we actually have an opportunity to resolve a 2-cost card because Alberto is tapped out of things here. But we see that card being, is that a Thalia?
Oh, and I think that there was no Elesh Norn. That's the card that I was seeing.
Oh. Yeah, that looks like a Thalia. And the awkward thing about Thalia here is like how awkward it lines up against Ledger Shredder. It's just small.
Yeah.
Of course, it's going to be really hard to trigger Ledger Shredder going forward with a Thalia around. But there actually is a Grape Shot, so we could just see Alberto in 2 turns, tap 3 lands, and just Grape Shot the Thalia away.
Things are not looking great here for Alberto, but let's see.
No, I think things are looking great for Alberto. I think Alberto is significantly ahead at the moment.
Even with 1 land and a dream.
Yeah, whatever.
This would be the biggest comeback of the history, Simon.
I mean, it's just a good decision to keep a 1-lander in this spot. Just like banking on Raul not having pressure, and he just didn't. And because that, I mean, I only said that because I saw that the Ledger Shredder drew the commercial district, which is going to make sure that Alberto is going to hit the next couple land drops and be in this game. And now we have the race starting. Raul only has 1 card left in hand. Alberto has just so many cards, like, what, 7 cards in hand at the moment? 6?
Yeah, I mean, a handful of cards for sure, but things getting taxed by Thalia.
And you can also just attack with the Shredder and do nothing else, because if the game just goes like this, you will win the race. I'm not sure how many Solitudes Raul has left in his deck. He certainly has some number of removal spells like Fatal Push. We have seen that already this game. But there's a limited amount of these cards, and the Ledger Shredder might just go ahead untouched. So yeah, Alberto says, sure, you can just take your turn, and I can counter whatever 2-drop you have available now.
I'm going to tell you, I thought Raul had the game locked a couple turns ago, but now, as you said, looks like Alberto is in control.
Yeah, that's
a lot of lands drawn by Raul, and not looking too good now.
And not even like an unreasonable amount of lands drawn by Raul. But the issue is that he spent so many cards trading with Alberto's cards. And so he's drawn a normal amount of lands, being 6, and Alberto has drawn 3, or I guess 4 with the Saga. But that was also traded with by a real card, right? So the Alberto has 3 lands to Raul's 6, and that just means 3 extra spells in hand when the dust has settled and we've done all this trading back and forth.
And what is the card that Raul drew here? Is anything here going to be able to make a comeback?
Just a very quick pass back there from Raul, and I wonder if that's like the Solitude and just like, you know, immediately pass, not give away that you have something, or if it's just actually another blank card that he can't really play in this scenario.
And I mean, the Ledger Shredder is there. A card that we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, it really is. I mean,
it was really popular in the past.
Especially in Pioneer. It was a big player in Pioneer, but also in the Murktide decks. Like, it was played quite a bit for a little while. The Modern Horizons 3 really just shook up the format and kind of outpowered cards like Ledger Shredder and Expressive Iteration. And now we're seeing the cards like start to slowly creep back into the metagame. Oh, there's a March of Otherworldly Light. So you can play that on the Shredder, making sure to pay enough so that it can't get spell snared.
Also because of Thalia paying a bit more.
Oh, yeah, and have to pay for the Thalia as well, of course.
And let's see if Alberto does have an answer here for this March.
I think I see a strict Serenade in hand, but I don't think that can counter instants and sorceries. I think that can counter the exact opposite things as Swansong. Yeah, target artifact, creature, or planeswalker.
So here, Alberto thinking, what is the best thing to do?
So he could try to trigger the Ledger Shredder here, just get a little bit more value out of this by dismembering the Thalia and then maybe doing something else. He also has this Vampire's Vengeance in hand still, remember. So once he hits the 4th land, that's another way to deal with the Thalia.
Dismember is also quite costly on life.
It really is. Raul down to 6 here, but with no pressure from Alberto, the 6th life might not matter too much, unless, of course, this Grape Shot is intended to go upstairs.
Ooh, yeah. And Thalia swinging for 2 more damage.
So are you going to take this damage? The more damage you take, the worse your Dismember gets. And Alberto says, Yeah, it's just pay 2 mana for this, pay the Thalia tax, take 4 damage. No, not after all. There are like some really good draws in Royal's deck. Like, imagine what happens if he draws an Overlord, for instance. Just taps 5 mana and gets that into play. And if you don't have a Dismember to answer that one, you're in trouble.
So taking care here of the Thalia with the Dismember losing the life, now down to 8.
Also, what if there's an Ephemerate saving the Thalia? I guess actually Raoul probably wouldn't even want to spend an Ephemerate doing that, rather than saving it for something else later, especially since you're not really getting value out of the backside of the Ephemerate. Of course, the upside is that Alberto now taking 4 damage. It's kind of realistic that the Thalia could kill you, but you also know... so it's even Interrupter.
Plotting that away.
Yeah, that's a nice spot to get that one. And so the Dismember is going to cost 4 more life and 3 mana to cast now from Plot with that Aven Interrupter in play. So right now, Alberto says, okay, I just gotta hope to draw an untapped land now, and I gotta slam this Vampire Vengeance. Because if I don't, I mean, I just like have very few moves here.
Yeah, and that Dismember is plotted.
That also means you can only play it at sorcerer speed, notably.
Oh, and a Flicker Wisp as well.
Post-combat Flicker Wisp, flickering the Surveil land and just getting the Surveil. Yeah, so Raoul is really saying, I don't believe you can draw an untapped land right now. I don't believe you can play your Vampire's Vengeance. I just want to put as much pressure as possible. So let's see if it's the untapped land.
Let's see.
It's a Hedge Maze.
That has tapped.
Is that a Hedge Maze?
Oh.
So that would be huge here.
3 mana? Okay.
Yeah, you can still do Grape Shot to kill the Flicker Wisp or the Thalia, and then you're not dead. And then if it is a Hedge Maze, right, next turn you can then play the Vampire's Vengeance. So it's actually still fine. And yeah, you see Raoul's reaction there. Whoa, there was a land, but it was the only tapped land left in Alberto's deck.
I mean, these survey lands come at a cost. They are great, but sometimes, you know, they enter tapped when they needed to enter untapped. Also, like,
No
fetches
kidding.
are going to start being a bit dangerous for Alberto.
Yeah, at this life total, right? So he has the decision to either kill the Thalia and take 5 damage or kill the Flicker Wisp and take 4. And if he takes 5 damage going to 1, that locks off all fetch lands for the foreseeable future. This Dismember, it's not just plotted, like that card is dead. The Aven Interrupter was just a counterspell. So Raoul took a shot here to try and like get back into this game and finally capitalize on Alberto's missing land drops by actually applying some pressure. And this is the one spot he found to be able to do this and just cross his fingers and say, Alberto, can you get out of this? And now you put Alberto in this, you know, gut-wrenching situation of how am I supposed to play with this Grape Shot?
And also choosing between the Flicker Wisp and Thalia as well, because maybe thinking I don't die anyway next turn, so maybe having more mana can be beneficial for me.
Yeah, but it does lock off fetch lands, of course, for the future. Being at 1 might also matter for just like dying to random small creatures. I guess there's no 1-power creatures in the Raoul's deck, but being at 1, you're going to be at 1 for basically the rest of the game here. And you can now sweep with Vampire's Vengeance and then keep up Spell Snare. That's the advantage of playing the way Alberto has played here.
And some people saying that the plotted spells are for free. Then Ivan at Interrupter saying spells your opponent.
Right, you don't have to pay the life. You don't have to pay the life, yeah, that's a good point.
So that Dismember is definitely still a possibility. We have the Vampire's Vengeance, and here Raoul taking a look. What is this?
Yeah, none of these are vampires.
Creature, making a blood token as well.
And yeah, just go ahead, draw your card.
No blood token, looks like.
We're making one, I think. I assume we have a very artistic judge drawing one right as we speak here.
We have the perfect
finals
token.
that is live, by the way. They're playing just right next to us. They are wearing the headphones so they don't hear me yelling and screaming. And so they don't hear the crowd. I loved in the semis when the Hollow One player drew 2 Hollow Ones off the Faithless Looting and the crowd just went like,
yes.
That was a good moment.
Very nice to see the live audience here.
So Raoul has a decision now here, apparently. Is thinking after drawing the card for turn. And again, knows about this Spell Snare. It's been a while and knows that you can just play into it right now, but is it really worth it? Or should I just keep letting Alberto pass with the mana up there? And so, yeah, just passing. Oh, I think it was actually Alberto thinking about whether to use the blood token or not. Because if you use the blood token and Raul has a failure, it actually gives Raul a chance to resolve that card.
And here Alberto considering what is the best approach for this turn. At 1 life and a dream to take on here the Magic Spotlight Modern event.
I wonder if Alberto is going to find a spot to Strict Serenade one of his own spells to make a 2/2 flyer and try to finish the game with that one. It's kind of a long shot given that Raul has cards in hand, but if it's at some point not really bothering you much, it might actually be worth doing. Like for instance, a great spot to do it would have been if you could set up a Grape Shot with Storm and then counter one of the copies. All right, so the second Ledger Shredder coming down here. Raul not having an immediate answer, just drawing a card for turn and again going into the tank.
And I mean, Raul also pretty low on life. We have been talking about Alberto is at 1 life, but Raul at 6. So this Ledger Shredder is a very big threat.
That is a Boggart Troller, and you can counter that with the Strict Serenade. Since you're at 1 life, you do of course have to respect this in some fashion. But giving Raul a flyer doesn't really help you very much in that regard. I do see a Breach in hand, so I wonder if Alberto is thinking if he can go just Breach into Grape Shot and just finish the game off that way, playing the Dismember for free. So actually, Alberto's really close to lethal here, because he could counter this Troller, give a flyer, untap, play Dismember to kill.
Oh yeah, with the plotted card.
And then play the Breach, loot a card into the graveyard, play Grape Shot for 3 damage to Raul's face, and attack for 2. But it's not quite lethal, and so Alberto says, yeah, that's probably not gonna work. Raul has more cards in hand. If there's like any way of interacting with this, it's probably just pretty bad to try and go for it. So just letting his graveyard go, and is now going to maybe blood token away that Breach, saying, yeah, I'm just gonna completely forego that plan. I don't have a graveyard anymore. I don't have that Grape Shot. I'm just gonna try and see if I can ride this Ledger Shredder to victory, potentially spending my Dismember on that Boggart Troller.
There's a Mox Amber, which is also a pretty good card to start getting that Connive going.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a good card to get the Connive going. It's actually more a really good card to discard. Brain Surge.
Oh.
That is the card draw spell you need here. Combining with the Ledger Shredder to, you know, did you just form a game plan here? That's a lot of cards. And yeah, if you could loot away that Mox Amber, because the issue is that, yes, it's a very cheap card that you could use to trigger the, the abilities of Ledger Shredder, but it also doesn't do anything. There's no legends in play. And so you really don't want to throw away cardboard if you can avoid it. And so having what is essentially a dead card, but isn't a land, is kind of nice with Connive, because that means you can discard it and still get the counter.
Yeah, Connive is a very nice ability, but I do remember when Ledger Shredder was playing a lot, also very difficult trigger to remember all the time.
Absolutely. I still wonder, by the way, if there is a failure in Raul's hand. Because remember, Alberto has left up this 1 mana for quite a while now, and Raul has been in the tank for a lot of spots. And so Alberto just haven't given that window to resolve the little dog, and yeah, might just be part of the game plan here. Okay, so we do actually see the Mox Amber coming down here, triggering the Connive, and potentially building up your Ledger Shredder to be a 2/4, meaning that you don't need to waste this Dismember on the Boggart Troller. And I actually see a Lightning Bolt in hand for Alberto now, but also a fetch land, which again is just not a castable card at the moment. So the big question on what do you discard here?
Not an easy choice for Alberto.
Brain Search is also the type of card that works really well if you can combine it with a fetch land to shuffle your deck, so that the 2 worst cards in your hand get shuffled back into your deck and you draw fresh new cards instead.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But being at 1, you just
cannot
can't
fetch.
do this. Oh, deciding to discard a Mistress Bauble. Interesting. So must have had... Oh, okay, finally deciding to actually tap out. Oh, not tapping out, I see. So Alberto has a Tameo here. Could play the Tameo, which will bring the Mox Amber online. But if he does so, Raul has an opportunity to resolve that failure. And so now Alberto is asking himself, does he actually have it? If Raul does have a failure indeed, it's, I guess, not the worst scenario. You can still dismember it. but you do waste a Dismember on something that you could have spent a Spell Snare on.
Oh, there's a Solitude top deck.
That's a really good top deck. You could just take care of this Ledger Shredder. Of course, that will give life to Alberto, and I assume it's equal to the card's toughness from Solitude.
Emperor of Bones here. Let's see.
Oh, that's the card. He's trying to bait into the Spell Snare here. And by doing that, you'll tap Alberto out of strict Serenade. So, but you have to counter this Emperor of Bones. It's just too good to get a Flicker Wisp here.
But now we are going to get that Solitude taking care of the Ledger Shredder.
Uh-huh. And that is going to gain Alberto 2 life, which puts it's equal to power. It's not equal to toughness, and so it puts Alberto
but
up
it's a second
to 3
spell,
life.
so Alberto can connive, right?
So he can connive. Yeah, you're absolutely right, and get that extra power onto the Ledger Shredder, surviving at 1 life once again. But you have to discard a spell to this. That fetch line in your hand, it's going to be dead as well, and you cannot get rid of it at the moment.
So let's see discarding here.
Oh, the strict Serenade. And you'd see the play from Roll here, playing around that card, getting super rewarded for the decision.
And Alberto gaining 3 life, going to 4, but then taking the damage back to 1. And can Alberto do something here this turn? Again, not able to play the fetches because those cost 1 life, and 1 life is all that Alberto has.
You can play a Tamio though, get this Mox Amber online, and start to utilize this mana. You also still have to plot a Dismember, of course. I'm not even sure if Alberto is actually aware that you can play it without paying life. Certainly haven't demonstrated any willingness to play it yet, and so that might be the possibility. But yeah, this Flame of Anor combining with Tamio, immediately flipping it, and now you can minus the Tamio and get back. Oh, I guess there's no answer in the graveyard. Oh, it's also plussing the first turn here. So, yeah, I guess there is this Lightning Bolt here, so you do have an answer. I wonder what happened with that. Was that a fetch land? That was. Oh, he played it, but he put it far away, so he didn't accidentally fetch.
And cannot.
Yeah, so you do have the Lightning Bolt to take care of the Bugger Trawler. And actually, I think Alberto has put himself in a position where he is ahead here. If Raul presents a threat, you can just buy back the Flame of Anor and utilize that one. And if Raul doesn't top deck anything, you are on your way to ultimating the Tamio and eventually finding the win that way.
Here, and we might actually see a comeback again from Alberto that I feel like has been, for the most part of this game, at 1 life.
All right, so we do see a grinding station in the hand of Alberto, so he certainly didn't bot out the entirety of the combo, but it still could be possible that he was shaving down on numbers. And now the question is, do you buy back this Brain Search? Do you buy back a counterspell? Or do you just plus the Tamio and try to go for ultimate?
Not an easy choice, Simon.
You can definitely use the Mistress Bauble to aid your decision, checking what's at the top of the opponent's deck, and making sure you have your answers ready for whatever this is.
Okay, so Alberto able to check here what Raul has on the top of the deck. There's 1 card that Raul has in hand. We don't know if it's a land, it might be a flash spell. Removal. So, tapping that Mox Amber and 1 more land for that grinding station.
So another thing you can do is that now Alberto has seen the top card of Raul's deck. If that card is a problem, you can use your grinding station, sacrificing the Mox Amber and milling over that card, essentially playing Lantern control.
Oh yeah, that can be a possibility. But Alberto thinking here if that's what he wants to do or if there's any line to just finish the game. Because sometimes I feel like these Breaches decks, they win out of nowhere.
Okay, and here we see the Lantern of Insight again. I was sitting in the card viewer area when Martin and Arne were talking about Stefan Schütz's game, where he did this exact play with Grinding Station. Didn't mention that it was because Stefan knew the top card of the opponent's deck, and I was trying to communicate to the casters that it's because he knew the top card by putting in Lantern of Insight. And yeah, now, you know, I get it right back in my face here. Thank you to our card viewer operator for aiding this stream. Honestly, it's been super nice to have these extra hands helping with the card viewers. It just makes the commentator's job easier and makes the viewing experience better. Alberto deciding to go for a lightning bolt here, deciding that that's the best way to play around a Failure, as well as other potential cards that Raul could top deck, such as an Emperor of Bones, such as an Void Walker. And Alberto was ready here, but has the Flame of Anor as well as a secondary answer to it.
Dealing damage.
Of course, Alberto knowing that Dorothy White Walker would come, sending the Flame of Anor into the Void.
Oh yeah, that Temu is now not a wizard, so just one.
Yeah, it's just a Planeswalker, yeah, but that's okay. Drawing yet another Scalding Tarn. So that's actually a way that Alberto could lose this game still. It's not super likely, but because of this Tamiyo rebuying cards from the graveyard every other turn, or every third turn, I guess. But if Raul just top decks a string of good spells, he could potentially eke out this victory. And as you see, we've hit the above the 50-minute mark at this point in the match, right? This is only game 2, and it's been such a long matchup so far, especially this game 2. Remember, this was the one-lander from Alberto.
Yeah.
We started off like quite a, half an hour ago with Alberto missing his land drop for the umpteenth time, and that's an Overlord.
And that card is revealed for Alberto, right?
Top decked here, so he decides to just use it for 2 mana here, so that he can get back the Flicker-Wisp from the graveyard and blink the Overlord, get some sort of advantage from that situation. Also Catcher Mode that you could get back here. Ooh, getting back the Emperor of Bones. And now Alberto has to respond to this with a Lightning Bolt. And then Raul can put 2 counters on the Emperor and actually still be in an okay position. Yeah, I wonder if Raul moved a bit too quickly here, knowing that there was a Lightning Bolt in Alberto's hand from that Tamiyo. Because if you try to kill the Emperor of Bones right now and it gets the 2 counters, then from its adaptability, then you can no longer utilize its other ability, because you can only adapt a creature once, or rather adapt says, if it doesn't have counters on it, you put 2 counters on it. But if it already has the counters, you don't get to put any additional on it. And the Emperor will survive, but it will not be able to bring anything with it from the graveyard. Of course, then your Emperor can go to combat and exile that Flame of Anor from the graveyard. And then which answers does Alberto have to the 4/4? It's possible that that's just good enough in itself. Alberto having, you know, so few cards in hand at this point. I think 2 Scalding Tarns, a Lightning Bolt, and maybe not much else. So if that's the exact sequence we see here, Lightning Bolt on the Emperor, adapt 2, now I have a 4/4. I can't use the other ability anymore, but I can get rid of your Flame of Anor from the graveyard. There is a Dismember still plotted. Again, does Alberto know that you don't have to pay the life? That will be the moment we get to see.
Yes, also Sorcery Speed, so not able to do it now, but in Alberto's turn. So I think the judge here is just making sure.
Yeah, so Emperor of Bones does say exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. So you can wait until the trigger's on the stack, and then you could try to kill it in response. That does work, and it actually means that Raul doesn't get to, like, he has to choose right now whether to go for lethal, which you know won't work because of the Lightning Bolt, or just go for the Flame of Anor in Alberto's graveyard.
So choosing here, this can be a very important decision. This can be the decision between being the winner here or not making it. Over 1,500 players came here to play this weekend.
Decision to get the